good wish for your new year, expressed in music by Fred Waring and his Pennsylvanians.
We're gonna ride, 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 ride. We're gonna ride, 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 ride. We're gonna ride, 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 ride. We're gonna ride, ride, ride.
It's New Year's Eve, the night of music, celebration, and the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry present a brilliant half hour of music with Fred Waring and his Pennsylvanians.
Play, 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 play. Sing, 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 sing. Whack, 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 whack. Ride, ride,
And here's your host, ready, riding, and shining for Johnson's Wax, Fred Waring.
Hello, everybody. Hello, and thanks for coming. That was Bill Bivens who greeted you, and this is Fred Waring with 67 Pennsylvania noisemakers and music we hope you'll all enjoy. We're proud that the Johnson's Wax Company invited us to pinch hit for Fibber McGee and Molly and bring this special New Year's greeting to their vast family of friends across the nation. This is a happy reunion for the Pennsylvanians, having been with you and the Johnson's Wax people all last summer. So come to the party, everybody. It's a night of reservations and resolutions. Fun without reservations, and so far as resolutions are concerned, bring your own so you can break them early. Our own resolution, tonight anyway, is just a plain, complicated zippity-doo-dah. I hope Molly enjoyed that, sitting at home this New Year's Eve with Fibber as he cracks jokes and walnuts. Now, Bill Bivens, make Harlow Wilcox proud of you.
Well, just a few words to say about the coming new year. If you would like to make your kitchen a brighter, more cheerful place to work in all next year, remember that good old friend of your floors, Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. Regular Glow Coat care not only gives your linoleum a really beautiful shine, it freshens up the colors and brings out the original gay pattern. Makes your whole kitchen clean and bright. You know, of course, how easy Glow Coat is to use. You just apply it, then let it dry. That's all. There's no rubbing or buffing. Glow Coat shines as it dries. Remember that in 1947, will you? And for brighter floors and a brighter kitchen, Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat.
Broadway's birthday. Tonight, as on no other night of the year, the roar of the city has a special meaning. Its rhythm, an invitation to excitement. Its words, an invitation to gaiety. Your Manhattan Serenade.
From Manhattan, the roll and rumble of the subway, a million lights are all aglaze. The rush of traffic still and clamor, the crowds of people in Times Square. A happy New Year's in the air.
Acquaintance be forgot. New Year's Eve does bring memories of old times, doesn't it? Pennsylvania spent so many with you.
How many, Fred?
How many? Why, Bill?
Not to embarrass you, but...
What isn't that? I just hadn't... Fred Cully, how many New Year's Eves have we worked together?
Are you kidding?
No. How many?
Well, let's see. My oldest daughter graduated from college in...
Would you settle for 20?
That's conservative.
And that's diplomacy.
And so all these years, while people were running up and down Broadway with paper hats and horns, why, you folks have been playing somewhere all lang syne.
Always. Listen, Bill. Hear that? Know what it is?
Why, sure, it's New Year's Eve on Broadway.
1 million people being happy. You know why?
Why? Do I know why they're happy?
Yes.
Well, Fred, that's to say that they're...
I don't either, but I bet I find out.
How?
Just get down and ask him.
You mean go right down there to Times Square?
Yes.
Tonight?
Yes, right now. Let's go.
For 20 years we sing Old Lang Syne, and now we gotta find out why.
No, don't forget acquaintances and
never forget the days of old lang syne.
Oh, Bill, here's some youngsters harmonizing. Let's ask them.
Well, why not? Hey, kids, you're singing, We're Fred Waring, and we,
Yeah, so?
Well, we were enjoying your traditional Scottish air.
Our what?
Your application of the modern harmonic idiom to traditional balladry.
Well, I'll tell you, mister. In the early Carapace of the Thoraphon, the best minds hold with Tenafelic not a France St. Perrine on the fifth Rochelle Gline. Now can we sing?
Sing.
Lovely lady, think of old lang syne. We'll take a cup or two of kindness, swimming over yet for old lang syne. We'll think of old lang syne.
Hey, Fred, look at all those big chairs from the window there. My feet hurt. I want to sit down.
Don't go in there, Bill. That's the Union League Club. Here comes the butler.
Oh, I don't care what it is. I got it.
Gentlemen, what is it you wish?
Well, we're Fred Waring, and
We want to know how you're celebrating New Year's Eve.
Personally, I have a small red horn, which I sound at 30-minute intervals. The gentlemen, however, are listening to a musicale of two pianos.
Bill, look up there in front of that record shop. That's something.
Hey, girls dancing. Man, are they having a time.
Hey, girls. Oh, girls.
Hi, Squares. What goes?
Well, we're Fred Waring.
I can't feel it. The most old Pass this, Cass. Let these eggs poach. Take it from the top, mister.
Well, we want to know what you're celebrating.
Don't be an E flat. New Year's, don't. 1947. What do you want, 1927?
Come to think of it, maybe you got something there.
Old acquaintance we forgot, never brought the night. Old acquaintance we forgot, days of old lang syne. Old lang syne, but just for old lang syne. To take the cup of kindness, just for old lang syne.
Old lang syne, old lang syne.
Good old acquaintance we forgot, and never brought to mind. Good old acquaintance we forgot.
Days of old lang syne. Forgotten, never brought to mind the days of old lang syne.
Take a cup of kindness, yet for old lang syne. For old lang syne.
Never brought to
Bill.
This is Roseland, isn't it?
That's right. Probably the most famous dance spot in America.
Oh, my aching dogs. Listen, I couldn't drag 1 foot after.
Why, Willie! Willie Bibbins! Where did you come from?
Well, looky here now, doggone. If it ain't little Sally Watson from down home. Happy little old New Year, honey.
And me just pining for a dance in Mayan.
Well, honey, that's don't you find no more.
Should old acquaintance be forgot?
My feet are killing me, Fred.
Ah, stop, Bill. In here where the light's burning. It's an old friend. Best shoemaker in New York.
Well, now he ought to have a place to sit down.
He has. Hello, Jim.
Why, hello, Fred. Come in.
We're Bill Bivens, and we'd like to sit down.
Help yourself. Throw the cat out of the big chair.
Thanks.
Man, oh, man.
You're not celebrating this year, Jim?
Me? Sure, I'm celebrating. Look, I got paper streamers, a new calendar, radio going.
Oh, I mean outside. Crowds, trick hats, horns.
Not anymore, Fred. Last few years, I've sort of celebrated inside, I guess you'd call it.
Oh, we've been trying all evening to find out what people are so happy about.
Of course, they didn't know.
No? Do you? What are you celebrating with your paper streamers and your new calendar?
Oh, a lot of little things that mean something to me. Nothing you'd write a song about, like love or world peace. Things like, well, tulips, maybe.
Tulips? You, Jim?
Yeah, tulips. Kid brought me some bulbs from Holland. Me, I never seen one before, so I looked them up. They grow red and yellow and white. You can't tell by the bulbs. They all look alike. But the kid says they're tulips, and the book says that's how they look. So I picked a spot in the alley back of the shop and put them in. You know, Fred, I think about them tulips all the time, figuring how they're going to look and wondering which will be which.
So you're the tulip king of 8th Avenue, and you celebrate.
Tonight? Yes. New Year's Eve is like that, like them bulbs of mine. Sure, maybe in April I'll have to dig 'em up and find 'em still looking like a dime's worth of dried onions. But tonight they're red and yellow and white. Midnight tonight don't separate different years any more than any other night. But being people, we got to have a beginning and an end to things. So we fixed ourselves a brand new beginning every year. New bulbs. Another chance for the fine red and yellow and white things we wanted and didn't get. Can't you see, Fred? Those people out there aren't silly or crazy. They're celebrating the finest thing God ever gives a fellow. A new hope for tomorrow.
A new hope for tomorrow.
When you walk through a storm, keep your chin up high, and don't be afraid of the dark. At the end of the storm is a golden sky and the sweet
Now, Bill Bivens for Johnson's Wax.
Thank you, Fred. I would like to remind our audience about the excellent protection that Johnson's no rubbing, no buffing glow coat gives to linoleum and other floors. I do know that above anything else, you want your floors to look nice. And, of course, Glow Coat is wonderful for giving your floors a really bright shine. But you see, the same lovely Glow Coat shine that gives your floors such beauty also protects them against wear and scuffing shoes. So, with regular Glow Coat care, your linoleum keeps new-looking years longer. This wax protection saves you work, too. Spilled things and dirt wipe up so easily and quickly. Try Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, won't you? It's easy to apply. There's no rubbing or buffing. It shines as it dries. In 20 minutes, your floors are all ready to walk on and shining beautifully.
So to all of us with our paper hats and horns or up here singing Auld Lang Syne, 2 years does mean a new hope for, as Jim would put it, the fine red and yellow and white things we've wanted and haven't had. Let's hope they lie just ahead, beyond the blue horizon.
Beyond the blue horizon waits a beautiful day.
Goodbye to things that bore me.
Joy is waiting for me. I see a blue horizon.
My life has only begun. Beyond the blue horizon lies a rising sun.
Blow whistle, blow away the past. Blow engine, anywhere, I don't care how far.
On from the darkness into dawn, from the rain into the rainbow, fly with me. Gone, gone, all my grief and woe, no matter where I go, if I am free. It's only begun. Beyond the blue horizon lies the rising This is Fred Waring. Thanks again for coming. Here's to your very happy New Year, and we're glad the Johnson's Wax people called on us to express it musically for them. Fibber McGee and Molly, and Don Quinn, and all of the folks at 79 Wistful Vista. Fibber and Molly will be back answering the door chime next week at this same time. And when you care to call on us, we're on the air every morning over NBC. Now, the low bow to the arrangers Simeon, Ringwald, A's, and Gerhardt, soloist Gordon Goodman, Jack Dolph, Jane Wilson, Maureen Gerhardt, and all the Pennsylvanians. May there be music, gladness, and all good things in your new year. May it be tops. And as for us, all through 1947, we're going to ride, ride, ride.
Ride, 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 ride. We're going to ride, 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 ride. We're going to ride, 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 ride. We're going to ride, ride, ride.
Good night and Happy New Year.
This is Bill Bivens speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products of Home and Industry, inviting you to tune in Fibber McGee and Molly as usual next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. Chicago,
Miles Laboratories, makers of Alka-Seltzer, bring you another visit with Fibber McGee and Molly. Again, we invite you to listen to the transcribed adventures of Fibber McGee and Molly. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutto. We'll see what's going on in Wistful Vista shortly.
Hey, Molly, what's for dinner tonight?
Well, I was thinking I might cook some of those...
Oh, we had those last night. Why don't we ever have...
That's too expensive, dearie, but I have got some nice...
Oh, no. I had that for lunch, kiddo, and it gave me an awful...
Well, for heaven's sakes, McGee, why don't you drink a glass of...
That's a good idea. I'll take some Alka-Seltzer right now.
Yes, for upset stomach, for headache, for general achiness. Take the medicine that's so refreshing. Take Alka-Seltzer. When you drop Alka-Seltzer tablets into water, they fizz. And that action in the glass is important to you. It changes Alka-Seltzer tablets into a relief-giving liquid that's better for you. Because a liquid is so much more natural and easy for your system to absorb. Once you try it, you'll agree. There's nothing quite like Alka-Seltzer.
A very annoying thing has been happening at 79 Wistful Vista this morning. Mr. McGee is sitting in the living room, and every so often...
Oh, not again. McGee's residence. McGee speaking. Hello. 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 Dad, rat that confounded thing anyhow. That's the third time today that cockeyed thing rang, and every time I... Come in, come in. Oh, it's you, Fatso. Hi.
Well, good morning, Mary Sunshine. What's the matter with you? Somebody break the string on your yo-yo?
No, I don't know what it is, Doc, but there's something funny going on around here today.
Isn't there always? That's why I love to drop in here on my way to the hospital, Wrinkle Dome. Picks up my whole day and gives me such amusing stories to cheer up my patients with. Where's Molly, upstairs?
No, she went shopping. And look, Doc, I'm serious. Something very peculiar going on. 3 times this morning that phone has rang, but when I pick it up, nobody answers. They hang up.
It's probably somebody with the wrong number. It's always embarrassing to admit it. They just hang up.
Oh, no. 3 times in less than an hour, it ain't a wrong number. No, sir. Somebody's up to something, and I wish I knew what.
Oh, you've been reading too many cheap mysteries lately. Relax and forget the phone.
Hey, that's right. I never thought of that.
Huh?
That's exactly the way the killer operated in that last Hemingway Savage story, remember? The kindergarten killer case? Where the midget mobster enrolled in kindergarten as a 6-year-old and stabbed the teacher with a poisoned slate pencil, and nobody suspected him till Hemingway Savage caught him shaving?
I didn't read it. Lucky me.
Anyway, that's exactly how the killer operated, Doc. Kept phoning the victim's house to see if the victim was home so he wouldn't drive all the way over there to kill him for nothing, see?
Very efficient.
Somebody wants to know if I'm here. But why?
Maybe it's just somebody who wants to stab you with a poisoned slate pencil.
Fine lot of help you are, you big septic.
Well, I think you're being ridiculous, as usual, making a federal case out of a couple of phone calls. Great Scott, if the darn thing gets you that upset, get out of the house. Take a walk.
Now, that's a brilliant suggestion, you big lardhead. I told you Molly's downtown shopping. If I leave, who'll answer the phone?
I'm sorry. I didn't think of that.
I was planning to spend the morning out in the garage working with my chemical set, but the phone keeps ringing so much I haven't had a chance to... Now, there it goes again. Look, I got an idea. This time you answer, George.
What?
And here's what you do. You say, hello, Dr. George Gamble's office. My nurse is out, and this is him speaking.
What? Why should I answer it?
And whoever it is, they'll think they got a wrong number and apologize, and maybe you'll recognize their voice. You know a lot of people around this town.
Well, I don't...
Go on, do it for me, George. Dr. George Gamble's office. My nurse is out, and this is him speaking.
Oh, all right. Hello, Dr. George Gamble's office. My nurse is out, and this is him speaking. How's that?
Who is it?
No, I'm afraid you got the wrong number.
Who is it? Find out who is it.
Well, yes, I'll be glad to. Who? Is it Abraham Lincoln?
Abraham.
That's who it is, McGee.
Huh?
I got it. First guess. It's Abraham Lincoln.
Well, let me talk to him. Don't keep... Abraham Lincoln? What the heck are you
The
talking...
radio station, WVIS. Telephone quiz. He wants to know what president has the initials AL.
What? You mean to say that...
Hello? Yeah, that's right. George Gamble, M.D. Just send the $10 down to my office, 14th and Oak. Yes, I am lucky. It's a good thing a friend of mine insisted I answer this call. He's standing here right now, kind of speechless about my good fortune. I'm glad you did dial the wrong number because I never would have...
In just a moment, we'll try to straighten out the McGees.
Mother, I know you want to give your children every possible advantage. I've never met a good mother who didn't. And you probably know that your children must have enough vitamins to help maintain normal growth and development, to keep alert and energetic as they should be. Now, your meals, no matter how well planned, may not always contain enough vitamins. That's why so many mothers buy one-a-day brand multiple vitamin tablets to fortify their meals. You see, one-a-day brand multiple vitamins supply all the vitamins children and adults normally need to take. They're easy to swallow, and they leave no aftertaste. And you can buy this protection for less than 3 cents a tablet. So protect your family from vitamin shortage. Fortify your meals with one-a-day brand multiple vitamin tablets.
That's right, Les, and it's been going on all morning.
Every 15 minutes or so, huh?
Well, I haven't timed it, but that's about it. Every time I pick up the phone and say, hello, Fibber McGee speaking, he hangs up. Somebody's trying to get past me and talk to Molly. Oh, there it goes again. I got a little angle this time, and, well, you'll see. Hello, 789 Wistful Vista. Number 1 boy Sam speaking for Missy Molly McGee. Husband no home, me Callie sickle message, very dependable. Hello, hello.
Didn't fool him, huh?
No. Imagine him seeing right through that disguise, and just like that. I tell you, Les, whoever this guy is, he's clever. He's diabolic.
Or maybe he's Chinese.
What's he after? Why don't he talk to me? Why just Molly?
Well,
You're darn right. Because he knows in me he'll meet his match, that's why. He's looking for an easy mark. Whatever it is he's after, he figures he can talk Molly out of it faster than me. But what could it be?
Well,
No, that ain't it. I thought of that too, boy. But we only got a few bucks in the bank, and that sugar bowl is as empty as a barber shop in Baldville. No, it's something else. But what can it be?
Well,
Hey, now you're talking. I think you got it, Les. That's it.
It is?
Sure.
Well, by golly, I'm sure glad we got that settled. Anytime you're stuck like that, why, you just...
No, that can't be it.
Well, if I can be any more help to you, Mr. McGee, you just call on me. I'm going home and lie down a while. I feel kind of like I did the day I fell down in the revolving door, and maybe...
Now, let me see. I gotta figure out some way so the next time that phone rings, I can get whoever it is to say something so I can recognize the voice. Doggone it, I wish that sneaky whoever it is would phone again, because this time I'm going to rouse his curiosity. I'm going to make him talk so I can... Aha!
Hello, Lassie. Hey, did I I leave my scarf there? I can't seem to find it.
It's you.
Yeah. Anything new on the telephone mystery, otherwise known as the little man who wasn't there, Caper?
No, not a dad-ratted thing. It's rung twice since you left, Doc. Always the same thing. Heavy breathing at the other end and a click when I answer. I don't know if I ought to call the cops or...
Grocer boy!
Oh, there's the old-timer, Doc. Hey, I got an idea. Hang up, Doc. That guy's probably trying to reach Molly right now, and by using the old-timer, I think I can find out what we want to know.
How?
I haven't time to explain. Goodbye.
Oh, there you are, Johnny. Brung your order, put it in the kitchen.
Good. Look, old-timer, I'm expecting a phone call any minute now, and I'd like you to do me a favor.
You want me to leave now, not listen in like I usually do, huh? Well, it's against us delivery boys' union rules. We're supposed to monitor all calls and repeat them to the next party on our route.
Now, look,
That's in Article 14, page 6, footnote B. But for an old friend like you who never has anything interesting to say anyhow...
Will you quit clowning a minute? This is serious. Uh-oh. Now, there it goes. Now, look, I got no time to go into details.
Huh?
Just pick up that phone and say what I tell you, will you?
Right.
Now, wait. Now, listen carefully. I want you to say, hello, Mrs. McGee is hanging up clothes out in the yard, and this is the grocery boy. Any messages? You got that?
Got it.
Yeah.
Hand me the phone, son.
Good.
Hello! Mrs. McGee is hanging out in the yard. This is the messenger boy. Any groceries?
No. Oh, for the love of...
Hush, Johnny. I can't hear the party. Hello? Oh, sure. Yeah, he's here. Sure, I'll tell him. Yeah, I got it. Bye.
Who was it? Who was it?
That, Johnny, was the party who's been calling you every 15 minutes.
Who?
She says thanks for staying home, being a good boy, and keeping out of mischief while she was downtown shopping.
What?
Said she's sorry she had to keep checking up on you every 15 minutes, but when she leaves you home alone, she gets nervous.
What? You mean...
Said she's bringing you some chocolate eclairs to make up for it, and she'll be right home. Hand the message over and out. Roger, where you going?
Upstairs to get my Junior G-Man badge. I'm going to turn it in. I quit.
Fibber and Molly have a final word for you to come.
All of us know that eating too much or eating too fast can bring on an upset stomach. We all know it. But being human, sometimes we find the food just too good or we're in too much of a hurry. And then later on comes that queasy, uncomfortable feeling of indigestion. That's when you should try Alka-Seltzer. The next time you have heartburn or upset stomach, fix a glass of sparkling, refreshing Alka-Seltzer. You'll see what I mean when you drink it. You'll see how gently and effectively Alka-Seltzer soothes and settles your unsettled stomach and relieves that stuffy, too full feeling. You'll discover Alka-Seltzer is pleasant to take, too. It leaves a clean, fresh taste in your mouth. And when that wonderful relief comes, you'll say you never tried anything so comforting for acid indigestion as Alka-Seltzer. All drugstores sell Alka-Seltzer.
Don't be angry with me, sweetheart. I'm sorry. Really, I am, McGee. Don't look at me like that, please. I love you, and when I started downtown this morning and you got your chemicals set out and said you had an idea for a new type of dynamite shaped like a baseball so you can stand back and throw it at stumps, you panicked me with that stuff. Please, McGee, say something, won't you?
Any more eclairs?
Oh, plenty. I bought a dozen. Here, help yourself. That's it. Now you feel better?
Yeah. So long, everybody.
See you later.
Fibber McGee and Molly, transcribed, is brought to you Mondays through Fridays at this time by Miles Laboratories, makers of Alka-Seltzer. The old-timer is Bill Thompson. Dr. Gamble is Arthur Q. Bryan, and Les Nelson is Robert Easton. This is John Wall bidding you all goodbye.
Hear the dramatic story, Woman in My House, weekdays on most NBC radio stations.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Bud Stephan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Fibber and Molly join us in a moment. You know, when you go to the store tomorrow, you can really save money by buying the new 1949 Glow Coat. You can save between 29 and 49 cents. Yes, the makers of Johnson's Wax are offering the biggest bargain in their history. It's the twin can sale, and here's how it works. You'll get one can of Johnson's 1949 Glow Coat at half price when you buy one at the regular price, either pints or quarts. They're welded together. You'll save 29 cents on the twin pints, 49 cents on the twin quarts. Now, we offer you this bargain for just one reason. We want you to see how much better the new 1949 Glow Coat is. How much more brightly it makes your floors shine. How much longer that shine will last. How quickly you can transform all of your floors and linoleum. And we're so sure that you'll like the new Glow Coat that if you're not convinced, we'll refund every cent you paid plus postage. Now, everybody likes beautiful floors and everybody likes a real bargain. Here's your chance to get both. Remember, you save 29 cents on every pair of pints, 49 cents on every pair of quarts. And every drop is wonderful 1949 Glow Coat. This offer is for a limited time only, so see your dealer tomorrow. There are three things every man takes a fling at least once in his life: carrying a cane, raising a mustache, and smoking a pipe. Well, the squire of 79 Wistful Vista quit carrying a cane when he tripped over it and fell into a mud puddle. He gave up his mustache because it made him look like a schnauzer. But look who's coming up the front walk at 79 with a new dudeen in his puss. Yes, it's himself, of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Hey, Molly, I'm home. I'm home, and I got a surprise for you.
A surprise? Well, how nice. What is it?
Well, shut your eyes and sniff, baby.
Well, it's no use, dearie. All I can detect is that horrible pipe. And that smells like boiling varnish. Come on, tell Mother, what is the surprise?
Well, it's the pipe. I got a new pipe. See, I'm smoking it. Or I would if I could keep it lit.
Oh, well, that is a surprise.
Yep.
Much more of a surprise than a new Easter hat. Or 24 long-stemmed, smelly old American beauty roses. Where'd you get it?
Drugstore. It was gave me, free.
It was what?
Free. Didn't cost me a cent. All I had to do was buy this generous trial-size can of tobacco. 3 pounds.
Trial size?
Yeah.
What trial were they thinking of? Nuremberg? Why, there's enough tobacco there to wear out 12 auctioneers.
Well, I'll smoke it, don't worry. It's a new brand they just got in from England at Kramer's drugstore. Old Mustard Mouth.
Old Mustard Mouth.
Yeah.
Sounds like a nice, cool smoke.
Yeah. Well, they speak very highly of it on the can. It says a bland blend created for the particular smoker by Perique & Sons, tobacconist by appointment to His Royal Highness William of Orange.
William of Orange?
Yep.
Well, history doesn't say what he died of, but I think I know now.
Boy, I can hardly wait to get this pipe packed. I should have took up a pipe long ago. You know, I'll look wonderful with a pipe. Yes, sir. You saw the end of cigars around this house, Molly.
The ends were all I ever did see of your cigars anyway. The chewed up, burned out, soggy, wet end.
Well, that's over. I'm a pipe smoker now. Where's the match?
Right here.
Thanks.
My goodness. It's a noisy little thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sounds like a small boy reaching the bottom of a strawberry soda.
Well, wait till I get it going good. You love seeing me smoke a pipe.
Come in. Oh, it's Ole from the Elks Club, McGee. Hello, Ole.
Hi, Ole.
Hello, missus. Well, McGee, what you doing? Fumigating?
No, I just got a new pipe. Kind of hard to get it lit.
Well, you just keep puffing. You got plenty of in to spare. You need a match, McGee.
No, thanks. I'll get it going okay. A new pipe is always hard to get broke in.
Well, how's everything at the Elks, Ole? Are you keeping busy?
Oh, for a janitor, it's always plenty of work, missus. The Wistful Vista Elks Club is a job that keeps me jumping.
Yeah, so what? You get paid good money for it, don't you?
Oh, money's good, sure. What there is of it, but I don't need no wheelbarrow to took it home. Here, you need match again, McGee.
Thanks.
When I get pay envelope, it's took out income taxes, took out social insecurity, took out old age pension, took out insurance. With all the took outs, it comes out almost even.
My goodness, it doesn't leave you much, does it?
When I see what it leaves me after I work all my life, missus, I think I have engraved on my tombstone, here lies Ole. He was just donating his time.
Well, at least you're raising a family, boy. That's something these days.
Yes, how is your family, Ole? All well?
Oh, the kids is fine, missus. Fine kids, too. I got to go to school, though, and talk to the teacher about Christina.
Oh?
I don't know what goes on at high school with Christina.
What's wrong? Christina flunk or something?
No, she make good grades, McGee.
Mm-hmm.
Last week, she's in track meet, too. Here's another match, McGee.
Thanks.
Athletic, is she, Ole?
Sure. Today, she brings home big cup she wins.
Uh-huh.
She says it's loving cup.
Oh, swell. Won a loving cup, huh?
Sure. I don't know what they're teaching my kids. If they win cups for that, I go found out. You got
You got a match, Molly? Oh, never mind. Here's one.
McGee, is it always that hard to get a pipe started? You're busier with your matches than a Lonely Hearts Bureau.
Well, it takes a while to break it in, is all. It'll stay lit after a while. Say, speaking of staying lit, have we heard from Uncle Dennis lately?
No, we haven't. I was wondering. Come in. Oh, it's Mayor Latrivia. Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hiya, Latrivia. Come in.
Oh, hello, Molly. Well, new pipe, McGee?
Yep, breaking in a new briar, boy. Doggone it, it's out again. You got a match?
Yes, here's one. What are you smoking? Eraser crumbs?
It's a new brand of tobacco, Mr. Mayor. Old Mustard Mouth, it's called.
Yeah.
Oh, Old Mustard Mouth. Eh? That's an interesting name. What's it made of? Suitcase handles?
No, sir. This is a very fine tobacco, boy. This stuff was made up originally for an English king, William of Orange.
Orange, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I can smell the rinds.
You smoke a pipe, don't you, Mr. Mayor? I've seen men... Oh, look at the smoke now, Your Honor. That's going good now, McGee.
Yeah, finally got it burning. Now, how's that, Latriv?
Well... It's smoky. But as I said to Miss Tremaine yesterday...
Oh, Fifi Tremaine. How is she, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, how's yours and Doc Gamble's romance coming, Latriv? You still running a bad second?
No, I am not running second.
Oh?
For your information, McGee, I spent all Sunday afternoon in the park with Miss Tremaine. As a matter of fact, I held her hand.
Oh.
Her left hand, to be exact.
Well, good for you, but why not her right hand?
Dr. Gamble was holding that one. Fifi always enjoys the out of doors, though. She's quite a nature lover, you know. Trees, animals.
Yeah? What kind of animals does she like best, Latriv?
Mink, I believe.
Oh. Look at her smoke now.
Oh, say, you just reminded me of an appointment I have downtown, McGee.
Yeah?
I'm to address a convention of meat packers.
Well, how in the world did McGee remind you of that, Mr. Mayor?
Are you kidding, Molly? With that ham hanging there in a cloud of smoke? Good day.
Willie Mills and the orchestra, and no orchids for my lady.
I knew how to keep this dad-ratted pipe lit. I'm getting a Charlie horse in my arm from striking matches. Hey, Molly.
Yes?
Has the kid from the drugstore been here yet?
No, what's he bringing? Tank of oxygen or pull motor?
No. Matches. I only got a handful left. Got the original pipe full of tobacco in this pipe, but I've used up enough matches to scare the pants off the forestry department.
Well, personally, I think the matches burn with more fragrance than that tobacco. This room smells like...
Must be Kramer's delivery boy with the matches. Come in.
Oh, hello there, Milton.
Hi, Milt. Bring me some matches?
Sure, here's a whole carton of them.
Thanks.
You like that old mustard mouth tobacco, Mr. McGee?
Well, he wouldn't know, Milton. He's only smoked matches so far.
Yeah, I think it's a fine tobacco, Milt. Tell better, of course, when I get this pipe broke in proper. You don't smoke yet, do you, Milt?
Oh, no, not until I'm 21.
Yeah.
I don't think it would be good for me.
Very sensible, Milton. It wouldn't be good for you at your age.
No.
I'll say it wouldn't. My old man would slap the skin off of me. I smoked one of his cigars once.
Oh, a cigar, eh? Make you sick, Milt?
No, just kind of dizzy.
Uh-huh.
I went inside and laid down for a while with everybody cackling at me. And then I woke up and found I was in the hen house. That cured me all right.
Of smoking?
No, wearing my good clothes when I do it. Well, I got to get back to the store. Uncle Ed'll beef his brains out.
Oh, I didn't know Kramer was your uncle, Milt. You just work for him after school, don't you?
Yeah, for pocket money.
Pocket money?
Yeah, Uncle Ed won't let me have clothes with pockets in them as long as I handle the cash at the soda fountain, so I'm saving up for him. Bye now.
So long. Not a bad kid as kids go, and as kids go, he can. Anytime. Now for a good, satisfying smoke. Where's those matches? Oh, yeah.
McGee, do you have to cross your eyes when you light that thing?
Yeah. I can't see the end of the pipe if I don't. I think a pipe is kind of becoming to me. Don't you, Molly? Ever notice how thoughtful and studious pipe smokers always look?
Yes, but...
Well, I ain't kidding, Tootsie. They're studying about how to keep the dad-ratted things burning. If I can get it burning proper, you'll hand me a match. Thanks. You'll...
I'm surprised more criminals don't smoke pipes. You haven't finished a sentence since you started with that thing.
Well, as soon as I get the knack of keeping it burning, I'll show you what...
Hello, Molly. Hi, pal. Well, when did you start smoking a pipe?
You mean when will he start, Mr. Wilcox? As soon as he gets it lit. Give him another 3 days.
It's a new pipe, Junior. New pipes don't stay lit good.
I've got a TL for you, pal. Old pipes don't stay lit any better.
No?
But where'd you get that heater, pal? Christmas present?
He got it at Kramer's drugstore on a bargain offer, Mr. Wilcox. It was free with 7 pounds of old saddle blanket tobacco.
It was 3 pounds of old mustard mouth tobacco.
Oh.
Well, I'm afraid you got the short end of that offer, pal. The only way Kramer can sell that loco weed is to throw something in with it.
Oh, yeah?
And you'd be surprised what people have suggested.
There are all kinds of bargain offers, I guess, Mr. Wilcox.
Molly, for gosh sakes, don't you realize...
I'm glad you said that, Molly.
What? What'd I say?
Oh, you said
about bargain offers, because you're so right. Now take the new glow coat offer, for instance.
See, Molly, you see what you're
I didn't do a thing. All I said
Johnson's
was...
glow coat dealers have a bargain that is a bargain, Molly.
Hold her on him.
It's a chance for more people to get acquainted with the new 1949 glow coat. An offer that gives you 1/3 more of this wonderful self-polishing floor wax for the same money. Think of it, 1/3 more at no extra cost.
Yeah, but have you got...
Of course, glow coat has always saved housewives time and effort in keeping their linoleum bright and gleaming, Molly, because it shines as it dries to a beautiful luster and needs no rubbing or buffing. But now glow coat saves you money, too.
You got a match, Junior? This pipe...
So if anybody asks you, Molly, just tell them to check with their nearest dealer for the new offer on the new glow coat with the new glow. Because the new glow coat with the new glow...
Hey, look. Waxy.
Yes, pal?
Can you tell me how I can keep this pipe lit?
Sure. Get some different tobacco, pal.
Yeah?
That old mustard mouth is no good.
No?
My cousin, Big Mischief Wilcox, the radio actor, used to smoke that.
Oh. And what happened to him?
His skin turned sort of a mailbox green.
Oh.
My gosh, that's awful.
Yeah, but he looks sensational on television. See you later.
I think he was kidding. This must be a good tobacco, or they wouldn't give away a pipe with 3 pounds of it. They'd give you a pipe with 1 pound.
They could afford to give you the pipe and the tobacco just for your match business.
Yeah. You know, I'm getting kind of like the taste of matches. One of these days, I'm liable to throw the pipe away and just inhale matches.
That's what you're doing anyway, so while I go out in the kitchen and make some cookies, now you...
Come in.
Oh, it's Dr. Gamble, McGee. Do come in, Doctor.
Yeah. Come in and have a chair, baby spanker.
Well. Look at Big Chief Swamp Fire sending up smoke signals. What are you burning in that coal scuttle? Carpet fluff?
Well, it's a tobacco called Old Mustard Mouth, Doctor. But I wouldn't say he was burning it. So far, he's barely singed it.
I can't keep the dad-rather thing burning, Medicine Ball. You smoke a pipe?
No, I don't. I consider a pipe a bulky nuisance.
Yeah?
You have to carry a cord and a half of matches, a pipe reamer and scraper, a package of pipe cleaners, something to tamp the tobacco down with, a pouch of tobacco, and an eyebrow pencil.
Eyebrow pencil?
Yes, if you drive a car and smoke a pipe, keep burning your eyebrows off.
You just don't have enough patience, Doc.
I have enough like you, my boy.
You ever smoke any of this tobacco, Old Mustard Mouth?
She means you.
Oh. No, I haven't, but I've treated people who have.
Yeah?
That's not a bad tobacco, McGee.
No?
If you don't mind your hair falling out, your teeth coming loose, and an aroma of just having fallen into a vat of dill pickles.
It does have rather a peculiar fragrance, Doctor.
Fragrance? Smells like a hot box on a cattle train. Now look, Scatterskull. What was the object in taking up pipe smoking, anyhow?
Oh, I don't know. There's something kind of thoughtful looking about pipe smokers. Kind of dignified, studious, intellectual looking.
Oh, eggplant. With that stench bomb protruding from your face, you look about as intellectual as the third man from the bottom on a lightning-struck totem pole.
Well, heavenly days, what a lovely insult.
Doctor, if I wasn't the dignified pipe-smoking type...
I'll get that, Molly. I told my office I'd be here. Hello, Gamble speaking. Who? Oh, yes, Mrs. Clatterhatch.
Her again.
Oh, is that again, Mrs. Clatterhatch? No, I'm afraid those wrinkles are there to stay, Mrs. Clatterhatch. No, facial cream won't do a bit of good. Sorry, Mrs. Clatterhatch.
You're a fine guy to consult. You might at least have let her down easy, give her a little hope.
Say, how old is Mrs. Clatterhatch, Doctor?
Oh, about 23.
23 and worried about a few wrinkles?
Oh, not her wrinkles. She's having company for lunch and wanted to know how she could smooth out some prunes.
Oh.
The King's Men and If You Stub Your Toe on the Moon.
Oh, there's nothing to be ashamed of if you stub your toe on the moon. When a dream's at the top of the sky, well, you just have to jump pretty high. But don't give up too soon if you stub your toe on the moon. Now let's just take young Harry Hadgets, for example.
Take young Harry Hadgets.
Well, young Harry Hadgets loved making gadgets. Life needs some new things was his claim. Hoped one or two things might bring fame. This is the last time you'll hear his name. Nobody mentions Harry's invention, but do you think that got him down? Here comes the end if you've gadgets to mend. He's the best repairman in town. So there's nothing to be ashamed of if you stub your toe on the moon. When you start out to climb through a cloud, well, it may get a laugh from the crowd, but don't give up too soon if you stub your toe on the moon. Examine the case of Miss Springer, for instance.
Let's take Sally Springer.
Oh, sweet Sally Springer, she was a singer, lived in the hall room up one flight, thought of a ballroom big and bright, where she would make her debut one night. Then for her trouble, pop went the bubble. Say that it's sad, but wait, don't weep. Now they admit every night she's a hit when she sings her babies to sleep. Oh, there's nothing to be ashamed of if you stub your toe on the moon. When you trudge up the hill to the peak, well, you've hardly begun, so to speak. So don't give up too soon if you stub your toe on the moon.
Drat it, it's out again. Where's the match, Molly?
On the sink there, dearie. Watch the cookies now. They're still hot.
Okay. Ah, this dad-drat thing is harder to break into than the Third National Bank. It's out again. Doggone it. What's the matter with this pipe, anyhow?
It won't burn.
You said it. And by George, I'll whip this thing yet. I give up cigars and took up a pipe, and by George, when I give up something and take up something, nothing's going to make me give up what I just took up, either. I'm going to fix this. Who's that?
It's only me, Wallace Wimple. Anybody home?
Oh.
Out here in the kitchen, Mr. Wimple.
Come on out, Wimp.
Hello, folks. I was just going to... Oh, my, Mr. McGee. Are you smoking a pipe?
He's trying to, Mr. Wimple, but the pipe won't cooperate. The score so far is 1 teaspoonful of tobacco and 1 wash tub full of matches.
Yeah. Having a little trouble getting this baby to burn, Wimp. Got to get it broke in.
My, I just love to see a man with a pipe. I had a pipe one time, Mrs. McGee.
Oh.
But no more.
Oh? Did you lose it, Mr. Wimple?
No. I was going out with my pipe in my mouth one time, and Sweetie Face said, Sweetie Face, that's Mrs. Wimple.
Yes, we know.
Sweetie Face said, Wallace, you didn't kiss me goodbye.
Uh-oh.
So I quick turned around and kissed her without taking the pipe out of my mouth. Sweetie Face lost 2 front teeth, and I lost my pipe.
Well, that's tough, Wimp.
Yes. And it blew such beautiful bubbles, too.
Well, I always think, dad-drat thing, it's out again. I'm so full of phosphorus from these matches,
I never will forget the first time I ever smoked, Mrs. McGee.
Yeah?
I sneaked out behind the woodshed and made a real cigarette out of Bull Durham.
Bull Durham. How did it affect you, Mr. Wimple?
Well, did you ever see the bull on a package of Bull Durham? turn white right before your eyes?
Yeah.
I still get embarrassed every time I think of it.
Oh, well, that's nothing to get embarrassed about, boy. Kids all try it, and they all get sick. How old were you?
Oh, this was just yesterday. Say, are those cookies on the sink, Mrs. McGee? They look wonderful.
Yes, I just baked them, Mr. Wimple. If you'd like
Dad
some...
ratted, it's out again. Why don't this thing burn? I've struck enough dad ratted matches to... Where's there a match, Molly?
Now, take it easy, Jerry. The rest of the matches are in the living room. Personally, I wish you'd give it up.
Did you ask me if I wanted some cookies?
Dad ratted, I'll get this thing to burn, or I'll know the reason why. No dad ratted two-bit fire's going to lick me up.
Ooh. Doesn't he get excited? Say, did you ask if I wanted some...
there goes a good kid, Mr. Wimple. And stubborn as a blue-nosed mule.
Yes. Did you ask if I wanted some...
He knows that I thought the worst mistake he ever made was letting the man at the drugstore give him that pipe. But will he admit it? Will he?
I'm sure I don't know, Mrs. McGee, but did you ask if I wanted some...
Of course he won't.
Cookies?
He'll just keep striking matches till... Oh, say, Mr. Wimple, I made a batch of cookies today. They're there on the sink if you'd like
Oh,
to.
thank you, Mrs. McGee. They look lovely. I better take some for after a while, too, because...
Hey, Molly, I got it. I got this pipe deal whipped now, kiddo. I got the secret.
You what, McGee? Got what secret?
How to keep from having to light this pipe every minute. Come here. I got it going now.
Well, good for you. I'm coming, dear.
I'll stay right here and watch the cookies, Mrs. McGee.
What'd you do, dearie? What is it?
I finally solved it, Tootsie. I finally got this dad-ratted pipe to burn. Ah, this is great.
I don't even see the pipe. Where is it?
Right there, kiddo. In the fireplace. It's been burning for 5 minutes now, and my pipe troubles are over. Come on, give me one more match so I can light a cigar.
Fibber and Molly return in just a moment. Now, let me remind you, please, for a very limited time, the makers of Johnson's Wax are making an unprecedented bargain offer to introduce you to the new 1949 Glow Coat. You can get a can of Glow Coat, the wonderful new Glow Coat with the bright new glow, for 1/2 its usual price when you buy another can at the regular price. That means a saving of 29 cents when you buy twin pints, 49 cents when you buy twin quarts. So see your Johnson dealer tomorrow. You'll not only get a brighter glow, a longer wearing glow on your floors and linoleum, but you'll save money doing it.
McGee, why have you got all the windows wide open?
I'm smoking a cigar, kiddo. And I remember what you always say about the smell of my cigars.
Well, close the windows and move your chair over near to me.
Huh?
Puff hard and blow the smoke my way.
Huh?
After that pipe and old mustard-mouth tobacco, your cigars smell wonderful.
Well, they're really pretty awful.
I know. I was speaking comparatively.
Oh, good night.
Good night, all.
The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, and Brantford, Canada, bring you Fibber McGee and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Good night.
Both detectives and housewives look for fingerprints on furniture. Detectives love to find them, but housewives hate the sight of them. That's why so many women are using Johnson's Cream Wax. The cream wax that cleans so quickly, dries so quickly, polishes so quickly that using it is practically as easy as dusting. With Johnson's Cream Wax, you can both clean and polish a large table in a minute or two. That's because it not only cleans in a moment, it dries in a moment. So you can polish your table without waiting. What's more, there's no dust-catching oil in Johnson's Cream Wax. So tomorrow, clean and polish all your furniture to lustrous beauty. Do it with the fastest furniture polish you can buy. Johnson's Cream Wax.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. WMAQ and WMAQ-FM, NBC.
Miles Laboratories, makers of Alka-Seltzer, bring you another visit with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Again, we invite you to listen to the transcribed adventures of Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutto. Our story will be underway in just a minute.
Hello? Hello, Joan. Have you finished that mountain of ironing you were working on this morning?
Yes, and it just about finished me.
Well, darling, you deserve some fun. Why don't you and Bob come over and play some cards after supper?
Oh, Peg, I'd like to, but my stomach's upset and I feel achy all over.
Now, look, fun is good for you. You just take some Alka-Seltzer right now, and by dinner time, you'll be ready to enjoy a little fun.
Yes, and she will. You see, Alka-Seltzer tablets dropped into a glass of water fizz and become a liquid way to relief. Starting with the liquid is wise, because anything else you swallow has to be changed by your body into liquid form before it can help you. So for headache, upset stomach, or general achiness, take the medicine that's so refreshing. Take Alka-Seltzer.
Hey, kids! Hey, where are you? I got something important to tell you.
Oh, hello, Mr. Oldtimer. I didn't hear you come in.
No, I didn't either. You didn't yell like you usually do.
Well, I couldn't, kids. Had too big of an order this time. Had to carry the sack of potatoes in my mouth. I left the stuff in the kitchen.
Good.
Reason I hurried, daughter, I got an important message for you.
Oh?
Yeah, you see... Oh, by the way, before I forget, I'm afraid I damaged the back screen door on the way in. Scratched it, sort of.
Oh, well, that's all right.
Sure, a little scratch won't hurt it.
Well, it ain't exactly a scratch, kids. It's more like a sort of a tear, kind of.
A tear?
Well, no. Come to think of it, you might say it was more like a hole. Yep, that's what you might say it was, a hole.
A hole? What size?
My size.
What?
You mean to say you walked right through that...
I was in a hurry to get this important news to you. I wanted to tell you what that man said to do before it was too late.
What man?
The feller who works for the water department. The foreman on that job up the street where they're fixing that busted water main. He's going around from door to door telling folks to fill up some pots and pans because they're going to turn off the water for the rest of the day.
Turn off the water? Goodness, when are they going to...
About a half hour, the man said. He wanted to give folks time enough to get prepared.
Oh, well, thank goodness. We'll have to put some aside for drinking and water for the dishes.
Yeah, and I'll fill up the bathtub, too. We can draw straws later to see which one takes a bath.
Okay. I'll go home and get my soap and towel in case it's me.
I was talking about me and Molly.
Oh.
Well, thanks a lot for warning us, Mr. Oldtimer. My goodness, being without water for the whole afternoon, that'd be awful.
Gee whiz, that wouldn't be any great hardship, Molly. Not to me, it wouldn't.
What do you mean?
Not to a guy that his ancestors crossed 1,000 miles of desert when all the water they had was in a little fat keg like me, it wouldn't.
I know, but just the same, let's start filling up
the trouble with people today is they're too soft. Too much easy living.
Oh?
Why, when my ancestors crossed Death Valley, they didn't worry about a little thing like no water.
Dearie, let's not...
Onward they trudged. Onward. Heads down. Sand blowing into their grim, smiling faces. And lips dry. Throat parched. The merciless sun beating down on them day and night.
Day and night?
Yeah, Johnny, that's a new one on me. What kind of a sun beats on you at night?
A son who's thirsty and 6 years old and wants a drink of water. That's the kind of a sun that beats on you at night.
Oh.
The most merciless kind of a sun
Oh,
you
come
ever...
on, Miggy. Come on, let's stop this foolishness and fill up some pots with water.
Okay. Don't panic. You heard the old-timer. They're giving us half an hour. That's what the man said, right, old-timer?
That's what the man said, son. Of course, that was 40 minutes ago.
What?
I rushed in here because the time was nearly up, but you've been yakking about your ancestors.
Oh, my gosh. Quick, Molly. Turn on the faucet. Hurry.
I just did. Listen. Nothing.
Boy, oh boy, am I thirsty.
In a moment, we'll return to Fibber McGee and Molly.
Having fun is good for you. So remember this, whether you like to bowl or play a fast game of table tennis or spend a night at the fights Or whether you prefer a quiet evening with friends or curling up with a good book, you have to feel good so you can enjoy your fun. When you don't feel up to having fun because of a headache or an upset stomach or general achiness, you can depend on Alka-Seltzer, the medicine that's so refreshing. Alka-Seltzer tablets dropped into a glass of water fizz and become a liquid way to relief. Starting with a liquid is wise because anything else you swallow has to be changed by your body into liquid form before it can help you. Ask at your drugstore for Speedy Alka-Seltzer, the favorite of so many for relief that does so much.
This is murder. No water, not a drop in the house.
Oh, McGee, relax. It's only been 10 minutes since they turned it off.
How do those inconsiderate, high-handed pipe misfitters expect us to live a whole afternoon with no water? Doggone it, I'm thirsty.
What about those pioneering ancestors of yours, the ones who crossed the desert? And all the water they had with them was a little fat keg like you.
Well...
They didn't let a thing like no water bother them. Onward they trudged, sand blowing into their grim, smiling faces. Throats dry, lips parched.
Oh, cut it out, Molly. Gee whiz, I'm as dry as a Swiss on rye without you kneeling me.
I'm sorry, dearie, but if you're so thirsty, there's some root beer in the icebox.
Root beer will not do it. I'm thirsty for water. It's a way down deep inside kind of a thirsty that nothing but water will... Hey, I know where I can get some water, I bet. From Les Nelson, next door.
Oh, I wouldn't bother them.
They probably got buckets full, like we'd have had if I'd have had time to fill some buckets full. You wait here and I'll be right back. I'll grab a kettle and trot over there and get some water. And thanks a lot for the water, Les. You're a real neighbor.
Well, I'm just glad I could help you out, Mr. McGee. I'll bet you can use a tall glass full right now.
Oh, it ain't for me that I'm taking the water. I come from hardy pioneer stock, like I told you. This water is for my dear little wife, Molly.
She is a fine woman.
I tell you, when I seen her sitting there in the living room, silently suffering, not saying a word, never complaining, just drying up from thirst, I couldn't stand it. It got me, right here. So I come over.
Well, I sure hope there's enough there to relieve her thirst. Here, let me carry one of those buckets over for you. You're kind of loaded down.
Oh, no. Oh, no, I'll be okay. Yeah, you just open your front door for me, will you? You sure you can spare this much water now? I'm not robbing you, for Molly's sake.
Oh, no. Sally and I'll get along just fine on what we got left. You know, when you told me about those pioneer ancestors of yours, how they walked across the desert with the sand blowing in their grim, smiling faces, their throats dry, lips parched, it kind of made me ashamed of myself.
I thought it would.
And I figure if they could do it with no water at all, Sally and I can sure get along this afternoon with a whole milk bottle full.
Ah, you're a fine neighbor, Les. You probably saved my little wife's life with this.
Say, hi there, Miss McGee. You're feeling better, huh?
Uh-oh.
Hello, Lester. What do you mean better? I just came over to see what McGee was doing because he's been gone so long.
Well, we better get home, Molly, with this water. Les, give me some water, and come on, let's...
Watch your feet!
Whoops! Oh, my gosh, all the water. Gone.
All over the sidewalk.
Les, could I have a glass of water? Just... Hey, Les, wait a minute. Just give me a drink. Hey, Les, open up. Give me a drink of water. One little glass of water, Les.
Hey, stop it, for goodness sakes. Come on home.
Some neighbor won't give a man one little drink of water when I'm weak from thirst. So I says to Molly, I says, Wallace Wimple, I says, he's the guy to ask.
Well, thank you for thinking of me, Mr. McGee. Ask what?
Just a very simple request, Wimp, from one good friend to another. Give me a drink of water, will you?
Water? Wouldn't you rather have a nice cold glass of root beer?
Root beer won't quench my thirst, boy. When a man's as thirsty as I am, that sort of way down deep inside kind of thirsty, there's nothing that'll relieve it like a tall, cold glass of water. You got plenty?
Oh, loads. When Sweetie Face heard they were going to turn off the water, she had me fill all the buckets and kettles in the kitchen and all the containers.
Swell. Well, never mind the details, boy. Just get me a glass of water before I collapse on your front porch here.
Oh, I'd like to, Mr. McGee. I really would. But, well, she has it locked up.
Locked up? The water?
Yes. Sweetie Face feels very strongly about wasting water, so she has it all locked up in the kitchen, and she's wearing the key around her neck.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Where is your wife? I'll ask her myself if it's all
Oh,
right.
I'm afraid that's out of the question. She can't be disturbed now.
The heck she can't. Where is she?
Upstairs, soaking in the bathtub.
No, if this ain't the... Where can I get some water? Water! Some bunch of neighbors. Some friends I got. I gotta have water. I don't get a drink of water.
Where you been, Mr. McGee? Your wife's been looking for you.
Him and his little put-away milk bottle full of water. Just because I spilled a couple of buckets.
They turned the water back on a few minutes ago.
Huh? They did? Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Hey, Molly. Hey, Molly.
I've been wondering when you were coming home, dearie. They just turned the water back on.
Well, it's about time.
Oh, and look what Mama's got. A great big pitcher of ice water.
Yeah.
You must be starving for a drink. Here, hold the glass. I'll pour you a slug.
Oh, thanks, kiddo. But I'm way too thirsty for water by now.
Huh?
Oh, I can have water anytime. What I'm going to get right now is a nice, cold bottle of root beer. Because when a guy's as thirsty as I am, that way deep down inside kind of thirsty, a cold slug of root beer.
Your friends have more to say to you presently.
The way you feel is so important to the way you do your work and have your fun. That's why it's so important to guard against vitamin shortage, one of the common causes of a tired, below-par feeling. Your food may not always contain enough vitamins, so do as so many others do. Take One-A-Day brand multiple vitamin tablets every day. One-A-Day multiple vitamins provide all the vitamins anyone normally needs to take. They're low in cost, they're easy to swallow. Tell your druggist you want One-A-Day brand multiple vitamin tablets in the blue box with the big red one.
Have you seen this item in tonight's paper?
What's that?
The television people say it won't be long before they'll be getting shows all the way from England.
Oh, shucks, that's nothing. I passed the Bonton today, and they got china on the set they got in the window, and it wasn't even plugged in.
Oh, aren't you cute?
I wonder. A happy weekend, everybody.
Goodbye for now.
Fibber, McGee, and Molly, transcribed, is brought to you Mondays through Fridays at this time by Miles Laboratories, makers of Alka-Seltzer. The Old-Timer and Wallace Wimple are played by Bill Thompson and Les by Robert Easton. Ladies and gentlemen, in line with our policy of education for our listeners, next Monday, we'll bring you a fascinating glimpse into the inner workings of that fabulous neighborhood institution known as the Beauty Parlor. Into this stronghold of feminine frippery ventures Mr. McGee. And wow, what happens to him? This is John Wald recommending that you listen Monday to Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Hear the news with Pauline Frederick today on most NBC radio stations.
It's time for Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Every weekday at this time, NBC brings you Fibber, McGee, and Molly, transcribed. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutto. Fibber and Molly will be with you in a minute.
Acid indigestion, that's the time for Tums.
Always keep 'em handy, always carry Tums.
When you're traveling by plane,
In your car or on the train.
carry Tums.
Buy some Tums.
Tums.
And Tums is your best traveling companion, too.
Yes, when riding on planes, trains, or cars makes your stomach upset, chew a couple of Tums. In record-fast time, it settles and soothes that queasy stomach. Makes you feel comfortable again fast. And here's another good reason why you should have Tums handy while traveling. If eating strange foods or eating on the run causes acid indigestion, Tums will bring relief on the spot. So don't make a move without Tums. Only 10 cents.
Suffering from heartburn?
Spend a dime for Tums.
Get on-the-spot relief with T-U-M-S, Tums.
Grocery boy! Hey, daughter! Johnny!
Just a minute, Mr. Oldtimer. I'm coming. I'll open the screen for you. There. Put 'em right in on the sink.
Well, thanks, daughter. 2 lugs of peaches is quite a load of peaches. Phew.
Ought to make a lot of nice preserves. As soon as McGee gets back with the mason jars, I'm going to start peeling these.
I tell you, daughter, this delivery job has taught me one thing. I ain't as young as I used to be.
Well, sit down over there and rest a minute.
I think I will. Sure is a scorcher today. Must be 90 in the shade.
Can I get you a nice cold glass of something?
You just talked me into it. Got any pop?
I think so. Let me look here. Yes, plenty.
Lemon and lime flavor?
Yeah. Here's a bottle right here.
Good and cold?
Like ice.
Good. Just pour it over my head, will you?
Here, I'll open it and pour it in a glass for you.
Just give me the bottle. I'll take it with me. Got 9 more lugs of peaches to deliver before noon. Seems like everybody took a notion to make peach preserves at the same time.
You sure it couldn't be that ad you ran in the Gazette this morning that gave them the idea, could it?
Ad? What ad's that?
Well, see here? Apple cider, great for picnics. Peaches, special, 90 cents a lug.
Jumping jellyfish!
What's the matter? Where are you going?
I gotta get down to that newspaper office. I phoned that ad in myself. It was supposed to say, apple cider, great for picnics. Peachy special, 90 cents a jug.
Oh, dear.
Oh, see you later, daughter. If you ever drop by the supermarket in Ketchikan, Alaska, look me up because that's where I'll be working if the boss finds out what happened.
Oh, you poor lad. My goodness, I thought there was something funny about that ad. I don't know whether to tell McGee about this or not. He was so convinced it was the Republican administration getting together with the farmers on subsidies.
It's me. I'm back.
Oh, good. Come on out to the kitchen, McGee.
Yeah. I got the mason jars okay. Look who I ran into on the way home. A volunteer peach peeler and pit picker.
Well, hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. I hope I'm not intruding.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Wimple. I'd love to have you.
Here, let me have your Panama hat and your umbrella, Wimp.
Thank you.
Give him an apron, Molly.
I do love to fool around a kitchen, if you're sure I won't be in the way. I haven't peeled or pitted peaches for preserves since the last time I helped my mother do it.
Oh, when was that?
Last Thursday. Sweetie Face let me go over for a visit.
Well, we're glad to have an expert peach pitter with us, Wimp. Come on, boy, let's get rolling.
Right.
Dump that first lug of peaches into the sink and we'll sort out the soft ones first, see?
I'll get the mason jars out of here and scald them good. I've got the paraffin and jar range.
Hey, McGee, Molly, anybody home?
Doc Gamble. No, Doc, we're all out of town, gone away. There's nobody home.
You're always so witty, Mr. McGee.
Hello, Molly. Oh, hi, Wallace.
Hello, Doctor.
Hi, Doctor.
And good morning to you, too, Droop Snoot.
Hi, Whale Tail. Glad to see you. You're just what we need to get started here.
I am?
Mm-hmm. We're going to make peach preserves. Oh. We got the peaches, the sugar, and the mason jars. All we need now is a great big pot. And, boy, you got the biggest pot.
Oh, McGee, stop it.
Well,
Did you say peach preserves? You going to make them, Molly? I mean, you're not going to let him do the job.
He's just going to peel them and get them ready, Doctor. It takes the Molly McGee touch, you know.
Oh, those preserves of yours. That jar you gave me last year was just out of this world.
Oh, stop leering at her, Drooly. We'll save you a jar.
Of course we will.
Oh.
If you'll help me and Wimp get them peeled.
Oh, McGee, the doctor hasn't time to...
Oh, yes, the doctor has, my dear. I take a couple of mornings a week off in the summer, and this is one of them.
You're hired. Give him an apron, somebody. Give him 2 aprons.
I'll tie them around him.
We'll make you the head peeler, Fatso. I'll get you a paring knife.
Fair enough. And I want you kids to know you're getting the best. It usually costs $100 for me to pick up a knife, and $200 if I use it. But for a jar of Molly's preserves, I'll cut my way through every peach in the land.
More fun with the McGees shortly. Here is some information that will help you to know more about CARE, C-A-R-E. The letters stand for Cooperative for American Remittances Everywhere, Incorporated. It is a nonprofit organization specifically set up by America's mass relief agencies to provide an effective, economical way for Americans to send food and other essentials to needy persons overseas. And you may send a care package to a specific person or group. Simply give your name and address and the name and address of the recipient, and you'll receive a signed receipt upon delivery. If you do not know someone abroad you want to help, one of CARE's member agencies will choose a needy family for you. $5 delivers the new basic CARE food package containing 26 pounds of meat, beans, sugar, and milk powder. $10 will send the larger standard package. Remember, freedom is threatened when starvation and suffering persist. Food will help whip communism in economically weak countries. Send your contribution today to CARE, New York.
Got you, Doc.
Oh, you didn't. You missed.
He did too get you. I saw that.
Now, you boys, stop it. Stop it now. You hear me?
Oh, well, gee whiz, Molly, what's your
Now, that's enough. The next one who shoots a peach pit in this kitchen can just go home.
What if it's McGee?
Yeah, he's got you there, kiddo.
Well, if it's McGee, I'll send him home with you, Doctor.
Oh, no.
That'll teach you.
Yeah.
I'm getting a little weary of ducking every time one of those pits goes sailing past my head.
Really? You fellows are acting like children, aren't they, Mrs. McGee?
Yes, behave yourself, McGee.
Me? You guys are the ones...
All of you.
Oh.
All of you. My goodness, I'll never get the preserves made.
I think it's just terrible the way you fellows mess up Mrs. McGee's kitchen.
Now cut that out, Doc.
What?
A sliced peach down my back. That's not funny.
Why, Dr. Gamble, how terrible.
I didn't do it. I didn't put a sliced peach down his...
It just happens that Mother saw that, children. You just march yourself right over there and stand in the corner, Mr. Wimple.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, Wallace, I don't know what I'm going to do with you. You're a bad...
Dangerous character.
Vicious character.
You're all a bunch of characters. Now, if you don't stop this fooling, we'll just call off the whole thing right now, boys.
Oh, no.
We'll get it. Go ahead.
Well, I hope so, because one more bit of foolishness in this kitchen and somebody's going to get a wet mop right over the head.
That's all. Recess is over. Peel them peaches, Doc.
Okay.
I'll get the kettles out. Open the sack of sugar, Wimp.
All right.
Come on, man. Let's get going.
Right.
Be sure you get that lid on tight, Doctor.
I will. The others are all right, aren't they?
Fine, Docie, fine. Boy, look at the mind up there.
That's a mighty pretty picture. 24 quarts of peach preserves. As soon as they cool, you boys can each take a jar.
My, we had so much fun. I'm sorry it's all over.
All over is right. Wall, ceiling, and floor. But I do appreciate the help, Mr. Wimple.
I wish we had more to make.
And we want to thank you, too, Dr. Gamble.
Ah, indeed we do, Doctor. I don't know how we could ever have done it without your able assistance.
Say, why don't I run out and get another lug of peaches? It's early.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. I have to run along anyhow, Wallace. How about you get on over to the hospital? I think I ate one peach too many. I don't feel so hot.
Oh, dear, you're not really sick, are you?
I hope so.
You hope so?
Yeah, Miss Cuddleton's on duty today, and I feel just bad enough for her to hold my hand.
Oh, brother. You old bachelor.
Come on, Wallace, I'll drive you home.
Don't forget to pick up your preserves later, Doctor. You too, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, don't you worry. We'll get it.
Well, thanks a lot, fellas. So long.
Oh, what a morning. Oh, that's a fine pair of playmates you have. It was nice of them to help, though.
Yeah.
Remind me to get them a little present. Something appropriate, like a matching set of yo-yos. I've never seen a more childish exhibition of shenanigans than you three Katzenjammer kids shooting peach pits all over this
Boy,
kitchen.
oh boy, look at them beautiful preserves. 24 quarts. Hey, how soon will they be ready to eat? I could sure go.
Oh, no. They'll be ready to eat in November.
What?
Those preserves are going to see us through the winter, my boy. You'd have them all eaten by sundown if I let you.
Yeah, but gee whiz, Molly, I can't wait.
No, sir, not after all this work. The first lid comes off the first jar on the first day of November. And that's final. Oh, my goodness, my arms are numb from stirring those preserves with my left hand while I warded off peach seeds with my right. Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter?
My ring.
Huh?
My wedding ring. It's missing. It's gone.
Oh, my gosh, where is it? Where'd you have it? Where'd you drop it?
I had it on my ring finger, naturally. I was stirring the preserves with my left hand. Ooh. Oh, dear, it must have fallen into the preserves.
Oh, no, you think it...
It must be. In one of the jars. Oh, dear.
24 jars to paw through. Wow. Well, the sooner we get the lids off, the quicker we'll get at it.
Oh, dear, I wish there was some way to open the last jar first, because it'll be in the last jar just as sure as the world. Oh, what a mess.
Yeah, sure is. Well, you start opening jars, Tootsie. I'll make some toast.
Toast?
Sure. You can't go through all them peaches without some toast.
We'll say goodnight to Fibber and Molly in a moment. Everybody enjoys a quiz show. And here's a word about a quiz show with a reverse twist. It's called Spend a Million, and you'll hear it tomorrow evening. Comedian Joey Adams is the quizmaster, and he has the thoroughly unusual job of helping contestants unload $1 million in a hurry. Not a real million, we must admit. But although the million may not be real, the laughs are. And there are lots of them, as Joey and the contestants play Spend a Million. But that's not all. Your big Wednesday evening lineup also includes a visit with Groucho Marx in a half hour of delightful repartee. It's a program called The Best of Groucho, and it's Groucho at his funniest. And now let's leave tomorrow's lineup for a moment and take a quick look into the future, because we've got some news that's too big to keep. This fall, you'll hear Lux Radio Theater on NBC. Radio's greatest dramatic show, Lux Radio Theater, is coming to NBC, and you'll hear it every Tuesday beginning September 14th.
Oh, dear. And no sign of my wedding ring yet.
No, but boy, these preserves sure are delicious.
Well, it just has to be in this jar here. It's the last one. There. Would you like to do the honors, or shall I?
Oh, no, I'll do it. Wait till I run some water through. Hey, what's this?
What?
This ticket stub on the windowsill. It's from the bond town.
Oh, don't lose that. That's my receipt from the jewelry repair department for my wedding ring.
Huh?
One of the stones came loose yesterday. And... Oh!
You mean you never had that ring at all today, and we've been going...
Oh, Molly McGee, you stupid.
Sure good preserves, though. Good night.
Good night, all.
NBC has brought you the Fibber McGee and Molly program transcribed, with Bill Thompson as the old-timer and Wallace Wimple and Arthur Q. Bryan as Dr. Gamble. This is John Wald telling you that tomorrow, Mr. McGee comes up with an ingenious way to beat the heat. Don't forget to listen to Fibber McGee and Molly.
Get behind the headlines to the heart of the news tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
It's time for Fibber McGee and Molly. Sundays through Thursdays, NBC brings you Fibber McGee and Molly transcribed. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutto. Fibber and Molly will be with you in a minute. Like 'em filtered, like 'em king size, then for you, this is it. King size L&M filters at the same low price as L&M regular. It's the filter that counts, and no filter compares with L&M's for quality or effectiveness. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine, a light and mild smoke. Buy L&M filters, just what the doctor ordered. Remember, our statement of quality goes unchallenged. L&M is America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette. Buy L&M filters, king size or regular, both at the same low price.
This is it, L&M filters. This is it, something new. Now 2 sizes, L&M filters. You king size and regular too. This is it. L&M filters, L&M filters with the miracle tip.
Mr. McGee, along with a great many other radio listeners, is looking forward to hearing the cavalcade of sports on NBC Friday nights. So, here is himself now on the telephone, trying to arrange a little party to inaugurate the season.
Hello. Can you talk a little louder? I can't hear you, boy.
Who is it, McGee?
Wally Wimple. We must have a bad connection because I can barely... what's that, Wimp? Oh, is that it?
What's the trouble?
His wife told him not to use the phone, and he's afraid she'll hear him. He's calling from the clothes closet.
Oh.
Huh? Can I what? Can I use some extra neckties? No, thanks, Wimp. I got plenty.
Too bad he isn't calling from the refrigerator. We could use a dozen eggs.
Molly, I can't hear him. What'd you say, Wimp? Oh, she won't let you, huh?
That's the story of his married life. What's wrong now?
Wimp's restricted to quarters for the rest of the week because he got gay when he was ironing this morning and put pleats crossways in Sweetie Face's gym bloomers.
That boy likes to live dangerously, doesn't he?
Well, if you can sneak out tomorrow night, you can listen to it on my radio. Yeah, Doc and Herb Travis and Les are all coming over here anyhow. Mm-hmm. Okay, I hope you can make it. Goodbye.
Coming over to listen to what on our radio? What's on tomorrow night?
Oh, haven't you heard? From now on, every Friday night, NBC is going to broadcast all the big fights.
Fights?
Mm-hmm. Boxing contests. Boxing matches. Mm-hmm. Starting with the one tomorrow night. Ought to be a good one. And I thought I'd have a few guys over and maybe open up a keg of root beer.
Well, before you get too big a crowd over to listen to our radio, I'd suggest you find out what that strange noise is in the set first. The fewer people you have in the room, the fewer injuries when the thing blows up.
What strange noise? Oh, you mean that noise that goes bleep, bleep. That?
Yes. It was fine last year when Shrimp Boats Are Coming was popular, but it doesn't sound right today when they play Answer Me, My Love.
Well, I'm happy to say we don't have any noise in that radio set anymore, my dear. I fixed her.
That's how we got the noise, as I recall.
We haven't got it anymore. And you know what that bleep, bleep was?
A Bull Durham commercial?
No, that was tube trouble.
Tube trouble? Which one?
All of them. Them things burned out like $2 brake bands. That's the last time I buy any radio tubes from a guy that says, "Psst, hey, bud, come here."
You know, I felt at the time that $1 a dozen was a little cheap for tubes.
Well, you won't know the old static box now. It's smooth, boy, real smooth. I'll show you. Wait till it warms up a little, you'll see. I had this baby run like a charm a while ago.
Well, don't be too disappointed if the charm is worn off. I know this temperamental set of ours, so...
There you are. What'd I tell you?
For goodness sakes, that's wonderful.
Just took a few new tubes and a touch of genius, that's all.
Why, there isn't a trace of that boop, boop.
No, sir. And none of that old rah that we used to get out of it either before it switched to the boop, boop.
Sounds like a new set.
Yes, sir. When I put my mind to it, I can fix just about anything that was ever made. In fact, by now, I probably have. But when it comes to radios, that's my specialty. Tomorrow night, when all my friends are sitting around listening to the fights on this good, clear set, it'll be nice to know that I ain't going to be embarrassed by having the thing get noisy and... What was that?
The handwriting on the wall. Call your friends and tell them to stay home and listen.
No, sir. I can fix this set. I know I can, because I've done it 1,000,000 times. Maybe I put one of them new tubes in backwards or something. Things like that happen sometimes, you know.
Oh, indeed they do, all the time.
Now, get my toolbox, will you? I'll take the back off of this set and get it fixed if I blow out every fuse between here and Pickaway, oh-ho-ho.
There's more fun with the McGees shortly.
It's dependable, C, so dependable, A, as dependable as can be. That's why every year more people buy RCA Victor than any other TV for dependability.
And now here's headline news. The makers of America's most popular television, RCA Victor, have just introduced a brand new line of television sets. They're far and away the best-looking, best-performing TV models since television was invented, with all kinds of exclusive new features. But best of all, the prices are the lowest ever for RCA Victor television. See the new line at your dealer. And remember,
It's dependable, C, so dependable, A, as dependable as can be. That's why every year more people buy RCA Victor than any other TV for dependability.
remember the world's best names for quality. RCA and RCA Victor.
Well, here are your tools, McGee.
There it goes again. I cleared it up while you were out of the room, and I thought it was okay.
That certainly is a talented radio. You know, I can't make up my mind.
What you mean?
Which I like best, that shrill squeal or the boo boo or the row row row.
Dad-ratted luck. Just when I got it working so good, too.
I think I like the boo boo the best. See if you can get that one back, because
Oh, cut it out. Gee whiz, Molly. Wouldn't you know it? The minute I get busy working on something delicate like this, who is it? Can you see who it is?
Well, I think... Yes, it's Teeny.
Well, don't answer the door. That kid must have a sixth sense about things like this. Every time I take something apart, she drops in to help me lose a few pieces, so I can't get the thing. Get rid of her. Will you tell her I'm...
Hey, Mr. McGee, open the door, will you? I know you're home, so will you open the door?
Come back a little later, will you, Teeny? I'm busy.
But this is emergency.
Kid's life is full of emergencies.
Well, maybe she really
Take a look out the window, will you? She got a black eye or somebody chasing her or anything?
No, she looks all right.
Come back in 10 minutes. Okay, Teeny? 10 minutes. I'll talk to you then.
Okay. I guess emergency can wait for 10 minutes. I'll sit out here on the steps.
Good.
I wonder what she wants.
Probably her shoelaces untied or something. You know, Teeny, hold the back of this set, will you? I'll take the thermostat off the circus breaker and hit it with a hammer. Sometimes a good hard thump with a hammer makes the... Turn it on again.
I hope you've got it this time.
I'll be darned. There it goes again. Maybe if I hit it with my other hand, it might help. There.
See? Nothing to it. All you have to do is keep slapping it, and it'll...
Turn it off. I'll have to take the whole cockeyed set apart, speaker and all, I guess. This is the worst thing that ever happened.
Hey, Mr. McGee.
Oh,
Mr. McGee.
why don't she stall her off some way till I get this dad-ratted whine out of here, will you? I don't see why
Relax. She just went across the street. A couple of little girls are over there.
Good. Hand me that wrench and stand back. I'm going to lay every single piece of this radio out on the table where I can see which piece is causing that noise. And there's the speaker. Now, if I can just figure out...
Oh, dear. In a minute, Teeny. In a minute, sweetheart. He'll be with you in a minute.
Oh, we might as well let her in. I can't work with her ringing the doorbell every 3 minutes like that anyhow. Okay, I'm coming.
Hi, Mr. McGee. It's me, Teeny. Hi, Miss McGee.
Hi.
Hello, Teeny.
I hope I'm not intruding.
Oh, not at all, Teeny, not at all. Come in. We've been expecting you. Now, what's the emergency you were talking about?
Emergency?
Yeah, don't tell me you've been ringing the bell all afternoon just for the exercise.
Oh, no. I remember now.
Good.
It's my toy. Mr. Bagby, our mailman, gave it to me, and Willie Toops, he broke it.
Willie Toops, he broke it? He did, huh?
Sure. That's emergency. Could you fix it for me? You're a wonderful fixer, I betcha.
Well, I'm awful busy here, Teeny.
Oh, go on. McGee, fix it for whatever it is.
All right. What is it, sis? Let me see it. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, gee, thanks. Here it is. It's a musical instrument, see?
That's a musical instrument?
Sure. It used to play Yankee Doodle, but now when you blow it, all it does is this. Listen. I've been blowing it out on your porch while I was waiting, but it didn't get better. Maybe you didn't hear it. You had your radio on when I was blowing it. Gee, how do you do that, mister? Make your face so red and make your eyes roll like that? I never saw anybody do that before. Did you, Mrs. McGee?
Oh, this is ridiculous.
We'll say goodnight to Fibber and Molly in a moment. This is John Wald, and if you'll check the calendar with me, you'll see that September is here already, and that autumn will be along before you can say Jack Frost. Well, almost. Here at NBC, we're busy welcoming in the new season with a number of special programs designed just for your fall listening. Since autumn means the excitement of college football all over the nation, NBC will bring you complete coverage of the top game of the week each Saturday, beginning September 18th. And while we're on sports, NBC also brings you the top boxing match of the week each Friday night on Cavalcade of Sports, and you can hear that beginning tomorrow night. To leave sports and talk about dramatic entertainment for a moment, there's The Big Story, the exciting account of the newspaper world beginning next Wednesday, September 8th, and Lux Radio Theater, which needs no introduction, on Tuesday, September 14th. That's just a brief glimpse of the listening ahead for you. Whether it's sports, drama, comedy, quiz, music, or news, you'll find the best on NBC.
And I finally got our radio back together again. It works swell, Molly.
Well, good. And speaking of radio, don't you think we'd better remind the people again?
Oh, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget Sunday night at the same time when you'll again hear that sweet, lovable, laughable couple.
Oh, McGee, just give them the facts, please.
Okay. Like I say, we're on Sunday nights now, Sundays through Thursdays.
Over all these same NBC stations. And we hope you'll be listening.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Fibber McGee and Molly is an NBC Radio Network production transcribed. This is John Wald reminding you again not to forget the new night in the McGee week, Sunday night, when you will again hear Fibber McGee and Molly. The story? Well, the McGees took a short weekend trip to Twin Rock Falls. And naturally, Fibber is so full of the things they saw that he has to bend the ear of everybody within earshot. And oh, but why listen to me? You can hear it all Sunday, much more entertainingly told, by Fibber McGee and Molly.
Get behind the headlines to the heart of the news tonight on most NBC stations.
It's time for Fibber McGee and Molly. Every weekday at this time, NBC brings you Fibber McGee and Molly transcribed. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutto. We'll join Fibber and Molly in just a moment. Right now, during the school vacation period, is the very best time for PTA groups and community leaders to get together in a team spirit to improve conditions in America's public schools. Many parents don't realize that 3 out of every 5 classrooms were overcrowded this past year. And in another 6 years, there will be 8 million more children in public schools than there were this past year. Critical shortages also exist in the number of school buildings, in staff personnel, and in transportation. And these shortages will increase unless drastic action is taken. The citizens of many communities are now aware of the problems their public schools face. Does your community know of its public school needs? Are you aware of them? If improvements are needed, join with others in an effort to better conditions. Take an interest in your schools by working with local civic groups and school boards. Find out what is being done in other communities by writing to Better Schools, 2 West 45th Street, New York 36. Better Schools, 2 West 45th Street, New York 36. Day before yesterday, Mr. McGee of 79 Wistful Vista dug up a dinosaur bone, a bone millions of years old, in his backyard. He and Mrs. McGee are a little excited this morning as they await the visit of a Dr. Eichelberger, the curator of the Wistful Vista Museum.
Let me run through this once more, Molly.
Better walk through it. It's a little confusing so far.
Yeah, now look, when I and Dr. Eichelberger begin our discussion about philanthropology...
Paleontology.
Yeah, paleontology. You pass this box of cigars, see? Here, take the box and let's rehearse it. Now, be careful, because that's $1 cigar.
A $1 cigar? You mean to say you went out and bought a box of $1 cigars? There's at least 25 of them in this box.
Now, don't get excited. I just borrowed this empty gold label box from Kramer's drugstore, put my regular alfalfa cigars into it, and slipped this $1 cigar in on the top, you see? All we got to do is make sure he gets the right cigar.
Oh, aren't you the shrewd one?
Mm-hmm.
But what happens if the professor takes one of those alfalfas by mistake? That's a silly question. I know what'll happen. I'll get those seasick pills that Uncle Dennis...
Oh, stop worrying. He'll take the right cigar if you just handle the box right. All we do is lay the $1 cigar right on top, and when you pass the box, just move it around under his hand till he takes the one with the gold band on it.
Well, I don't know. It seems like a lot of foolishness to me. What? Did you put the tea kettle on?
Oh, yeah. Well, come on out to the kitchen. I'll show you the chili we're going to serve the professor.
Chili? Now, look, McGee, the kitchen is my department. I'll fix a bite to eat for Dr. Eichelberger. Say, you didn't go out and buy chop suey or a pickled bird's nest or something.
No, there's the chili on the table there. It's tea. Chili tea leaves imported from India. I picked this box up at Herb and Ruth's Herb and Root Shop at 14th and Oak.
Oh?
They got some very unusual things down there, Herb and Ruth have.
I know. And the most unusual things in the shop are Herb and Ruth.
Yeah.
Waiting on people in those ceremonial robes.
Yeah, that is a kick.
Say, did you ever see that big Chinese gong by the door? The one Herb bangs on every time Ruth rings up a sale?
You mean this one?
Definitely days. What's that thing doing here? $1 cigars, oriental gongs, imported chili tea leaves. What goes on?
Well, this Dr. Eichelberger is the boss of the museum, see? And he's probably been all over the world. We want to make him feel at home, don't we? Meet him on his own level.
Oh, dear. I want to know how to talk to a professor, McGee. I suppose I call him doctor, huh?
Oh, sure. Don't worry. You won't have to talk much. After the introductions, I and the doctor will take the dinosaur bone and retire to the study and...
To where?
To the sun porch.
Oh.
After we sit down out there, you keep an eye peeled, see? And when I put my hand up and scratch my ear like this, you trot out to the kitchen, bang the gong, and say, chili tea imported from India, served, my lord.
What?
Yeah. Then you bring the tea out, set it down, and say, have a cigar, doctor? Then you pass the cigar box and move it around under his hand till he picks the $1 one, see? And we're all set. Got it straight now?
Yes, my lord. But I have sad news, my lord. The houseboy just quit.
Huh?
He and the gun bearer drove south this morning in the new rickshaw, chop, chop, and lickety-split. So if you want any sound effects with your tea, you'll have to bong the gong yourself.
Oh, gee whiz, Molly. I'm just trying to show Dr. Eichelberger that we know how to treat a great scientist and explorer.
Don't worry.
This guy's probably used to having his tea, no matter whether he's in the African jungle or halfway up the side of Mount Everett. Probably used to having it served by a native tea caddy who carries it in on the flat of his head and salamis 3 times before he pours it.
Well, we'll have a surprise for him today, because tea will be served today by Molly McGee, nee Driscoll, late of Peoria, who doesn't know a chutney and soda from a hand-carved Hindu settee, but who brews a heck of a pot of oolong. If I do say so, as I shouldn't.
Well, if that's all the cooperation I'm going to get, I might as well... That's him. That's Dr. Eichel. Yeah, hand me a box of cigars. Come in.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Eichelberger. You're Mr. McGee? Well, I do have the right house. I'm Dr. Eichelberger.
Oh, yes, Dr. Eichelberger. Do come in. I'm Mrs. McGee, and this is my husband, Mr. McGee.
Huh?
Come in, Doctor. McGee, put the cigars down, close your mouth, and say hello to the doctor.
Hi, Doc.
Back to Wistful Vista in a minute.
May I tell you about a new cream deodorant that actually vanishes when you rub it on your skin? You rub it in, you rub odor out. You rub it in, you rub perspiration out. It's the new Arid with non-staining chlorophyll. Just try this amazing test. Take an onion, slice it open, and rub it on the back of your hand. Now take Arid with chlorophyll and rub into the same spot. When the light green color vanishes, all odor is gone. And that's exactly what happens to perspiration odor and perspiration, too, when you use Arid with chlorophyll daily. No other deodorant can give you Arid's exclusive rubbed-in protection. Arid has a vanishing cream texture which gives you 1.5 times the protection of any leading deodorant. Safe for normal skin and fabrics, non-staining, washable. Don't be half safe. Be completely safe. Rub in Arid with chlorophyll to be sure. Only 43 cents plus tax.
Go ahead, Molly. Tell me more.
Well, when we opened the door and this attractive lady said, "I'm Dr. Eichelberger,"
Yeah.
McGee just stood there with the cigars in his hand and his jaw frozen open, and he couldn't say a word.
Gee, I miss all the fun. Where are they now?
Out in the backyard. They went out just a minute ago to examine the soil where the dinosaur bone was found. Dr. Eichelberger is very excited about it, incidentally.
Well, I'm not surprised. It is exciting. But look, I got an idea. Where's that box of cigars? The one he prepared for Dr. Eichelberger.
They're on the coffee table.
Watch for McGee, will you?
Doctor, what are you going to do?
I'm just removing this gold label band from the dollar cigar and putting it on one of McGee's alfalfa Coronas, the little smudge pots he smokes.
But
when McGee comes back in, you offer me a cigar. Naturally, he'll grab for the gold label before I can say thanks. And then as he frantically lights it up, I'll reach in and get the dollar cigar. Oh, I can't wait to see his face when he finds out what happened.
Oh, no, I can't.
Here he comes.
Well, that's exactly the conclusions I came to, Dr. Eichelberger.
Oh, how interesting.
I feel the reason them pre-hysterical monsters irrigated to this suburban locale was on account of because it was quiet. Not many kids in this neighborhood, even now, if you'll not. Oh, it's my good friend, Dr. Gamble. Pleasure, Doctor. Always happy to see you, Doctor.
I hope you don't mind my dropping in at a time like this, McGee.
McGee, and...
No, not at all, my dear friend, not at all. My door is always open to men of medicine and science, and ladies, too. I want you to feel free to bring me your problems at any time, Doctor. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question. How does one get introduced to a pretty girl?
Oh, I'm sorry. Allow me. Dr. Eichelberger, Dr. Gamble. Ph.D., meet M.D.
Happy to know you, Dr. Gamble.
I'm delighted, Doctor. I've heard so much about the charming young curator of our museum, and every word
Shall we
of it
retire to the study for further consultation?
Yes, come along. There's more tea, Doctor.
Thank you. I would like to examine that fossil some more. It is a fascinating discovery, really.
You ladies go ahead. I'll be right with you. Psst. Hold it a second, Docky.
Huh?
I feel great today, Fatso. Want you to have a cigar. Here, take one.
Box of gold labels, huh?
Right. Nothing's too good for my friends. Help yourself. No, not that one, Doc. No. Take the one with the gold band on it. The rest are all alfalfas.
They are?
Yeah. I was going to fool Eichelberger before I found out she was a woman, see? Make him think I was used to dollar cigars, but after thinking it over, I realized money doesn't mean anything. It's your true friends that count. So here, take the buck cigar.
Now, stop shoving it in my mouth, McGee. I don't.
Ah, cut it out. Let me light it up for you. I'll smoke one of these others. I'm the only one who can stand them alfalfas anyway. Here, light up. That's it.
But...
Now, shall we join the ladies?
By all means. After you, friend.
Come.
And it's been a wonderful afternoon, Mrs. McGee.
Always enjoy a scientific talk, Doctor.
And if we have your permission, then, I'll send a crew over tomorrow and we'll start excavating your yard.
Ah, yes. I'll be happy to direct the digging. As Dr. Gamble here will tell you. Oh, I forgot. The good Dr. Gamble went home with a headache and a bad coughing spell.
Oh, say, about the fossil, Mr. McGee, I wonder if you'd mind my taking that bone along to the museum with me. It'd be quite safe there.
Of course.
We're assembling a Tyrannosaurus Rex down there now. Just got it last year from our Wyoming expedition.
Oh, Wyoming, eh?
Yes, but when I think that your discovery may lead us to another fossil deposit right here in Wistful Vista. Oh, Mr. McGee, this is a great day for paleontology.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Doctor.
And just in time, too. He'd have choked on them.
And you wait right here. I'll take this bone out to the kitchen and get a box for it. When they come around to take my picture for the National Geographic...
Hi, Mister.
Oh, hi, Teeny. I didn't know you were out here.
I came in the back door.
Oh?
Hey, what was that lady doing here? The one that came in after lunch with the briefcase, huh? Is she a lady FBI agent tracking down spies?
No. Haven't you heard the excitement, Teeny? I thought everybody in town knew about it. I was digging in my yard.
Oh, there it is. Oh, boy. I've been looking all over for that bone, Mr. McGee. That's Margaret's.
Margaret's?
My dog Margaret, that's his bone.
What? This bone here? This one right here in my hand? Belongs to your dog?
Sure, Margaret. Me and him, we were over at the park the other day, and he jumped in the basement window at the museum, and that's what he had in his mouth when he came out. That funny-looking bone.
What? Oh.
You know what? I like looked in that window, and they got a whole basement full of old bones. Big bones, little bones.
Fibber and Molly will be right back. The news as it happens. The complete news. That's what you'll hear as you stay tuned to NBC all through the week. Monday through Friday, there are such outstanding reporters and commentators as John Cameron Swayze, Morgan Beatty, Ray Henley, David Brinkley, and many others in a series of informative broadcasts. And on the weekend, you'll hear the inside stories of the week's news, with exclusive NBC presentations like Meet the Press, American Forum of the Air, Youth Wants to Know, and many more. Keep informed the easy, complete way with NBC news coverage. And by the way, speaking of news programs, here's a word about something very special in the way of reporting. It's an NBC feature called Weekend, and it comes to you every Sunday afternoon. It's a 2-hour radio newspaper bringing the complete news from headline stories to society page. Hear Weekend every weekend.
Well, it all turned out all right, McGee. Dr. Eichelberger got the bone back for her museum.
Yeah, she promised Teeny a soup bone for her dog, Margaret.
We don't have to have our backyard dug all to pieces.
So you can plant your flowers after all.
And you can get out early tomorrow and spade up the flower beds for me.
This is where I came in. Good night.
Good night, all.
NBC has brought you the Fibber McGee and Molly program transcribed, with Arthur Q. Bryan as Doc Gamble and Mary Jane Croft as Dr. Eichelberger. This is John Wald with the somewhat original thought that all's well that ends well, although we must admit that it isn't always true in Fibber's case. Good night.
Hear Henry Cassidy with the heart of the news tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Bud Steffen, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Fibber and Molly join us in a moment. Here is an opportunity to save real money on your next purchase of the new 1949 Glow Coat. You can save 29 or 49 cents. That's because the makers of Johnson's Wax are now offering a twin can sale, a real bargain in beauty. Here's how it works. You'll get 1 can of Johnson's 1949 Glow Coat at half price when you buy one at the regular price, either pints or quarts. You'll save 29 cents on the twin pints, 49 cents on the twin quarts. Now, we offer you this bargain for just one reason. We want you to see how much better the new 1949 Glow Coat is on floors and linoleum. How much more brightly it shines, how much longer that shine will last. And we're so sure you'll like it, we make this guarantee. If you're not convinced that the new Glow Coat is the finest self-polishing wax you've ever used, we'll refund every cent you paid plus postage. Remember, on this offer, you save 29 cents on every pair of pints, 49 cents on every pair of quarts. And every drop is wonderful 1949 Glow Coat. This offer is for a limited time only, so put self-polishing Glow Coat on your shopping list right now, won't you? Engine House number 7 of the Wistful Vista Fire Department has just ended its annual used clothing drive. The first prize was a ride around town on the new $30,000 fire engine. And who do you suppose is riding up there on that driver's seat in all their helmeted glory? Yep, it's Fibber McGee and Molly.
Boy, oh boy. Molly eats, it's fun. Hey, Mort. Hi, Mort. Hi, Herb. Up here, Herb.
My goodness, McGee, do you have to yell at everybody?
Hey, Kramer, up here, boy. I'm riding the fire engine, Kramer. Hey.
If there's anyone in town who doesn't know you're riding the fire engine by now, they must be hard of hearing. And how I envy them.
Yeah, drive slower, Mike, so I can... Oh, hi, boy. How are you, boy?
Who was that?
Oh, how do I know? I just don't want to miss anybody seeing me, that's all. Hey, Mike, let me blow the siren once, huh? Just once, Mike. Huh?
Oh, you don't need it, McGee. That siren won't carry over your voice anyhow. Kick the bell again if you want it.
What do you mean, if he wants to? I haven't seen him so happy since he found his commanding officer of 1918 driving a garbage truck.
You said it, kiddo. Oh, hey, there's Wallace Wimple. Hey, Wimp. Hi, boy. This is me, stomping the bell, Wimp.
McGee, stop kicking the gong around.
Huh?
Try to act a little dignified, dearie. What will people think?
Yeah.
Let's try to act a little more. Ah, there's Mrs. McDonald. Yoo-hoo, Mrs. McDonald. It's me, Molly McGee, on the fire. Ah, too late. She didn't see me.
Man, oh, man, what a buggy this is. This baby's got everything, hasn't it, Mike? What's the thing on the dash there that looks like a fire extinguisher?
That's a fire extinguisher.
Oh.
But don't touch it. Don't touch it. We don't know how it works yet.
Oh, what are we stopping here for, Mr. Casey? This is Walt's Mall Shop.
I gotta run in and get the chief a hamburger. I'll be right back, folks.
Boy, look at us, Tootsie. Parked right in front of a fire plug. Boy, what a day this is. I wish a small, harmless fire had bust out someplace so I could... Oh, hey, there's the old-timer.
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Old-Timer. Look at us up here on the fire truck.
Well, hello there, daughter. Hello, Johnny. Say, you better climb down off of that thing before they catch you.
No, it's okay, old-timer. The fire department has given us a ride on it. We won first prize in the used clothing contest.
You won it legitimate, too, Johnny. I've often heard folks say, there goes McGee. Don't he look like the first prize in an old clothes contest? Oh, well, I wish I was up there with you, kids. I love fire engines.
Yes, they're beautiful things, all right. Unless you're having a fire and they don't get there.
Matter of fact, daughter, I used to be a fireman myself. Had to quit, though. Stomach trouble.
Indigestion?
Nope, calluses.
Huh?
Slid down that brass pole so often the skin on my belly would have stopped a bullet. Loved it, though.
I suppose you had a lot of narrow escapes as a fireman.
Daughter, you'll never know. One time I was on a 90-foot ladder coated with ice, carrying a 3-inch nozzle, 2 axes, a flashlight, gas mask, coil of rope, first aid kit, lunch bucket, and some old love letters I'd stole out of Bessie's apartment.
You'd stop and read old love letters at a time like that?
Read them? Shucks, no, Johnny. I took them up there to throw into the fire. If Bessie'd ever took a look at them letters and took them into court, I'd have been a gone goose. You know the old saying, do right and fear no man. Don't right and fear no woman.
But what happened on that 90-foot ladder?
I slipped and fell, daughter.
Oh.
It was coated with ice. And, well, down I went.
Wow, off a 90-foot ladder. Hurt you badly?
Nope. Luckily, I was still on the bottom rung. Well, so long.
Some fireman he must have been. I'll bet it. Oh, here's Mike. Scoot over, kiddo.
We haven't touched a thing, Mr. Casey. I hope you got the hamburger all right.
All set, Mrs. McGee. You want to drive it back to the station, McGee?
Huh? Me? Oh, my gosh. You hear that, Molly?
Yeah.
I'm going to drive it. I'm going to drive the fire engine. 18 million horsepower, and I'm going to drive it.
Where can I get a taxi?
Oh, he'll be all right, Miss McGee. It's only a couple of blocks to the engine house.
Boy, oh boy. I hope somebody sees me, I know. Be just my dirty luck that nobody sees me.
I'll shift gears for you. Kick in the clutch, McGee. Let's go.
Okay. Boy, when I roll past the Elks Club with a siren going 70 and me going 30, those guys will be wild. Here we go. Up.
it now, McGee. Here we are.
Huh?
Just park it at the curb there. I'll put it in the engine house later.
Oh, that's okay, Mike. I'll wheel her right up the driveway, boy. I'll take her right on inside the firehouse.
Now, maybe you better let him do it, dearie. It's a big truck, you know.
It's the Chief's pride and joy, and if anything got scratched on it, he'd throw it.
Don't worry, I can handle it. Now, watch it now. Easy up the driveway. Easy. And in we go. Whoa!
Heavenly day. The fender, McGee. Look, you put a dent in it that looks like a bird bath.
My gosh, I must have misjudged it.
Kill the motor, McGee.
Oh, howdy. Oh.
The Chief ain't gonna like this.
Huh?
Let me see how bad it is. He'll yell his head off.
Hey, come on, Molly. Let's get out of here.
I guess we better, dearie.
Hey, Chief, we busted a fender. You better come out here now. Hey, McGee, wait a minute.
Come on, Kiddo, let's go.
McGee, wait for baby.
McGee, hey, come back here.
Billy Mills with the orchestra and Valley High.
McGee. Take it easy. I'm winded.
Me too, kiddo. I got a stitch in my side that'll sew up the Grand Canyon.
I think this is rather silly anyway. Just because you dented the fender of the fire engine, we start running through alleys like we'd blown up the Third National Bank.
Oh, my gosh, Tootsie, that new fire engine cost $30,000. One fender prorated would be about 700 fish. And I could also get 90 days chipping boulders in the sneezer for that.
Why, that's silly.
Huh?
Just because a fireman beefs, we don't have to lamb. Well, don't you get it, dearie? It's a pun based
This is no time for jokes, kiddo. Not that kind of jokes, anyhow. Come on, let's duck into Kramer's for a root beer. I'm thirsty.
So am I. If I'd known we were going to be fugitives from justice, I'd have brought a canteen.
Keep an eye out for uniforms now, Tootsie, so...
Hi, Mr. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hello, Milton.
Say, there was a fireman and a cop in here just now. They were looking for you. You been doing something?
Oh, nothing serious, Milton. Though the way we've been dodging around corners, you'd think we'd been caught singing the Whip and Poof song in Harvard Yard.
I don't know how serious it is, Milton. I ain't sticking around to argue about it. If anybody else asks for me, we ain't been in here, see?
Suppose they take me down to headquarters, put me under a bright light, and beat me with a rubber hose.
Tell them nothing. They can't intimidate us.
Himself here'll stick up for his rights if it breaks every bone in your body, Milton. 2 root beers, please.
Yes, ma'am. I'll put straws in them so you won't have to leave any fingerprints on the glass.
That's using the old bean, Milty. Good boy.
I studied to be a detective once, correspondence course, but I got scared and quit.
Got scared of what, Milton?
Well, I took an impression of my own fingerprints just for fun, and then found I'd been wanted for murder since 1879. You'll notice I always wear gloves now.
Yeah, but Milt, 1879, that was 50 years before you were born.
Yeah, but there's no statute of limitations on murder, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
Here's your root beers. Oh, excuse me a minute. I got to sell that cop some cigars.
Oh, cops. Oh, my gosh, Molly. There's a cop at the cigar counter. Come on, he didn't see us. Let's duck out the back door. Quick, up. Wow. That was a close call. You got an eyebrow pencil with you, Molly?
Yes, why?
I want to draw a mustache on my upper lip.
Well, if you must have one, that's the logical place, all right.
Then in case I see anybody that knows me.
You mean such as Mayor Latrivia?
Yeah, such as... Huh? Oh, hi, Latrivia.
Good day, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, Molly. Hello, McGee. I can't stop to talk but a minute. It's imperative that I get back to the city hall.
Yeah, what's up, Latriv? City treasurer get caught with his pinky in the till?
No, but something is going on, and I don't know what it is. There are squad cars dashing around, motor cops all over the place, firemen popping out of doorways. As mayor of Wistful Vista, I should find out what the... There. You see what I mean, McGee? Now, that was a prowl car, and it obviously means business.
Well, you run along, Mr. Mayor. Don't let us keep you.
Yeah, if you find out what the trouble is, Latriv, don't blame... let us know if there's anything we can do.
Yeah, such as catch a train out of town or something.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, I'm sure, but I simply must inquire into all this official activity.
Yeah.
I'd phoned, but there have been some leaks in my calls lately, and I'd rather handle this in person.
Maybe the insulation has worn off your wires, Latriv.
What difference would that make?
Well, that would account for the leaks. You see, if the water soaks through the insulation...
Oh, no. I didn't mean that kind of a leak.
I found a puddle of water under our phone one time, Latriv. Right after I'd been talking to the bank about liquidating some stock. So I naturally figured the leak was caused by...
I said I didn't mean that kind of a leak. A leak. Look, when I said there was a leak in the Fellowstone, a freak in the Yellowstone... Anyway, I haven't time for this sort of thing today.
Yeah.
I have to get back to the Hitties Hall. City Hall. Good day. A good day!
That was too bad, McGee. That would have been a dandy one, too.
Yeah, but we better get moving, kid. I'm hotter than July in St. Louis, and... Look, 2 cops. Right there at the corner. Come on, up the alley here.
Oh, dear.
Up the alley.
McGee, I've got bad news for you. This is a dead-end alley.
Cornered like a rat. Well, they're never going to take me dead. Because I'll surrender the minute anybody... Hey, wait a minute. Look, here's a door. Let's duck through here.
How do you know what's in there? Maybe it's the back door of the police station.
No. The police station is at 14th and Oak. Come on. If anybody asks any questions, we'll tell them we're the census takers.
They don't take the census till next year.
No, we'll tell them we write slow and had to have a head start. Come on.
Heavenly days. Look at all the boxes in here. I wonder what this stuff is.
I don't know what it is, but I know what it better be.
And after you get through with that crosstown shipment, Fraser, we'll go into... Well, hello, Molly. Hello, pal.
See what I mean?
What are you doing in here?
The whole dad-ratted police force and the fire department is out looking for me, Junior. Look, if you won first prize collecting used clothing and won a ride on a fire engine, and just because I didn't defend her, if anybody comes in here looking for me, is it my fault if the truck was too big for the engine house, and would you turn me in, boy?
Is there any reward?
Not that we know of.
Why, certainly I wouldn't turn you in, pal. You can hide here as long as you like. Though we're awfully busy.
With the special new Johnson's Glow Coat offer, you know.
Yes, I believe we heard something about
It's keeping me hopping, believe me.
Yeah.
You see, Johnson's are offering 1/3 more Glow Coat at no extra cost.
Yeah, but
the new 1949 Glow Coat with the new glow. And they're offering on a money-back if not satisfied basis.
Yeah, but the cops are after me.
Wonderful offer. I don't see how anybody could resist it. Just imagine 1/3 more Glow Coat for no extra money, pal.
Yeah.
The new 1949 Glow Coat that shines as it
But
dries.
if the police come looking for
With an
me
extra
here-
gleam and an extra measure of protection. The Glow Coat that's so easy to use, that's always saves you time and effort, and that now saves you money, too.
We should have give ourselves up. Look, if the cops come
Because with this great bargain offer, more housewives than ever are learning about Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat and how it's the finest polish. It
look,
is.
look, Waxy.
Yes, pal.
We'd like your advice, Mr. Wilcox.
What'll I do, Junior? Stay on the lam or turn myself in?
Pal, my advice is give yourself up.
Mm-hmm.
You'll never have a minute's peace with this horrible thing on your conscience. Give yourself up and pay for the damage. Look, suppose it cost you $50 or so. Isn't that better than hiding from the law all your life?
Do you know anybody that could fix it, Mr. Wilcox?
Why, certainly. My cousin, Big Iron Things Out Wilcox.
Oh, dear.
Slip him $100 and your troubles will be solved.
Well, what is he, Junior? A politician?
No, he's got a shop on 14th Street. He straightens out fenders.
Oh, dear. Come on, McGee. Let's let Mr. Wilcox get to work.
Yeah. Thanks for nothing at all, Junior.
Oh, don't mention it.
We won't.
Look, here's what we do, Louie. Or kiddo. I'll keep an eye peeled for the gendarmes, see? You duck in the cigar store and telephone Latrivia. Disguise your voice and tell him I left town.
Well, all right. Pull your hat down more over your eyes.
Okay. There goes a good kid. If I told her I just busted into the Third National Bank, she wouldn't bat an eye. She'd probably bat me. But nevertheless,
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi there, Teeny. Now, look, I got no time to bat the fat now because...
Gee, my daddy said he saw you downtown today driving a fire truck, mister. Oh, boy, did he get a kick.
Yeah? What'd he say about it?
Well, he said he'd seen lots of fire trucks go by on false alarms, but it was the first time he ever saw a false alarm go by on a fire truck. What does that mean, mister? What does it?
I don't know, Teeny. And I got no time to figure it out. I'm in trouble, see? With the cops.
Trouble? With the law?
Yeah.
Well, you came to the right woman, mister. Never fear, I shall hide you from your pursuers.
Well, that's very nice of you,
See,
but...
me and Willie Toops, we got a dandy hideout, I betcha.
Huh?
It's a platform up in a tree, and see, the cops couldn't ever find you up there, I betcha.
They wouldn't, eh?
No, because...
I says they wouldn't, eh?
Wouldn't what?
Ever find me.
Who wouldn't?
The cops.
Why?
Because I'd be in your hideout.
Up in a tree, I know it. Hey, what'd you do, mister? Really?
Well, that fire truck I was driving, Teeny.
You stole it.
No. I didn't steal anything. I was driving it, see, and...
Oh, boy, you wrecked it.
I did not. Look, I was driving it into the firehouse.
And bumped into a fireman and busted his leg.
Oh.
Oh, gee, you are in trouble, mister, because busting a fireman...
I didn't bust anybody's leg. I just dented a fender. And all the cops in town are looking for me.
Well, if it's that bad, mister, maybe we better not try to hide you because our hideout is up in a tree.
Yeah, I know, but why...
And you're far enough out on a limb already. Well, mister, if they put you in the pokey for life, don't you worry. I'll bake you a cake with a calendar in it. Bye now.
King's Men and the beautiful blonde from Bashful Bend.
There's a trigger happy rootin' tootin' highfalutin' pistol packin' mama way out west. Now I don't know what it is she's got, but whatever it is, it's the best. She's that beautiful blonde from Bashful Bend. She never did learn to keep a friend. She'd give 'em a start, then shoot 'em in the end. The beautiful blonde from Bashful Bend. She's hardly the type to cuddle near. She'd rather go out and rope ultimately 5 aces. I'm betting my boots she'll meet some cuss, because of her heart to raise a fuss. Then she'll fall in love, and that'll be the end of the heart. Tootin' free, bootin' six, shootin' beautiful blonde. From Bashful Bend, oh, the beautiful blonde from Bashful Bend never did learn to keep a friend. She'd give him a start, then shoot him in the end. The beautiful blonde from Bashful Bend. When she draws her 45, the whole town runs for cover. Hardly a man is now alive that ever tried to love her. Oh, the beautiful blonde from Bashful Bend never did learn to keep a friend. She'd give him a start, then shoot him in the end. Shoot him in the end. Shoot him in the end. That hard tootin' free bootin' rifle lootin' rootin' tootin' six shootin' beautiful blonde from Bashful Bend.
Oh, me. This has to stop. I can't run any longer.
Me either. I'm beat out like a slow bunt. I'm going to quit running around like a hunted animal I am. Let's just walk. Like ordinary people.
Good.
Up this alley here. Look. We'll walk back at the pool hall, see? Cut through the Elks Club. Oh, my gosh, here they come again. We're trapped, Molly. Where do we go? What do we do?
I know where I'm going.
Huh?
I'm going to sit right down here on this ash can and get my breath.
Oh.
Heavenly days. We're not criminals, McGee.
No, but how can I explain that over my shoulder to a running cop? Because I happened to innocently bust the junior out of the fender on a new fire truck. Somebody's coming up the alley.
Where? Oh, it's Ole from the Elks Club. Hello, Ole.
Oh, hi, Ole. Pull up an ash can and sit down.
Hello, missus. I can't stay, McGee. I used to happen to see you duck up this alley, and I brought you the news.
Yeah, what is it, Ole? What's the news?
The fireman is looking for you. They want you, McGee.
Oh, well, isn't that nice, McGee? It's so nice to be wanted.
Yeah. Did you ask them what they wanted to see me about, Ole?
I don't ask questions from a man in a blue uniform, McGee. I may be used to janitor, but I'm no foolish janitor. They ask the questions.
What did they ask you, Ole?
Well, they say, do I know where they can get a hold of McGee? And I say, most people get hold of McGee by the collar.
Oh, yeah? Then what?
Then he says, if you happen to come back to the Elks Club, lock you in the closet and call him quick.
What? Lock me up?
Sure. The chief says if I lock you in the broom closet, he gives me $5. Cash money.
Heavenly days, a reward. Well, that's ridiculous. He hasn't done anything so terrible, Ole.
I don't judge my friends by what they done, missus. I don't even ask what he's done. I don't care.
Good boy.
I just asked one question. Are you coming back? The chief gives me $5.
Oh, Ole, you wouldn't do a thing like that. Look, he's in trouble, Ole. All he did was dent a fender on their nasty old new fire truck.
Sure. Just a little dent.
And they've run us around till we're worn out.
Yeah, and you mean to tell me you turned me in, me, your pal, for a measly $5 reward?
Gosh, McGee, you make me ashamed in the face.
Well, good for you.
Sure. I go see if they won't make it $10. So long.
Fine friend he is. Come on, Molly. It's almost dark. Maybe we can sneak home.
I'm too tired to move, dearie. I'm going to sit right here till...
Hey, McGee! Well, at last.
Oh, my gosh. It's him, Molly. It's the fireman. It's Casey.
I don't care. Let's give ourselves up and go quietly, if they'll carry us. My feet are just...
Where the devil have you been, McGee? We've scoured this town for you.
Okay, I give up, Mike. Slap the cuffs on me. I'm beat. Frisk me if you want to. I'm not packing no rod.
Look, cut out the double talk, will you? The whole fire department's looking for you, and the police force.
Oh, what's he done that's so terrible?
Yeah, that's
Heavenly days, all this fuss over a little old dented fender. That could happen to anyone.
What? Nobody cares about a dented fender, Mrs. McGee.
Huh? I thought...
Look, when you turned off that engine, McGee, you walked off with our ignition keys.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. Now, let me remind you, please, for a very limited time, the makers of Johnson's Wax are making an unprecedented bargain offer to introduce you to the new 1949 Glow Coat. You can get a can of Glow Coat, the wonderful new Glow Coat with the bright new glow, for 1/2 its usual price when you buy another can at the regular price. That means a saving of 29 cents when you buy twin pints, 49 cents when you buy twin quarts. So see your Johnson dealer tomorrow. You will not only get a brighter glow, a longer wearing glow on your floors and linoleum, you'll save money doing it.
Ladies and gentlemen, now that we've given the car keys back to the firemen, we'd like to put in a little plug for them.
Sort of a fire plug, you might say.
Yeah. These fellows don't wear fancy uniforms, and their heroism is usually anonymous. But there is no finer, braver, or more conscientious group of men anywhere than those at your local firehouse.
Success to them starts at the top of the ladder. And may they all come down safely.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, and Brantford, Canada, bring you Fibber McGee and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you?
Rub it on. Wipe it off. That's all you do with Johnson's Car New, the wax-fortified auto polish that cleans and polishes in one easy application. Car New cuts through traffic tarnish, whisks it away. Water can't touch that traffic tarnish, but Car New will. Car New polishes your car, too, gives it a brilliant luster that makes it look like new. Ask for Johnson's wax-fortified Car New tomorrow. Cleaning a car can be hard work. Car New saves you a lot of that work, saves you time, too, and gives your car a real Sunday shine. Rub it on, wipe it off. That's all you do with Car New. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, aided and abetted by Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, the Benedetts, and yours truly, Harlow Wilcox. The writing is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, the music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. And back with us tonight, after 3 years in the Navy, Bill Thompson as Wallace Wimple. Those of you who use wax polish regularly know all about how your home grows lovelier with every application. But if you've yet to discover the beauty of wax polishing, you certainly have a most pleasant surprise coming. For example, you'll really be amazed at the shining new beauty of your floors when you first wax polish them with genuine Johnson's Wax. For the very first time, perhaps, you'll appreciate the real beauty of your dining room tabletop, because Johnson's Wax brings out its beautiful natural grain and gives it a lovely mellow polish. Your chairs and sideboard and bookcase suddenly gleam with a lustrous, satiny, dry sheen. Ornaments, leather articles, picture frames are richer looking. And when Johnson Wax polished, your lovely things are wax protected against wear, dirt, and spilled things. So for a lovelier home that's easier to keep lovely, get Johnson's Wax. Paste, liquid, or cream. When Mrs. Mrs. McGee of 79 Wistful Vista sent her husband to the library for some reference books on raising cinerarias, she might have known he'd come home with 2 volumes on the history of baseball, 1 on big game hunting in New Zealand, and 3 murder mysteries, one of which he is reading now, as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
You mean you didn't get me that book on cinerarias, McGee?
They didn't have one. The librarian and I spent 45 minutes looking through the list, and it didn't have a single book about cinnamarians.
Cinerarias?
Yeah, that's what I says. Cinnamarians. She asked me, what are they? And I says, flowers.
That was correct.
And then she says, how do you spell it? And I seen she had me, so I took these books and scrammed. You love these murder mysteries.
You know, one of these days I'm going to write a murder story, and it'll be autobiographical.
What you mean?
It'll be entitled, That Wasn't the Book She Wanted, and That Wasn't Sugar on His Wheaties.
Oh. Well, my gosh, when a guy runs into an ignorant librarian who don't even know a cinemastertium is...
Cineraria.
Yeah. When you run into an ignorama like that...
Ignoramus.
This was a woman. Takes a feminine suffix when used as a subjunctive.
Oh?
When you run into an ignorama like that, what can you do?
Well, now, don't expect me to read those murder stories. They give me the twitches.
Ah, Pata, you got to remember it's just fiction. Personally, I'm used to them. Boris Karloff could creep into this room right now, dragging 7 dead bodies, and I'd never...
What was that? Something just crawled across my foot.
Oh, that was just my ball of yarn, dearie. Rolled off my lap.
Oh. All that effort for that. The reason I jumped was on account of this story. It's pretty gory. It's by far the best of the 3 I got.
You mean you've read all 3 of those mysteries since you got home?
Certainly. It's a cinch with my system. I just read the first 3 pages and the last 3 pages. That tells you who got killed and who done it. That's all you want to know in the first place.
That stuff in between is a shameful waste of paper, then, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose some people read all that padding. They did in this one, anyway. There's a loose page right here in the middle.
That what?
It ain't a loose page. It's a map. Somebody left a map in here.
A map of what?
I don't know. It looks like it might be a... Oh, my gosh. Molly. It's a treasure map. Look at it.
Tear it up, dearie. Huh? Tear it up. With taxes the way they are, we can't afford to find any treasure.
No kidding. This is real. You see here? It says, due north from old mineral well, 200 paces. Strike line from loose rock in stone wall to foot of old oak. Then there's a big X, and it says, treasure buried here.
Where?
Right here in Wistful Vista. I know exactly where that old mineral well is, and the stone wall, too.
Oh, but, McGee, who would bury a treasure in Wistful Vista? The only pirate who ever operated around here is Alderman McClatchy.
Well, there was plenty of stagecoach holdups around here in the old days, kiddo, and plenty of bank robberies, too. Oh, boy. Imagine me walking into the Elks tomorrow and paying my dues with a handful of uncut emeralds. Huh?
Just the same, dearie, I don't think...
Oh, no, not a word about this map, baby. This may mean life or death if the word gets out.
Compared to me, sweetheart, an oyster is positively gabby. I can close up like a General Motors sales room.
If anybody knows we're on the trail of a treasure...
Come in. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Carstairs? Do come in.
Thank you, my dear. Good afternoon, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Carstairs. Just the gal I wanted to see. Look. Isn't there an old mineral well just west of your property?
Yes, but it's really on my property, Mr. McGee, and the well is no longer in use.
Run dry, Millicent?
Oh, no, but the water was only good to cure rheumatism and arthritis, and neither Mr. Carstairs nor I are troubled that way, so we had it shut off.
Oh, why don't you cut down all your trees, too? Neither of you care for robin's eggs.
Don't be rude, McGee.
Oh, that's quite all right, my dear. You see, Mr. Carstairs loves to watch our feathered friends through field glasses. He's president of the Wistful Vista Bird Watchers, and why don't people pull down their shades clubs?
Interesting hobby.
My husband has a very powerful pair of binoculars. Last week he saw a purple-breasted chimney lark, a fan-tailed barn jay, and 2 new nurses at the lying-in hospital.
We've just been talking about some of the local landmarks, Mrs. Carstairs, like your mineral well and the old stone wall and those big oak trees.
Oh, yes. Mr. Carstairs inherited the estate from his great-grandfather, Long John Carstairs, who was a pirate with Captain Kidd.
Hot diggity, a pirate, eh? Did he bring home any Spanish gold and stuff, Carsty, huh?
Well, so far as we've been able to ascertain, Mr. McGee, the only things he brought home were a severe case of malaria and a parrot whose language is most disturbing.
Swears, does he, Millicent?
Terribly, my dear. Although we have tried to re-educate him with some success. He now says 15 men on a dead man's chest, yo-ho-ho, and a bottle of Pepsi-Cola.
There, they say parrots do live to be hundreds of years old, Carsty.
Yes, I'm inclined to think so myself, Mr. McGee. This parrot is always saying things in Italian like, if I may make a suggestion, Chris, why don't you call it America?
Dear, tell Millicent about the bird you had once, McGee.
You mean Sherman? Yeah, I had a strange bird once, Carsty. Crossed between a stork and a parrot. Yeah. Used to fly around town and holler down people's chimneys. What'll you have, folks, a boy or a girl? Scared the tar out of a lot of people. You gotta go, Carsty?
Yes, I simply must be going. It's been such a cozy little chat. Good day.
You hear what she said, Molly? Carstairs' great-grandfather was a pirate. Don't that make this treasure map look reasonable?
Well, after your stork and her parrot, almost anything would look reasonable, dearie. But if the treasure's on her property, doesn't it belong to her?
No, sir. The law says finders keepers, losers weepers. It's all ours, baby. We're rich. Go order yourself a mint coat. Buy yourself some pearls, a diamond necklace.
Let's go all the way, dearie. Let's call the market and order a half a pound of butter.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and the bells of St. Mary's.
See, now I got a shovel, flashlight, a shovel, piece of rope, and a shovel. What else do I need to dig up a buried treasure?
Buried treasure, for one thing.
Don't you worry about that, Tootsie. The treasure will be there, all right. Hey, I know what else I need. A pick.
A what?
A pick.
Tooth, ice, or mandolin?
A plain, big, old Irish pick that you dig holes with. Maybe I should ought to take a black scarf, too, in case I have to put on a mask.
Why should you wear a mask?
I don't know, but digging up a buried treasure at midnight seems to call for a black mask somehow.
Why do you have to wait till midnight?
Oh, my gosh, you want the whole town in on this thing? If anybody sees us digging on Carstairs' property, they'll...
Come in. Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble. Do come right in.
Good evening, my dear. And how are you, Rover Boy?
In the pink, Arrowsmith. I managed to stay in perfect health simply by ignoring all your advice.
He's just talking, Doctor. You know, the minute he gets a tummy ache, he loosens his belt with one hand and reaches for the phone with the other to call you.
Yes, I know. To me, his character is an open book. A cheap edition in a bad binding which should have been suppressed at the time of publication.
Horseradish. As a judge of character, you bulging bag of bedside baloney, you're a total deficit. For instance, can you look at me and deny that I will be a wealthy man in a very short time?
Now, careful, McGee. You might...
My dear boy, if you'll forgive my using the phrase, as you are neither mine, nor dear, nor a boy, I can take one look at you and say without fear of contradiction that you will be a wealthy man about the same time that I become the premier danseurs of the Monte Carlo Ballet.
Okay, Fatso, take a look at that.
It's a map of buried treasure, Doctor. Right here in Wistful Vista. McGee's going to dig it up tonight.
And if you open your big fat puss about this to a single soul capsule, Happy, I'll personally knock you so flat you can go home in a mailing tube.
I ignore your empty threats of violence, wind tunnel, knowing that you couldn't punch your way through a damp cracker. And as for digging up a buried treasure, if you find enough Spanish doubloons to buy yourself a plate of tamales, I'll throw myself under the wheels of a passing roller skate. However, good luck with it, tumbleweed.
That old septic. He'll look pretty silly when I pay his bill with a rope of pearls. What time is it?
Oh, it's early yet, dearie. About 8 o'clock.
My gosh, don't the time drag, though. I'm just itching to get busy with that pick and shovel. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe you'd better do the digging while I stand guard with a shotgun. We might get hijacked out of the treasure.
You're sweet to do the dangerous work while I have all the fun, dearie. But you better do the digging because...
Hello, folks. Mind if I come in?
Mind if I come in, he says. That's like lightning saying, do you mind if I strike you? You are in, Junior.
And very welcome, too, Mr. Wilcox.
Thanks, Molly. What's the shovel and stuff for, Mac? If you're planning on digging for fishworms, I can tell you right now the ground is harder than a landlord's heart.
Can you keep a secret, Junie?
Pal, I am as close-mouthed as an Armenian's purse. What cooks?
Shall I tell him, dearie?
Sure, go ahead. And if you pop off about this thing, son, I'll give you the bus driver's curse.
What's the bus driver's curse?
May you stand on the windy corner and stand and stand and stand while the sleet drives up your pant legs and your nickels freeze in your hand.
That's a fairly vicious thought, sweetheart. Just take a look at this map, Mr. Wilcox. It's a treasure map, and himself here is going to dig it up tonight.
You want to go along, Junior? Glad to buy a couple of hours of your time, if you don't mind being paid off in diamonds and rubies.
No, thanks, Mac. As a matter of fact, I'm going on a little treasure hunt tonight myself.
What?
You are?
Yep. Don't say anything about this, but do you remember when the Limited was held up just outside of town 5 years ago?
Yes.
Yeah, my gosh, yes.
Well, look, we think we know where the robbers hid the loot.
Huh?
And among it is 100 containers of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Heavens days, why should anybody steal that? You can buy it almost any place.
Yes, but with the war just starting, these bandits thought glow coat would become hard to get, you see, and housewives would pay almost any price for it.
Now, look, Waxy, that's a pretty far-fetched...
And it might have happened, too. Imagine how desperate women might have gotten, seeing their kitchen linoleum getting worn and faded, making their housework mere drudgery, and their homes look shabby and uncared for.
Yeah, but what that's got to do...
They didn't realize they'd still be able to get their Johnson's self-polishing glow coat and keep their kitchen sparkling and fresh as always.
Yeah, but what that's got to
Making
do...
housework because a glow-coated linoleum is so easy to keep clean, lasts so much longer, and gives that proof of immaculate housekeeping.
Yeah.
Say, are you sure this treasure map is authentic?
Well, McGee thinks it is, Mr. Wilcox. He thinks it's an old pirate map.
Well, if you've got time, I could show it to my cousin, Big Pegleg Wilcox. He used to be a pirate.
Gee, really, Junior? On the Spanish Main?
No, in Pittsburgh. He played third base. Let me know if you want him to check it for you. So long now.
McGee, did you ever stop to realize that Mr. Wilcox almost always mentions Johnson's glow coat or Johnson's wax?
Mentions it? He beat you over the skull with it. That guy's about as subtle as a garlic sandwich. Hey, remind me to wear my basketball shoes tonight. I want to walk pretty quiet. You know where they are, my basketball shoes?
You told me to give them away, dearie. You said the shoemaker had resoled them with truck rubber, and you kept walking through puddles and splashing people.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, I'll wear my bowling shoes. They got rubber soles.
Come in. Oh, for goodness sakes. Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Latrivia, old man. I'm glad to see you. Come on in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee. I was just passing by on my evening constitutional, and I thought I'd... well, what's this? Going to sink a well, McGee? Or going out to dig for buried treasure? Did I say something wrong?
No, you just hit the nail on the cuticle, Your Honor.
You guessed it, so I might as well tell you, Latriv. We are going to dig up some buried treasure.
No.
Yes.
Indeed. Here's the map, Mr. Mayor, see?
Well, this is an interesting document. Ever done any treasure hunting before, McGee?
Nope.
I have.
You have, Mrs. McGee?
When, Molly?
Every time you get through taking a nap on the Davenport.
Huh?
I've dug under the cushions and come up with as much as 64 cents.
Well, give it to me.
I had an interesting experience with that sort of thing once when I lived in New Orleans. I had a little catboat, and I used to sail through the bayou.
Take her with you all the time, Latrivia?
Take whom?
Your cat.
I didn't have a cat.
What's the idea of having a catboat, then? Passenger boats carry passengers. Cattle boats carry cattle. Don't catboats carry cats?
Not necessarily, McGee. A catboat is merely a small sailboat.
Well, just the same, it was a little selfish of you not to take her along with you, Mr. Mayor. Even as maybe just a mascot.
I tell you, I didn't have any... All right. I had a cat. It was her boat. She went with me every place. Now, may I tell my story?
Sure, Latrivia. Don't let us interrupt.
Thank you. Well, one day I left my little home in New Orleans, a Creole colonial house as I remember it.
What's Creole colonial, Mr. Mayor?
Well, it's a rather graceful variation of the Charleston colonial, Mrs. McGee. Narrow pillars, green shutters, high stoop.
Hi, Latrivia.
How have you been?
Fine, and you?
Splendid. Nice to have seen you again. Good day.
And here are the King's Men singing Hubba, Hubba, Hubba.
It's always fair weather when hepcats get together, and every time they meet, here's the way you'll hear them greet. Hubba, 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 hello, Jack. Hubba, 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 I just got back. Hubba, 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 shoot the breeze. Oh, whatever happened to the Japanese? Hubba, 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 ain't you heard? Hubba, 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 I got the word. I got it from a guy who's in the know. It was mighty smoky over Tokyo. A friend of mine in a B-29 dropped another load for luck. As he flew away, he was heard to say, hubba, 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 yuck, yuck. Well, I got another mission. It's okay. And with your kind permission, I'll just say, hubba, 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 on my way, and I'll dig you later in the USA. Hubba, 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 just got in. Hubba, 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 give me some skin. You're looking mighty pretty, curly locks. You're the gravel Gertie of the Bobby socks. Yakety, 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 you talk big. So you're the fresh tomato I can't dig. Let's have a heart-to-heart then. You'll decide that I'm a guy really on the solid side. Knock me flat, you're the kind of a cat makes me want to blow my top. When I feel this way, I can only say, hubba, 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 mop, mop. Glad we got together, you and I. You're really put together, that's no lie. If you want to date me, that's okay. Just dig me later in the USA.
Well, isn't it almost time for us to get going, McGee?
We'll give it another few minutes. Give old man Carstairs time to get good and sound asleep.
Say, are you sure this isn't stealing, dearie? Digging up a buried treasure on somebody else's property?
Why, certainly it ain't stealing. Buried treasure don't belong to anybody till somebody finds it. And that's me. Now then, have we got everything? Shotgun, rope, shovel, pick, shovel, map, shovel.
Who could that be at this late hour?
Search me. Come in.
Well, for goodness sake.
Wallace Wimple.
Hello, folks.
Well,
My, it's nice to see you again, Mr. Wimple.
It sure is, Wimp. We didn't know when you'd get in or we'd have met you at the station.
Oh, my wife, Sweetie Face, was there, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
You should have seen our reunion.
Pretty emotional, was it?
Yes. She really tugged at my heart.
Did she really?
Yes, but I was lucky. It didn't come loose.
Incidentally, Wimp, what were you in the Navy?
Homesick.
Now, he means what was your title or rank or rating or whatever you call it?
Well, you know what they call a sad sack in the Army?
Sure.
Well, in the Navy, I was known as the droopy ditty bag. You see, I was a physical instructor.
You, a physical instructor?
Oh, my stars, yes, Mrs. McGee. I taught boxing and jiu-jitsu and judo and wrestling and knife fighting and everything. And you know what I'm going to do if Sweetie Face starts picking on me again?
What, Wimp?
Hide under the porch.
Ah, you poor lad. I don't suppose it was a very happy homecoming, was it, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, I don't know, Mrs. McGee, but it was certainly amusing. The minute Sweetie Face saw me, she just grabbed me up in her arms and started waving my legs up and down.
Why, oh, what was that for?
Then she threw me down very disgusted and said, "What do they mean, bell-bottom trousers? They don't make a sound."
Well, I don't like to be personal, Mr. Wimple, but don't you ever get tired of such treatment? Isn't the worm, if you'll pardon the expression, ever going to turn?
Well, yes, I suppose so, one of these days, Mrs. McGee. But I'm really very fond of Sweetie Face. She went for a little ride in the car tonight, and I locked all the windows shut so she wouldn't get cold.
My gosh, Wimp, that's a dangerous thing to do. With no ventilation, she might get knocked out with carbon monoxide.
Yes. Good night, Christine. Good night, folks.
Ah, poor little Mr. Wimple. What a life he leads.
I don't know how the Navy's going to get along without him, but I'll bet it wants to. Well, we better get going, kiddo. Now, you bring the pick and shovel and the rope, that stuff. I'll carry the flashlight on account of I know the way better.
Say, hadn't I better bring the piano, too, in case you get tired and want to lean on something?
No, I can use a tree. You all set? Let's go?
Making any progress, McGee?
Not much. Wilcox was right. The terror is really firmer tonight. What I ought to do is build a fire and soften the ground up.
Somebody'd see it, dearie. And goodness knows I'm nervous enough about being on Carstairs' property like this.
I'll calm her down with a handful of rubies as soon as I get this treasure dug up.
McGee.
Huh?
I think I hear somebody coming.
Yeah, it's probably just some little animal. This ground is frozen so hard the rabbits sound like tap dancers.
Mr. McGee. Mrs. McGee, may I ask what's going on here?
Heavenly days, Millicent.
My gosh, Carsty.
Will you please explain, if possible, why you are trespassing on my property?
Well, you see, Millicent, McGee found a treasure map in the library book.
Yeah, and I was going to split with you when I got the treasure dug up, Carsty. Yeah. A frail little woman like you wouldn't want to do any actual digging.
Let me see your map, Mr. McGee.
Okay. Turn the flashlight on my face, Molly.
No, she needs the treasure map.
Here, Carsty. You see? It says due north from Old Mineral Well.
I know very well what it says, Mr. McGee. Huh? I made this map myself several months ago and mislaid it. It was to help me remember where to put the flowers.
Flowers?
Ah, but look. It says treasure buried here.
Of course. Treasure was the name of my pet turtle.
Oh, sure.
He ate a firefly last October and died of heartburn.
Heavenly days. What are you looking at, McGee?
The audience. Ain't this ridiculous?
I have only one regret about Johnson's Glow Coat, said a woman to me the other day. I regret I didn't begin to use it sooner. It really annoys me to think what lovely-looking linoleum and other floors I could have had all these years with so little work. Well, now, of course, we're always pleased to get compliments like that about Glow Coat, and as a matter of fact, we think they're well-deserved. It's really so easy to keep your floors beautiful and protected, too, with Johnson's Glow Coat. First, because Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. Glow Coat polishes itself. And second, because spilled things are wiped up in a jiffy from a Glow Coat protected floor. The tough film of Glow Coat saves the surface underneath from wear, protects it from dirt and moisture. In fact, its regular use adds greatly to the life of your linoleum and other floor surfaces. Ask your dealer for Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
Hey, Molly, you know what?
No, what?
I just heard the old-timer's getting out of the Navy next week.
My goodness.
Uh-huh.
How did an old man like him stay in the Navy this long?
He was the old salt they couldn't shake.
Oh.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Johnson's Wax program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Bud Steffen, Dick LeGrand, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Fall is the time of year when homemakers grow gray. One day it rains, next day strong winds blow grit and dust. The whole house is a problem, but the kitchen worst of all. Seems like you just can't keep people from tracking dirt into your kitchen. And you can't keep people's feet, especially the little people's, from grinding dirt into kitchen linoleum. That's why it's crucially important right now to protect your linoleum with Johnson's Glow Coat. For when this wonderful self-polishing floor wax covers your floor, you have less to do and less to worry about in any weather. Its tough, protective surface shields linoleum from wear, makes it far easier to clean. And Glow Coat produces its own shine. You do no polishing to get a luster so bright that it brings new life into the whole kitchen. Yes, you'll save work, save linoleum, and have the brightest kitchen floor in the neighborhood if you cover it tomorrow with Johnson's Glow Coat. When you're shopping tomorrow, be sure to pick up a can of this work-saving, self-polishing floor wax, Johnson's Glow Coat. The city of Wistful Vista starts its community chest drive tonight with a big charity bazaar. And one of the town's better-known civic leaders is helping with the arrangements. Here at number 79, discussing the affair with their family doctor, we find the civic leader herself and her husband, Molly McGee and Fibber.
And, of course, the Ladies' Club can't handle the whole thing alone tonight, Doctor, so we think it's wonderful the way you men have pitched in.
Well, I'm happy to have been able to...
Pata. What's he done that I couldn't have? Better. The only reason Doc got into this was because he thought the community chest was something he could put a stethoscope on and get a fee out of it.
McGee. Now, don't start.
Well, he'd better not.
Both of you.
He makes me tired.
We do appreciate your offer, sweetheart, but the Ladies' Club has everything arranged. Dr. Gamble had the booths built, and Mrs. Breen is raffling off the television set.
How about refreshments? I could sell the
All
refreshments.
the booths are taken care of. We even thought it would be a cute idea to raise money if we had one booth full of pretty girls, Doctor.
Pretty girls?
Yes. Yeah, we're going to put up signs, and everyone who donates $10 to the community chest gets to kiss a pretty girl. Isn't that a fine idea?
Now, there's only one thing wrong with it, kiddo. That's strictly for men. You housewives ought to think of the housewives on a deal like this, Molly. How about giving them a chance?
You don't mean...
Well, certainly. Set up a booth with some handsome, distinguished, sort of middle-aged man in it and appeal to the women to donate. For $10, they could kiss me. Or him.
What a nauseating idea.
Heavenly days, well, that is a... My goodness, dearie, I wouldn't want a strange bunch of women kissing my husband.
They'd have to be a strange bunch, believe me. $10 to kiss you, blubberhead? Ha!
Now, just a minute, Doctor. I think he's pretty cute myself. I'll bet plenty of women would like to kiss him.
They would? Well, not that it'd be any fun for me, you understand. Just a patriotic duty. But for charity's sake, I wouldn't mind making the sacrifice. I'd be a martyr.
Hey, wait a minute. You know, the more I think of it, the more I think it's a great idea. It's wonderful.
It is? My gosh, you hear that, Molly? Even Doc admits it.
Yes, but I don't want you, McGee.
Oh, remember, Molly, it's for charity's sake. Let him make the sacrifice.
Sure.
I'll handle the details. I'll have a booth built. I'll have signs printed. I'll answer the phone. McGee's residence, Dr. Gamble. Who? Oh, yes, Mrs. Clatterhatch.
Why, at $10 a kiss, we ought to make maybe...
How's that? Your nerves, Mrs. K? Oh, your old twitch has come back again. Well, give him an aspirin and put him to bed. I'll see him later. Bye. Great idea of yours, McGee. I'll get everything ready. I'll see you at the bazaar.
But, Doctor... Look now, dearie, I think it's sweet of you to raise money for the chest, but... McGee?
Huh? Oh, excuse me, kiddo. I was just looking in the mirror here. Trying to get my best angle.
Personally, I think your best angle is to leave town.
No, sir. I'll face the music. I'll make the sacrifice.
My hero. My lipstick-smeared hero. My little... Come in.
Hey, it's Milt Spilt from Kramer's Drugstore, Molly. Hi, Milt.
Hello, Milton.
Hi, are you two going to the bazaar tonight at the Elks?
Yep. Mrs. McGee is on the committee, Milt, and I'm going to run one of the booths.
You are, Mr. McGee?
Yes, Mr. McGee is after the housewife's money tonight, Milton.
Yeah.
Everyone who donates $10 to the community chest gets to kiss him.
Yeah. Take a look at my profile, Milt. Do I remind you more of Cary Grant or John Wayne? Or Gary Cooper? Or maybe Dan Daly?
Who else have you got in mind? Gosh, I'd sure like to look like you, Mr. McGee, when I get that old. You're a definite type, you know that? You're the type women like. Some women.
One woman, anyhow.
I think it's that touch of gray hair at the temples.
You like that?
I'll say. It sort of matches the gray hair on the rest of your head. Don't it, Mrs. McGee?
Yes, you must drop around tonight and see how he's doing, Milton.
Boy, I'll say. Maybe I can pick up some pointers. Gosh, I remember how surprised my girl Daphne was when they asked her to sell kisses at the high school rally. $1 apiece, they told her.
Yeah? Did she do it?
No.
Huh?
When Daph realized how rich she could have been if she'd only known sooner, she sat down and cried like a baby.
Well, I don't know why it is, Milt, but I always have had a sort of fascination for women. I mind when I was just a kid in college, I had a job at the laundry after school.
Yeah?
Yeah. My job was counting the collars that came in, see? Used to count all the collars and add them up. Collarad McGee, I was known as in them days.
Oh, dear.
Collarad McGee, the city college cut-up and the cutest kid a cutie ever chased across the campus, coyly cutting capers that completely captivated the confused co-eds, considered the cheek-to-cheek champ of the campus charmers till I cut a corner in my car, clipped the cop crossways, climbed a coast-to-coast caboose, and came cross-country in a terrible fright, but I got to save my breath. I got work to do tonight.
The orchestra, and it's a great feeling.
don't have to do so much primping. Running the $10 a kiss booth at the community chest bazaar doesn't automatically make you a glamour boy, you know.
No, my gosh, kiddo, I know I'm no Ronald Coleman, but on the other hand, I ain't no Humphrey Bogart either.
You know, dearie, I think I'm being pretty tolerant about this kissing idea of yours.
Jealous, kiddo?
Who, me? I should say not. However, I'll be watching your customers, dearie, and if any of those lovelorn ladies with more dollars than sense gets in line more than once, I'll have her lipstick all over the back of me hand. And I don't mind admitting that...
Ah, now that may be Doc Gamble with the sign he's having painted for over the booth. You know, give $10 and kiss McGee. Come in.
No, dearie, it's the janitor from the Elks Club. Come in, Ole.
Oh, hi, Ole.
Hello, McGee. Hello, missus. I can't stay but just a minute, McGee. I just come from Elks Club, and Doc Gamble was there measuring for big sign.
That's right, Ole.
He has my personal approval, Ole.
Then, personally, McGee, and understand I never try to come between man and wife, even my own. But aren't you a little ashamed having your missus selling kisses for $10? Don't you get jealous?
Oh, yeah, but Ole, I'm not going to be in the booth. McGee is. He's selling the kisses for the community chest drive.
Even Christmas. Now I know why they call it a drive. Getting somebody to kiss McGee, you got to use a whip.
Oh, I don't know about that. I ain't so repulsive.
Of course not. Personally, dearie, when you get fixed up, you can be quite attractive.
You betcha.
Or could it be that I'm just getting used to you?
Well, I got to get back to Elks Club, McGee. Got to help fix up the bazaar. My missus, you know, she's helping too.
What's she doing, Ole?
Oh, she signed up as a worker for community chest.
Yeah?
Janitors for Elks Clubs don't make high wages, so we can't donate much except time. So the missus, she say we give what we can, and I help collect, because I hear they need workers.
They certainly do, Ole.
My missus, she's a good worker, missus. All her life, she work hard. Her idea of vacation is if flat iron gets cold and dishpan gets dry. That's see at the club, McGee, but I don't buy no kisses.
No kisses. Who asked him to? I don't...
You know, McGee, I'm a little puzzled about something.
About what, Snooky?
Dr. Gamble's attitude.
Yeah?
He's the last person in the world I'd have expected to endorse this kissing booth idea of yours.
Oh, you just don't understand the old torso tinker, Molly. He's pretty civic-minded down underneath them layers of lard. And he always comes up with an idea.
Hi, Molly. Hiya, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. You coming to the community chest bazaar at the Elks tonight?
Well, Natch.
Fine, Mr. Wilcox. Give your wife $10 and bring her along, too. McGee is selling kisses.
Well, $10 worth of kisses is a lot of candy, Molly. I don't really think we'd be...
Hey, wait a minute, Junior. I got news for you. I ain't selling candy. I'm selling real kisses. Pucker up, smack, $20. Next customer.
Oh, brother. Are you kidding?
No, he isn't kidding, Miss Wilcox.
You got to consider the psychology of this, Junior. Now, you take the average housewife...
Look, pal. Don't you tell me about the average housewife. I've made a lifelong study of that fascinating subject.
My goodness, McGee, of course he has, because...
Believe me, pal, they'd much rather kiss me than you. Because why?
What?
Because I represent the company and the product that have lightened their household burdens, given them extra hours of time and leisure. You know what I mean, with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Yeah, I know, but when you consider...
What have you done for the housewife? Have you shown her how to bring new life and beauty back to her faded and worn linoleum with the new Johnson's glow coat, with the new glow?
Yeah, but what that...
Have you shown her how she can simply pour out a little glow coat, spread it around, let it dry to a protective wax finish that guards against scuffs and footprints and makes still things so easy to wipe up?
Yeah, but my guy...
Have you done anything whatsoever to eliminate rubbing and buffing and old-fashioned floor mopping?
Yep.
Why, with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, you don't have to do any of that stuff. You don't.
Look. Now, look, Waxy.
Yes, pal.
This ain't a sales campaign, Junior. This is for the community chest. The Red Feather services all over the United States and Canada.
Okay. But here's something you can do for me, pal. Give them this slogan I just worked out.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Wilcox?
Tickle your conscience with a red feather and give.
Oh.
And good luck with the smooching, pal.
Hey, you know, that ain't bad at all. Tickle your conscience with a red feather and give.
Not bad at all, dearie.
Ah.
Say, maybe Dr. Gamble can paint a sign with that on it, too, so...
Yeah. Somebody at the door, Molly. Maybe some woman wants to get ahead of the crowd and buy a kiss, huh?
In that case, lover, if I were you, I'd run up and shave.
What you mean?
You look like an uprooted cactus. Come in. Well, heavenly days, Mayor Latrivia. Come in, Your Honor.
Hi, Latriv.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. McGee, I hear you're selling kisses tonight at the Community Chest Bazaar.
Yeah.
Do you approve of that, Molly?
Well, yes and no, Your Honor. I think the community chest is a wonderful cause, but for himself to stand around kissing a lot of strange women...
Oh, my gosh. This is all in fun, kiddo. If I'm unselfish enough to put my... Did you say you were going to be there, Latriv?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. I'll be there with bells on.
Why, Your Honor?
Why what?
Why the bells? It'll be noisy enough with all them people milling around without you clanging through the crowd. If you want to play streetcar named Latrivia, you ought to...
No, you don't understand, McGee. The bells I was referring to were merely metaphorical bells.
Bells are bells, Mr. Mayor, and I never heard a quiet one yet. However, if you insist on wearing them, maybe you could play something on them and entertain the crowd.
Yeah. Play the metaphorical bells in front of my booth. And play Kiss Me Again, and I Kiss Your Hand, Madame, and I Kissed Her in the Moonlight and stuff. You know, all them kissing songs.
Oh, no. Just wait a minute. Please.
Maybe he doesn't know those tunes, dearie. Personally, I think if he just walked around ringing the bells, it would attract enough attention to...
I won't bill any rings, ring any bulls, bells. I won't have any bells. I merely said I would...
Take it easy, Latrice. Nobody's criticizing you. Leave us not get acrimonious.
No, indeed. And while this is not a costume affair, Mr. Mayor, if you want to show up with bells hanging all over you, I'm sure nobody will...
I didn't say I'd be there with... I did say it, but I didn't mean real bells. Real bells. I was merely saying that I was clanging on... gonging on... clanging... Didn't you ever hear the expression, I'll bell there with bees on? Be there with bills, bulls... You were the one who said... I was merely trying to... I didn't do it in the... You were the one... I didn't... McGee?
Yes, boy?
I wonder if I could have a photograph of you.
Of me? Why, sure, boy. You want to hang it up in your office?
No, I'd like to send it to some friends in New York.
Oh?
They think the Holland Tunnel is a big bore. Good day!
Ever notice how upset that guy gets over little things? It's funny how he ever took up politics, you know. I don't know.
Yes, yeah. Very excitable character.
Yeah.
Well, I've got to go make some phone calls. You better bathe and shave and change your clothes now.
Okay, Tootsie, I'll do all that right away. Ah, there goes a good kid. When she sees all them beautiful women ganging around to kiss me, she'll really appreciate what a prize she's got. Not that I don't tell her often enough as it is. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, Teeny. Oh, I'm glad to see you, but I can't talk to you long now. I got to get cleaned up for my work tonight.
Oh, gee, really, mister?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, I told my daddy you'd do it someday.
Do what?
Go to work.
Oh?
He always says, why don't that guy...
No. I hate to disappoint your old man, or your father, but this isn't the kind of work he's thinking of.
Oh, he doesn't care, mister. No. Any kind of work will suit him as long as you do it. He always says, why don't that guy...
Now, look, Teeny. Let's keep your father out of this.
Okay.
What I'm talking about is I'm going to raise money tonight for the community chest, you see? Going to sell kisses at the bazaar. And at a goodly price, too, I might add. $10.
Oh. Hey, if you're going to sell kisses, Mr. McGee, I got a wonderful idea.
Yeah?
If you would care to invest 50 cents, I can make you a real success.
Yeah?
And then my daddy couldn't say, why don't that guy...
No. Okay, no. Okay, sis, you got a deal.
That quick?
Yep. I'll gamble $50, even on one of your ideas. Here you are. Now, what's the slant?
Well, you know Kramer's drugstore?
Like the back of me hand.
Well, they sell rubber masks that look like movie stars, and if I buy you one that looks like maybe Hopalong Cassidy, I'll bet you'll sell more kisses than just your own face, I bet you.
Sis, that's a very insulting idea. Besides, those masks sell for 2 bits, and you nicked me for $50.
Sure, but with the other quarter, I'm going to do something sweet and kind and good. An act of charity for the community chest.
Well, good for you, Teeny. That's swell.
You know how the community chest guards the health of little children, mister? Do you?
I certainly
I'm
do.
going to use this quarter to buy a little child a big, rich, nourishing chocolate soda. Boy, am I thirsty.
The King's Men and That Lucky Old Sun.
Up in the morning, out on the job, work like the devil for my pay. But that lucky old sun has nothing to do but roll around heaven all day. Fuss with my woman, toil for my kids, work till I'm wrinkled and gray. That lucky old sun has nothing to do but roll around heaven all day. Good Lord above, can't you know I'm planning? Tears all in my eyes. Oh, send that cloud with a silver lining. Lift me up to paradise. Show me that river, take me across, wash all my troubles away. Like that lucky old sun, give me nothing to do but roll around heaven all day. Oh, look at that sun, hasn't got a care, flying all around so free. And a lot of fun playing up there, laughing at you and me. Show me that river, take me across, wash all my troubles away. Lucky old sun, give me nothing to do but roll around heaven all day.
My gosh, look at the cars around the Elks Club, Molly. A mob of them.
That's wonderful, isn't it?
The old Doc sure must have put the word around about me selling kisses, huh? Although, no doubt a lot of these people would have come anyhow.
No,
Probably.
you're just too modest, dearie. Just a little thing like the start of the community chess drive wouldn't bring out all these people. They're here to see you.
Well, I better get in there and go to work, I guess. Boy, I sure don't look forward to it, though. What an ordeal. Is my tie tied straight?
Well, the knot is a little loose, but don't ask me to tighten it. I can't trust myself.
Well, if I can raise a few $1,000 for charity with this, $10 to Kiss McGee idea, by George, maybe I'll... Oh, hey, there's the old timer.
Oh, hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hello there, kids. Hi, daughter. Hi. Hey, what you got your puss puckered up for, Johnny? Get a green persimmon in your salad?
Oh, I'm just practicing up, old timer. There's a room full of women in there waiting to kiss me. I want to be ready.
Oh, look now, Johnny. You're a big boy, son. You got to quit that foolish dreaming.
Say, why aren't you inside there having fun, Mr. Oldtimer?
Yeah, where's your girlfriend? Don't you and Bessie have a date tonight?
Johnny, me and Bessie have... with love, kids. It's too risky.
Risky? Don't tell me you've reached the dangerous age again.
I had a terrifying experience last night, kid.
Yeah?
Me and Bessie went out and painted the town. We made the rounds of every chili parlor in the county. We didn't get home till way after 10.
My gosh, 10 o'clock.
Yep. We tiptoed up the porch steps and, well, Bessie told me I could kiss her goodnight.
Yeah?
I leaned over to give her a peck on the fat part of the ear. Let me repeat that. I leaned over to give her a peck on the fat part of the ear. I bumped the front tooth on her cameo earring, short-circuited the battery on her hearing aid, and set my new celluloid collar afire.
Heavenly day.
Yep. Bessie yelped like a stepped-on poodle. Her papa come running down the stairs, seen the fire, grabbed the fire extinguisher, and shot my face full of carbon dioxide. I got the foam out of my eyes. He says to me, "Young feller, what are your intentions?" And I says, "To get out of here." If anybody reports a flying disc down Oak Street last night, it was me, kids. I'm through with love. So long. So long.
I hate to see a kid get cynical that young. Well, come on, kiddo. I may as well go in and face it. My public is waiting. Boy, oh boy, what a horrible ordeal.
Oh, my, this crowd is wonderful. This will give the community chest a start. Oh, there's Dr. Gamble.
Yeah, let's find out where my booth is. Oh, hey, Doc.
McGee, my boy, come right over here.
Hey, here he is. Here's McGee.
Yeah, you hear that, Molly? They're waiting for me. They're waiting for me. Come on.
I'll be watching McGee now, and if those women now...
Hurry up, McGee. We've got a big crowd waiting for you, boy, right over here.
Oh, okay, Latriv. I'll be a pigeon. I'm ready.
Line up, folks. Get your money ready. McGee's here.
Now, there's just one thing I want understood, Doc. And this is no fun, you know. This is a chore, you understand? Yes, sir, but for a worthy cause like the community chest, I'd do anything.
I knew you'd feel that way, McGee. A real patriot.
You betcha.
So we made one little change in your original idea.
A change, Doctor?
Yes, just step in the booth there, McGee.
Yeah, but what do you mean about this?
Oh, dear, look at that sign, McGee.
Huh?
Read the sign up there.
Huh? Let me see. Give $10 and kick McGee.
What? Kick McGee? That's supposed to be kiss McGee.
Bend over, my boy. Don't keep
No.
the customers waiting.
No, don't do that now. Stop.
I'm first. Here's my $10. Can I have 6 kicks for 50? Here's my 10.
Oh! Oh!
Go easy on the line.
I'll return in a moment. There's a reason why Johnson's Glow Coat is the world's most popular floor polish. It's because millions of women have discovered and keep rediscovering that there isn't an easier or better way to keep kitchen linoleum bright and beautiful than by polishing it regularly with this world-famous self-polishing floor wax. It takes only a few minutes to cover the average-sized kitchen floor with Glow Coat, and in 20 minutes, Glow Coat hardens into a tough protective coating that shines bright as day with absolutely no buffing, no polishing on your part. Cleaning is far easier because dirt, dust, and grime don't penetrate Glow Coat's hard, shining surface. And because wax takes the wear instead of linoleum, Glow Coat regularly applied makes linoleum last from 6 to 10 times longer. Don't wait another day to beautify and protect your linoleum. Get Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat first thing in the morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the next 30 days throughout the United States and Canada, a neighbor of yours will ring your doorbell to ask for your donation to the community chest.
If the sugar bowl is a little empty right now, just sign the pledge card for as much as you can and give whenever you're able, anytime through the year.
Please be generous. Remember, it takes a big heart to fill a big chest.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Ladies, when you want your home to look its best, don't forget the furniture. Is yours smudge-free and gleaming bright? Or could it use a little touching up with Johnson's Cream Furniture Wax, the fastest wax polish money can buy? Johnson's Cream Wax cleans so quickly, dries so quickly, polishes so quickly that using it is almost as easy as dusting. Cleans thoroughly, polishes brightly in one application, contains no sticky oils to catch dust. Tomorrow, start using Johnson's Cream Furniture Wax. It's the fastest wax furniture polish money can buy. Listen now to Big Town on NBC.
It's time for Fibber McGee and Molly. Sundays through Thursdays, NBC brings you Fibber McGee and Molly transcribed. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Len Levinson and directed by Max Hutto. Here are Fibber and Molly before we get into our story.
Babies, babies, babies. I never saw so many cute-looking baby pictures before.
I like the one that's peeking out from under the blanket.
You mean the little fella that wants to know if he's covered?
That's him. And that's a good question, too. Lots of people have been asking that lately.
Friends, McGee and I are looking at some of the wonderful baby photographs in a little booklet put out by the Prudential. It's called Plain Talk, and it answers the questions you've been asking about Social Security. Questions like, am I covered? How much will my family get if I'm not here? How much will I get when I'm 65?
This 30-page booklet gives you easy-to-understand facts and figures on Social Security benefits and how much they are and how to get them. It's just loaded with information.
And loaded with those baby pictures we were talking about. They're cute and amusing, like we said, but they also do a good job pointing up those all-important questions and answers on Social Security.
You can get a copy of Prudential's Plain Talk without cost. Just scribble your name and address on a card and send it to Fibber McGee and Molly, Box 1212, Newark, New Jersey.
Mr. McGee of 79 Wistful Vista is involved in a good deed today. He and a group of his brother Elks are going to surprise a poor widow by painting her house for her. The widow is Mrs. McGee's dressmaker, and she's due at the McGee home any minute.
And when you see Mrs. Morley coming up the front walk, Molly, I'll duck out the back way and down to the Elks Club where all the guys are waiting for me.
And I'll keep her busy here all day till you phone me the job is done. Good. Ah, this is just a wonderful thing you're doing for Mrs. Morley. She'll just be so thrilled.
I merely am trying, my dear, to be a good neighbor to my fellow man. When your fellow man is a widow and can't afford to get her house painted herself, I feel that this is the kind of a thing more people ought to do more of for more people.
That's right, dearie. Ungrammatical, but right. And I'm proud of you.
Natch.
But now you be careful over there today, you hear? Don't go falling off any ladders or sticking a paintbrush handle in your eye.
Don't you worry.
And don't try to paint with both hands while you hold the bucket in your teeth, either. That's how you got that cap on your front tooth, you know.
Yeah, I'll be okay. Don't you worry. I probably won't be doing any actual painting myself anyhow. I'll be too busy bossing the other guys. Somebody's got to be foreman on a deal like this, and naturally I'm the guy... Oh, here comes Mrs. Morley now.
Good. You go on out the back door and call me when the job is finished, because I'll bring her over.
All right, men. Let's keep moving here. Slap that paint on careful, Eddie. Don't drip it.
Okay.
Hey, you wimp. Stir that bucket of paint good now, boy.
Yes, Chief.
Take your bucket and brush and go around back, Henry. You can start on the back porch. You go with him, Burge. I want a coat of white on everything but your shoes.
Is this stirred enough, Mr. McGee?
Yeah, that looks okay, Wimp.
Good. I'll take my brush and start painting the front porch. I love to paint, and I never get to at home because...
No. Give that paint to Herb Travis there. He's running low, Wallace. You get this next gallon opened up and stir it.
Oh, but, Mr. McGee, I brought my own paintbrush and
don't
everything.
Argue, Wimp. Come on, get moving. We got 8-gallon buckets still left to stir. Hop to it, boy.
Oh, who does he think he is, anyhow? Sweetie face? Well, here's some more paint, Herb.
Well, keep it moving, man, but keep it neat. Eddie, you're dripping, boy. You're dripping.
And speaking of drips, Napoleon, we unanimous vote.
Very funny, Fatso, but that's not getting this job done. If you're going to stand here making snide cracks all day, we'll never get Mrs. Morley's house painted.
You want to borrow my brush and bucket for a while? I'll hold the ladder for you.
No, sir. I don't trust you, you big hip stabber.
You're so right.
And furthermore, I got no time to paint. Somebody's got to manage this operation and keep these amateurs working right. My gosh, if it wasn't for me, you know where these guys would be right now, don't you?
Sure I do. Finished and gone home.
He's trying to make sense with you, you big tonsil poker. You never painted anything in your life that somebody didn't gag on the iodine. I got enough trouble here without... Hey, old-timer!
Yeah, Johnny? What's your problem, son?
Watch what you're doing around them windows, will you? Don't get any of that white paint on the window trim. We're going to trim the windows later.
Okay, Johnny. What color are you going to trim them?
Going to trim them white, like the rest of the house.
Oh, well, I'll be careful then and not get any of this white paint on them because white? You say you're going to trim the windows white?
Certainly, that's the only kind of paint we got.
Well, I hate to ask a foolish question, son, but why don't we just paint it all at the same time?
Why don't we paint it all at the same time, he says. Because that ain't the way you paint a house, that's why.
Oh.
I've saw plenty of painters paint houses, and the professional way to do it is to paint the house first and the trim later. We're going to do this job professional if it takes all day. So come on, fellas, snap into it. We ain't got all day.
Back to Wistful Vista in a minute.
A dream is a wish your heart made when you see a star. A Nash is a star of Carme. It outshines all others by far.
Now come with Nash into a new motoring age. See Nash for $55 with completely new trend-setting style and a new 208-horsepower Jetfire V8 engine. See the biggest room on the road with the widest front seats of any car. See reclining seats for the world's most restful ride. Twin travel beds to nap the children on long trips. And a new Cenoramic windshield, widest of any car. Drive Nash for $55 at your Nash dealers now.
Hey, Doc. Doc Gamble. You missed a spot near your elbow. No, your left elbow. That's it.
Say there. I gotta give credit. You're getting it painted.
Huh? Oh, you're the guy who lives next door, ain't you? I told you yesterday I'd get this house painted, didn't I?
That fellow you call Doc. Is he a regular doctor?
Sure. Dr. George Gamble.
I'd like to meet him.
Well, I can arrange that, Buster. I don't know what you want to meet him for, but he's the best doctor in town. Lousy painter, but a fine doctor. Hey, come over here, Doc.
Yep. What is it, McGee?
Man here heard a rumor you were a doctor and wants to meet you. I told him I wouldn't let you take the bone out of a fresh ham myself, but he insists.
Dr. Gamble, name's Hobson. Figured you might tell me what's wrong.
Huh? Well, I have an office, sir.
Oh, it's nothing serious enough to come to the office about. Figure you're not doing anything anyhow right now, so you can tell me.
Right here?
Well, why not? You don't mind, do you?
Well, not at all. Please remove your clothes.
Right here?
Why not? You don't mind, do you?
Well.
That sure got him, Doc.
Who was that character, anyhow?
Some joker lives next door. I didn't realize it at the time, but that chiseler practically needled me into this entire project.
You should have handled him the way I did.
Yeah.
Mr. McGee.
Who's that? Oh, Wally Wimple. What's the matter, Wimp?
Well, I've stained all the shingles up here.
Good.
But I seem to have painted myself into a corner of the roof.
What? Oh,
He has, McGee.
Oh, what will I do?
Well, just stay calm, Wallace. We'll figure out something.
If there was only a door or something, I could step through.
Hey, I got it. Doc, you throw Wimp a rope.
Rope? What are you going to do, stupid? Pull him down?
No. Wimp, we'll throw you a rope and you lower that roofing paint. Then haul up a bucket of white paint.
Yes?
Hitch the rope around the chimney and lower yourself, slow-like.
But what's the white paint for, Mr. McGee?
Well, on your way down, just so the trip won't be for nothing, you might as well paint the chimney. I've been all around the house and inspected it good. Fellas, we done a swell job.
We, he says.
Yes, sir. Molly's on her way over here now with Mrs. Morley. The whole thing is going to be a terrific surprise. And before they get here, I want to say to each and every one of you men, I'm proud of us.
Well, still don't know why we painted the trim last. Should have just painted the whole thing.
Hey, here they come. Here's Mrs. Morley. Boy, oh boy, watch the look on her face.
Yeah, say, look at her.
Hello, dearie. Here we are.
Hi.
Well, Mrs. Morley, do you notice anything different?
Well, you can't. What's the meaning?
What'd she say?
She's a dressmaker. She's always got a mouthful of pins.
Oh, honestly, I've never had more pins in my life.
Heavenly days, Mrs. Morley. Take those pins out and tell us.
What? What is this? Some sort of gag?
No, it's not a gag, Mrs. Morley. You said yesterday your house looked a disgrace, and when I came to get the sewing machine, I agreed. So we all got together and decided to change it. Didn't we, boys?
Yeah, that's what they did.
It was all McGee's idea, Mrs. Morley. You can thank him.
Oh, well, Mr. McGee, I don't quite know what to say. Some people think you're a fly-off-the-handle flibbertigibbet type, and others, they even say worse. But to blazes with all of them, I think you've got a heart as big as folks say your head is.
Oh, sure, it was nothing. Oh, well, hardly anything, anyhow. Glad to have done it and all stuff like that there, Mrs. Morley.
Yeah, wasn't that nice?
Oh, there you are, Mrs. Morley. Can I have a word with you, please?
Oh, I guess so, Mr. Hobson. Excuse me a minute, folks, will you?
Yeah.
Sure, take your time, daughter.
Who is that man, McGee?
That's the guy who lives next door. Big-hearted guy. Offered to let us drink out of his garden faucet. Free.
Wonder why he butted in just now. You'd think whatever it was, it could wait until we were gone.
Well, you can find out from Mrs. Morley. Oh, here she comes back now.
It didn't matter my whole life. Your fingers just...
Oh, for goodness sakes, Mrs. Morley, take the pins out of your mouth.
I haven't got pins in my mouth. I'm just plumb mad, that's all. That, Mr. Hobson.
Your neighbor?
My landlord.
What?
He saw how pretty you painted and fixed up my place.
Yeah?
So you know what he's gone and done? Raised my rent $10 a month.
What? Why that?
Yes.
Why that? Why?
Fibber and Molly will be right back.
The soap that gets you extra clean is Dial, Dial, Dial. The soap that keeps you extra clean is Dial, Dial, Dial.
Men who hate to fuss with separate deodorants really go for the Dial idea. Because just your daily bath or shower with Dial keeps you nice to be around all the time. You see, normal perspiration has no odor until skin bacteria attack it. They cause the odor. Ordinary soaps leave thousands of these bacteria. But Dial removes up to 95% of them. For Dial's the only leading soap with AT7, or hexachlorophene. There's nothing else as good. And Dial's AT7 clings to your skin, continuously protecting you for several days if need be. Dial doesn't stop normal perspiration, but it does stop odor before it starts. Aren't you glad you use Dial soap? And don't you wish everybody did?
Yeah? No kidding, Eddie. He did, huh? Oh, that's swell, Eddie. Yeah. Goodbye.
What's swell and who's Eddie and what's all this about?
Eddie Harper, one of the guys that helped us paint today. He works in the tax assessor's office, and he just finished a little talk with Mr. Chislin Widow Robin Hobson.
Oh, Mrs. Morley's landlord.
Yeah. Told him that if he figured the house was improved so much that it was now worth another $10 a month rent, the city would have to reassess it and up his taxes on it $100 or so.
For goodness sakes, what happened, I hope?
Yep. Hobson agreed that the rent was already high enough. It stays the same. Good night.
Good night, all.
Fibber McGee and Molly is an NBC Radio Network production transcribed, with Bill Thompson as the old-timer and Wallace Wimple, Arthur Q. Bryan as Dr. Gamble, Natalie Masters as Mrs. Morley, and Bill Conrad as the landlord. Say, guess what? Do you remember those old records McGee dug out a few days ago? Well, he's been invited to be a guest on Marty Doherty's platter party tomorrow on Wistful Vista station WVIS. This is John Wald urging you not to miss it. Join the great Gildersleeve and all his friends tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
From the Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto, Ontario, and in conjunction with the 9th Canadian Victory Loan, we bring you the Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. you taken a good look at that kitchen floor of yours today? Don't you think it could stand the beautifying, protecting coat of Johnson's Glow Coat? I think you'll soon find out why millions of good housekeepers prefer Glow Coat to any other floor polish, especially for their linoleum surfaces. In case you don't already know, Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. Come back in 20 minutes to a gleaming floor. Glow Coat is so perfectly blended that it's never streaked or uneven. Linoleum manufacturers themselves recommend Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, the choice of millions of experienced housekeepers. It's so easy to use Glow Coat, and your dealer has some now. Why not try it? When Mrs. McGee of 79 Wistful Vista goes shopping, it's apt to be a very expensive day. Not because she buys so much, but when a husband like hers has the free run of the house, almost anything can happen. And here, coming home from her morning's marketing, arms full of bundles and heart full of apprehension, we find Molly, of Fibber McGee and Molly.
I wonder what McGee's been doing while I've been gone, I'm afraid. Be just like the rascal to take the piano part to get a G-string for his mandolin. Must be getting a massage. Oh, McGee! McGee, darling, I'm home. What in the name of... McGee, what on earth are you doing?
Go away, sis. Whatever you're selling, we don't want any today. Come back sometime when my wife is here.
McGee, sweetheart, remember me? I'm your wife.
I'm glad to meet you, sis. Now sit down and be quiet. When my wife comes home, Huh? Oh, hi, Molly. You home?
What's going on here? What's that pile of mud on the piano stool?
My dear girl, that is modeling clay. Have you led such a sheltered life, so remote from artistic circles that you fail to recognize a sculptor at work?
Oh, I knew I should have taken you with me or stayed home myself. What's that thing on your head?
That, my dear girl, is a beret. All us artists wear berets. Keeps our hair out of the paint if we're painters. Out of the sculpt if we're sculptors. And we are.
Oh, we are?
Yep. I've entered a sculptor contest. Wistful Vista Art Center. First prize, $100. And I can use $100 like Herman Goering could use a fast plane to Patagonia.
But you've never had any training in sculpture, dearie.
Neither did Victor Hugo, but he was a success, wasn't he?
Victor Hugo was not a sculptor.
Neither am I. So I start even Steven with Victor Hugo. Now, if you'll excuse me, my dear, I must have at it.
I say, McGee.
Please, Molly. When a creative artist is at work, one must never intrude with commonplace things. You have broke my mood.
I'll break your... Now, Molly, control yourself. He's just a boy at heart. Where'd you get that Mother Hubbard effect you're wearing, dearie?
That, my dear girl, is a smock. Borrowed it from a guy at the filling station.
I see. Then the message on the back of it is an advertisement, not a character reading?
Well, what's it say?
Tires quickly.
It used to say tires quickly repaired. It's an old pre-war smock. Now, let me see. A little more height to the forehead. Please, my dear, please, don't come between me and the mirror.
Oh, now this is too much. Do you admire yourself so much in that smock and beret that you have to strut in front of a mirror?
I gotta use the mirror, Molly. I'm making a clay model of my own head and shoulders.
Oh, no.
I'm calling it Self-Portrait of a Common Man. Now, let me see. Would you say I was about 3 inches between the eyeballs?
Open or shut?
They're the same distance apart, open or shut, aren't they?
I don't know. When they're shut, I can't see them.
Well, never mind. I'll use the tape measure and...
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Who's the little goblin in the almost white nightie and the beret? He looks like Michelangelo's grandmother.
Well, no one expects a lowbrow like you, Aerosmith, to appreciate anything more artistic than a souvenir leather watch fob from Niagara Falls, Aerosmith.
Do you know what he's doing with that clay, Doctor? He's making a bust of himself.
Well, I don't think I can add anything to that remark, my dear. That leaves him as wide open as a dropped watermelon.
I'm calling it the self-portrait of a common man.
And a very apt title it is, too, my boy. If a commoner man than you exists today in this weary world, I've been lucky enough not to meet him.
Isn't that nice?
You're not just saying that because you admire me, are you, Doc? Incidentally, how do you like my sculpture as far as I've gone?
Well, speaking professionally and as a snap diagnosis, I'd say the model for that sculpture had an incipient cirrhosis, a chronic malfunction of the spleen, undetected adenoids, and a weakness for cheap cigars. The prosecution rests.
Look, Jack the Ripper. As an art critic, you're a fat-headed old tissue slicer. You probably think anybody with an etching is just allergic to seafood. After all, this is not a finished work, Doctor. It is just a hunk of common clay.
Yeah, aren't we all?
Tell me, Termite, just what do you plan to do with this wrung-out blob of river bottom after you get tired of teasing it? Convert it into a housing project for homeless earthworms, or bake yourself a batch of marbles, of which you could use a few?
Ignoring your crude attempts at humor, Doctor, I am entering this sculpture in the Wistful Vista art competition.
Oh, no.
Yes, indeed, Doctor. He's going to win the first prize of $100, he keeps telling himself.
He would. He's as self-centered as a yogi contemplating his belt buckle. Look, Cellini, take the advice of the family physician and throw that muck out the window. Then go take a long walk. Go bowling. Go skating. No, don't go skating. Your ankles would fold up like a street map of Pittsburgh.
Is that so?
Say, now, he used to play hockey, Doctor, for the Peoria Bullfrogs.
Yeah.
And very well, too. Golly, what a goalie.
He played hockey?
Yes, I played hockey. And I got old man Skinnamer to donate the rink, too. Skinnamer Ink McGee, I was known as in them days.
Oh, dear.
Skinnamer Ink McGee, the slyest slashingest skater that ever slid sideways to shoot a sharp shot through center or slap a spectator silly with a slick stick. Setting the stands to screaming as I slam in the score that sews up the series, making me a sensation from Saskatchewan to Salem, but I promised him a sculpture and I wouldn't want to fail him.
And it's a grand night for singing.
It's a grand night for singing. The moon is flying high, and somewhere a bird who is bound to be heard is throwing his heart at the sky. It's a grand night for singing. The stars are bright above. The earth is aglow, and to add to the show, I think I am falling in love. Falling in love. Maybe it's more than the moon. Maybe it's more than the bird. Maybe it's more than the sight of the night in a light too lovely for words. Maybe it's more than the earth, shining and silvery blue. Maybe the reason I'm feeling this way has something to do with you. It's a grand night for singing. The moon is flying high, and somewhere a bird who is bound to be heard is throwing his heart at the sky. It's a grand night for singing. The stars are bright above. The earth is aglow, and to add to the show, I think I am falling in love. Falling head over heels in love.
left shoulder. That's it. I'm a dreamer, Montreal. Hey, Molly, how's it look now? How are the ears? Too far forward?
I can't tell, dearie. Why don't you stick 'em on with a hairpin till you step back and see how they look, huh?
Hey, that ain't a bad idea. I think I'll...
No, McGee, let me do it.
Huh?
I wanted to pin your ears back for a long time. Here's a couple of bobby pins.
Interruptions. Our doorbell gets more fingers pointed at it than the tray of French pastry. You get it, Molly? I says our doorbell gets more...
Ain't funny, McGee.
Oh. Okay, come in anyway.
Mr. McGee?
Yes?
We're taking a poll. Do you mind?
Not at all, sis. Glad to help you.
Thank you. Good day.
Wait a minute, miss. What pole is this?
The one that holds your clothesline up. We just moved in next door.
Well, the nerve of some people, those new neighbors.
No, I can't be bothered with them now, baby. Time's getting short on the sculptor contest. I got to get busy. How am I getting the mouth? Is that smile right?
No, I don't think so, dearie.
No?
Looks like you just come from the dentist with lips full of Novocaine.
Well, there's no use guessing on this thing. Might as well do it right. Take this tape measure.
And?
I'll smile real big. You know, the old personality stuff, the happy old Donna Meach, corner to corner. And you measure. Okay, go.
Hold it.
Huh?
There, I got it.
What's it measure?
29 inches.
Ooh. Wow. I'm happier than I thought I was.
Dear, I was using the wrong end of the tape.
Oh, shucks, now we got to do the whole thing all over.
Hello, Molly. Hello, pal. What's all the putty for? Tightening up the windows for winter?
That's Clay, Mr. Wilcox. Himself here is entering a bit of sculpture in the Wistful Vista art competition.
Sit down and be quiet, lad. I must work fast. Don't want to lose the north light,
Hey, does he do all this with his bare hands, Molly?
He does indeed, Mr. Wilcox.
If you'll observe carefully, my boy, you will notice that I can achieve with my thumb an effect which could never be duplicated by mechanical means.
What's that, dearie?
A thumbprint.
Please, don't talk like that.
Talk like what, Mr. Wilcox?
Like mentioning thumbprints.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You know how I feel about thumbprints and fingerprints, especially on furniture and woodwork. They're so unnecessary with Johnson's wax so available. Oh, say, by the way, I'm going to Canada tomorrow for a few days.
Oh, business trip, Waxy? I'll give you a note to an old friend of mine, Hiram Walker. Old friend of mine up there. Known him for years. He raises birds.
What kind of birds?
Swallows.
Well, I'm going to visit the Johnson Wax plant in Brantford, Ontario. You see, my cousin, Big Sedgwick Wilcox, is helping with Canada's Night Victory Loan.
Hey, I got a great slogan for them, Junior. Sign your name to victory.
That's the slogan they're using.
Oh, they can't do this to me. I just thought that up. How can... There's... Oh, tell them to go ahead and use it. It's okay with me.
You're sweet, McGee. That's a good slogan, too, Mr. Wilcox.
Yes, indeed it is. It means that when you buy a bond, you help guarantee a sound and lasting peace. You're making a promise to help pay the costs of bringing the fighting forces home, rehabilitating and maintaining the wounded, provide essential aid to liberated countries, and build a personal stake at home. You know, one of the greatest expenses of a war is the peace that follows. You've got to get your country off its planes and ships and tanks and jeeps and put it on its feet again. And besides
Hey, please, one side. Please, Mac. You're in my light, and I got to hurry with this sculpture.
Oh, I'm sorry, pal, and I wish you a lot of luck with your new career.
Thank you.
Oh, say, if it interests you, my nephew, Big Phelan Wilcox, works in clay.
Is that so?
Yeah. He made $100,000 last year.
Heavenly days, $100,000.
I told you there was dough in this stuff, Molly. What does your cousin make out of clay, Junior? Statues, busts, fountains, or what?
Bricks. Oh. Well, so long now.
That boy. Oh, well, I must have that here.
McGee, what on earth are you doing now?
Huh?
What's that big round gob of clay on top of the head?
Oh, I had some clay left over, so I thought I'd put a hat on it. The easiest hat to sculpt is a derby. Kind of carries out the thought of the common man, too.
Very realistic, I'm sure. Maybe now...
dad-ratted luck. Everybody crashing in here when I only got an hour to work.
Come in.
This is a fine state of how do you do.
How do you do?
How do you do? Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in, Mrs. Carstairs.
Thank you.
Good day, Mrs. Carstairs. I trust you will forgive me, ladies, if I proceed with my work. One must create when one is in a creative mood, you know.
Oh, of course, Mr. McGee. But who's that you're boxing with?
He isn't boxing, Mrs. Carstairs. He's sculpturing a bust of himself.
Oh, so sorry. I'm a little nearsighted, you know. Interesting piece of work, Mr. McGee.
Thank you, my dear. Won't you sit down and watch me work?
Thank you, no. I'm on my way to take my music lesson.
Oh, is that your bagpipe you have with you, Mrs. Carstairs? Won't you play something for us?
Sure, Carsty, play something. There's nothing like music to inspire us artists to finer efforts. Come on, kid. Pump up the old hot water bottle and squirt us out a little Highland boogie.
Oh, no, I really... well, if you insist, you do insist, don't you?
Oh, yes, we do indeed, Mrs. Carstairs. What are you going to play?
With a bagpipe, Mrs. McGee, one does not plan to play anything. One takes what comes out.
Kind of a musical punch board, eh?
However, I shall endeavor to render a little song composed by my husband entitled, "The Drummer Can Always Beat It, but the Piper's Left Holding the Bag." Well, are we ready?
Go ahead, Mrs. Carstairs.
I'm all ears.
Right.
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
That was the shortest bagpipe number I ever heard by a player in the longest kilt I ever saw. Are you Scotch, Carsty?
Half Scotch.
What's the other half, Mrs. Carstairs?
Soda, to be amusing. Canadian, to be truthful. Good day.
Good day, Mrs. Carstairs.
Must be quite an inspiration to you, dearie. You were really working like mad while she was playing.
Yeah, but she threw me all off. I found myself making this derby hat into a tam o' shanter. It's almost finished. Aha! There. It's done.
Well, all I can say, dearie, is that is a piece of sculpture.
Yep.
And I'm so worn out from watching you slap it around, I'm going upstairs and lie down a while.
Okay, Mommy. There goes a good kid. Does she try to discourage me when I take up a new career? No, sir. Does she threaten to get a new hubby when hubby gets a new hobby? No, sir. Is she the kind... Come in.
Oh. Hi, mister.
Oh. Yeah. Hello there, Teeny. Now, look, I haven't got time today to...
Oh, boy. Mud pies, huh? Gee, that's a big one, mister. Can I play too? Can I, mister? Can I, please?
This, my dear child, is not a mud pie. This is a prize-winning sculpture entitled, How'd you like to pick up a fast dollar, sis?
Gee, that's a good name for it, mister.
No. Look, the art contest closes in half an hour. You deliver this to the judges, and I'll pay you $1.
How much you win if you get first prize, mister?
$100.
1%,
Yep.
huh? You realize, mister, in a court of equity, the party of the first part having contracted to deliver as per agreement certain stipulated...
Okay. $2.
It's a deal.
Yeah. Now get going, sis. I got to get this entered before the contest closes, and if
Gee, what do I cover it with, mister?
Cover it? Oh, let's see. Where's there some wrapping paper? Oh, I know. There's some right here in the hall closet.
No, mister. No, please.
Billy Mills and the orchestra, and good.
McGee?
No, but I ought to hear from him any minute now that I got first prize.
Or at least an honorable mention.
Honorable mention, my clavicle. I take first prize or I take nothing. My gosh, if you'd have seen some of the sculpts they got down there. Why, they got one sculpt down there of a guy with the wings going out of his heels.
That's Mercury, dearie.
Well, I'll bet he dropped 10 degrees when my sculpt came in. The minute the judges see my self-portrait of a common man, that must be my prize money being delivered right now. Come in, come in, come in.
Oh, my goodness. Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, hi, Ella Trivia.
Good day, Molly. Hello, McGee. What's this I hear about you entering a sculpture competition?
Oh, he has indeed, Your Honor. He's got a 50-50 chance of winning first prize, too. They either say no or they say yes.
Well, I do hope you win, McGee. Then perhaps you would make a small donation to a new civic project of mine.
What project is that, Mr. Mayor?
We're considering building a bridle path through the outskirts of town. There's been considerable...
A bridle path? What do they need a path for? Every bride I ever knew of took a cab from the church right to the airport or the railroad station. Or
I was speaking of a bridle path for equestrians, McGee.
Equestrians or Episcopalians, the principle is the same, Mr. Mayor. No bride wants to walk around the outskirts of town after...
I didn't say anything about a bride walking. I merely
Now,
said...
just a darn minute, Latrivia. I realize you're a politician and you got to get votes. But by George, if you're going to build special paths for newlyweds and let us old married couples tramp along the hard pavements...
Newlyweds have nothing to do with it, I tell you. But when citizens who keep horses come to me...
Don't change the subject, Mr. Mayor.
I was not changing the subject. I was trying to tell you that a bridle path for horseback riders...
And how many people get married on horseback? Answer me that. Maybe somebody trying to get their picture in the paper.
But that hardly justifies the expense of building a special path for them.
Nobody intends to build a special path for newly horses. I mean horse-ride rather. Look, did you ever own a horse, McGee?
Had me a little Shetland pony when I was a kid, did you? Her name was Fibber. Used to get up early every morning and curry Fibber so my father would...
Where did you ride your pony?
What'd you say, Mr. Mayor?
I said, where did he ride his pony?
He rode it where everybody rides a pony, halfway between his neck and his tail.
That isn't what I... If you had a... Listen, suppose this pony was in the city.
Yes?
Wouldn't you like to have a special road where it was safe to ride out of the traffic?
Why, certainly, but what that got to do with getting married?
It has nothing to do with getting married. You started this marriage business, not I.
We did not start it. People have been getting married for 1,000 years.
And they don't have to have a special path to walk home on after they do it, too, either. And I think that any...
Will you listen to me? I merely stated that this city was building a bridle horse. A path for newlyweds. I mean, when a man wants to take a bride, a horseback... McGee?
Yeah?
May I say just 2 words?
Why, certainly, Mr. Mayor.
Good day!
I sometimes think he deliberately gets me into those arguments.
Just the same, McGee, building a special path for brides was kind of a sweet thought. Very romantic. With rose bushes along the sides, a bridal path might be a very lovely thing.
Yeah. First thing you know, people start using it for horseback riding. It ain't practical. But Latrivia's kind of a dream. Hot dog, there's my $100. Come in. Come in.
Hi, Mister. Hi, Miss McGee.
Hi, sis.
Hello, little girl.
Well, did you bring it, sis? Did you bring my prize money? Where is it, sis? Hurry up.
Relax, McGee. Maybe you didn't win first prize. Let's face it.
Of course I won. That was the finest piece of sculpture I ever did. It had to be. It was the only one I ever did. Come on, sis. Come on. Didn't they give you an envelope for me?
Sure they did, I betcha. Here it is, mister.
Thanks, sis. And here's your $2. Open the envelope, Molly. See if they sent cash or a check.
And you've got the most sublime self-confidence, McGee. Well, heavenly days, a check for $100.
Well, Nat.
And a little note.
Huh?
Dear Mr. McGee, congratulations.
Well, I had to say that.
Enclosed fine check for $100 for your winning entry.
I betcha.
Torso of a goat.
Yeah. Wow, that's what did I tell you? When you got a talent like mine, you can't... For what? Torso of a goat! What are you snickering at, sis? Just because them judges don't know a portrait of a common man from the torso of a goat?
Well, it was kind of hard to tell by the time I got here, mister. Boy, was it ever a mess.
What you mean?
I fell down with a try.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here in Toronto tonight in the interest of Canada's 9th victory loan. The objectives of this loan are the objectives of all of us on both sides of the border.
Buying victory bonds means that you sign your name to victory, that you subscribe not only your money for the return and rehabilitation of our fighting men, but that you subscribe to the principles for which they fought. The right of living in peace, with a future security for yourselves and your families.
So invest in victory bonds today to the very limit of your ability.
Peace with security is expensive, but it's the biggest bargain ever offered.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Pet Milk Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Some foods just naturally go together, like bread and butter, ham and eggs, and coffee and pet milk. Lots and lots of folks who used to take cream in their coffee now use pet evaporated milk. Not just because pet milk costs so much less, but because it makes coffee taste so good. Gives coffee the creamy color and mellow, satisfying flavor that coffee drinkers love. Let me tell you why pet milk is so right for coffee. The pet milk people take good, sweet country milk and remove more than half the water by evaporation. The result is a concentrated milk, which makes coffee taste better. And think of it, for the same amount of money you'd spend for coffee cream, you get more than twice. So, for extra enjoyment, for extra economy, in your coffee, use Pet brand evaporated milk. Get several cans at your grocer's tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the opening day of Wistful Vista's annual Potted Plant and Pet Show. In the potted plant division will be rare begonias, gorgeous lilies, exotic orchids, and a small, tired geranium. Entered by Mr. McGee of Fibber McGee and Molly.
And that's it right there in the corner of the flower bed, Molly. My own little hand-raised salmon-colored geranium. Look at it. Ain't it a beauty?
That poor little wilted-looking chewed-up thing sticking up there through the crabgrass.
That's it. That's the little geranium that's going to cop top prize tomorrow.
Oh, you happy optimist.
You betcha. I've planted plenty of plants in my day, but I can say one thing about that plant that I never could say about any other plant I ever planted.
What's that?
It lived.
Yes, if that's a geranium's idea of living.
Look at it.
Honestly, though, dearie, what kind of an award do you expect to win with that sad little batch of bug bait?
Huh?
A special vote of thanks from the neighborhood grasshoppers, could be?
Oh, well. I'll admit the grasshoppers have chewed half the leaves off it, and I'll admit it ain't very big, but I'm going to take care of that. I got a terrific idea today.
Uh-oh. Break it to me gently.
Look, there's all kinds of stuff on the market to make plants grow, right?
Right.
And there's all kinds of stuff to kill bugs, right?
Right.
So if you mix them all together, you'll get a concoction that'll make plants grow as big as trees and kill every bug from a boll weevil to a wood beetle. Right?
Wrong. But I'm sure that won't keep you from trying it, right?
Right. Wait till you see what I got on the back porch. I bought myself 16 kinds of plant food and 12 different types of bug killer. Going to mix them all together, add a few special touches of my own, and pour the whole mess on my little geranium.
You really think that will help it?
Help it. Tootsie, when that mighty mixture of mine starts to work, that geranium will grow faster than a welt on a beekeeper. I'll bring the stuff out here right now and start mixing it on account.
Hello there, kid.
Well, hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hi.
Start mixing what, Johnny? What you gonna mix?
Oh.
I'll take one with plenty of ice because warm day like
No. I was just going to mix up some bug killer, old-timer.
Oh, skip it. I ain't as thirsty as I thought I was.
He's growing a geranium for the flower show, Mr. Oldtimer, the potted plant and pet show.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard about that show. Too bad we ain't got Sylvester no more.
Huh?
He'd have sure won first prize in the pet part of it.
Sylvester. Was he a dog you used to have?
No, daughter. Sylvester was a chimpanzee.
Oh?
One of them large economy-sized monkeys.
Where'd you get him, old-timer?
Bought him off a sailor, Johnny.
That's all.
He claimed Sylvester was a native of British East Africa, but I don't know. As long as we had him, he never spoke a word of British.
Probably just shy.
Well, we was mighty fond of Sylvester. He ate at the table with us and went everywhere we went.
Must have been like one of the family.
More like two of the family, Johnny.
Oh?
Looked like Papa around the face and my Aunt Gertrude around the legs.
Those monkeys are very good at imitating people, aren't they?
Oh, Sylvester was very talented, daughter. Everything we done, he done, in spades. I mind one time a rich lady come to visit us, though, and he tried to imitate her and wound up in the hospital.
Oh, what in the world did she do?
She was wearing a fur coat and took it off. Before we could stop Sylvester, he'd ripped off half his hair.
Whatever happened to Sylvester, old-timer?
Oh, that's a strange story, Johnny.
Yeah?
One night we took Sylvester to the movies, and he saw one of them Tarzan pictures where Tarzan's best friend is a chimpanzee. That did it.
You mean he got the movie bug?
Yep, it hit him hard. And we wanted him to be happy, so we bought him a pink sports shirt, some purple slacks, and a green beret, and put him on a train to Hollywood.
Well, did he have any luck out there?
Got a screen test right away, and they offered him a contract to play Tarzan's chimpanzee friend in the next picture.
Boy.
Poor Sylvester pined away and died of a busted heart.
Why did he pine away? He had a contract to play Tarzan's friend.
He didn't want to play the chimpanzee. He wanted to play Tarzan. Come on, kid.
Go on.
Billy Mills in the orchestra with Humana, featuring Buddy Cole at the piano.
my mixture's starting to ripen up, kiddo. Getting some real character to it.
From the odor, I'd say it ripened about 6 months ago.
Well, when you dump 3 kinds of plant grower on top of 4 kinds of bug killer, you don't expect to get Chanel number 5, you know. At least I don't. Never use the stuff anyhow. Give me that quart bottle of bug killer, will you? Thanks.
Looks horrible.
Yeah. Yes, it does. Now I'll crumble in a couple of alfalfa cigars.
Your cigars? Oh, that shouldn't happen to a bug.
Since I started smoking these alfalfa Coronas, we haven't had a moth in our closet. And that's just from the smoke that goes through the keyhole. They ought to be great for gassing my grasshopper on account of because...
Oh, look who's coming, McGee. Hello, Doctor.
Afternoon, Molly.
Yeah.
Hi, elephant ears.
Well, if it isn't the little round doctor with the big square head. Pull up a porch step and set a spell, duck shape.
Thank you, my boy. But I'm happy to say I can't stay.
Good.
I'm on my way over to see Alderman Jones.
Oh?
He has a sudden attack of subpoena sickness today.
Subpoena sickness?
Yes, I'm going to look into his ears, nose, and throat while the city looks into his tax return.
Uh-oh. You're the guy that announces to the papers that he's too sick to testify, huh?
That's what the alderman thinks, yes.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, I'm the guy that'll carry him into that courtroom piggyback.
Have you ever thought of going into politics yourself, Doctor?
Yeah, you'd be great, boy. Turn around a minute. Yeah, you ought to run for governor, Fatso. You sure got the platform for it.
Look at the lad with the pot calling the kettle black. And speaking of pots, what's in the basket, in the bucket there?
Well, that's his combination plant grower and bug killer, Doctor.
Yeah. Hey, what you going to do this summer, Doctor? How would you like to spend your vacation lying in a hammock under the shade of a giant geranium helping me count dead grasshoppers?
My boy, you paint an almost irresistible picture. But I'll resist it to my last breath. Where is the giant geranium?
Well, it's right down there, Doctor. The little... It was there a minute ago.
Get your big flat foot off of my little giant geranium. You big clumsy clobberhead. My gosh.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it.
That ratted awkward oaf. Look what you've done to my... Oh, it's over here. You didn't step on it, George.
I'm so glad.
For a minute. Oh, you got to go, Doc?
Yes, I've been forgetting to buy myself a fishing license, McGee. And just watching you reminds me of bass fishing.
Bass fishing? Because I'm such a great sport?
No, because you're such a big mouth.
Oh.
Isn't he nice, McGee?
Awful jealous, though. Boy, this stuff is getting strong.
Yes, sir. Every time I whip it, I get weak.
It'll sure murder the bugs around here. Ought to be strong enough to kill rattlesnakes, too.
Oh, what in the world made you think of rattlesnakes?
Something that happened to a fellow I used to know that raised cactus plants by the name of Oscar Updike. Oscar was out in his cactus plant garden one day, fooling around with the plants, and he looked down, and there was a rattlesnake right beside his hand, all set to give him the business.
Heavenly days, he must have been aghast.
Well, for a minute he was aghast, and then he was a ghost.
Well, now, if you plan to entertain me with any more stories like that...
Hello, Molly. Hi, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. What brings you here?
Just followed my nose.
I see.
What are you doing? Boiling your hip boots in sulfur and molasses?
No, sir. I'm mixing up a mixture to make plants grow, and it'll be the most powerful stuff to make stuff grow that was ever invented.
Oh, now, wait a minute, pal. Nothing makes anything grow better than pet milk makes babies grow.
Junior, I admire you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
You didn't try to sneak it in. You just come right out and said it. Smack dab.
Well, this week, the thought of babies has been uppermost in my mind. You see, this is National Baby Week. I've even written a poem about it.
Here's where I stop admiring you.
I'm sure there's no need to ask if you'd like to hear it.
There sure isn't.
I knew you would.
No, sir.
Well, it goes like this. 3 cheers for National Baby Week, and 3 cheers for the babies who drink pet milk through a nipple. For those babies will soon grow up and become the American pipple.
I think I'm going to be ill.
Babies raised on pet milk are strong and healthy, and that's no idle rumor, whether they live in Cleveland, Ohio, or in Dallas, Texas, or in Birmingham, Alabama. Don't you like the rhythm, pal? Hasn't it got a swing to it?
Yeah, and you ought to swing for it.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Listen to my big finish.
Oh, you got to finish?
Yeah. So hooray for National Baby Week, and pet milk, and hooray for babies.
Hooray.
Because when you raise them on pet, which is good, sweet country milk evaporated to double richness, you give them a wonderful start. And I don't mean maybes. Well, what do you think of it?
Junior, I can tell you best with a verse of my own. Some kinds of poems can be sold for lots of money, even if they do sound confusing. But the kind that Wilcox writes ain't worth a dime a dozen. Goodbye, Junior.
So long, kid.
Well, back to work. Boy, I can hardly wait to see how that geranium looks after I feed it this stuff tonight, tomorrow. What's the little plant doing? Anything?
No, it's just sitting there.
Mm-hmm. Well, it'll be a happy hunk of herb tomorrow, kiddo. It'll probably be so big I won't be able to put it in a pot. I'll have to have it potted in a bathtub.
Yes.
Hey, remember the time Uncle Dennis got potted in his bathtub? He completely forgot he had it full of gin and climbed into it one Saturday night, remember?
Poor Uncle Dennis.
Yeah.
He took a bath 3 times a day after that. And his skin got as wrinkled as a tangerine. But he got over it.
Good morning, Molly. McGee.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, hi, Latrivia. I didn't hear you coming. Boy, the way you politicians pussyfoot around on your pussyfooting feet.
What's this I hear about you and the flower show, McGee? Dr. Gamble tells me...
Yeah, you're looking at the geranium that's going to be the star of the show, Latriv. There it is.
That spindly sprig?
Mr. Mayor, to him it is a thing of beauty.
Yes.
Because he raised it himself.
Well, I know how amateur gardeners are inclined to exaggerate. I had a friend who grew tomatoes in his backyard, and he offered to give me one. Said it weighed 20 pounds.
A 20-pound tomato?
Yes. Of course, I took it with a grain of salt.
Wasn't it sort of tasteless that way?
I beg your pardon?
I should think you'd need more than 1 grain of salt on a tomato that size.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you misunderstood me.
Uh-huh.
You see, taking it with a grain of salt is merely a figure of speech. The salt is purely hypothetical.
Heavenly days, what'll they think of next? First it was dehydrated vegetables, and now it's hypothetical salt.
Just a moment. I'm afraid you don't
How do they
understand
make this
exactly.
hypothetical salt, Mr. Mayor? Do they take ordinary salt and shoot tentacles into it with a hypo?
Please. Let's all settle down.
Yeah, settle down, kiddo.
Are we settled?
Yeah.
Now then, when I said I took the 20-pound tomato with a grain of salt, I simply meant that I didn't believe there was such a tomato. You understand?
Oh, you didn't believe it. Boy, I'll bet you were plenty took back when the guy walked up and handed it to you.
Nobody handed me a 20-pound tomato at all.
Oh, you stole it.
Yes. No! That's ridiculous. I never stole a tomato in my life. I never will steal a tomato.
Well, if you don't plan to steal tomatoes, how come you go around with a pocket full of salt?
I don't go around with a socket full of malt.
What?
I'll pull it packed with salt. Salt! When I said he had a plenty sound tomato, a many brown potatoes, 20 gators, I never put a strain of gold into Leo's in my life. Gave the salty widow without a knife. Why, you're the ones who said it was not... I was... McGee?
Yes, boy?
I'm having a conference with the Power Commissioner tomorrow, and I wish you'd come along. There's something in his department I'd like you to handle.
Okay, I'll be glad to handle it. What is it?
A live wire with 50,000 volts. Goodbye. The King's Men, with a new song by Ken Darby and Elliot Daniel, Roll Out the Wagon.
Why are the girls so merry? Why are the boys so gay? There's a hayride, there's gonna be a hayride. Roll out the wagon, let's take a ride in the hay. Roll out the wagon, I'll hold your hand all the way. Bring along a cider jug and the one that you love to hug, and we'll roll out the wagon and all make hay. Roll Roll out the wagon, just get a load of that moon. Roll, roll, roll out the wagon, we can be coming soon. Come sit close and don't be shy. You want lovin' and so do I. So let's roll, roll, roll out the wagon and all make hay. We can sing a little bit, chat a little bit, this a little bit, that a little bit, in a little bit, we'll grow bolder. Hug a little bit, kiss a little bit, that a little bit, this a little bit, then with your head on my shoulder, then with your head on my shoulder. We will roll, roll, home in the wagon, counting the stars up above. Right then, there in the wagon, we'll know we've fallen in love. Soon they'll play, Here Comes the Bride, all because of this one hayride. So let's roll, roll, roll out the wagon and all. Hey, 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 hey.
Well, how's it coming, dearie? The bottom fall out of the bucket yet?
I'm just about ready to pour it on, kiddo. McGee's patented plant pusher-upper with the built-in bug buster. Boy, what an idea. It's a wonder nobody thought of this before.
Well, I tell you, they just don't make brains like yours anymore.
Yeah.
I guess.
After I douse this stuff on that geranium, it'll not only grow a mile a minute, but any insect that takes a bite out of it is just committing insecticide. Stand back, baby, while I slosh it on.
Yes, I'll stand way back. I'd hate to get hit under the chin with a shooting geranium. Pour it on slowly now.
Oh, now, come, Molly. It won't grow so fast that you can't get out of the way. Leave us not exaggerate. If it only grows a couple of feet by morning, I'll be satisfied.
Yeah, geranium with 2 feet ought to make an interesting exhibit. When it walks down the aisle at the plant show, it's... Oh, hello, Ole.
Well, hello, Mrs. Hi, Magoose.
Hi, Ole. Does that geranium look a little taller to you already, Molly?
No, it doesn't, dearie. It just looks wet and frightened is all. Although I did see a grasshopper there when you poured the stuff on.
Yeah?
He took off like a jet.
You watering the flowers with a bucket, McGee? There's my hose you borrowed, because I...
No. I'm just feeding my little giant geranium, Ole. New type of stuff I invented. I'll give you all the details tomorrow.
I can wait, believe me.
What's new at your house, Ole? Anything?
I'm glad you asked me that, Mrs., because yes. We had a lot of excitement at home last night.
Oh?
About 1 o'clock in the morning, a burglar breaks in the house.
Yeah, my gosh, a burglar at your house?
Yeah, the silly fool. He climbed in the dining room window in his bare feet.
Barefooted. Did he take anything?
He sure did, Mrs. He took one heck of a beating. He tiptoes through the dining room, and the first thing he steps on is little oldest marbles. He loses his balance, falls on the sofa, sits on Mrs. knitting needles, and lets out a holler that wakes up the kids. That was a mistake.
Were they scared?
No, the kids had the time of their life, McGee.
Yeah?
Little Sven, he runs out on the stairs and starts shooting at him with his Buck Rogers ray gun. Then little Ole, he sends off his jet plane that goes... It was just plain murder.
My gosh, what were you doing all this time?
What would I be doing? Trying to sleep, of course. My missus shooks me and hollers, "Quick, Ole, the children are fighting with a burglar." I says, when a burglar breaks in my house, that's his problem. The heck with him.
Well, my goodness, did the children capture him then?
No, he jumped through the front window head first and broke $10 worth of glass. But he dropped a sack with $20 worth of money, so the kids make $5 apiece.
Pretty good night's work.
Yeah, and when I left today, the kids was putting up a sign that says, "Burglars welcome, sneak right in." I guess I better see if I can sneak in now. So long, both you fellas.
So long.
Well, come on in, dearie, and I'll start the dinner.
Okay. Boy, oh boy, I can't wait for morning. When we wake up tomorrow to find the whole house shaded from one geranium plant, with dead bugs and grasshoppers all over the joint, I'll be...
McGee, breakfast.
I'm right here, kiddo. Hold everything. I can't eat yet.
Why, McGee, you aren't even dressed.
Yeah, I just pulled my pants on over my geraniums. I got to run out in the yard and look at my giant geranium.
Oh, that, I forgot.
Boy, oh boy, I can't wait to see it. with that combination plant grower and bug killer. Hey, how tall you bet it is by now? 3 feet? 12 feet? 87 feet? 4 inches?
Oh, no. Don't get so excited about it. Maybe it didn't work, or maybe you
you wait here, Tootsie. I'll run and measure it. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
Oh, dear. Little Tom Swift and his giant geranium. Not even Tom Swift could have thought up this one. Dead bugs, tall geraniums. Oh, well, he'll get over it and think up something else before night.
Hey, Molly! Molly, hey, Molly!
Yeah?
It worked. I done it. Boy, oh, boy, have I got a prize winner.
What? You what? You mean
Oh,
it really...
this is terrific. I'll cop first prize at that potted plant and pet show and stand this town on its ear. Come on out here, quick.
My goodness, you mean it really did work?
Oh.
How big is the geranium, anyway?
Oh, it ain't the geranium, Molly. That plant food and the bug killer must have got mixed in reverse somehow or other.
Reverse?
Yeah, instead of making the plant grow and kill the bugs, it worked backwards. The geranium died.
Died?
Yeah.
Well, then how can you win a prize?
Gonna change my entry to the pet division, kiddo. Look what I got out here on the back porch here. Look at it. A grasshopper 3 feet tall.
What?
Gonna put a saddle on him and enter him in the pet show. Down, boy. Down.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. Fixing good, nourishing meals day after day is really work. But most any woman will tell you that she doesn't mind it as long as the family likes what she cooks and tells her so. And compliments do seem to come oftener to women who cook with pet evaporated milk. There's a wonderful difference in foods cooked with pet milk because there's a difference in the milk itself. All the richness, all the natural goodness that's in a full quart of good, sweet country milk is concentrated in a single pint of pet milk. That's because more than half the water has been taken out by evaporation. So, of course, what remains is a concentrated milk, which is bound to add extra goodness to favorite family food. Extra wholesomeness, too, and at low cost, because pet milk costs less generally than bottled milk or any other form of milk. Get the habit of cooking with pet evaporated milk and see if you don't get more compliments on the food you fix. It happens regularly to the good cooks who cook with pet evaporated milk.
Say, you know what day this is, Molly? This is the 20th anniversary of One Man's Family.
Yes, isn't that wonderful?
Uh-huh.
They've brought a lot of fine listening to their many listeners all these years.
You said it. I think we ought to congratulate them. Maybe send them a present, even. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Carlton E. Morris at One Man's Family. Hello, Carl. This is Fibber McGee.
And Molly.
Yeah, and Molly. Congratulations on the anniversary, Carl. I and Molly think you all have done a great job, and we want to send you a little present. Yeah, look, Carl. How would you like a pet grasshopper 3 feet tall? Okay, Carl.
What'd he say?
He's already got one. Them rich guys have got everything. Down, boy. Down. Good night.
Good night, all.
The first evaporated milk, pet milk, brings you Fibber McGee and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? When you make a decision that can affect your whole future, and suddenly you begin to feel insecure and uncertain, what's the best thing to do? Well, that's the question Jim and Sally Carter are faced with in the Story of the Week on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. Be sure to hear this dramatic story. And also Mary Lee Taylor's special recipe of the week for soft molasses cookies. Spicy, chewy cookies that you can make easily and inexpensively. Tune in sure to this same NBC station next Saturday morning for Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor. Down, boy. Down. Down.
Now, Eddie Cantor brings you more fine entertainment on NBC.
Miles Laboratories, makers of Alka-Seltzer, bring you another visit with Fibber McGee and Molly. Again, we invite you to listen to the transcribed adventures of Fibber McGee and Molly. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutto. We'll see what's going on in Wistful Vista shortly.
Hey, Molly, what's for dinner tonight?
Well, I was thinking I might cook some of those...
Oh, we had those last night. Why don't we ever have...
That's too expensive, dearie, but I have got some nice...
Oh, no. I had that for lunch, kiddo, and it gave me an awful...
Well, for heaven's sakes, McGee, why don't you drink a glass of...
That's a good idea. I'll take some Alka-Seltzer right now.
Yes, for upset stomach, for headache, for general achiness. Take the medicine that's so refreshing. Take Alka-Seltzer. When you drop Alka-Seltzer tablets into water, they fizz, and that action in the glass is important to you. It changes Alka-Seltzer tablets into a relief-giving liquid that's better for you, because a liquid is so much more natural and easy for your system to absorb. Once you try it, you'll agree. There's nothing quite like Alka-Seltzer.
The squire of number 79 Wistful Vista has vainly been rummaging around the house in search of some postage stamps. The search having been of no avail, he decides to take the matter to higher headquarters.
Hey, Molly,
What is it, McGee?
have we got any 3-cent stamps around the house, postage stamps?
Oh, sure.
I need 30.
Well, there ought to be... 30? What are you doing, sending your Christmas cards out early this year?
Nope, I'm sending out some letters to all my relatives and friends, including the county courthouse in Peoria. I'm going to track down the McGee family history, my dear.
Oh? Well, that should be an interesting project. Although, personally, I'd just as soon let well enough alone, I'm afraid.
I'm going to track down all about my ancestors, but the biggest problem is making the doggone deadline. I got to get all the stuff ready by the end of next week.
Next week? What's the big rush?
Oh, now, who's that?
Grocery boy!
Oh, it's the old timer. That's a break, McGee.
Break. When I'm trying to get some letters ready to mail, if he gets started with one of them long stories of his,
No,
I'll never...
no, I was thinking about the special service he has for his customers, the extras he carries. He probably has some stamps.
Yeah?
We're in the living room, Mr. Old-Timer.
You think so?
He carries all kinds of stuff with him. Book matches, jar lids, bottle openers.
Oh.
In fact, he told me that Mr. Wimple forgot to buy a card for his wife on their wedding anniversary, and the Old-Timer had just the thing for him.
Did, huh?
Yeah, iodine, splints, and bandages. Oh, he's turned into a regular walking drugstore.
Hello there, kids. Hi, Johnny. What's new?
I need some stamps. That's what's new. You got any stamps?
Have I got any stamps? I sure have. Got a book of threes right here.
See what I tell you?
Let me have 30 of them.
Okay, Johnny. 1, 2, 30.
He's sending letters all over the country to track down his family history, Mr. Oldtimer. Sort of reconstruct his family tree and see who's hanging from each limb. Figuratively speaking, of course.
Don't go into detail, Molly. Just give me the stamps, old-timer.
You know, Papa tried that once, kid.
Now you see what you did.
But it ended in disaster. It was back in '85. And hardly a man alive remembers that fearful day, except Mama.
Look, old-timer.
I'll tell you the story right now, Johnny, as a lesson.
Don't bother. Just give me the stamps.
Maybe you'll stop this foolish search before it's too late.
I got to get these letters out to my relatives in the county courthouse in Peoria before...
Well, it's just like you, Johnny. Papa wrote to every living relative and tried to trace back through the dusty old courthouse records, and for a while, everything went great. Until that red letter day.
Red letter day?
Yeah, the day he read that letter. Everything went black.
What letter?
Oh, finally got through to you, did I, Johnny? How's the signal? Coming in clear? Boop, boop, boop.
Never mind. What about the letter?
Well, sir, it was a courthouse answer that Pop had been waiting for, the last piece of the puzzle, see? Told how his great-grandfather had married his great-grandmother in 1783, and they had 8 sons.
Wow.
Clem, Hiram, Ezra, Matt, Mort, Milt, and Ethelbert.
Oh, for the...
And 6 daughters, Sally, Mary, Agatha...
Give me the stamp.
Shirley, Rosalie, and Pocahontas.
Pocahontas?
Adopted.
Oh.
Look, forget it, will you? Just let me have 33-cent stamps.
And it went on to tell how Agatha was Papa's grandmother, and her sister Gloria married Papa's step-papa's second wife's cousin Elroy, who was killed by the Indians while searching for Bridie Murphy.
Oh, for the...
And her brother was Papa's second cousin's aunt's uncle on her nephew's side, and, well, to make a long story short, kids, when all the pieces were put together, Papa was in a terrible fix. Had to call the whole thing off.
Call it off? Why?
Well, you kids won't let this get around, will you?
No, of course not.
Well, when all the information was in, it turned out Papa was his own grandpa.
Oh.
And I just discovered some more bad news, kids. It turns out my stamp book is plumb empty. So long, daughter, and take my advice, Johnny. Don't shake that old family tree. You may get hit with a coconut.
In just a moment, we'll try to straighten out the McGees.
Most of us like to have fun, I'm sure, and we all know that fun is good for us. But how about you? Do you always feel up to enjoying your fun? There may be times when you don't feel good, from a headache, perhaps, or an upset stomach, or just from general achiness. Well, believe me, that's the time when Alka-Seltzer can be a real friend in need. Drop 1 or 2 Alka-Seltzer tablets into a glass of water, like this. Listen to it fizz. This action in the glass changes Alka-Seltzer tablets into liquid, a relief-giving liquid that's easy and natural for your system to absorb. And action in the glass supercharges Alka-Seltzer with lively bubbles. This soothing liquid speeds relief. You'll like Alka-Seltzer for refreshing relief. That's speedy Alka-Seltzer, the favorite of so many, for relief that does so much.
Oh, dear. Still looking for some stamps?
Yeah. Gee whiz, I never can find anything around this house.
Oh, relax, McGee. That's no way to go looking for anything. You gotta approach this thing calmly. Look carefully. Now, first, I suppose you looked in the kitchen.
Yes.
In the fruit bowl.
Yes.
Behind the bookshelf.
Yes.
Under the seat cushions of the divan.
Yes.
In your toolbox.
Yes.
Well, that takes care of all the logical places. Now let's try some silly places. Like the desk and the writing table.
Oh, now, come in.
Well, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hi, kids. Had a few minutes between calls, and I just thought I'd drop by and chin a while.
Chin a while? You don't need us for that, Fatso. Boy, you've got enough chins to hold a 4-way conversation all by yourself.
Oh, McGee, pay no attention to him, Doctor.
Who does? Not me.
Good.
His moronic, weak-witted little insults roll off my back like water off a duck.
Fine.
But get him to tell you sometime about the smart crack he made to a man one day who suddenly got fed up, picked up a poker from the fireplace, and opened a little loudmouth skull with it like a ripe pumpkin.
What? Good heavens, when did this happen?
When he makes one more smart remark, because I'm just sick and tired of listening to it.
Oh, Doctor, now, my goodness.
Yeah, gee whiz, George. I'm just kidding.
Well...
Seriously, Doc, old boy, I'm glad you dropped in. I was hoping you would.
I often wonder why I do.
Because we're having a heck of a time finding postage stamps around here, Doc. Got some letters to mail, and since you go right by the post office, you can save us a trip.
Well, I suppose I could stop at the post office.
Here you are, Docky. 30 letters. Don't drop any because...
30? Who's he complaining to now, Molly? The entire House of Congress, one at a time?
No, these aren't complaints. They're questionnaires.
Yep, I'm tracking down my family history, Fatso.
Trying to reconstruct his family tree.
His what? Family tree?
Now, don't laugh, Doctor. No telling what this research of his may turn up. Say, what if it turned out by some strange quirk of fate that you and McGee were related, for instance?
Related?
Related? Us?
Who knows? Stranger things than that have happened.
Oh, my gosh. Boy, if it turned out you were a relative of mine, Fatso, what would you say to that?
There would be only one thing I could say, McGee.
What?
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle.
Doctor, that's cute.
Oh, that's awful.
Oh, I've been waiting to say that ever since he mentioned the words family tree, Molly. Well, I better leave on a laugh, I guess.
Very funny man. Big slob. My gosh, if I couldn't think up a better joke than that to leave on, I'd stay here, because... Dad rat it, he didn't even take my letters with him. Hey, Doc! Oh, Doc!
He's gone.
Well, I'll go over to Lester Nelson's and see if they got any stamps, because if I'm going to get this information in time for the deadline, I'll have to mail this. 2 stamps, all Les Nelson had. And they'd already been licked.
Well, I'm afraid we are too, dearie. I've ransacked this house, and we don't have any. The post office is closed now,
Oh,
so...
well, forget it.
Oh, what are you doing?
I'm tearing up these dad-ratted letters. The heck with it.
Oh, that's too bad.
This thing has been nothing but trouble from the start. I never would have made the deadline anyhow.
What deadline? What was this thing all about, anyhow?
Oh, didn't I tell you? The Elks Club is putting out our 25th anniversary yearbook next month. And
Yearbook?
Yep. It's going to have our pictures in it and a story about each one of us. You know, our background, family history. Here's the blank they sent me to fill out.
Let me see. Name, date of birth, and description of background in 10 words or less.
10 words? Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh, that's what it says right there, 10 words or less.
Oh, well, that'll be very simple. I can phone that in. I'll call Henry Lester, the Grand Exalted Ruler, and... Hello, Henry? This is McGee. Yeah, about that yearbook, Henry. I can give you the dope on me over the phone. Yeah, under my picture, just put F. McGee. American, Irish stock, good, kind, trustworthy, loyal. What else, Molly? I got 3 more words. What else am I?
Dependable.
Dependable.
Lovable.
Lovable.
And confused.
And confused. Yeah, that ought to take it. No, wait a minute, Henry. Not that last one. Wait. Henry. Hello? Hello?
He's gone.
I'm not confused.
Fibber and Molly have a final word for you to come.
Mother, I'm sure you know that good health doesn't come by accident. If you have a happy, healthy family, you deserve a lot of credit. And you probably realize that you must guard against vitamin shortage, one of the common causes of loss of pep and energy. Now, an easy, practical way to protect your family against vitamin shortage is to give them one-a-day brand multiple vitamin tablets every day. You see, your meals may not always contain enough vitamins, but one-a-day brand multiple vitamins provide all the vitamins children and adults normally need to take in small, easy-to-swallow tablets that leave no aftertaste. That's why youngsters take them willingly. And low-cost one-a-day brand multiple vitamin tablets contain vitamin B12. Ask at your drugstore for one-a-day brand multiple vitamin tablets in the blue box with the big red 1.
You know, this family research of mine brought back memories of my poor old maiden Aunt Millicent. Poor girl.
You never told me about her.
Oh, she was beautiful. Sort of the Elizabeth Taylor of the 1800s, but she never got married.
Oh, how come?
Well, it all hinged on the fact that she just didn't trust men.
Oh?
She had lots of offers, but it seems every time the wedding was arranged and they stood up in front of the people and the bridegroom said, "I do," she said, "Oh, no, you don't." And that just kind of ruined everything.
I can see how it would.
Yeah. So long, everybody.
Bye.
Fibber McGee and Molly, transcribed, is brought to you Mondays through Fridays at this time by Miles Laboratories, makers of Alka-Seltzer. The Old-Timer is played by Bill Thompson and Dr. Gamble by Arthur Q. Bryan. This is John Wall saying goodbye.
Hear the dramatic story Woman in My House, weekdays on most NBC radio stations.
Miles Laboratories, makers of Alka-Seltzer, bring you another visit with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Again, we invite you to listen to the transcribed adventures of Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutto. We'll see what's going on in Wistful Vista shortly.
Here's a conversation you might overhear on any evening commuter train.
Oh, brother, am I whipped.
Rough day, Jim?
Yeah, that's putting it mildly. I got a headache, and I just feel kind of all in all over. What makes it worse, this is bowling night.
I can see you don't know about Alka-Seltzer.
What'd you say?
Alka-Seltzer. I certainly wouldn't let a headache interfere with something I wanted to do. Why don't you drink a glass of Alka-Seltzer when you get home? By dinner time, you'll feel like you could rack up a 300 game.
Yes, it's the favorite of so many for relief that does so much. Alka-Seltzer, the medicine that's so refreshing. You try it the next time a headache or upset stomach or a tired, achy feeling keeps you from your activities. Ask at any drugstore for Alka-Seltzer.
Mrs. McGee has just received a notice from the post office. A notice she's been waiting impatiently for ever since... Well, here, listen to her.
McGee, come here quick.
Now, what's the matter? Now, don't get excited. Just hold your finger over the hole so the basement don't get flooded, and I'll run and get my toolbox and have that fixed in no time.
What are you talking about?
That spot I soldered on the water heater. Didn't it split open again?
No.
Well, then what the heck are you talking about?
This card from the post office. Aunt Sarah's package is waiting for us. The one she wrote about that she wouldn't tell us what was in it.
Oh, is that all?
Aren't you all excited? She said it was a big box.
Ah, so what? 20 years ago, when I was young and knave, and it got close to Christmas time, and the dear, rich, loaded old lady sent us a box, I thought it might be a year's supply of money. But today, I'm older and wiser.
Oh.
Every Christmas, she sends me one of them homemade 6-foot neckties of hers that I wouldn't be caught hung from a tree branch with. Those multicolored monstrosities of hers that I wouldn't...
McGee, stop it. That's no way to talk about a sweet old lady who spends 3 months of every year knitting things just for us.
Why don't you knit us something we can use? Like a $50 bill. I don't even care if it isn't my size.
Well, this package is not a Christmas present. She said it was a special surprise for both of us. But if you're not interested, skip it. We'll just let the package sit there at the post office. I'll call them and tell them to send it back. Tell them we don't want it because
Now, wait a minute. Put the phone down. I mean, not that I care, but as long as you're so anxious...
Oh, good. You back the car out. I'll get my hat and coat and meet you in the driveway. Oh, I wonder what the package is. She said in her letter it's a big box. Now, you make a left turn here at the grade school, McGee. We want the main post office.
The main post office? I thought we were going to the branch office over...
Good heavens, slow down. This is a school zone.
Gee whiz, I just barely made the corner. I thought we were going to our regular post office.
Wait a minute. Look. They're at the school. Isn't that Teeny beating on the door there?
Huh? Yeah. What the heck's she doing out in front of the school? It's 10 o'clock. She ought to be inside having class.
Pull over. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah. Well, looks like they got her locked out or something.
Hey, let me in, somebody. Come on, you in there. Open this door.
Boy, that's a new one. Teeny trying to break into school instead of trying to break out.
Yeah, I wonder what's
Won't say anything now. Let's just sit here and see what happens.
Hey, in there. Somebody open up. I want to go to the...
What on earth? Oh, it's you again.
Oh, hi, Mr. Franklin.
That's the principal.
I didn't mean to bother you, Mr. Franklin, but hey, can I come in now? Can I, to school?
No, I'm very sorry, Teeny, but regulations are regulations, and you can't come in.
Oh, I think you're being unfair, Mr. Franklin. Where does it say that in the regulations? Teeny can't come to this school today, huh? Where does it say that? Where does it, huh?
Now, I don't care to discuss it with you.
Oh, dear, what in the world is going on?
Your teacher told you, and I told you.
Yeah, but this school is supposed to teach little kids from the age of 6 to 12, isn't it?
Well, of course, but...
So why can't I bring my dog Margaret in? He's 7, and he's missed 1 year already, so why can't I? Oh, where'd he go? Margaret? Here, Margaret.
Uh-oh. So that's it. Dog followed her to school again.
Poor Mr. Franklin. No wonder his hair is as white as...
Now, look here. Both of you.
Yes, sir.
Now, you go on home together, and one of you come back alone, and I don't mean Margaret. Now, I don't want to hear another peep out of you.
Yeah, but Mr. Franklin, my next class is nature study, and we're going to study dogwood. And after that, we got European history, and he's a German police dog, so I'm sure he'll be interested in all that. So I figured...
Well,
to
come on,
give
kiddo.
Mark a
Let's go
little
over and
bit
see
of
if we can
pleasure,
straighten
we'll
this out
maybe-
before Franklin blows his lid. The package can wait.
Teeny, I'm warning you. I'm losing my patience. Now, you take that dog
Come on,
home.
better hurry,
You
Molly.
hear me?
Teeny will wind up getting a little
I'm
seat
here.
back if she doesn't watch out. Come on.
In just a moment, we'll try to straighten out the McGees.
The fun you have is good for you. You need it, you deserve it. The question is, do you always feel good enough to enjoy it? Sometimes a headache or an upset stomach just won't let you enjoy the fun that's so good for you. Well, that, my friend, is a situation that calls for speedy Alka-Seltzer, the medicine that's so refreshing.
You see, Alka-Seltzer becomes a relief-giving liquid that's better because of action in the glass.
Yes, action in the glass changes Alka-Seltzer tablets into a liquid. This is the form your system can use most easily and naturally for relief.
Action in the glass supercharges Alka-Seltzer with lively bubbles. This soothing liquid speeds relief.
Action in the glass makes Alka-Seltzer easy to absorb immediately. You'll like Alka-Seltzer for refreshing relief. Try it. For refreshing relief for a headache or upset stomach, take Alka-Seltzer.
All right. Now it's all settled, huh, Teeny?
Well, okay.
Thank goodness I'm glad you folks stopped by. It's been a very trying morning.
Yes. Well, now we'll take Margaret back home for you, Teeny, and Mr. Franklin will let you go on into school by yourself.
That's the only thing to do, sis.
Yeah, but don't you forget, Mr. Franklin, I can take my books home and read to Margaret, like you said, and I can have extra exam papers at the end of the term to see if he was paying attention.
Yes. Just come to my office after school and I'll make all the arrangements.
And I can have gold stars to put on Margaret's papers.
Oh, yes.
Now say goodbye to your dog and...
I only give them to him if he deserves them, like Miss Yeagley does to me.
Good. Now say goodbye to Margaret and let's be on...
Work hard and you get 'em. Don't and you flunk. No teacher's pets with me, boy. I'll just...
I said say goodbye to Margaret and go on in the school.
Yes, dear, we've got to go to the post office and pick up a package.
Okay. Bye, Margaret.
Thanks very much, both of you.
Glad to help, Mr.
Yeah.
Franklin.
Well, let's get going. Come on, Margaret. Get in the car. Let's go.
Oh, dear. Oh, that dog's going to be trouble,
Yeah,
McGee.
he's a big one, too. I got
Come
his
on.
collar.
Come on, Margaret. Behave yourself
I'll
now.
pull the front end and you push the back end. Come on, get in there. Come on, boy. Here we go. Get in there. Push, Molly.
I am pushing. Oh, if this is the most exasperating thing, I'm dying to see what Aunt Sarah sent. Margaret! Stop acting like a man. Get in there, you silly, stubborn
Come on,
dog.
up with you. And Molly's in the post office now, Doc, picking it up. It's from Aunt Sarah.
Ah, the same old chivalrous McGee.
Yep.
You sit here in the car like a lump while your wife lugs a heavy box.
Well, I had to stay here with that dad-ratted monster. How I ever got into this... Ah, shut up. And get your muddy feet off of that seat.
Oh, you hurt his feelings.
He hasn't got any feelings. Look at what he did to the back of our car. Mud all over the seats, chewed up the armrest, tore up my newspaper, and get your wet nose out of my ear. You're not getting out of this car much as I wish you could.
Boy, it sure is a mess back there.
Look at it.
Why didn't you take the mud home and tie him up in Teeny's yard and then go to
Molly couldn't wait to see what was in the package from Aunt Sarah, and anyway, we're nearly here, and besides, who'd ever think a dog could do this much damage in 7 minutes?
Well, they're not all that way, although any dog of Teeny's is automatically...
Oh, here comes Molly now. Over here, kiddo. I found a parking space.
Oh, the box from Aunt Sarah's just huge, McGee, and the men are... Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hiya, Molly. I've just been getting a rundown on the misbehavior of Margaret here. Some dog, huh?
Oh, what a pest. Teeny loves him, though, but a worse-behaved dog I've never seen.
What happened to your hat?
He snatched it off my head while I was trying to get out of the car, Doctor. I think he was after these feathers here, you see.
Oh, put it away, Molly. Hide the hat. Hide the hat. I just got him clammed down. Shut up, Margaret. That dreaded silly goof.
You two sure have your hands full.
Oh, I'll be so glad to get him to Teeny's house and tie him up. I wouldn't go through this again for all the teas in Tutti Frutti. Oh, here they come, McGee. Here come the men with the box.
Boy, that is a big one. Over here, fellas.
Easy, man. Sit it down a minute. I gotta get my breath.
Wow. What is it, a piano?
Oh, I don't know, but... Oh, I nearly forgot. This letter came with it, McGee.
Well, read it, kiddo. Read it. Maybe she's sending us a new refrigerator. Or a sports car, even. It's big enough to be
She says here, Dear Molly and husband,
—
last month my prize-winning Great Dane, Countess Hugely of Barkington, had her first litter of pups, and as a surprise, I'm shipping you 3...
What?
Oh, no. This is awful. I can't... Just a minute with that box there, boys.
Yeah, hold it, fellas. Send it back. Get in for us. You got the wrong people. Our name is Jones. Come on, Molly. Let's get out of here.
Fibber and Molly have a final word for you to come.
This is Eleanor Engel. You know, Mother, after a long and tiring day, and by the time you feed the family and get the youngsters off to bed, you certainly deserve and need to relax a little. But sometimes you may be just too wound up to relax. Well, for such times, remember this. Miles Nervine soothes nervous tension so you can relax. It helps you keep calm. Miles Nervine is easy to buy at all drugstores, and it's pleasant to take, too, in either effervescent tablets or liquid. Take Miles Nervine during the day to relax or before bedtime for sound, relaxing sleep. Follow the label, avoid excessive use. Yes, to soothe nervous tension and help you relax. Remember, Miles Nervine.
Talk to the guy on the phone, Molly. He said they'll feed the pups and look after them and send them back to Aunt Sarah on the next train. They'll be okay, so stop worrying.
Yeah, but they were awfully cute, though. I wish we had kept one.
Do you know how much those dogs eat?
Yes.
And how noisy they are?
Sure.
And how they track up the rugs and the floors?
Yes. But just think, if I'd have worried about things like that 30 years ago, I wouldn't have married you either.
Huh? Oh. Well, so long, everybody.
Goodbye.
Fibber, McGee, and Molly, transcribed, is brought to you Mondays through Fridays at this time by Miles Laboratories, makers of Alka-Seltzer. Dr. Gamble is played by Arthur Q. Bryan. Mr. Franklin was Joseph Kearns, and Margaret the dog was feelingly played by Bill Thompson. Well, so much for Aunt Sarah and her package. Tomorrow is another day, and if you know our Mr. McGee, you know that when it comes to making a medical diagnosis, he feels that Doc Gamble has little on him. What's more, he sets out to prove it. It all adds up to lots of fun, and this is John Wald inviting you to join in tomorrow on Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Daytime Companion, weekday, November 7th on NBC Radio.
Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. If a man is judged by the company he keeps, so is he judged a little bit by the looks of the car he drives, which is as good a reason as I know for giving your car an occasional beauty treatment with Johnson's Car New. cleaning and polishing is not a back-breaking job anymore because Carnu does both of these jobs with one application. Carnu does a remarkable job of cleaning without injuring the finish. It leaves a satin-smooth, mirror-like polish that's easier to keep clean. In case you don't already know, Carnu is a liquid. You apply it with a soft cloth, rubbing just hard enough to loosen the dirt and grime. It dries to a white powder. And when you wipe off this powder, you'll see the finish of your car as it was when your car was new. All of which you can quickly prove to yourself by asking your dealer for Johnson's Carnu, spelled C-A-R-N-U. Things are in a bit of a hubba-hubba at 79 Wistful Vista right now. But gee whiz, if a wealthy friend of yours offered you a chance to spend the summer in a classy spot like the exclusive North Shore of Lake Dugan, I'll bet you'd be busting your buttons, too. Like Fibber McGee and Molly.
My goodness, McGee, imagine us spending the summer at Lake Dugan and on the North Shore.
Yeah, wait till I get hobnobbing with those big bankers. I'll put on the dog till they have to chain me up at night.
I think it was pretty wonderful of Mrs. Carstairs to loan us her houseboat for the summer.
Mm-hmm.
Incidentally, do you know how to run a big boat?
Well, Natch. Suppose, for instance, you want to sail south-southeast.
Yes.
You just turn the nose of the boat till the hand on the compass points to south-southeast, you see?
Yes.
Then you take a thumbtack, pin the hand of the compass right there, and keep her there.
Well, thank goodness I'll be with somebody who knows what he's doing.
You betcha.
I don't even know which side of the boat is port and which is muscatel.
Well, I'll show you all about it when we get aboard, kiddo. Hey, did that tailor call?
What tailor?
Guy's coming over to measure me up for a yachting costume. I'm going to get some white flannel pants and a blue coat with brass buttons and a peaked cap with anchors on it and a parsley scarf around my throat.
What kind of a scarf?
Parsley, you know, one of them fancy patterns.
That's paisley.
Oh, good. Good, I don't like parsley anyway. Always flies across the table when I cut my steak.
Steak. Oh, come, dearie, let's not live in the past. Now, let me see. I've got to sort out my clothes and see what I've got that's suitable for a houseboat cruise. Let's see now, I've got a...
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee. Jeepers, Beulah just told me you were going to spend the summer on Carstairs' houseboat. Isn't that super?
Yes, you must come out someday and let us take you for a little cruise, Alice.
Yes, child, pray do. Just wave your handkerchief from the dock and I'll row a show for you in the dairy.
It isn't a dairy, dearie. It's a dory.
Oh, I just love boats. I'd give everything I have to take a long boat ride. In fact, on my last one, it was so rough, I did.
I'm a pretty good sailor myself, Alice. Had me a catboat on the Illinois River once, but it blew ashore in a cyclone.
Yeah, the police called up and said it was up in a tree by the public library.
Yeah.
Remember, McGee?
Yeah.
They said, excuse us for mentioning it, Mr. McGee, but your sloop is showing.
Well, how big is the Carstairs boat?
Well, we haven't seen it yet, Alice, but you know the Carstairs is. When they go first class.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine it'll sleep about 20, eat about 30, and drink about 50.
Well, you've got to be very careful about exposure, you know. You can get terribly blistered on a boat.
Oh, we never get blistered, Alice. We stick to lemonade and root beer.
She means sunburn, Molly.
Oh, yes.
I'll take along some of that sunburn ointment I invented years ago when I studied chemistry.
Jeepers, did you invent a sunburn ointment, Mr. McGee?
Indeed, he did. And it was marvelous, too. It'd be sold in every drugstore today, Alice, if himself here had ever found a backer for it.
Yeah. I did find one guy that wanted to promote it. Old George Dissop. Wanted to put $40,000 into it.
Wow, why didn't you let him do it?
Well, he insisted on putting his own name on the product, Alice, and McGee wouldn't stand for that.
I should say not. Imagine trying to sell anything named Disappointment. Maybe one of these days old man Carstairs will put some dough into it. Make us both a fortune. But that's for the future. Right now, I got to...
Oh, I wonder who that is. Come in.
Mr. McGee here.
Oh, hi, Harvey. Come on in. Molly, this is Harvey Knox, the best tailor in town. Going to make me a yachting outfit. Harvey, this is my wife, Mrs. McGee.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee?
How do you do, I'm sure. Miss Darling, Mr. Knox. Mr. Knox, Miss Darling.
How do you do, you big ape?
Fine, you little twerp. How about a movie tonight?
Okay, meet you at the Bijou, 8:30.
It's contract.
See you later, folks.
Well.
You work fast, don't you, Harv?
She's my cousin.
Oh.
Well, what are you going to have him make for you, dearie?
Well, first I got to have a blue double-breasted coat with brass buttons, Harv.
You go through these samples, will you, Mrs. McGee, while I measure them up?
Certainly. Be glad to.
What's the matter? Can't I be trusted to pick out my own material?
No. You wear clothes like you'd been shot out of a laundry basket. Incidentally, who made that jacket you're wearing?
Oh, he bought that, Mr. Knox. He paid $18.50 for it, and they threw in a harmonica.
What's the matter with it?
Look at the way that collar fits. What were you wearing when you bought it, a knapsack?
Well, gee whiz, I got...
Hold still, will you?
Okay. Write down the figures, will you, Molly?
All right.
Hips, 39.
Hips, 42.
He said 39.
Well, you got to sit down sometime.
Chest, 28.
Chest, 28.
Expanded, 28 3/4.
Expanded, 28 3/4.
Right leg.
Yeah, that's my left leg.
Billy Mills and the orchestra play Love.
Waist, 41.
Waist, 41.
Only 41? My gosh, I sure have lost weight.
You didn't lose it. You just mislaid it. It's right behind you. Left sleeve, 34.
Left sleeve, 34.
Right, 32.
Right, 32. My goodness, dear, your right arm is 2 inches shorter than your left.
It's always been like that. Causes me a lot of embarrassment in restaurants, too. I never can reach the check.
Shoulders, 16.
Which one?
Both. Okay, McGee. I'll make this up, and you can have a fitting the end of the week. The coat will be $60.
Fine, that'll be the... What? Why, you big purse snatcher, where do you get off charging that kind of dough for a yard and a half of this moth-eaten burlap?
Now, McGee.
You haven't got a tailor in your whole sweatshop that could thread a rope through a sewer pipe.
Oh,
$60. Wait till the OPA hears about this, you hijacker. They'll lower your ceilings till you have to lie on your stomach to answer the phone.
Oh.
My gosh, even Schaffner and Marx have a heart. Kidding, Harv. What's your best price?
This is a special price to you, McGee. We usually get 80 for a coat like this.
Were you under the impression that Mr. Knox was running a rummage sale, dearie?
I knew you'd feel this way about it, McGee. So I brought you a coat we made up some time ago that was never called for. Here.
Oh.
This'll fit you, and you can have it for $30.
Make it 15 and it's a deal.
25.
20.
33.
32.
Sold. Here you are.
Say, this is a pretty good-looking hunk of stuff, kid.
Mm-hmm.
How much obliged, Harv? You'll get all my trade from now on.
Threats will get you nowhere, McGee. Well, nice to have met you, Mr. McGee. Good day.
Well, so long, Harv. Hey, why didn't the customer ever call for this coat?
He fell off a houseboat and was drowned.
Oh. Well, that's a mighty pretty piece of flannel there, McGee.
Yep. Fits me like a glove, too.
Yeah.
Wish it fitted me more like a coat. I'll still look pretty snappy lounging around the dock with all them rich millionaires.
Yes, you will. Maybe when Mrs. Carstairs offered us this houseboat of hers, she was just trying to get us into the high handshake crowd, huh?
Yeah, well, we can handle it. Anything you don't quite understand about society etiquette, you can ask me, Mommy. I know the answers.
Yeah. I remember the time we went to that Flossie dinner party and you choked on the liqueur.
I don't remember that.
You said, what is this stuff? And the host said, Napoleon brandy. And you said, no wonder he kept his hand inside of his shirt. I got heartburn already. Come in. Oh, Dr. Gamble. Come in, Doctor.
Hello, Molly. Good day, Ridge William.
Ridge William?
That's a high-grade hillbilly. Say, what's the brass button coat for, Perch Puss? You're joining the police force?
That's a yachting coat, Doctor. We're spending the summer at Dugan's Lake. On the North Shore, if you please.
Yeah. Mrs. Carstairs has offered us the loan of her houseboat for the season.
Won't you be a trifle out of your element, Dumbo, mingling with the Dugan's Lake aristocracy?
Oh, I don't know about that, Doctor. We're just as good as they are.
Oh, I didn't mean you, my dear. You are a lady by instinct.
Oh.
I was referring to little Slumgullion here. He thinks a dinner jacket is the skin off a baked potato.
Oh, I say, that's rather an amusing quip, old chap. You medical fellows are frightfully keen at that sort of thing.
Oh, stop it, you little phony. You're about as authentic as a Japanese newscast. So when do you shove off on this seagoing hitchhike, Molly?
This week, Doctor, and I'm really excited about it. I've always wanted to spend a summer on a boat and get a good coat of tan. I usually look like I'd spend July and August working as a subway guard.
Well, take it easy, my dear. Start with 15 minutes a day and work up to an hour or an hour and a half. You have a fair skin, you know.
How about me? I got a fair skin, too.
Yes, but yours is unusually thick. Well, bon voyage, kiddies. See you in October.
Have a nice summer, Doctor.
So long, Doc.
My. Isn't he a sweet old character?
Yeah, I do hope he comes out and takes a little cruise with us. It's time he learned to fish for something besides appendixes. Is appendixes correct? What's the plural for appendix?
There isn't any. Nobody has more than one.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I never thought of that. Well, anyway, if Doc...
Who's that, McGee?
Must be Wilcox. He telephoned and said he was bringing some girl over he wanted us to meet.
Oh, I wonder who it could be. Come in.
Hi, Junior.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, folks. I'd like to have you meet a friend of mine. Mr. and Mrs. McGee, this is Mr. Borga. Victor Borga.
Well, how do you do, I'm sure.
Madame, I'm charmed. How do you do, Mr. McGee?
Hi, Bud.
My goodness, that's the first time I ever had my hand kissed. Rather fun, isn't it?
It's an old continental custom, Molly. Victor is from Denmark.
Well, they got something with that hand-kissing stuff. Never get any lipstick on your collar that way. Hey, where's the girl you were bringing over, Junior?
Girl? What girl?
When you phoned, you said you were bringing over a good-looking dame.
Oh, I didn't say dame. I said Dane. I meant Victor Borga.
That's a very old joke. But it's very good. I like it.
Is Mr. Borga with the Johnson Wax people, Mr. Wilcox?
As of next week, yes.
What do you mean, as of next week, yes?
He means, as of this week, no.
Victor starts working for Johnson next week.
Oh.
I've been helping him brush up on our sales story, how Johnson's wax is the finest protection money can buy for furniture, floors, and woodwork.
But what I really...
And how Johnson's wax seals the pores of wood and leather and painted surfaces against dust and dirt and dampness.
But my work is not exactly...
And how Johnson's wax gives your home a new beauty and cleanliness. How it has 1,000 household uses and...
Excuse me, may I interrupt?
Oh, certainly, Victor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And how Johnson's wax...
Doggone it, Waxy. Quit manipulating the whole conversation, will you? You chatter away like a worn brake band.
Well, I think Mr. Borger was trying to say something.
Oh, excuse me. What was it, Victor?
I was saying I'm not really a salesman for Johnson's wax.
Oh, well, what do you do for them, Mr. Borger?
I play the piano.
You play the piano?
Thank you very much.
He plays the piano on the radio for Johnson's Wax as of next Tuesday night.
Oh.
And aside from being a concert pianist, he is also a comedian.
Oh, he is, eh? A comedian for Johnson's Wax, eh? Now, just a darn minute,
won't you play something on the piano for us, Mr. Borger? I just love the piano.
Of course. Perhaps the minuet in G.
I like the Moonlight Sonata myself.
The minuet in G is very lovely.
How about Begin the Beguine, Victor?
Splendid composition. But not like the minuet in G. I'll play the first number that was requested. The minuet in G.
Well, who requested that?
Whoever it was, I'll play it for him. The minuet in G. 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 Gee whiz.
That was wonderful, Mr. Borger, and so original.
Now, let's hear some jokes, Bud.
No, sir. No jokes. Not till next week. Come on, Victor. We've got to be going. Have a nice summer, folks.
You too, Mr. Wilcox. And Mr. Borger, I hope everybody likes your summer broadcast, and I'm sure they will. Good luck to you.
Thank you ever so much. And I hope everybody likes your summer vacation. Goodbye, Mr. McGee.
Well, so long, Vic, and have fun. Comedian, eh? New comedian for Johnson's Wax, eh?
Why on earth are you staring at the wall, McGee?
Trying to see if there's any handwriting on it. Oh, well, why worry when... Hey, where are you going?
I'm going upstairs and check over a couple of evening dresses. My goodness, if we're going to mix with that North Shore colony, I don't want to look like I told fortunes in vacant stores. You better start packing too, dearie.
Okay, I will. There goes a good kid. A few weeks on a private yacht and she'll be a new woman. What am I saying? I don't want a new woman. I'm satisfied with the same. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, Teeny. Hey, what's the matter with you? You look like you just found a flat wheel on your roller skate.
I'm sad, mister.
Oh, cheer up, sis. Laugh and the world laughs with you. Weep and where are you going to get any Kleenex?
Please, mister, I'm in no mood for gaiety. My heart is heavy with grief. I'm a very unhappy woman.
No kidding.
Mm-hmm.
What's the worm in your apple, kid?
My problem, Mr. Anthony, is this. Beulah told Mrs. Toops' cook, and she told our cook, and our cook told my mother, and my mother told me that you and Mrs. McGee are going away for the summer.
Oh, I didn't know there'd been so much gossip about it, sis, but where there's smoke, there's 6 people waiting for the butt. It's perfectly true. We're spending the summer among the Gold Garter group at Dugan's Lake. Why should that give you such a hunk of sorrow?
Well, gee, mister, I bet you if someone very close to you was going away for the whole summer and you had scraped and saved and you had $1 to buy them a going-away present and you dropped the $1 down the sidewalk grating.
Here. Please, control yourself. You know I can't stand to see a woman cry.
I know it.
Yeah. It was pretty darn sweet of you to think of saving up for a going-away present, too.
Oh, $1 it was. Yeah. And I dropped it down the sidewalk grating, and if I don't get a present...
Now. Cut it out, sis. Dry your eyes. You know I'm a pushover for sentiment. Why, I cry over greeting cards. Here's $1 for you.
Oh?
There. I'll go buy your present and always think of me as old Bluebird for Happiness McGee.
Oh, boy. Gee, thanks, mister.
Yeah.
You're wonderful. Now I can buy that going-away present. 10 chocolate sodas.
10 chocolate sodas? Who for?
For me, I'm going away for the summer. So long, mister.
I still think that kid's a midget.
The King's Men and You Belong to My Heart.
You belong to my heart now and forever. And our love had its start so long ago. We were gathering stars while a million guitars played our love song. When I said I love you, every beat of my heart said it too. 'Twas a moment like this. Oh, do you remember? And your eyes threw a kiss when they met mine. Now we own all the stars and a million guitars are still playing. Darling, you are the song and you'll always belong to my heart. My heart now and forever. And I knew from the start that you were mine. Now we own all the stars and a million guitars still are playing. Song and you'll always belong to my
Sailing over the bounding lake, and if we catch a lot of fish, believe me, boy, that's Jake. Sailing, Hey, Molly.
Yes, McGee?
You see my jackknife anyplace?
No, I haven't, dearie. What'd you want it for?
I'll need it on the boat. Have to carve the daily report with it. You know, weather conditions, attitude and longitude, mutinies and all stuff like that there.
Well, can't you use a pen or a pencil? Why do you have to carve it?
Oh, just a tradition is all. Got to keep everything in the ship's log. Best way to write on logs is with a jackknife.
I see. Well, maybe Beulah knows where it is. Oh, Beulah! Beulah! Somebody bawl for Beulah?
Hey, you see my jackknife anyplace, Bew?
You mean the one with the mama of pearl handle? And all the little gimmicks on it, like a corkscrew and a button hook and a nail file and a screwdriver and even a couple of knife blades?
That's the one, Beulah.
No, ma'am, I ain't seen her.
Keep an eye out for it, will you, Beulah? Be an awful handy thing to have on a yacht.
Yeah, so. You sure is going to have plenty of time this summer to play Mumbly Pig.
Peg, Beulah, not pig.
No, ma'am, I suppose this pig would get seasick. Me too. Oh, firstly, I get internally uneasy at a fast-dripping faucet. That's why I'm awful glad I'm staying right here on good old terracotta.
Firma. Firma.
Yeah, sir, never been firmer about anything in my life. Well, I sure hope you folks have a good time yachting around.
Oh, I tell you, it's going to be wonderful, Beulah. We've rubbed elbows with millionaires before, but none of it has ever come off on us. Maybe this time it'll take, huh?
No, that's right. Well, you know what to say, ma'am. There's other things in the world besides money, but you can't get them without it.
Social aspect of the situation doesn't interest me, Beulah. It's the fishing I'm looking forward to. By the end of the summer, I'll pack up my fishing tackle and drop a $5 bill over the side of the boat.
What on earth for?
That'll be the only fin left in Lake Dugan by that time.
Be the only fin left in Lake Dugan. He whipped that one in there. I'm telling you.
please, Beulah.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Cossack? Come right here.
Thank you, Beulah. How do you do, Mrs. McGee?
Hello, Mrs. Carstairs.
Hi, Carsey. Been trying to get you on the phone all day, ever since Beulah gave us your phone message.
Oh, yes, I understood you were trying to get me, Mr. McGee.
Well, we just wanted to thank you for your generous offer, Mrs. Carstairs. It's simply wonderful of you.
Yeah, Carsey, you're a peach to do it. Just a fuzzy old peach. With a pit of gold.
Well, it seems a great deal of fuss to make over such a small thing, Mr. McGee.
Oh, but you don't know how much it means to him, Mrs. Carstairs. He loves boats and water and fishing so much.
Well, I can understand that, I'm sure. I come from a long line of seafaring men myself. My grandfather was a rear admiral, you know.
I suspected that the minute I saw you, Carsey. I saw you walking down the street one day, and I says to myself, I says, by George, I says, I'll bet there was a rear admiral in her family.
Thank you.
Can I get you a cup of tea, Mrs. Carstairs?
Oh, no, thank you, my dear.
Oh, we'll even give you some sugar in it, Carsey, in appreciation of us using your boat.
What boat, Mr. McGee?
Why, your houseboat, Mrs. Carstairs. You know, the one you're letting us have the use of this summer.
Houseboat? Oh, but there must be some mistake, my dear. I didn't... Beulah.
Yes, Miss Costello?
You took my message to Mr. and Mrs. McGee, did you not?
Yes, and I wrote it all down, too. Only nobody could read it because the pencil was broke.
Oh, my goodness, what's all this about?
You mean you didn't offer us your houseboat for the summer, Carsey?
Mr. McGee, I have no houseboat. I said we would be out of town and you would be perfectly free to use our boathouse this summer.
Boathouse? That's what she said. Boathouse. Oh, Beulah, you fool.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Have you ever stopped to think how linoleum brings the colors of the out-of-doors into your kitchen? The greens and yellows of spring and summer, the reds and blues of fall. When these colors are kept bright and cheerful, your kitchen is a pleasant place to work in, which is one good reason you protect your linoleum floors regularly with Johnson's Glow Coat. Because Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing, this is a simple job. You just apply and let dry. Glow Coat does the rest, giving you in a few minutes a gleaming floor that's protected against wear and dirt and moisture. And because Glow Coat is made by the makers of Johnson's Wax, you can be sure that the quality is uniformly high. The regular use of self-polishing Glow Coat will add greatly to the life and beauty of all your linoleum surfaces.
Ladies and gentlemen, for 11 years now, we've been thanking you annually for your wonderful loyalty and support of the Johnson Wax program, and we'd like to do it again.
We have a definite understanding with our sponsor that if you continue to like our show, they might take us on permanently. So, thanks for everything, and don't go away.
Don't forget that next Tuesday at this same time, Johnson's Wax brings you that great pianist and entertainer, Victor Borga, in his own show. You'll love it.
And we love you.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to listen in again next Tuesday night when we bring you that pianist, entertainer extraordinaire, Victor Borga. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. and down the country today, friends have been dropping in on other friends, exchanging New Year's greetings. It's a proud moment, isn't it, when your guests compliment you on the beauty of your home? Well, you can always count on a compliment like that if you use the wax method of housekeeping. Fact is, it's quite amazing how wax, genuine Johnson's wax, touches off the real beauty of the lovely things in your home. Waxed floors shine proudly with a new beauty. The wax polish gives a lovely luster to furniture and woodwork, too, and it brings out the beautiful grain. Picture frames and ornaments and leather articles grow lovelier each time you wax them. You see, Johnson wax things have a satin smooth surface that doesn't collect dust, is easy to keep clean. And because of its protective qualities, a coating of wax adds to their length of life. Why not have a lovelier home in 1946 with Johnson's wax? For non-professionals, there are 3 different approaches to typewriting. Hunt and peck, hope and hit, poke and pray. And here at 79 Wistful Vista, we find the squire combining the worst features of each. As we meet, Fibber McGee and Molly.
I can see why Remington makes guns as well as typewriters. If you don't type any better than I do, you can shoot yourself. Now, let's see what I got. One day in Africa during a kangaroo trapping expedition.
McGee, have you got time to help me? Oh, still at the typewriter, huh?
Yeah, and you know what? I now got 2 pinkies on each hand. My forefingers are worn down to the second knuckle.
What are you doing, writing yourself an anonymous letter?
Nope. I'm writing out my entry into a contest.
Oh, heavenly days. Another one? What is it this time?
I'm writing a story.
A story?
Yep.
Long or short?
Tall.
Tall, huh?
Yep. Tall story contest at the Elks Club. $100 first prize. Entry's got to be in by 5 o'clock tonight.
Well, good for you, dearie.
Yep.
You might as well cash in on that talent as give it away to your friends for free.
Yep.
Your only rival for tall stories is the Empire State Building.
That's what all the guys at the Elks Club say, too, and they've all got big bets on me to win.
Well, why not? You're a cinch.
Yep.
Mind if I read what you've written?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Tales Theory by Fibber, 1/2, $, 2 smudges, McGree.
You better let me read it. My typing ain't very clean.
You're not kidding, sweetheart. This looks like you'd gone at the typewriter with 4 wooden mallets like a xylophone.
It says Tall Story by Fibber McGee.
That's fine, dearie. Very good.
Well, wait till you hear it. There's more.
Oh, pardon me.
One day in Africa, during a kangaroo trapping expedition.
Well, aside from the fact there are no kangaroos in Africa, I think it's fine. Read the rest of it.
That's all I got. I can't think of a good yarn.
Oh, nonsense. You've got 1 million of them, dearie. How about the one you told the milkman this very morning?
What?
About how you used to drive a milk wagon and your horse was so smart, he not only knew all the customers, but used to read the newspapers to see if anybody new had moved into the neighborhood?
Oh, they don't want true stories.
I see.
Besides, there's something about writing them down on paper that defeats me. They don't look reasonable. I think I better start all over. Now, one day when I was deep sea fishing at Acapulco. Hey, how do you spell Acapulco?
Where is it?
I don't know.
Well, make it Havana.
Oh.
You can copy that off your cigar band.
Good idea. Deep sea fishing at Havana, Florida.
Why, Havana's in Cuba.
Since when?
Well, that I couldn't say, dearie. I only know that...
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Oh, am I interrupting your work, Mr. McGee?
Oh, not at all, Alice. I'm never bothered by minor disturbances.
Well, I'm not a minor disturbance, Mr. McGee. I was 21 last October.
Oh.
Well, He's writing a tall story for the Elks Club contest, Alice.
Oh, creepers, isn't that wonderful? Maybe he could even write a novel or a play or something sometime.
What do you mean I could write a play or a novel or something sometime? I got one almost finished right now. Oh. I'm calling it Life with My Father.
There is a play by that name, McGee. Very successful, too.
What? Life with My Father?
No, it's just called Life with Father.
Well, how do you like that? You think up an idea, somebody takes it, changes one word, and you got no legal protection whatsoever.
I think playwriting is horribly interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I go out once in a while with a fellow that he's a playwright. He's kind of a Noel coward.
He is, eh?
Yes. He'd like to write like Noel, but he's afraid.
I'll never forget one time in New York, the Theater Guild come to me and asked me to write a show for him.
I suppose Elmer Rice was busy at the time, being thrown at a wedding party.
Nelson.
I was a kind of a Broadway playboy in them days, which is why they wanted me to write a Broadway play, I suppose.
Well, next.
They offered me $100,000 in a tryout in Washington, D.C.
Would that be called capital gain, dearie?
It would have if they'd ever seen it. But I found out just in time they wanted a play to be called Alabama so they could pay me off in Confederate money. So I nixes the deal, see, and they got a kid named Hammerstein to do one called Oklahoma. I understand it's going to make expenses, too.
Make expenses? They sell tickets for it in jewelry stores.
Well, I'll let you get to work, Mr. McGee. I've got to get downtown anyway. I have a luncheon date with Geraldine.
Who's Geraldine?
Oh, Geraldine is the mounted policeman who directs traffic at 14th and Oak Street on the Big Brown Horse's sister.
Oh, I see.
Well, good luck with it, Mr. McGee.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and two guitars.
Well, how are you coming along with your tall story?
Oh,
McGee?
terrible. I can't think of anything to write. I had a wonderful start on this one, too, but it petered out.
What was it?
It was about the time I flew a balloon over Mount Vesuvius while it was erupting.
Oh, why, that sounds very interesting. Why didn't you go on with it?
I couldn't. The balloon caught fire in the third line, and I got killed. I only had more imagination. I could win this thing hands down.
Come in. Oh, hello there, Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in.
How do you do, my dear? Working on the typewriter, Mr. McGee?
Who, me? Oh, no, Carsty. I'm teaching a sea lion to play the 1812 overture on a police whistle. And if you'll pardon my mentioning it, your skirt is split down the middle.
This, Mr. McGee, is a divided skirt.
That's what I said.
I have just come from a horseback ride in the park.
Oh, I've seen you riding, Millicent, and I must say you have a wonderful seat on a horse. McGee.
You quite an equestrian, Carsty?
Well, I rather fancy that I am, Mr. McGee. I've taken several blue ribbons at horse shows.
Judges nearsighted, or were you whinnying at the time?
Now, McGee, don't be so rude.
I know he's just joking, my dear. As a matter of fact, Mr. McGee, when Roy Rogers had his last rodeo at Madison Square Garden, he made me a splendid offer.
My goodness, did he really, Millicent? What was his offer?
$10 for my hat. He said it frightened Trigger.
Used to be quite a horseman myself, Carsey. Had quite a string of polo ponies at one time.
Really? What happened to them?
The string broke.
I even used to ride bareback in a circus with him. Funny thing happened in connection with that, too, recently, too. I happened to be in Indianapolis. You know Indianapolis, Carsey?
Oh, indeed I do. It was named after one of my ancestors, an Indian who'd gone to Annapolis.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, Well, you know the big circle down there in Indianapolis? Well, I was walking along there one day, and I seen two of the horses from my old circus act from 20 years ago. And they were harnessed to a beer truck. Well, sir, the minute they seen me, they started snorting for joy. They tossed their heads and arched their necks and started galloping around the circle, round and round and round.
Oh, wasn't that delightful? I suppose it had been years since they'd seen a clown.
So what does I do but I throws off my overcoat, steps out of my shoes, and leaps onto their backs. And for 20 minutes we galloped around that circle, me jumping on and off, turning triple somersaults, handsprings, and flip-flops.
Well, after 20 years, I imagine a lot of your flips were flops, huh?
But I forgot I didn't have any rosin on my feet, and I slipped on one of their rumps, and whammo, everything went black.
Oh, were you knocked unconscious, Mr. McGee? I mean, more so than usual?
No, I wasn't, Carsey. I flew through the air right into a Keep Our City Clean box, and the lid fell on me.
Hasn't himself here had the most fascinating experiences, Millicent?
Simply astounding, my dear. Sometime when you have a free hour, Mr. McGee, I should like to hear more of your circus stories.
Why, sure, Carsey, anytime. Shall I give you a ring?
Well, under the circumstances, give me 3 rings. Good day, my dear.
Why not use that, McGee?
Huh? Use what?
Use that circus story as your tall story for the Elks Club contest?
Oh, my gosh, kiddo, I can't do that.
Why not?
Why, those horses may still be living. I wouldn't want to embarrass them. Boy, this is a tough assignment, you know it. I can't dream up any fantastic stories.
Well, now, you'd better, McGee.
Well...
If all those men at the Elks have bet big money on you.
Yeah, that scares me, too.
You know what? I talked to Mrs. Toops on the phone, and she said her husband said all the Elks are betting their teeth on you.
Oh, my gosh, I don't know.
Sure, they say you're a 3-to-1 shot. Or 3-to-1 to get shot, I forget which.
Well, doggone it, I just can't think of any wild yarns. I sit here and stare at this blank paper and nothing...
Hello, folks.
Oh, hi, Junior.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Feliz año nuevo, amigos.
No, thanks, Junior. We haven't used up the old can yet.
No, McGee, that was Happy New Year in Spanish, I think. Wasn't it, Mr. Wilcox?
Sure. I picked up quite a bit of Spanish when I was deep-sea fishing down in Acapulco.
Deep-sea fishing in Acapulco, eh?
Yeah.
You're just the guy I wanted to see, Junie. How do you spell it?
C-E-E-P-S-E-A-F-I-S-H?
No. He means Acapulco.
Oh, I don't know. I never paid any attention to the spelling. You see, I was down there with a bunch of Johnson Wax salesmen.
I'll bet you were, Waxy. And I'll bet all you sportsmen made an agreement not to talk shop on the whole trip, too, didn't you?
We sure did, Mac. For 5 whole days, not a word was said about fishing. All we talked about was Johnson's Wax.
Ah, it's a great topic in the tropics.
Yes, we swapped experiences about how we'd sold way over our quotas of Johnson's Wax. How housewives loved it because it gave their homes that immaculate, shining appearance.
Yeah.
How it made housekeeping so much easier because dust and dirt can't cling to a Johnson Wax surface.
I was deep-sea fishing down in Acapulco once.
And how a proud housekeeper kept finding new uses for Johnson's Wax. Floors, furniture, woodwork, picture frames, lampshades, window shades, Venetian blinds, luggage, banisters.
We were trolling for tuna, you see. We were trolling for tuna, and I had about a half a mile of line out.
And with your line, you could spare it.
Well, sir, suddenly I got a bite. I scratches it quick, and then like a flash... like a flash, I reels in. It was a terrific battle. But finally, I reaches over the side with my gaff, and what do you suppose I'd caught? A guy in a bathing suit with water wings on.
How exasperating.
Not at all, as it turned out. I yanks the guy on board, and I says, "I'm sorry, bud. I thought you were a tuna." He says, "I am. I'm a piano tuner. Shucks, this is a holiday.
Well, excuse me, pal. I've got to get going. I just stopped in to see how you were coming with your entry for the Elks Tall Story Contest.
Well, he's a little discouraged about it, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, I can't seem to think of a thing, Junior.
Well, keep pitching, Mac. And remember, the deadline is 5 o'clock.
Ain't that awful, Molly? The deadline is 5 o'clock.
Well, how much have you got written?
All I got so far is this. An amazing thing happened to me when I was a cabin boy on a 12-masted schooner bound round the Horn.
Bound round the Horn?
Yeah, I got my nose all cut up in the fight and I had it all bandaged up.
Well, what's the story of the 12-masted schooner?
I'm darned if I know. I just don't seem to be able to make up imaginary stuff. Maybe I better start fresh and... Oh, my gosh. How can a guy get his work done? Our threshold has been crossed more times today than Southern California's goal line. Come in.
Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble. Do come in.
Hello, Molly. Good afternoon, Gargoyle.
For a doctor, Arrowsmith, you got an awful ignorant way of pronouncing gargle. What can we do for you? Break a leg?
No, I'm a committee of one sent by the more sporting members of the Elks Club to pick up your story, McGee. Got it ready?
Oh, heavenly
Gee
day.
whiz, Doc, I'm in a spot. No kidding. I haven't been able to think of a thing. My imagination is drier than a Kansas tea room.
You better think of something, Bilge Pump, for I know 7 underworld characters, including me, who will tear your head off and throw it in your face. Personally, I have wagered $65 in folding money, 4 appendectomies, 2 adhesions, and a basal metabolism on you. Go on, concentrate.
Do what the doctor says, McGee. Concentrate.
Maybe he doesn't know how to concentrate.
Certainly I know how to concentrate. My gosh, I spent 6 years in India studying to be a faker, didn't I?
Yeah, and 40 years in this country.
Betcha. I learned how to sit on a board full of nails all day long and just concentrate.
Didn't it hurt, McGee?
Not after I learned the secret of how to do it. Then I could sit on them nails all day and never feel a twinge.
And what was the secret, Master? Mind over matter, or a heavy girdle over the derriere?
It was very simple. Just drive the nails into the board and flatten them out. It's only the points that hurt you.
Simple when you know the trick, isn't it?
You must show us the Indian rope trick sometime, faker. I'll buy the rope if you'll climb up it and disappear. For good. And furthermore...
I'll get it.
I'll get it. Hello, Gamble speaking. Who? Oh, yes. Yes. Well, I'll be over there as soon as I can, Ray. In the meantime, take 2 5-grain headache tablets and apply cold compresses. And don't worry about it, Ray. You're not the first person who's lost one. Bye.
Lost what, Doctor?
A weekend. McGee, do you know what time it is? 4:30. Where's that tall story?
Oh, my gosh, Doc, I can't. Well, gee whiz, this simply isn't my...
McGee, they're all depending on you, though.
You better get with it, Bugface, or your life won't be worth 10 cents worth of Hiroshima real estate.
Well, doggone it, I don't know what to do. Hey.
Huh?
Wait a minute. Yeah, I do, too. I know what to do.
Well, write it out quick, boy.
Good for you, McGee.
I'll fix them.
Why, you leave these things till the last minute anyhow.
Look at how fast he's going.
Maybe you have it to do.
There.
Well, hurry up. Give it here, McGee. Come on, give it to me.
Wait a minute. Where's an envelope?
Here, McGee.
Thanks. Okay, Doc, give him that.
Thanks, son. I knew you'd come through. Now, listen in to WVIS at 6:30. They'll announce the winner.
I knew he could do it, Doctor.
So did I. He's got more tall tales than a herd of giraffes. Bye now.
The King's Men sing I Don't Care If I Never Go to Bed.
I love music and crowded places. I love people and such. I love singing and smiling faces. Love to stay awake too much. Oh, I don't care if I never go to bed. Never go to bed. Never go to bed. I don't care if I never go to bed, 'cause I'm having such a darn good time. I don't care if I never hit the hay. Never hit the hay. Never hit the hay. I don't care if I never hit the hay, 'cause the night is young and I feel fine. It must be somebody's birthday or anniversary, and that's a very good reason to sing this song with me. Oh, I don't care if I never go to bed, never go to bed, never go to bed. I don't care if I never go to bed, 'cause I'm having such a darn good time. I don't care if I never wink or sleep. Pardon me, I mean never sleep a wink. I don't care 'cause I'm feeling in the pink, having such a darn good time. I don't care if I never snooze a take. Pardon me, I mean never take a snooze. I don't care 'cause I'm doing what I choose, having such a darn good time. I want to door all the ring bells. I'm feeling young and gay. I want to spot the high hits and nightclub dance away. I don't care if I never bed to go. Pardon me, I mean, this is what I said. I don't care if I never go to bed, having such a darn good time. Happy New Year!
What are you looking so gloomy about, McGee? You came through with a tall tale, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I came through with mine between my legs.
What do you mean?
I didn't send the Elks a story. I just sent my apologies. Told them I just couldn't handle it, that's all.
Oh, heavenly days. And all those people who'd bet on you, too.
I know. I feel like a dog. But gee whiz, Molly, I just can't sit down at a typewriter and deliberately prevaricate. Somehow it just don't seem honest, somehow.
Well, cheer up, Pet. My goodness. Come in. Oh, Mayor Latrivia, do come in, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you, my dear. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Latrivia.
Say, I have some good news for you folks. Remember Wallace Wimple?
My goodness, yes.
You mean little Wally Wimp? You mean the henpecked little guy that when he was married, Frankenstein gave the bride away?
Yes, that's the lad. I just got word that he's out of the service and will be back in Wistful Vista on the 15th of January.
Oh, good. Very well.
It seems that the Navy finally saved up enough points to get rid of him.
Oh, my, it'll be nice to see him again.
2 weeks from today, eh? My gosh, that's...
By the way, McGee, did you send the Elks your tall story for the contest?
No. I guess I kind of fell down on the assignment, Latriv. I went into it real enthusiastic, too. I was going to whip out a yarn that'd have all the other contestants green with ivy. I had...
You mean envy, dear.
Huh?
People don't turn green with ivy.
Oh, no? You mean I never told you about the kid I went to school with? Little Eddie Creeper? The poor kid that was working his way through school.
What about him, McGee?
Well, he got so hungry he'd eat the leaves off the vines on the chemistry building, just to keep from starving.
Well, if he wanted to browse, why didn't he go over to the library building?
The bigger leaves on the chemistry building. It was older. Well, sir, he ate so many of them leaves, he started turning green with ivy, you see.
Oh, dear.
I suppose you're going to tell us he came home one night potted.
No, the thing was, Latrivia, he ate so many of them ivy leaves, he got a peculiar habit of trying to climb the wall of the chemistry building.
Oh.
Every spring, right after the rainy season, he'd do it. We found out later his father had been one of the Virginia creepers. Creepers. Then a kind of a tragic thing happened.
I know. He was attacked by caterpillars?
No. It seems that one of the botany professors, I think it was a botany professor. Well, what's the study of plant life called, the trivia?
The National Labor Board.
Oh, no, Mr. Mayor. What do you mean?
Never mind. Anyway, they discovered there was no nourishment in ivy leaves, and when this kid heard that, he fell right off the wall onto his history notebook. It weakened him so much, they had to feed him Vigoro and tie him to a trellis to hold him up for the graduation exercises.
That's a very interesting story, McGee. Is that the one you sent to the Elks Club?
Well, no, it isn't, Your Honor.
I'll probably have to resign from the Elks, Latrivia. I wouldn't be able to show up there from now on without getting the hot foot every time I sat down.
What's a hot foot?
Oh, that's where you stick a match in the sole of a guy's shoe without him knowing it and light it.
It's a stupid practical joke, Mrs. McGee, dedicated to the proposition that all men should be cremated equal. But about your entry in the contest, McGee, I certainly hope you
Heavenly days, look what time it is. Time for the broadcast. Turn the radio on, McGee.
Oh, okay. Not that I want to hear it, except out of morbid curiosity.
McGee, I'm curious to know just exactly what you wrote.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh.
quiet. Listen.
And now for the announcement of the first prize winner in the Wistful Vista Elks Club annual Tall Story Contest. The winner, who will receive a check for $100, is Mr. Fibber McGee of 79 Wistful Vista.
What? How on earth could he do that?
Mr. McGee's prize-winning entry consisted simply of this brief note, and I quote, Tall Story Committee, gentlemen, I'm sorry, but I just don't seem to be able to sit down and deliberately tell a falsehood. Well, to anyone who knows Mr. McGee, this will be recognized as the most fantastic whopper of all time. Congratulations, Mr. McGee, and now we return you to the...
Well, I'll be a Happy New Year.
In the coming year, Fibber McGee and Molly will most certainly be making many new friends. Friends who perhaps will be using Johnson's Glow Coat on their floors and linoleum for the first time. Well, now any one of our many old friends could tell these ladies what a pleasing experience they have in store. With self-polishing Glow Coat, you can give your floors and linoleum the gleaming luster of a wax finish with practically no work at all. Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. It's self-polishing. You simply apply and let dry. In 20 minutes, come back and you'll find even old linoleum gleaming with a brand new beauty. It's amazing the difference it makes. And, of course, because Glow Coat protects the surface from wear, new linoleum stays like new, both in bright appearance and in the way it wears. Yes, our new friends have a pleasant surprise coming when they first use Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat in the coming new year.
Ladies and gentlemen, when your country is at war, you naturally offer it your money, your services, and, if necessary, your life. But when the war is over, it's every person's privilege, yes, even duty, to think of himself again, his work, and his future.
The United States Merchant Marine, which made such a wonderful record of work done and heroic missions accomplished, offers a wonderful opportunity. It wants and needs you experienced officers and men who have been to sea, men with certificates. If you're looking for a job with a great future, write or wire collect to Merchant Marine, Washington, 25 D.C., giving your rating and address.
And if you've been on a well-earned holiday, we urge you to return to your ship. You won't be the first one who was smart enough to go back on the water after a celebration.
Good night, all, and Happy New Year.
Next Tuesday night. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the Johnson Wax people in Racine, Wisconsin and Brantford, Ontario, who join all of us in wishing you a very happy New Year. Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Do you remember when your kitchen linoleum was brand new? You probably got a big thrill out of it, and you decided that you were certainly going to take good care of it. Well, have you? Does it still look almost new? It would if you'd begun right away to protect it with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Because when you apply Glow Coat to linoleum, you're putting down a tough shield that protects the finish against wear and dirt and moisture. The thin, invisible film of Glow Coat itself takes the wear, and the surface underneath is safe. That's why the regular use of Glow Coat makes linoleum last much longer, besides keeping it sparkling and beautiful. Glow Coat is easy to use because it needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. Conservation begins at home. In fact, it begins in your own kitchen, the very first time you use Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Whoever said the hand is quicker than the eye never saw the squire of 79 Wistful Vista practicing sleight of hand. Get a load of the old Butterfingers right now. With a book of magic, a deck of cards, and 10 thumbs. As we meet, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Do that last trick again, McGee. That was very good.
What'd I do?
Made a card jump out of the deck into the cup of your pants.
Oh, so that's where that other card went. My gosh, I've been looking all over for it. Here, let me try this one. Here, take a card. Any card.
All right. I'll take this one.
It's the 10 of diamonds.
Well, heavenly days, that's wonderful, dearie.
Just a simple feat, my dear. The answer is quite amusing when you realize... Whoop,
oh,
that's
here.
All over that thing.
I'll help you pick them up. They're all over... Say, I know how you did that trick.
Huh?
They're all the 10 of diamonds.
You'd have never knew if I hadn't have dropped them.
I like the trick better, though, where you made the glass of water disappear. You know, when the rubber band pulls it up your sleeve.
Hey, how'd you know it went up my sleeve?
I saw it go. Besides, your sleeve leaked for 15 minutes afterwards.
Now, I need a little more practice on that one.
What on earth is this all about, McGee?
I'm doing a magic act at the Elk Smoker tonight.
Why, you never did any magic before. Isn't the time a little short to learn a magic routine?
No, not for anybody with my natural dexterity. And after my years in vaudeville, I got a great line of patter to cover up any mistakes I make.
Well, I think it was mean of the entertainment committee to ask you to do this with so little time to prepare, though.
Oh, they didn't ask me. I volunteered. In fact, they begged me not to do it. They says it takes years for anybody to get to be a good magician. And I says, yes, for the average ham-handed oaf, I says, but not for me, I says. Give me half a day to practice, I says, and I'll make your eyes bug out so far it'll take a truant officer to round up your pupils.
What did they say, if it's fit for a lady's ears?
Well, sir, I showed them one simple little feat of legerdemain that stopped them right in their tracks.
Really?
Took a $50, see? Made a pass over, and whammo, no $50. Had them completely baffled.
Where did it go?
I'm darned if I know. I've been looking for it ever since I got home. But it takes a pretty smooth magician to fool even himself, you'll admit that.
What tricks are you going to do tonight, dearie?
Well, the way I got my routine laid out is like this here. First, I do a few simple stuff with coins.
Yeah?
Then I'll do some rope tricks. Cut a rope in 5 places and restore it.
For goodness sakes, can you really do that?
Well, Natch, it's right here in the book. I just read it over once and I can do it like a mice. Here, I'll take this piece of rope, you see? Absolutely undamaged. Examine it, please.
I find it completely undamaged, Professor.
Exactly. Now then...
Hello, Mr. McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee.
Hello, Alice. Have a chair while the mighty mystic McGee mystifies, amazes, and instructs.
Yeah, get a load of this, kid. I'm practicing my magic act for the Elk Smoker tonight.
Oh, gee, I wish I could be there.
You like magic, Alice?
No, but I've never seen an elk smoke.
Let's leave the levity to the magician, shall we? You see this rope, Alice?
Yes, jeepers, that's a wonderful trick, Mr. McGee. Do it again.
Doggone it, I haven't even done the trick yet.
Oh. He cuts the rope in 5 places, Alice, and then makes it all into one piece again, you see?
It's an amazing illusion. Yeah. Most people think the magician has an extra piece of rope hid under his coat or up his sleeve.
Has he?
Why, certainly not. Anyway, I don't think so. Hand me the book there, Alice. Page 26. Nope, no rope up the sleeve.
Wouldn't it be safer tonight, dear, if you just took the book along and read him the tricks?
Oh, I can do them. Now, I'll take this piece of rope, see? I take it in the middle like this here and cut it. Whoops. Okay. I now have 2 pieces of rope, of which both pieces are of equal size and length.
Jeepers, this is simply wonderful.
He hasn't done the trick yet, Alice.
Oh.
Now then, your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen.
I will now proceed to restore the rope to one single undamaged piece. I take my magic wand. Hey, where's my wand?
What's the stick under your arm?
Huh? Oh, yes. I take my magic wand, wave it over the rope, abracadabra, presto, and I have here, my gosh, a bowl of goldfish.
Where on earth did they come from?
I'm doggone if I know. I must have been doing the wrong trick. Did you give me page 26, Alice?
Oh, I thought you said 76. I'm sorry.
Oh, forget it. In fact, I can use this trick in my act with a little patter like this. You see, folks, I always like to have a few goldfish around anyhow. Every 4 weeks, I walk through the woods trying to find a brook with goldfish in it. I belong to the Brook of the Month Club. Thank you. Now for my famous illusion, sawing a woman in half. Would one of you ladies kindly step up on the
Not
stage?
me, McGee. I've got to go make the bed.
Oh, I've got to go to work. Goodbye now.
Cowards. I'll pass.
Billy Mills in the orchestra, and There Must Be a Way.
Dearie.
Oh, wonderful. I'm working on the trick now where I borrow a watch from somebody, smash it with a hammer, and then shoot it out of a pistol. Good as new.
Well, I shudder to think how many places that trick could go wrong.
But I got that one down slicker than a wet spaniel. Let me take your wristwatch.
No.
Oh, come on. I won't hurt it.
No.
Please.
No, McGee. Positively no.
Ah.
You gave me this watch as an anniversary present. I'll not have it hammered to pieces nor shot out of pistols.
It's just a trick. I'm pretty sure I can do it.
But, dearie, this watch is worth a great deal of money, aside from its sentimental value.
Yeah. But the better the watch, the more impressive the trick is, see? Nobody cares if you bang up a dollar turnip. But when you see a gold and diamond creation being battered to pieces...
Oh, no. McGee, it wouldn't be right to...
Who's that?
Mrs. Carstairs.
Oh, hot dog. She's got a wristwatch that's worth $3,000. Platinum and emeralds. Come in.
Hello there, Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in.
How do you do, my dear?
Hi, Carstairs. I'm glad to see you. You're just in time to see some parlor magic that'll make your faded old eyes light up like a burning barn. You got your wristwatch on?
Now, McGee, for goodness sakes, don't...
Why did you ask, Mr. McGee?
I wanted to show you a trick, Kirsty. Come on, let me take it.
Very well, but please handle it carefully. It's extremely valuable.
If this doesn't work, McGee, you better reload that pistol fast. You're going to have to shoot your way out of here.
May I ask what this is all about?
I'm studying magic, Kirsty. I'm going to smash this watch with a hammer, vanish the pieces, then shoot it out of this pistol without a scratch onto it.
And if it doesn't work?
I haven't failed yet.
How many times have you done it?
Well, this will be the first time. Well, here we go, laughing and scratching, girls. Now, first, I place the watch on this little anvil. Then I take the hammer.
This is going to be wonderful, Mrs. Carstairs. He can do this with my eyes shut.
Please be careful, Mr. McGee. It would be very annoying if you hit your thumb with that hammer.
Now, don't worry, kiddo. Now, watch this.
Oh, dear.
Then, with a simple twist of the wrist, watch me closely, folks. Presto, the watch has disappeared. Time flies, don't it? That's a crack I put in there.
May I suggest that you proceed with your feats of magic without the humorous comment, Mr. McGee?
I second that emotion, too.
Okay. Now watch this. I load the pistol, fire it into the air,
Oh.
and now... Wait a minute till I look in the book. I forgot what comes next.
The police would be my guess.
I don't mind the loss of the watch so much, my dear, but it had a lock of my husband's late hair in it.
Mrs. Carstairs, you mean your late husband's hair, don't you?
No, he's still here, but his hair is gone.
Hey, kids, I got it. Just feel in your left sleeve there, Carsty, and tell me what you find.
Ooh, my watch. Well, that was very skillfully performed, Mr.
Are you sure
McGee.
it isn't damaged, Mrs. Carstairs?
No, it seems to be perfectly all right, Mrs. McGee. Even the lock of hair... Good gracious.
What's the matter?
The hair has turned completely white. Oh. Well, I simply must go tell Mr. Carstairs about this. Good day, Mrs. McGee.
Goodbye, Mrs. Carstairs. My goodness, you certainly had me nervous there for a minute, McGee. That handful of platinum and emeralds is no dime store trinket, you know.
No, it is to old man Carstairs. He's rolling in dough like a baker's elbow.
Well, I must say I'm relieved. I wish you'd stick to simple tricks with cards and coins.
Wait till you see the one I do where I find the dollar bill in the grapefruit. Quite a production. The first thing I do is get the grapefruit.
Hi, Molly. Hello, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. Take a card.
What?
Take a card. Any card.
Oh, card tricks, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I picked a card, pal. Now what?
What card was it?
5 of spades.
Correct. Now watch me do a trick where I take...
You got an egg?
I have some in the kitchen, Mr. Wilcox. Shall I get one?
Well, it might need more than one. Let's all go out in the kitchen.
Something tells me I'm going to regret this, but come on.
I'll get you an egg out of the refrigerator, Mr. Wilcox.
What are you practicing this magic for, pal?
I'm doing a magic act at the Elk Smoker tonight. Founders Day dinner. Honor Mort Toops.
You mean to tell me Mort Toops founded the Elks Club?
No, but he hauled in a bushel of clams one day in 1936, and we had a clam bake. We all ate clams till we almost foundered, so we celebrate Founders Day every year.
Now, here's the egg, Mr. Wilcox.
Thanks. Who's got a quarter?
Here.
Okay. Now then, I take the egg in my left hand, and with a slight movement of...
Oh, dear, and that was my last egg, too.
You're about as graceful as a moose on snowshoes, Junior.
Gee, I'm sorry, Molly. Give me a damp cloth and I'll wipe it right up. Here, may I use this cloth?
Sure, go ahead. Well, I'm surprised to see you can really kneel down like that, Junior. You got such a crease in them pants, I thought they were made of aluminum tweed.
Ah, there we are.
Now, let's see the trick, Junior.
All right, come on back in the living room.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Wilcox.
Hey?
Go ahead. You're going to show us some magic.
I did.
You did?
Why, sure. Wasn't it magical the way that egg came off that Johnson glow-coated linoleum? That's just an example of how easily spots, stains, and smudges are removed when you use Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on your linoleum. Isn't my kitchen magic as good as your parlor magic?
You mean you wasted our last egg just for that?
Yes. But you'll admit I showed considerable restraint. I didn't say a word about how glow coat protects and preserves the beauty and color of linoleum, or how it makes it wear 6 to 10 times longer, or how it shines as it dries in 20 minutes or less, and how...
Yeah, but what was the quarter for?
What quarter, Molly?
The quarter you borrowed from me.
Oh, that. That had nothing to do with the trick. I have to take a bus downtown, and I had nothing smaller than a $5 bill. I'll pay you back next week, pal. Thanks a lot. So long, Molly.
You know something, McGee?
What?
I'll bet he dropped that egg on purpose.
No. You think he did? He wouldn't do a thing like that. Now, let me see. I got these.
What on earth are those chains for?
That's part of my act. I padlock myself into them and escape. Later on, I'm going to develop the act so I can be chained up, handcuffed, nailed into a packing box, and dropped into the river.
What?
But that's for the future. Just now, I got to practice the basic escape. How to get into them and out in them.
I know one thing I'd like to see you get out of.
What's that?
Doing that magic act tonight.
Huh?
You're going to lay an egg that'll be the envy of every ostrich in Australia.
Oh, yeah? Well, by George, you just...
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Afternoon, prune face.
Hi, that fever chart? Coming to the Elk Smoker tonight?
I am indeed, if conditions permit.
You know I was putting on a magic act down there tonight, didn't you? The Elk Smoker?
Yes, Mandrake. I heard how you bowled your way onto the bill, and as an amateur magician myself, I'd like to know what tricks you're going to present. The miser's dream, guillotine, the disappearing birdcage, the levitation of Princess Mahula.
Heavenly days, I never heard of any of those.
Me either, Doc.
Naturally, they are the classics of illusion.
Mahula?
Yeah. And I wouldn't expect a tent show Thurston like you to know anything more involved than pulling a bunch of paper flowers out from under your vest.
Mm-hmm.
You using those chains for an escape trick?
Yep.
Well, you better be sure whoever puts them on knows what he's doing.
That's a very good thought, Doctor.
Mhm.
I'd hate to go through the rest of my married life with a non-skid husband.
Panucci, I've studied this trick and I know what I'm doing. There's nobody in the world that could tie me up in these chains so I couldn't escape in 2 minutes.
Would you care to risk a small wager on that dreamboat?
You're doggone right I would, wise guy. Put your money where your mouth is. And make it easy on yourself.
$2.
2 bits it is.
Now.
$2.
Okay, $2.
Just a minute, McGee. Hadn't you better be sure?
Sure, I'm sure, all right. This guy's got more bluff than the Hudson River. Who are you going to get to chain me, smart boy?
Going to do it myself. Sit in that chair.
Okay.
Oh, this I love. Now, let's see. Around and under the... Under
My
the shoulders.
goodness, now. I don't know how anybody could get out of those things, Doctor.
You wait, baby. I'll slip out of these like a butterfly out of a raccoon.
You mean cocoon, dearie.
Oh, no, I don't. A cocoon is a small lake.
That's a lagoon, you illiterate little jackdaw.
I thought a lagoon was a white chicken.
No, that's a leghorn.
Go on, leghorns are a kind of puttees. Everybody knows that.
You're thinking of leggings and hold still.
Well, then what's a raccoon?
It's a small animal like a badger.
Why, certainly. And when I think how I badgered Doc into betting $2 on this thing, I... Oh, you through, Doc?
Yes, I'm through. And so are you for the afternoon.
Can you get loose, dearie?
Can I get loose, she says.
She said that.
Now, you watch this.
Oh, dear.
Well, I've got to be running along, Molly. I'll leave a few aspirin tablets for him. He'll have quite a headache in an hour or so.
Hey, wait a minute, Doc. I want you to see me win that bet.
Well, just call me up when you get free, Merlin. I'll be at my office till 7:30. Good day, Molly.
Goodbye, Doctor. Now, listen, he isn't in any danger, is he?
Only of losing $2, my dear. Goodbye now.
Anything I can do, McGee?
No. I'll be out of these chains in no time at all. Just give me time. Give me time. Just give me time.
The King's Man and Singing Down the Road. La 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 la. Like the morning feeling fresh as a dew when you're going where there's taters to behold. The cows are in the meadow and they give me the moo as I go singing down the road. My little dog is tagging right along at my heels. He's so happy that he's hopping like a toad. His little tail is wagging 'cause he knows how I feel as I go singing down the road. The sun is grand, my face is tan, I'm so carefree and gay. And as I hike, I feel just like a school kid for a day. And when the day is over, there's a girl I'm to meet. You see, but that's another episode. My heart and I are stacking up, my dreams kind of neat as I go singing down the road. La 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 la. Face is tan, and I'm so carefree and gay. And as I hike, I feel just like a school kid for a day. So when the day is over, there's a girl I'm to meet. You see,
me, but that's another episode. My heart and I are stacking up my dreams as I go singing down the
Dead rat. Hey, Molly, I give up. I can't get out of these chains. Call Doc.
I've been calling him every 15 minutes for the last 2 hours, dearie. There's no answer.
I sure talked myself into this, didn't I?
Well, what was the trick? How are you supposed to get out of him?
Oh, I had a little key in my mouth. All I had to do was twist around so as I could drop the key in my hand, and boom, out.
Well,
I dropped the key in my hand, okay, but it don't fit the padlock. That dratted magic store must have sold me the wrong lock or something. Doggone.
Oh, dear. You know, this could be serious, McGee. I'll ask Beulah if she has any little keys that might fit it.
No, that's too embarrassing.
Oh, Beulah.
No.
Beulah. Somebody bawl for Beulah?
You know, I thought I had some lumber money. Well, for goodness sakes, who do that to Mr. McGee?
Dr. Gamble did, Beulah. Dr. Gamble did it, but...
Dr. Gamble do this? He steal anything? How'd you get loose, ma'am? For goodness sake, he might have killed us all. I never figured him for a man who would do a thing.
Oh. I told him to do it, Beulah.
Yes, sir, you told him to?
Yes, Beulah. You see, it was a trick.
That's a dirty one, if you ask me.
No, look, Beulah, I'm studying magic, see, and this is part of my act.
Oh, if you study magic, huh? I never see anybody so wrapped up in this studies. Ain't them chains awful heavy? Why don't you take them off?
Well, he can't get them off, Beulah.
Ever?
Look, Beulah, can you find me a little key someplace around that'll fit this padlock?
Try one of those keys to the padlock on his golf bag, Beulah.
Hey, loan them to Mr. Toops, ma'am.
Oh, my gosh. Well, find something. Do something. These dead-ratted things must weigh 90 pounds.
I think maybe we better...
I'll get it, ma'am. McGee Resdale. Who? Mr. McGee? Well, I'm sorry. He's tied up right now. Yes, sir. Who called, please? Post National Bank? Yes, I'll tell him you call Mr. National. Goodbye.
Gee whiz, I gotta get out of these things in time to put on my act at the Elks Club tonight. They start smoking at 8 o'clock.
Well, let's see if we can't find something to pick that lock with. Keep your chain up, McGee. Come on,
Okay, ma'am. This here's the first time in my life I regret knowing only respectable people. Your boyfriend would have said a burglar tools come in mighty handy right now.
Doggone it, I wish you two would get going. You stand there gabbing with me, sitting here bound up like 10 years of the National Geographic.
Bound up like 10 years of the National Geographic? I love that man.
I'll bet a cookie Doc Gamble done this deliberate. If I ever lay my dukes on that witch doctor, I'll jam his stethoscope so far down his throat he can hear the clocks in his socks. Double-crossing, underhanded. Come in and bring a hacksaw.
Hi, mister.
Oh, my gosh. Here I sit hoping for a Pinkerton Dick or a Northwest Mounted Cop or the man called X, and what do I get? You.
Oh, boy, are you ever tied up. He said I'd probably find you squirming around like a can of live bait.
Who said that? I said, who said that?
Who said what?
Who said I'd be squirming around like a can of live bait?
Dr. Gamble, I bet you.
Huh.
Mm-hmm. He said he took your padlock and put his own on you.
That dirty lowdown. He did he? I says he did he?
Did what?
He substituted padlocks on me. No wonder my key wouldn't work.
He gave me the right key, though, mister. You see? Here it is.
Oh, thank goodness. Hand it here, sis. Come on, sis. Come on. Unlock me.
No.
What?
No. Dr. Gamble said not to unlock you till 8:30.
Oh, he did he? Well, what time is it now?
1:30.
1:30 what?
I don't know. There's only one hand on my Mickey Mouse witch watch. But, Mr. McGee, if I had 50 cents, I could get another hand on it, and then it would be 8:30, and I could unlock your chains, I'll bet you.
Oh, a bribe, eh? All right, I'll do it. But I can't give you 50 cents till you unloose me.
Okay. There.
Now, thanks, sis. And here's your 50 cents. Now, hand me that phone. Give me the phone. Hello. Operator, give me the Elks Club on, huh? No, Mert. I got no time for that now. Give me the Elks. Hello, Elks Club. This is Fibber McGee speaking. I just wanted to tell you I'll be a little late, but... Huh? What? Doc Gamble has taken over the Magic Act. What? He's on now? Why, that snake in the grass. That lowlife. I'll come down there and tear him limp.
That increase in the gasoline ration that's coming up was good news, wasn't it? Doesn't mean you can go gallivanting around the country yet, but it's a pleasant thing to have a few extra miles a week. Why not celebrate by giving your car a beauty treatment with Johnson's Car New? Then you can really enjoy that extra driving, because it's more fun and more satisfaction to drive a car that shines and sparkles. Now, if cleaning and polishing a car were still a big chore, you might argue the point, but Car New knocks that argument into a cocked hat. It is easy to give your car a showroom shine with Car New. This popular polish does two jobs at once, both cleans and polishes with one application. Car New is a liquid. You apply it with just enough rubbing to loosen the dirt and grime. It dries to a white powder, and when you wipe this powder off, you'll be surprised how beautiful the finish looks. There's only one way to find out about Johnson's Car New, and that's to try it for yourself. Why not do it this week?
Oh, I had a little cat, and I named her Ben-Hur, 'cause I sold all her kittens for $1 per.
Are you home, dearie? How's the elk smoker?
Oh, marvelous. And you know what? I had to finish Doc's Magic Act myself.
Why was that?
Well, he was supposed to pop up onto the stage through a trapdoor, see? But some dirty bum had moved a table over it, and he couldn't get out.
Heavenly Daisy might have been smothered.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good night, all.
The Johnson Wax Program. Presenting Marian and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with One in a Million. Ted Weems plays One in a Million, I'd like to mention that millions of housewives have learned the easy, economical method of keeping floors polished and bright with Johnson's Glow Coat. This remarkable no-rubbing floor polish dries in 20 minutes, making your floors and linoleum beautiful as new, protecting them from dirt and wear, and saving you hours of cleaning work. Order Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat tomorrow from a nearby dealer. Look for the attractive yellow can with the lettering GLO-COAT, Johnson's Glow Coat, made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. Now to 79 Wistful Vista, where, working on his third spectacular hit for the Wistful Vista Literary, Pinochle, and Drama Club, we find that eminent playwright and his severest critic, Fibber McGee and Molly.
McGee, whoever suggested you write another show for the Dram and Pinochle Club?
Well, it was a kind of a matter of popular request, Molly. It was the consensus of opinion, you might say. You see,
Was it voted on?
Well, no, but...
I thought so. By request of the playwright will write another play.
Look what a success our Hiawatha was.
How much did it make?
Why, it made about, I mean artistic success.
Yes.
And believe me, this one is going to top it.
How do you top a flop?
What do you mean, a flop? Why, we'll have everybody talking about it. Like Jack Benny and Fred Allen talk about each other.
Say, by the way, McGee, that number that Benny plays, you know, the bee? What do you think of it?
The bee? It stings.
Say, what's this play about?
Cinderella.
Oh, yes, Cinderella. The girl who had to walk home because she lost her mule.
And Molly, you're Cinderella.
Oh?
Yeah, I was thinking of making you the fairy godmother, too. A dual role.
A dual role?
Mm-hmm.
Who would I have to fight?
Fight anybody. You see, in the scene where Cinderella meets Robinson Crusoe on the millionaire's private yacht, who should enter but Lieutenant Dinwiddie of the United States Marines?
Heavenly days, what a mix-up. Only 2 people could write a play like that and get away with it, McGee.
Who's the other one?
Well, I didn't mean you. I meant either a brave young man or an old coward.
Anyway, this handsome Lieutenant Dinwiddie comes in and he sees Cinderella in rags standing on the deck.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Cin, he says. Hi, Din, says she, fluttering her eyelashes at him. It's love at first sight.
Oh, yeah.
Then Cinderella's old man, who is really the Tsar of Russia, Romanoff.
And his violin.
And that's Rubinoff.
Well, an off is an off.
You see, I want to get some of the spirit of Garbo into the Cinderella part. That'll give the whole thing a boost.
Oh, you mean you'll get a lift with a Camille?
I'd kind of like to get Harpo Wilcox to play the part of Lieutenant Dinwiddie of the United States Marines, but he's too old.
Too old? Why, Harlow Wilcox is a young man.
Go on. He's 98 that I know of.
Oh, 98?
Sure.
Well, how do you figure that out?
Well, I remember when I was 4 years old, Harpo was 8.
Yes?
Well, that makes him twice as old as me, and I'm 49.
Well, heavenly days, I wouldn't have believed it. He hasn't any wrinkles.
Oh, yes, I have some new wrinkles in housekeeping. Johnson's Glow Coat, for instance, to keep your floors and linoleum bright and shining with a minimum of...
Harpo.
Oh, excuse me. Am I intruding?
McGee is writing another play for the Dram and Pinochle Club, Mr. Wilcox.
And you see, in the 5th act, scene 9 is the drawing room of the Dinwiddies. Yeah, their country seat on Thunder Mountain.
Kind of a rumble seat.
No. Well, anyway...
I want to be Robert E. Lee.
Robert E. Lee isn't in this play, Harpo.
What of it? I can bring my own horse.
Go on, McGee. Write General Lee in for Mr. Wilcox.
He's my favorite character. Oh, come on, please.
No, sir. Robert E. Lee will not...
All right, I won't play. Not even if you beg me. So there.
Well, maybe it's just as well, Molly. I don't think old Harpo could handle smart dialogue anyway.
What smart dialogue?
Oh,
you back again, Mr. Wilcox?
You're going to beg me?
No.
I got my own saddle, too.
No.
I know where I can get a sword.
No.
I know 3 people who'd buy tickets to see me do Robert E. Lee.
Okay, you're in.
Thanks. Ted Weems plays There's Something in the Air, featuring Perry Como.
There's something in the air that warns me to beware tonight. There is something in the air. Oh, there's music in the breeze. I never saw the stars so bright. There's something in the air. Though I find there's danger in your eyes, the thrill is I've been blind, but now I realize what love can do. Oh, I feel it everywhere. So whisper you'll be mine tonight. There is something in the air. Now let's go backstage in the Wistful Vista Opera House, where we find Fibber and Molly preparing to present McGee's version of Cinderella.
McGee, how many tickets have been sold?
Search me. I've been too busy with the artistic side of things to bother about the dirty little details. I've been busy with costumes and scenery and scripts and stuff and things. Getting that sign off the front of the theater.
Sign? What sign?
Oh, they had a big banner hanging on a pole out in front. Here, I took it down. See?
Well, shake it out so as I can read it. This theater will be torn down March 1st to make room for parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what of it?
Oh, that's bad for business, having that thing out there. Where'll I put it?
Well, lean it against the wall with those flags where nobody will trip over it.
There.
Ah, there. How's everything going, my little three sheet? Hope everything's getting along all right.
Oh yes. I got everything under control, Boomer. Molly, I think you know Horatio K. Boomer, the owner of the Opera House.
How do you do, I'm sure?
Well. Catherine Hepburn. Enjoy all your pictures very much, my dear.
Oh, please, Mr. Boomer, I'm Mrs. McGee, not Catherine Hepburn.
Oh, Mrs. McGee, not Mrs. Fibber McGee.
The same, Boomer.
Yeah.
Madam, I'm dumbfounded. I'm flabbergasted, astounded, amazed, and taken aback. Imagine meeting a double for Miss Hepburn in my own little home of the dramatic art. Of course, the light back here is pretty bad.
Catherine Hepburn, heavenly days. Of course, I have been told I do have her eyes.
Should have her salary, yes. Now, my dear Mr. McGee, I just came back to tell you a little news.
What's that, Boomy?
The rental price on the theater will be a trifle more than I'd estimated. Let me see. I have the figures right here.
Oh, hey, now, listen, that ain't fair, Boomy. You agreed
now,
to give
McGee, I'm sure Mr. Boomer means all right.
Certainly do, my little plum blossom. I certainly do. Now, let's see. Where did I put those figures? Let me see. Here's that telegram from Hollywood. Want me to book the last of the Mohicans. But unless they can give me the first of the Mohicans, we can't do business.
Yeah, but listen, Boomy, about that rent. You know
coming to that, my boy, just as soon as I find my papers. Here, lunch check from the restaurant. Must have gone out without paying this noon. Careless of me, more careless of them. Yes, sir. 2 checks for short beers. Well. Don't seem to be able to find the figures. Just drop into my office after the show and we'll settle the whole thing, McGee.
Oh, now listen, Boomer, we can't...
That's fine. I knew you'd see it my way, my boy. That's what the theater needs today, adaptability. Yes. Well, good day to you, Miss Hepburn. Excuse me, Mrs. McGee. All right there, boys. Some new bulbs in those borderlines.
Why, that's dirty.
Oh, forget it, McGee. The play's the thing.
What play? Oh, yeah. Cinderella. Now, remember, Molly, you're Cinderella, and that's a fat part.
Don't be insulting.
Now, in the big closing scene, you got to be home by 12, see? Or your rich clothes turn to rags, and your coach turns back into a pumpkin. I wish we could do that illusion on the stage.
Well, that ought to be easy.
To turn a coach into a pumpkin?
Why not? Didn't we see our last car turn into a lemon?
Well, anyway, the clock strikes 12 off stage, see? Oh, hey there, stagehand. You got a clock?
Sure, Tavares. We got a clock directing show.
What?
A dumb clock, and you're it.
And then you see, Molly, when you run off the stage, as the clock strikes 12, and... hey, stagehand, we don't want that scene. Give us the palace backdrop.
Pipe down, Tavares.
We are stage hands, not you.
Huh?
We are putting scenery where scenery looks good to stage hands. If you are not liking that, who am I, Jake Schubert?
All right, boys, all right. Suit yourselves. Gotta be diplomatic with them boys, Molly. They can make or break a show.
Well, if they can make a show out of this, they're magicians, not stagehands.
Oh, here comes Silly Watson.
Oh, is he going to be the prompter again, McGee?
Yep. Hey there, Sil. How you doing?
How am I doing what?
Are you getting along all right with your prompting, Silly?
Yes, ma'am, but there's something I don't understand, please, sir.
What's that, Sil? Something in the script?
Yes. Look here. Well, little old mean gal.
Cinderella's sister.
Yes, ma'am. Well, little Cinderella's sissy, she say, oh, so you going to the ball, is you? Well, what did it say here?
Where? Oh, there.
Yes.
That says sneering, Silly. She says that line with a sneer. Understand?
Yes, she's talking in her sleep.
No, Silly. Not snoring, sneering.
I'm afraid, Sil, you don't distinguish between audible sleeping and supercilious disdain.
That's all right, Mr. McGee. You can't hurt my feelings none.
Oh, he wasn't calling your name, Silly. He means that Cinderella's sister says that line with her lip curl, like this, you see.
How much that little old gold tooth cost, ma'am?
Listen, Sil. We ain't got time to waste that way. That word means that character says that line real nasty. Now, you get the idea?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, I'll catch on now.
Fine.
She say that line with her lip up like this. Mm-hmm. Real nasty.
That's it.
That's the idea. She sneers.
You what?
I say she sneers. Sneers.
She sneers. But doggone if that gal ain't going back to sleep again.
Before we give you the immortal drama of Cinderella, Ted Weems plays his popular Roomba arrangement of Heartaches with Elmo Tanner whistling. While Fibber and Molly are putting the final touches on their great drama, let me remind you once more that Johnson's Glow Coat will put the final touch of beauty on your floors and linoleum, making them shine like new again, keeping them clean and bright, protected from dirt and wear. And you don't have to do any rubbing or buffing when you use Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, the easy-to-use liquid floor polish that dries in 20 minutes and shines as it dries. And now for the smashing, heart-throbbing last act of Cinderella. The scene is the ballroom in Prince Charming's castle. Everyone is dressed in court costume. A little wrinkled, maybe, but impressive.
Fibber, as Prince Charming, is standing near his throne in purple silk knee breeches, a red doublet, and a yellow wig, slightly askew. All is gaiety and merriment. Silly Watson is prompting. So let the play go on. Overture. Curtain.
Why art thou so sad, my prince? Verily, thou lookest like Jonah.
What do you mean, Jonah, Duke?
Down in the mouth.
Slay me not with thy foul wheezes, varlet. I am weary of all this false glitter, this tawdry pretense at pleasure. It is but sham. It is but tinsel. I do not know what has come over me.
Tinselitis, I ween.
You what?
I ween.
Oh, it's about time. A guy your age, Duke. You should... Hark! What cometh?
Another guest, my lord.
My lord, another guest. Make them welcome, Duke. And if it is a stranger within our gates, bring them whither, or snither, or... Don't bother. Go, varlet.
I go, prince. But, my lord.
Yes, my Duke.
I see it is a lovely maiden who arrives.
Ah.
Shall I show her to the galleries that she may see thy etchings?
Nay, scullion. Fetch her hither that she may see thy print. You get it, Dookie, thy print?
Ain't funny, me lord.
Okay. Well, how did, huh?
After who is he, boy?
What, Phil?
After who is he?
Quit sneezing. Ah, maiden, who art thou which graces our palace? Methinks I have not the honor of knowing thy fair name.
I am little Cinderella, my prince. It is the first time I have ever played the palace.
Ah, my beauty, what charm, what beautiful eyes thou hast, both of them. And thy two small ears, and thy two hands.
Yes, your highness. I have heard thou likest double features at the palace.
It is true, maiden.
And all these noble men and swell dames, who are they? And who art that handsome nobleman standing there near the archway?
He is a duke, an archduke.
Oh.
Ah, but I forgetteth my manners, Cinderella.
Thou never had many, Princey Wincy.
Stick to your line. Thrice welcome to my palace art thou, Cinderella. I will bid my court jester hither to make merry. Ho, what ho! Send me my jester.
Canst thou not maketh up thine own gags, Princey? Must thou haveth a jester?
Nay, but this sorry varlet could not findeth another sponsor. Ah, there, jester. What hast thee in merry quips this night? Speak fast, knave.
Ah, a knave. Hast thee then a navy, Prince?
That's a hot one. A knave from the Navy. I heard a lot of snappy ones around the castle today, my lord. I muffed one in the moat, but I got over a dinger on the drawbridge. When I saw this gal's glass slippers, I was reminded of it.
Tell me, jester, why dost all jesters wear those cap and bells?
Well, it's a kind of a sign we're empty-headed, my lady. One nightcap and we're jingled. Oh, boy.
I see it. Now telleth thy nifty about me glass Oxford, funny guy.
Oh, this is a honey. You know, they say that people who live in glass slippers should never throw parties. Oh, boy. Am I fast tonight? I just heard a pip on the portcullis. A fella said, he said, get a load of this one now. He says, did you hear the one about the glass blower who was blowing the glass slipper and had to sneeze? No, says I. Well, he says, He got an awful boot out of it.
Silvy, what's next? Lady in waiting, man. What? Lady in waiting.
Lady waiting for what?
Waiting for y'all's next line.
Wait, oh, yes. And who is this with thee, my Cinderella?
Is me lady in waiting, Lady Wearybottom. Lady Wearybottom meet up with the prince.
Oh, hi, Weary. Why don't you go mix with the gang? Go among my guests and drain a goblet of October ale. Ask my steward, Sir Jakey Goldberg, for some ale. But don't get hidey-tighty.
Oh, thank you, Your Royal Highness. My goodness, you certainly do throw a nifty brawl. I'm awful glad I came with my ward, Cinderella. She's the fourth ward I've had, but I took the fourth ward because I know the alderman pretty well. I really came here hoping I could pick up a count or a duke or something since my last husband got his head chopped off by your executioner, but so far I haven't had a single nibble from a noble. Your wig is on crooked.
Well, thanks, Weary. Shall I have our court jester amused thou? Amused thou whilst I trip the light bombastic with thy fair Cinderella?
No, thanks, Prince. I've met him. I didn't believe he was a jester at first. He came right up to me, laughing like everything, and he asked me, why does a chicken cross the road? And I said, how should I know? And he said it was because the chicken felt he was laying an egg on this side. He said that gag was sort of a divine inspiration, and I said, yes, he got his punnies from heaven. Well, you be a good girl, Cinderella. Don't look now, Prince, but your garter's busted.
A charming lady-in-waiting, verily. I will give her another audition soon.
Well, you'll need one yourself soon. I just saw 10 of them walking out on you.
Stick to thy script, wench.
You stick to yours.
Tell me, my Cinderella, wouldst thee tread the measures of a stately minuet with me, or would thee haveth a mazurka?
Ah, I loveth a mazurka. Did thee ever hear Bob Burns in his mazurka, Your Highness?
Better make it a minuet. Musicians, strike up a stately minuet.
Ah, it is indeed a lovely minuet, Prince. Tell me, what maketh thy dance floor so divinely smooth?
'Tis Johnson's wax, baby. And my steward says he saveth me great sums by buying it in the larger sizes. Forsooth. What was that?
Thou steppest on me slipper, Ignorant.
Oh. Ah, then. We will repair to the royal balcony and sit out a couple of dances. We will sit out a couple of dances.
You said that.
Cue for the clock to strike. Hey, Sil, the clock.
You know clock will work, Miss McGee, please.
Heavenly days.
Dad ratted, why don't... Hey, back there, the clock. Strike the clock.
Clock is not working right, Tabari.
Heavenly days, McGee. The show is ruined.
No, it ain't. I'll save it. I'll grab that American flag over there and wave it. That always gets them. Off stage, everybody. Where's that flag? Where is it? Hey, Ted. Here it is. Hey, Ted, the Stars and Stripes forever. Quick. Well, I sure saved the day, didn't I, Molly? Did you hear them cheer when I waved the flag at them?
Well, no wonder they cheered. Look what it says on that flag.
What?
This theater will be torn down March 1st.
have made that play a success if old Harpo had presence of mind enough to jump in there and help out.
Oh, well, you can't expect too much of Mr. Wilcox, McGee.
No, I guess not. They say he was left an orphan when he was 12.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
What'd he do with it?
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax, inviting you all to join us again next week at the same time. Until then, good night.
And this is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company. This is WMAQ, the Chicago Daily News Station. Fibber McGee and Molly will appear in person at the Fisher Theater, Danville, Illinois, on Saturday, February 13th, and at the Paramount Theater at Hammond, Indiana, on Tuesday, February 16th. WMAQ, Chicago.
The Johnson Wax Program. Presenting Marian and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with Boo-Hoo. Weems gives you bright, sparkling music, and Johnson's Glow Coat gives you bright, sparkling floors. Floors that everyone will admire the moment they step into your home. There never was a polish easier to use. It dries so quickly and gives your floors such gleaming beauty. Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat works like magic on dull, drab linoleum. 20 minutes after you apply Glow Coat, the floor will be shining like new, protected against dirt and wear. Order Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, the easy-to-use, no-rubbing floor polish, made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. Fibber is in a new business tonight. He's taken over the management of a nightclub and renamed it the Club McGee. Molly has warned him that he'll be just a small noise in a big racket, but he knows better. And here, welcoming patrons at the door, we find, as master and mistress of ceremonies, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Welcome, folks. Welcome to the Club McGee. Something doing every minute.
Yes, sir. Cloakroom to the right, sir.
Come right in, folks. Get a fistful of feverish fun. Let our gaiety gal show you a gorgeous gob of goo-na-goo. How are you, brother? What? No, sir. No covering or no minimum charge.
We charge only the maximum.
Quiet, Molly. Oh, hello, Mrs. Wearybottom. Waiter, a good table for Mrs. Wearybottom.
Excuse me, please. But do you take care of parking people's cars?
Absolutely, brother. Our doorman will park it quickly and carefully. Why, there he goes now with your car. See? Well, we do quite a business here. We have to park them a little close together. All right, folks, step right in.
Heavenly days, McGee. I hope you can handle this business.
Just don't worry about that, Molly. I've learned all about nightclubs from the movies.
Our lady violinist saw a movie today, too, and can't play tonight.
What was the picture?
Lost her rosin.
Oh, dear. Step right in, folks. Our next floor show is about to go on. Hey, Molly, there's a couple of guys in tuxedos. Have them put right down in front to dress up the place.
Quiet, Ignorant. Those are our two waiters.
Oh, sorry. Welcome to the Club McGee, folks. Everything is...
Excuse me, please. Are you the proprietor of this club?
You betcha, sis. How do you like it? I got Diego DeLovely to do the decorations, and while I think he went a little cockeyed in a modernistic direction, the effect in general...
I don't want to hear about it. Look.
Well, what is it?
It's an empty glass, McGee. Now, if this is a parlor trick, madam, we haven't
No,
time to...
no, now listen.
Yeah?
This is what the waiter gave me when I ordered a cocktail. An empty glass.
What'd you order, sis?
A dry martini.
They made it a little too dry. Waiter, take care of this lady. All right, folks, welcome to the Club McGee. Step right
I
in.
can see trouble ahead for us, McGee.
Huh?
I don't think this is the proper business for you.
Me, boss. Sorry, Bud, you can't come in here with that big white hat on. This ain't no fancy dress affair.
McGee, that's our chef.
Oh, oh yeah. What is it, Cookie?
Listen, you better order a couple of 100 pounds more veal.
Veal? What do we use all that veal for?
Chicken a la king.
Can't you use beef?
We're using the beef for chicken pie.
Say, I saw a couple of chickens out in the kitchen this morning. What are we using them for?
Turkey sandwiches.
Oh. Okay, Bud, go ahead and order the veal. You know, Molly, there's more to this business than meets the eye.
Oh, I wish you hadn't gone into this, McGee. I don't think it's strictly honest.
Oh, now, Molly, don't be like that. Customers don't mind a little finagling when we give them first-class service and good food. I'm getting kind of hungry myself.
Well, why don't you order a sandwich?
No, I think I'll get a roll from the drummer. Now, give me a drum roll, Ted. Ladies and gentlemen, if your food is a little slow coming, don't worry about it. Our chef got a knot in his shoestring potatoes. Now, folks, we want you to meet our handsome soloist, Harry Cool. Harry used to work in our kitchen here at the Club McGee, mixing salads, but we discovered he could sing, so we took this ballad soul away from the salad bowl. You know, Perry Combe was on a vacation, so tonight, Harry Cool is going to sing My Last Affair.
Can't you see what love and romance have done to me? I'm not the same as I used to be. This is my last affair. And tragedy just seems to be the end of me. My happiness is misery. This is my last affair. Right from the start, you took my love, tore my heart apart. Now there's nothing new to look forward to. My dreams won't come true, so I'll make a vow. No more to love's shrine will I bow. I cross my heart and I'll seal it now. This is my last affair.
on, Molly. Let's go into the office and check over the account.
With pleasure, McGee. All this noise is giving me a headache.
Well, what's the nightclub for? A health resort? Come on in and sit down.
Oh, I wish you'd never got into this night. McGee, who's that at your desk?
Hey, who are you, Bud? What's the idea?
Take it easy, Pattyweight. Square Shooter Mulligan sent me.
Where's Shooter Mulligan, the gangster?
Oh, okay, Bud. I was just... can we order you up a sandwich or something? We don't want any trouble.
Listen, Square Shooter Mulligan thinks you're doing a good business here. You better start paying off.
Well, paying off for what?
Protection.
Protection against what, Bud?
Lots of things, punk. Protection against your place being busted in and your windows broke. And you being beat up, see?
And what if we don't pay you, hoodlum?
Well, one bomb ought to blow this dump to bits. But you just think it over. We don't want to rush you, any.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. I knew it. What'll we do now, McGee?
Quiet, Molly. Let me think.
Oh, dear, more trouble.
Quiet. Hello? Yes, this is the Club McGee. Fibber McGee speaking. What? You want a what? Say, listen here, brother. You ain't got any business bringing a kid that young to a nightclub. I won't stand for it.
What was that?
Some guy wanted a reservation for a party of 6. Must think we're running a kindergarten
Well,
here.
I wish we were. Maybe you could learn something.
Come in.
Oh, well, what is it, madam?
I'm here alone, and I wish to dance. Could you find me a partner? I love the music here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Butch Williams Orchestra's hot band.
I don't believe we can furnish you with a partner, though.
Oh, yes, we can, Molly. Boy, send Gigolo number 7 over here. Number 7 is our best gigolo, man.
I'd say he was positively the best. The only one we got.
Yeah. Our other gigolo went on a jagalo and got tossed in the juggalo. Oh, hi there, 7.
Hello, number 7.
7, this lady wants to do a little tucking. Madam, allow me to present the smoothest gigolo who ever kissed a lady's hand.
Yeah, so he could get a good look at her diamond bracelet.
Quiet, Molly. How do you do, madam? I am Jack.
Oh, they tell me you're an excellent dancer.
Madam, I am so good. I make Velos and Yolanda what I am today. And with you, madam, I am the perfect partner. Is it not so?
Yes, it is not so.
McGee.
Take good care of the lady, 7.
Oh, I'm sure he will. Will you not, number 7?
Madam, to me you will be so precious as my life.
Dear, dear.
When I hold you in my arm, the whole world is stopped to watch the most graceful dancing. Come, madam. We shall soon know the poetry of motion. You will excuse us, monsieur.
Oh, okay. Don't let her throw you, 7. Yeah. To think that a week ago that guy was working in Pep Snoggle's schoolroom.
Oh, it's wonderful what little polish can do.
That's what every housewife says who tries Johnson's wax.
Harpo.
Hello, folks. You running this nightclub?
You betcha, Harpo. And we already used Johnson's wax on our dance floor, so you needn't get underfoot yourself.
Well, listen. When's the floor show starting?
Why, Mr. Wilcox? Do you want to see it so bad?
No, I heard it was so bad, I don't want to see it.
Oh.
Well, if you don't like it, Harpo, why don't you go home?
No, I think I'll run over to the Stocko Club. They have a swell ventriloquist over there.
Oh, yeah. Well, you better hurry. I hear he's looking for a new dummy.
All right.
Heavenly days, I never spent such an evening. Gangsters, complaints, gigolos. Look, here comes the gigolo now.
Oh, how'd it go, number 7?
Oh, madame was the most exquisite dancer. I have never danced with a lady who
Oh,
danced.
lay off that phony accent, Pete. Could she dance?
Oh, that dray horse? Say, that old fluff couldn't keep time if she had a bass drum tied on her back, and I think she did. I think I'll go back to the pool room and ask for my old job back if this keeps up.
Poor old number 7 going back behind the 8 ball.
A fine business we're in. I'm downright ashamed, I am. What was that?
Oh, that's just one of the bus boys.
Come on, McGee. Announce the next number. The show must go on.
What?
Go on.
Okay. Weems, go on.
The love bug will bite you if you don't watch out. If he ever bites you, then you sing and shout. You go dee-dee-doo-that-dee-that-doo-that-dee. That's what love is all about. How the love bug will bite you if you don't watch out. If he ever bites you, then you sing and shout. Rip-dee-dee-dee-doo-that-dee-doo. That's what love is all about. You can't eat, you can't sleep, you'll go crazy. You'll just la-dee-da-dee-da all the day. If someone wants to know why you're crazy, he'll answer out, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-oh-hey. The love bug will bite you if you don't watch out. If he ever bites you, then you sing and shout. You go rip-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. That's what love is all about. Or the tanner bug will bite you if you don't watch out. If he ever bites you, then you sing and shout. That's what Nola's all about. All the cool bug might bite you if you don't watch out. Cause he's the singer in the band who sings about I'm on my hair. Ah, that's what croon is all about. You can't eat, you can't sleep, you'll go crazy. You'll just la-dee-da-dee-da all the day. If someone wants to know why you're crazy, you'll answer ra-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-oh-hey. The ween bug will bite you if you don't watch out. Just stop, look, and listen to the band swing out. Oh, that's what it's all about.
Hey, Molly, did you see that gangster guy around anywhere?
No, I think he's gone, McGee. Are you scared?
Who, me? Oh, I just know. I'm as cool as a cucumber.
Oh,
Why?
McGee, there's Mrs. Wearybottom again.
Oh.
Are you enjoying yourself, Mrs. Wearybottom?
Oh, hi, Weary.
Oh, hello, folks. My, this certainly is a real nightclub, isn't it? Air conditioned and everything. My brother just fainted at our table from the smoke. Imagine that, and he's a fireman, too. The reason I came in, I just got back from Florida, and I wanted to bleach out a little bit. There was a man at the next table who wanted to know if you had a gambling room here, and I said, no, but if you really wanted to gamble, to order one of your steak sandwiches. Don't look now, but you got your foot in the champagne bucket.
Imagine that crack about our steak sandwiches, Molly.
Well, our steak sandwiches are pretty bad.
Well, maybe so, but we serve 2 slices of dill pickle with them, don't we? What do they want for $14?
Excuse me, laddie. Are you the proprietor of this place?
Yes, sir. What can we do for you, sir?
What's on your mind, Scotty?
Well, can you humidify the room?
What do you mean, humidify the room? There's no germs in here.
Oh, you're thinking of fumigate, McGee.
Oh.
You mean it's too dry, sir?
Aye, lass. Very dry. I've only been here 4 hours, and the olive in my cocktail is getting very wrinkled.
McGee, you get out of this business.
Oh, now, Molly, after all the trouble I've been to get it fixed up, getting Diego DeLovely to do the decorating and all, of course, he did go a little heavy on that modernistic...
Excuse me, Mr. McGee. Excuse me, please, ma'am.
Oh, silly Watson.
Hey, listen, Phil, you're the doorman. You ain't supposed to come butting in here like this.
Yes, I know,
I know it's cold out there, but after all, we each have our work cut out
Sure,
for us.
we have. You go back and call cabs for people, sir.
Yes, ma'am, but it ain't the cold place. It's my cab whistle.
What's the matter with your cab whistle?
Well, listen, please, ma'am. While I was out in front of the club calling cars and cabs and opening doors for folks and stuff in my brand new uniform.
Hey, how do you like your uniform, Phil?
I like it fine, Mr. McGee, especially the gold braid. Only it's too big in the back.
Oh. Well, I got it from a rear admiral.
Go on, silly.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I was eating peanuts when I tried to blow the whistle for a cab and found out my whistle don't go woo no more. It's twiddled like this.
Well, what of it? Don't be so dad right temperamental.
I ain't temperamental, Mr. McGee. But every time I blow, the little whistle sounds like a police whistle. Every time I blow for taxi cab, I get a patrolman wagon. But I'll go back.
Okay. Oh, dear.
I hope it keeps calling patrol wagons. We're liable to need one if that tough hoodlum...
What, sister?
Oh,
it's Mr. Mulligan's boy again. Well, I haven't quite decided about that proposition yet.
Pipe down, Patty Waste.
Quit calling me Panty Waste. I ain't no Panty Waste. Am I, Molly?
no, you're not.
See?
What was it you wanted, mister?
The boss wants to see us in your office at 2 a.m. Is that convenient?
No, it ain't. You see, Yeah, that's convenient. Don't shoot.
Okay, you better be there.
Heavenly days. Worse and worse. I told you, McGee, this was no business for respectable people. Go on and announce your next feature, and quit trembling.
Oh, I ain't trembling. If I am trembling, it's just from rage. If that guy'd have said one more word to me, I'd
Go on and announce the next number.
Okay. Attention, please, folks. We got a big surprise for you.
I know. Clean ashtrays. Hooray!
Quiet. Folks, we got a great surprise for you. The Club McGee is probably the only nightclub in the world featuring organ music. Organ music. What's so soothing as a nice, dreamy organ solo? So just sit back now and relax, folks, and prepare to meditate. We take pleasure in presenting Mr. Milt Hurst. Go right ahead, Milt. Great. Folks, that was Milt Hurst, the rhythm stylist of the organist, the world's hottest organist. Now you'll know, folks, what they mean by the good Hurst. Well, Molly, I guess you'll admit I ain't such a mug now. That organ stuff went over with a bang, didn't it? It took brains to put on.
Excuse me, Mr. McGee.
What is it, waiter?
We just had a bit of a rumpus in the check room.
Dad ratted, what's the matter?
It was a customer, sir. The check room girl made him take his coat. He said he didn't have a coat, but she insisted he had a coat and made him take one.
Well, she done exactly right. Even if he didn't have one, he should have shut up and took it anyway, and glad to get it.
Yes, sir, that's what he did.
Well, what are you coming to me about it for?
Well, begging your pardon, sir, it was your coat.
Oh, hello there, Bud. What's on your mind?
Hello there, my boy. Just wanted to ask you to okay this dinner check for me while I run over to the hotel and get my wallet. Careless of me coming here without my wallet. Careless of me just coming here.
Well, I don't know, Mr.
Boomer, my boy. Horatio K. Boomer.
How big is the check, Mr. Boomer?
Only $472, my dear. Trifling so.
$472. Let's see that bill. What's this last charge on your bill? That $84 item.
Oh, that. Let's see. What was that? Oh, yes, a short beer.
Oh, yeah. So, you want me to hold this bill for you, eh, Mr. Boomer?
It isn't too much to ask, my boy, yes. Just while I run over to my hotel and get some money.
Well, I guess I can do that all right.
Be glad to give you an IOU, of course. Here, I'll write it out now. Let me see now. Pencil.
Here.
Oh, thank you, my dear. Now, where can I write? Paper.
Here.
Thank you. I owe you $472 plus interest at 8%.
8% for the time it takes you to go to your hotel?
Yes, my dear. Horatio K. Boomer is always meticulous in financial matters. Here, my boy. Sign here.
Oh, okay. Fibber McGee. There you are. Thanks, Boomer. I'll hold this till you get back. Which hotel you stopping at?
I'm at the Book Cadillac.
Why, that's in Detroit.
Why, so it is. So it is. I'm afraid it's going to take me a little longer than I thought. Boy, have the cab starter call me a train.
Well... Anyway, you got his IOU.
You bet I got his IOU. You got to give me credit for getting my signature on it, too.
Yeah, well, if it... Oh, McGee.
Huh?
It's 2 o'clock.
Well, what of it? We keep open till the last customer.
No, don't you remember Square Shooter Mulligan? You got to be in your office at 2 o'clock.
Hey, that's right. Well, come on, let's go. I'm going to tell these mugs just what I think of them. Head waiter, if anybody wants me, I'll be busy in my office for some time. After you, Molly.
All right, you two. Keep your hands where we can see them. These are the two I was telling you about, Square Shooter. Hoax, meet up with Square Shooter Mulligan.
How do you do, I'm sure.
Hi, Square. I'm glad. Hey, Silly Watson, what you doing in here?
I got persuaded Mr. McGee with a blackjack.
Didn't want him outside to call no cops, see? Tell him, Square Shooter.
Okay, Loose Lips. Listen, folks. Me and the boys is muscling in, see? We're cutting ourselves a slice of the Club McGee. We're going to put in some roulette and some nice slot machines. We don't want no trouble with nobody. We operate smooth, understand?
Well, shucks, Bud. Say, why do they call you Square Shooter?
Because I am a square shooter, see? Want to make something of it?
No, sir, he don't.
Quiet, silly.
Well, listen here, sharpshooter, or square shooter. I always heard you was a square shooter. I mean, well, look, we put a lot of dough into this place to lose it overnight. Money for kitchen equipment.
Licenses.
Decoration. I got Diego DeLovely to do the decoration, you know. Well, I think he went a little flossy on that modernistic stuff. The general
Get to the point, Pantywaist.
And quit calling me... Okay, put down the gun. I was going to suggest, Square Shooter, that you give us a break. Give us a square gamble on the proposition. Let's draw cards for the club or something. Winner take all. How about it?
Well, no, why not? Nobody never said Square Shooter didn't give a guy a break. Look, let's take a deck of cards, eh?
Yeah?
You draw the 7 of diamonds.
Uh-huh.
You keep the place. And we don't bother you no more. And the other card, we take it over. How's that?
That's very fair, Bud. Get the cards, Molly.
Where?
Dad, haven't you got any cards? You got any cards, Phil?
Yes, I ain't.
For that one. Well, how about dice? Got any dice, boy?
Yes, sir. Yeah, you is, Mr. Square Shooter, sir.
Him here. Listen, McGee.
Yeah?
You roll the dice once. You roll a 7 and you keep the place. See?
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you move out. Is that fair?
Oh, okay. I never was much of a dice shooter, boys, but never let it be said I wasn't a sport.
Don't talk so much, Pantywaist. Choose.
Quit calling me Pat. Oh, okay. Okay. Here goes.
Oh, I'm afraid to look.
7. Hot dog.
Oh.
Beginner's luck. Say the word and I'll pump him full of lead.
No. Square Shooter Mulligan always keeps his word. The joint is yours, folks. If anybody bothers you, come to Mulligan. Come on, Loose Lips. Let's crack.
Well, thanks, Mulligan. So long, Pantywaist. Well, I guess I got out of that one all right, didn't I, Phil?
Yes, I reckon so.
Heavenly days, what a night.
That sure was a close one, all right, wasn't it?
My, I was scared for a minute, though.
Yeah.
Those guns were loaded.
Yes, ma'am. So was them dice.
I wish I could show you just how easy it is to apply Johnson's self-polishing glow coat to your floors and linoleum. Even a child can follow these simple directions. First, pour a little glow coat right out of the can onto the clean floor. Second, take a cloth or the long-handled glow coat applier and spread the liquid lightly over the floor surface. Then go away and let it dry for 20 minutes. Come back and find your floors gleaming like new. No more tired backs from scrubbing linoleum. No more embarrassment because of dingy, soiled floors. Glow Coat seals the pores and cracks against dust and dirt. Saves linoleum from scuffing and wear. Don't let another day go by without ordering Glow Coat. Spelled Glo-Coat. Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
And here's a tip. It's very economical to order the larger sizes.
I'm glad you're out of that nightclub business, McGee.
Yeah, we'd have made a lot of dough. Say, did you see all the champagne them society gals were putting away?
Yes, and I hated to see it, too.
Oh, I don't know. It was running into some nice figures.
McGee.
Good night.
Good night, Hog.
Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax, Racine, Wisconsin, and inviting you all to join us again next Monday night at this same time. Until then, good night.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company. WMAQ, the Chicago Daily News Station.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Here's a 7-letter name that means brighter than bright. The name is Glow Coat, Johnson's Self-Polishing Floor Wax Glow Coat. For Glow Coat now makes your linoleum shine more brightly, far more brightly than before. And that brighter shine makes your whole kitchen a richer, warmer-looking, pleasanter room to see and to work in. I'd like to suggest that you try it. Just spread Glow Coat around your linoleum, and that's all. You stop right there. Glow Coat goes right ahead and produces a beautiful finish without any help from you. In 10 minutes, it starts to glow. In 15 minutes, it's brighter yet. And in 20 minutes, it's dried completely and is shining beautifully. Yes, there's a new glow in Glow Coat, and you get it without rubbing or buffing. Why not get Glow Coat before the holiday rush really starts? Your dealer has this self-polishing floor wax with the new glow in the same familiar red and yellow container. See for yourself that Glow Coat is a 7-letter name that means brighter than bright. Take a handful of experience, add 3 ounces of foresight, mix in a milligram of instinct, soak overnight in superstition, and you'll have what is known as a hunch. And a friend of ours has the hunch of his life as we meet him in Kramer's drugstore in Wistful Vista with his skeptical wife. Yes, it's Fibber McGee and Molly.
I'm telling you, kiddo, it's been nagging at me all day, like a loose tooth or a garlic salad.
What has?
This hunch of mine, this feeling. I woke up this morning in the absolute certainty that this is my lucky day, that something wonderful was going to happen to me today.
Well, it better hurry, sweetheart. It's almost 4 p.m. right now. Looks like Lady Luck has stood you up.
No, sir, I still got that feeling. Hey, wait a minute. You got a penny? Oh, never mind, I got one. This weighing machine tells fortunes. Let's see what it says.
Oh, for goodness sakes, how can a bunch of cogwheels at a box tell you what's going to happen?
Well, stranger things have happened, Dreamboat. I know a woman who got rich just looking through a hole into a box full of celluloid.
Who?
Mary Pickford. Now, watch this.
Read it to Mother, sweetheart. Read me that rich, beautiful prose.
Listen to this. You were born under a lucky star. You are brilliant, energetic, handsome, and magnetic.
Oh, dear.
You make friends easily, have a resourceful personality, and keen perception. My gosh, it's uncanny how a gadget like this can read character, ain't it?
It's uncanny how much flattery you can buy for a penny. Is that all of it?
No, it says you are due for an unexpected windfall Particularly if you read this on a Tuesday. Hey, what day is this?
Tuesday.
There, you see. My gosh, kiddo, almost anything can happen.
How much does it say you weigh?
43 pounds.
43 pounds. I wouldn't trust that scale, dearie. It takes you too lightly.
Well, I just had 1 foot on the scale. The fortune was what I was after. But did you get that about the unexpected windfall? Gee whiz, maybe... Oh, you got our prescription ready, Kramer?
Yes, here it is, McGee. I hope it fixes up that sprained ankle all right.
Sprained ankle? The prescription was for a gargle, Mr. Kramer.
Well, that's all right. It won't hurt his ankle either.
But I ain't got a sprained ankle, Dad Rabbit.
Look, McGee, I had 5 other druggists look at that prescription at a Rotary luncheon this noon. And all but one of us agreed that it was for a sprained ankle. The other one thought it was a Chinese laundry ticket. But who are you to argue with 5 druggists?
Well, I didn't...
That'll be $1.80.
Okay.
Thank you. Here's $2, Mr. Kramer.
Thank you. And here are 4 nickels and change, which I will give to your husband. The pinball machine's working again, McGee.
Gee, thanks, Kramer. Hey, Molly, maybe here's where my good luck comes in. Maybe I'll run up $3 million on the pinball machine.
What do you get if you do?
6 free games.
Well, it isn't as good as a paid-up 20-year endowment, but it's something. Look, while you spend those 4 nickels in riotous living, I want to go over and get some more Christmas seals. I'll be right back.
Okay, Tootsie. Ah, there goes a good kid. Now, let's try our luck with the pinballs, McGee. Shucks, missed everything. Well, I still got 3 more tries. I'll hit this for...
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, Teeny.
What you doing, mister? What you doing? Watch it.
Well, now, what does it look like I'm doing, sis?
Well, looks like you're playing the pinball machine, I bet you.
Well, that's exactly what I am doing.
Gee, you didn't do so good, did you?
No.
That's because you weren't leaning against it, I bet you.
Leaning against it? What do you mean?
Well, I'd show you what I mean, only I'm not supposed to play this game on account of I'm not 18.
Oh.
But I bet you if you bought me some lipstick and a hairnet, I could fool almost everybody.
No. I won't do it. I will not.
You talked me into it. Give me a nickel.
Here.
You see, you lean against the side of it, like this.
My gosh, sis, you rung up $2 million.
Oh, I'm a little off today, but you see what I mean about leaning against it.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Kramer, can I have a soda instead of 3 free games on account I'm not supposed to play the pinball machine? So long, mister.
So long, kid. I still think that kid's a midget. Although any midget can run up a score like this. Oh, hi, Molly. You ready to go home?
Yes, dearie. When you get through playing mechanical marbles. If we hurry now, we can get the 447 bus.
Okay, let's go home.
Still feel lucky, McGee?
Yeah, I don't know why, but I do. It's something I... Hey, what's that?
What's what? Oh, that new store?
Yeah.
That's the new fish market. They just opened up today. Let's go in and take a look, huh?
Okay. Let's go.
Hello, folks. Something you wanted? We're just about to close up for the day.
No, thank you. We were just admiring your new store.
Well, thanks. We'll be glad to have your seafood trade, lady. All our fresh fish are flown in daily, you know, except one kind.
What kind is that?
Flying fish. They come in by themselves. Say, see the big salmon in the freeze case there?
Oh, heavenly days, what a whopper. Looks like somebody finally caught the one that got away.
Boy, oh boy, what a salmon.
Yeah.
Wouldn't I like to fling a fang into that baby? Boy, I bet I could eat that beauty in one sitting, Molly. Baked with vegetable dressing. Boy, how much that fish weigh, Bud?
That's the question, Mac. Person guessing the nearest correct weight before we close today wins the fish. What's your guess?
Heavenly days, I wouldn't know. Looks like 3 tons to me.
Well, as an expert fisherman, Buster, I'd say about, 35 pounds.
35 pounds is absolutely correct.
Huh?
And you win the fish. Congratulations. Here you are, ma'am.
Hey, wait a minute.
Can't we have it delivered, sir?
Sorry, ma'am. We do a strictly cash and carry business.
Huh?
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll got to lock up. Good night, folks. Good night, sir.
Hey, quit shoving me. Hey, I don't want this to... Did he say 35 pounds? My gosh, it feels more like 85. Doggone it, this would have to happen on the day our car's laid up. Hey, see if you can hail a taxi, kiddo.
At the rush hour, not a chance, dearie. It's the bus or the streetcar for us.
Streetcar or a bus. And me with a 35-pound salmon.
Yeah, come on, Lucky.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and A Little Bird Told Me.
Silly prizes to win. My gosh, a 35-pound salmon.
Yes, and it all happened so suddenly, too.
Yeah.
Like that time at the post office auction when you sneezed and accidentally bought a dozen porcelain plates. Remember?
I'll say. They weren't bad looking at that, though. They hadn't all been uppers. Didn't fit anybody I knew.
You know, when you got that hunch about today being lucky, I thought there was something fishy about it. But if I'd known how fishy,
It's a dad-rat, it's silly walking along the main drag in the middle of December with a 3-foot salmon. Is it heavy?
Yes. And it's wet and slippery and cold, and it's coming unwrapped. Here, you take it a while.
Okay. George, that fish market will never get any of my business again. Any outfit that gives you a 35-pound salmon and then refuses to deliver it ought to be investigated. That's what they ought to be in.
Let's not look a gift fish in the gills, sweetheart. Let's just get it home. Come on, here comes a bus.
Good. You know, you hail him while I get a better grip on this thing. It's as slippery as an eel. Wow.
Oh, dear, it was Jam McGee. The driver just sneered politely and kept on going.
Great. Well, come on, let's walk up a block. Maybe we can get the next one before...
Oh, wait, here comes the old-timer. Hello, Mr. Old-Timer.
Oh, hi, old-timer.
Hello there, kids. I was just down to... Hey, what you got there, Johnny?
What have I got, he says. What does it look like? A birthday cake?
Nope, no candles on it. Looks more like a salmon, son.
Yes, he just wanted down at the fish market, Mr. Old-Timer.
Yep, our car's busted, and I'm trying to get it home.
I haven't towed home, Johnny. They can hitch onto the front axle and tow it.
No. He means we're trying to get the fish home.
Oh, the fish is busted. I thought he said the car. Busted fish ain't hardly worth taking home to anybody like that.
This salmon is getting heavy, and I got to get
I used to have quite a reputation for salmon fishing, kids. I invented me a recipe for stuffed salmon that my folks was just crazy about.
Stuffed salmon, eh? Sounds good.
Yep. You just roll the salmon in sand, wrap it in seaweed, stuff it in the nearest culvert, and pick up some pork chops on the way home. I love pork chops.
Did you ever fish in the ocean much, Mr. Oldtimer?
I sure did, daughter. Caught some strange things out of that old ocean, too. I mind one time I hooked into a mermaid wearing a rubber boot.
A real mermaid?
With a rubber boot on?
Yep. Hooked her right through the boot top, and did she give me a battle. I hung on though.
Cut it out. Gosh, there's no such thing as a mermaid.
I knew nobody'd believe me, Johnny, but I was lucky this time. I brought the proof home with me. Come over and see for yourself.
Huh? No kidding. You got a real mermaid over there?
Oh, no. She got away, Johnny, but I'll show you the rubber boot. You come over too, daughter. You come over too, daughter. So long, kid.
Isn't that interesting, McGee? Do you suppose he really did...
No,
huh?
That's the silliest thing. Hey, come on, let's get up to the bus stop.
Should be a bus about due now.
Doggone it, I wish somebody'd come along that we knew in a car. All the times I'd give guys lifts, you'd think somebody'd come along that I know in the car.
Well, thank goodness here's a bus, and it's half empty. I'll be glad to just sit down and...
Hey, it's coming pretty fast. Hey, bus! Hey, bus, wait! Hey, bus!
It's gone. There was plenty of room, too.
Dad-rat it. If we'd have got that bus, I could have paid an extra dime and give this salmon his own seat. Wonder how old he is. Maybe he could even rode for half fare. All the dad-rat.
Well, hello there, Molly. Hi, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. Boy, am I glad to see you.
Well, thank you, pal. I'm always glad to see you, too, because... What's that you've got there? Looks like a fish.
Isn't he observant?
35-pound salmon, Junior. I just won it, if you can call it that, at the new fish market.
Oh.
And the reason we're particularly glad to see you, Mr. Wilcox, is we thought maybe you'd give us a ride home.
Yeah, Junior, my car's out of whack and the buses are crowded and we can't find a cab.
Well, gee, kids, I'd love to give the three of you a lift, but I can't. First, I've got to deliver a load of glow coat across town.
Of what, Mr. Wilcox?
Molly, my gosh, don't drag this out now. This fish is heavy. I can't...
Glow coat, I said, Molly. Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Never knew fish come this heavy.
Housewives who never use glow coat and have to use old-fashioned mop and bucket scrubbing on their linoleum always say...
My arms are so tired I can hardly lift them.
Yes. And housewives who are smart enough to use glow coat, and that's the majority of them, when they buy glow coat at their dealers, they always think...
I can hardly wait to get it home.
Exactly. Because they know that Johnson's self-polishing glow coat is the easiest and simplest way to protect and glorify linoleum, bring out its worn and faded beauty, because it's so easy to apply. And there's been a new glow added to glow coat, which is a thought
Hey, look, Waxy.
Yes, pal.
If you're through with that lame excuse about delivering glow coat, what's the real reason you won't drive us home? Snobbish or something?
Now, look, pal, when I get through my deliveries, I'm taking my wife a couple of dozen roses for our anniversary. And I can't give her a bouquet that smells like salmon.
Well, you could explain the circumstances, couldn't you?
No, I couldn't, Molly. You see, before I was married, I used to go with a girl whose father was captain of a fishing schooner.
Oh.
And I don't want to revive any old discussions, you see. Well, good day, Molly, and good luck with the whale, Jonah.
You want me to hold the fish a while?
No. Just pull the paper up over his face, will you? He keeps staring at me.
The paper's all torn. Don't look at him, dearie.
No, I can't help it. He fascinates me. Did you ever try to stare down a 35-pound dead salmon? The most exasperating. Oh, hey, here comes Latrivia. Maybe he can help. Hi, Latrivia.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Nice to see you.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Well, what's this?
A salmon.
35 pounds.
Well, that's a very interesting...
Got your car downtown, Latriv? Or could you get us the loan of an old hook and ladder or a squad car or a garbage truck or something with wheels on it?
We need a ride home.
If you don't have any transportation, how did you ever go out fishing?
We didn't go out fishing. I won this fish.
At the new fish market. He guessed the correct weight, and they gave it to him.
Why didn't they deliver it?
They don't deliver.
Strictly cash and carry.
Why didn't you leave it there and pick it up tomorrow?
Gee, I don't know.
We never thought of that, I guess. We were kind of rushed into this thing. We had the fish and were out on the street before we knew what was cooking.
Yeah.
Cooking? What are they serving? Fish and chips?
Who?
The people who run the fish market. They have no license for that sort of thing, and by George, I'm going to look into it.
But, Mr. Mayor, they don't actually serve anything.
Well, I don't care whether they serve anything or not. Even if you have to serve yourself so they can save a waitress's wages, they can't do that.
But, Dad, Brad, nobody serves anything. They don't have anything to eat in there.
Oh, they don't?
No.
What do they sell fish for? Bait?
Look, Mr. Mayor, let's get this straight. When we said we had this fish before we knew what was cooking, we merely meant
I know. The people who run this market are friends of yours, and you don't want the city to crack down on them for violating the restaurant ordinances.
That's exactly... No. They ain't friends of ours. We never saw them before today.
All they did was give us this fish, this 35-pound salmon.
We won it.
Oh, a fish lottery.
Oh.
Gambling. I see. Well, that simply adds...
Please, your salmon, or your honor. This salmon was merely cooking a... We didn't mean the fish who gave us the people. Who said we were...
Let me explain, Molly. Now, looky here, Latriv.
Yes?
What Molly means is that this restaurant, this fish market, they don't fish any cook or serve any people. They're just shellfish. I mean, they just shellfish. They got shells full of shellfish. They don't. We didn't. You the one that should do. Latrivia?
Yes?
It begins to look as if we'll have to give this salmon away. Do you care for seafood, Jim?
I'm very fond of it. In fact, I've been eating so much seafood, Dr. Gamble says I'm getting myself a little lobster pot. But I don't care for salmon, if that's what you had in mind. Good day.
Hey, Latrivia, how about giving us a ride home so we can...
Oh, never mind him, McGee. Here comes another bus.
Good. Now, here, you hold the salmon while I flag him down. Now, don't drop it now. That's it, both arms.
Heavenly days, if this isn't an awful thing to be carrying around.
It's pretty crowded, but get in, kiddo, get in.
I got room for you and the baby, lady, but your husband will have to wait.
The baby?
Well, I've been called a lot of things, but this is the first time I've been mistook for a salmon's father.
Buttons and bows.
I never should have gone to the city, nor fetched me home a wife. 'Cause the way she complains about my home on the range is darn near wrecking my life. She wants to go back to the city and all them city ways. She talks all day and she talks all night, and this is what she says. East is east and west is west, and the wrong one you have chose. Let's go where the gals keep wearing those frills and flowers and buttons and bows and rings and things and buttons and bows. She says, don't bury me in this prairie, take me where the cement grows. Let's move down to some big town where they love a gal by the cut of her clothes when all decked out in buttons and bows. She says she loves me in buckskin and shirts that are homespun, but she says she'll love me longer where my friends don't tote a gun. Her bones denounce the buckboard bounce and the cactus hurts her toes. She says let's vamoose where the gals keep wearing those silks and satins and linen that shows, and I'm all yours in buttons and bows. Well, I took her chatter for a year or so and then give up the fight. We went to the city and now I know that the dad-ratted woman was right. 'Cause now my bones denounce the buckboard bounce and the cactus hurts my toes. You'll find me where the gals keep wearing those silks and satins and linen that shows, and they're all mine in buttons buttons and bows. Give me that Eastern trimming where women are women in the high silk clothes and the peekaboo clothes and the French perfume that rocks the room, and you're all mine in buttons and bows. Buttons and bows.
You know, sweetheart, this whole thing is getting a little ridiculous.
You said it. But it hasn't got me licked yet, kiddo. Oh, kid. Anytime a big wall-eyed, slack-jawed, silver-sided hunk of dead salmon thinks it can outsmart me, it better get up pretty early in the... Hey, wonder what time salmon do get up.
I don't know, but from the looks of this one, he needs more sleep.
Maybe he comes from a night school of fish and gets home so late.
Look, McGee, there goes Dr. Gamble. Maybe he'll give us a lift home if he has his car nearby. You, Dr. Gamble.
My gosh, he don't hear us. He's walking on. Hey, Doc. Hey. Well, do something, Molly. Whistle through your teeth. I don't know how you...
Okay.
Well, that got him.
Well, it ought to. It never fails when I want a waiter in a restaurant. Hello there, Dr. Gamble.
Oh, hi, Doc. Hello, my dear. Where'd you get the shark, Hammerhead? I mean, where'd you get the hammerhead shark?
You mean this bass, Big Mouth? I mean this big mouth bass? Just caught it out of Dugan's Lake.
You what?
You see, Dr. McGee and I were in the...
We were taking a walk, see, and we went out on the dock at Dugan's Lake, and I seen this fish swimming past. So, with the devil may care chuckle, I whips off my overcoat and dives in through 3 inches of ice.
Uh-huh.
I comes up under the beneath of him, grabs him in a step-over fin hole, switches to a forward quarter Nelson, holds his head under till he drowns, and then flips him up onto the dock, Doc.
And then we got into our rocket ship, flew 3 times around the sun to dry off, and landed on the roof of Walt's Mall Shop.
Children, I've had a tough day, and I'm in no mood for nonsense. And would you please stand on the other side of me, fishmonger? I'd rather the wind was from me to you.
Look, saline solution. Do us a favor, will you? I'm getting darn tired of cuddling this barracuda, and the buses are full, and my car's laid up in the garage. How's about a lift home?
Buster, I'd be very happy to accommodate you, but I'm a pedestrian here myself.
Oh?
My car, as I laughingly call it, is also laid up. I had a slight argument with a coal truck and wound up with my lap, such as it is, full of anthracite.
That's what that is.
Now, where did you get the fish?
At the new fish market on 14th and Oak, Doctor. McGee guessed the correct weight, 35 pounds, and won this salmon.
Oh, you lucky boy. Well, I've got to get back to my office.
No, you going to leave me here standing on the street with this dad-ratted sea lion? You big, ugly old man, you.
But, dearie, what can he do?
The only thing I can do is offer my sympathy, my dear. Maybe if you went past the firehouse, they could use the pull motor on the salmon and revive him enough so you could ride him home. Side saddle, of course. That dorsal fin might be a little uncomfortable. Good day, my dear. So long, Moby Dick.
Fine state of how do you do, and this thing is getting heavy.
Well, if you hadn't been so lucky today, dearie, we'd be home by now.
Doggone it, if there was a hardware store open, I'd buy 2 sets of roller skates and pull this fish home, but... Hey, wait a minute. I got an idea.
What are you going to do?
Hey, you see this guy coming? Well, watch this. How do you do, sir? Are you by any chance a fisherman?
Well, I've done a little freshwater fishing, but...
I represent the Rogue River Salmon Fishermen's Association of America.
In fact, he's the head rogue.
Yeah. Now, what would you say was the weight of this salmon, Bud?
Well, my goodness, I wouldn't have the slightest idea.
Go on. Make a guess.
Well, I'd say about 22 pounds.
Wonderful.
You're absolutely correct, sir, and you have won this beautiful salmon. Here you are.
Hey, now wait just a minute.
Congratulations,
Yes,
sir.
indeed. Come on, Molly.
Not so fast, McGee. Wait for baby.
Gee. Gosh, I guess this is my lucky day.
other day, I heard a woman call the December holidays the kitchen days, meaning, I suppose, lots of company, lots of cooking, and lots of living in the kitchen. And it can be a very cheerful place, the kitchen, when the linoleum has the glossy luster that Johnson's Glow Coat will give it. Especially now that there's a new glow in our self-polishing floor wax Glow Coat. A glow that shines and glistens more brightly than before. But you know, with all the activity going on in the kitchen, you want protection as well as beauty for your linoleum. Glow Coat covers your linoleum with a tough coat that liquids and dirt can't penetrate. As for cleaning, a few strokes with a damp cloth will whisk dirt off that smooth surface. So make your kitchen days easier for yourself and brighter, far brighter for everyone. Ask for Johnson's Glow Coat tomorrow. Remember, the Glow Coat your dealer now has in the familiar red and yellow container is the Glow Coat with the new glow.
Boy, I'm glad I got rid of that salmon. I was sure feeling low.
I know you were. If your face had stayed where it fell, you'd have gone through life as Puss in Boots.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
It's time for Fibber McGee and Molly. Every weekday at this time, NBC brings you Fibber McGee and Molly transcribed. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutto. We'll join Fibber and Molly in just a moment. Any of you folks take stock in that old expression that no news is good news? I don't think there are many people who do. No news is definitely not good news, especially for anyone who's ever been away from home. There are many people who have been suddenly called away from home and loved ones at one time or another. And those people know from experience that there's nothing quite as important during those days of separation as mail. Any man or woman in the armed services will tell you the only call that takes precedence over mess call is mail call. And believe me, when a letter from home is more important to a hungry GI than food, you know that it means something. The action, the strain, the anxieties of war can keep a soldier's mind occupied. But when the letdown comes, the time to relax, that's when morale needs a shot in the arm. Yes, friends, keep those letters going. Those men and women in the service don't believe that no news is good news. Any news from home is always good news to them.
Well, Teeny, how do you like the stand?
Oh, it's just wonderful, Mr. McGee. I bet this is the best lemonade stand any little child that's gone in business for herself ever had, I bet you. Me and Willie Toops and Freddie.
Notice how strong it is. You kids can sit on the counter when you get tired, and it'll hold all three of you. Easy. I got posts drove in the ground.
Oh, that's swell. But we got a chair, see, and we're going to take turns.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. One of us sitting and mixing up more lemonade while the other one sells it and puts the money in the box.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's only two of you. What's the third kid going to do?
Oh, he's going to stand on the corner and hand out salty crackers free to everybody that comes by.
That's pretty shrewd. I think you kids will do all right, Teeny.
Oh, boy. I'll be a big lady businessman when I grow up, I bet you. I'll run home now and get some salty crackers and get Willie Toops and get Freddie Ford and get started.
Good. Well, I'll keep an eye on the stand till you get back.
If you drink any lemonade, just put the nickel in the cigar box. We got to keep things businesslike in the cigar box.
Yeah, okay. She's a cute kid. Got a good business head on her, too. Nobody puts anything over on that kid. Yes, sir. Someday she's going to make some man a very annoying wife. Now, let me see now. I'll line the glasses up. I have to get a kettle from Molly for her to wash the glasses in when she gets back here.
Hello there, Johnny. Hot enough for you?
Oh, hi, old-timer. Molly's in the house, but you don't need to go in. We don't need any groceries today.
What's the matter, Johnny? You kids ain't buying as much as you used to. You sure daughter don't need, ice cold lemonade, 5 cents a G.
That's glass, 5 cents a glass.
So that's what you were building yesterday afternoon. Lemonade stand. Why didn't you tell me, son?
Huh?
Why didn't you come to your old friend and tell me about it?
Because it wasn't none of your dad-ratted business, that's why. Why should I go looking for you to tell
Johnny
you
boy, it is my business.
Ah.
Things are so tough you gotta set yourself up a lemonade stand to make ends meet. That's the business of all your friends.
What? Oh, now, wait a minute.
You and daughter ain't going hungry while I'm on this route. I got an extra loaf of bread in the back of the truck and
Oh, cut it out. This ain't my lemonade stand. I'm just...
Now, no need to be proud, Johnny. The bread's almost a week old. I'll go get it and swipe some ham out of Miss Bradley's.
Oh, you're not going anywhere.
Let go of my suspenders. You're stretching elastic.
No more than you're stretching a simple situation into a
Here
big...
now. What's going on here?
Oh, nothing, officer. Just a slight misunderstanding. You see, he saw me setting up this lemonade stand and...
Lemonade stand, is it?
Yeah.
Well, I guess there's nothing illegal about that as long as you have a license. You do have one, don't you?
A license? Well, no, but...
That's all right, officer. I'll pay for it. Now, how much is it?
Who are you?
Well, I'm this man's next-door neighbor. Lester Nelson's my name. I'd kind of like to help him until he gets back on his feet.
Hey, where did you come from, Les?
Why, I couldn't help overhearing you discussing your troubles with the old-timer, Mr. McGee. Now, I don't mean to butt in, but if there's anything Sally and I can do...
Well, there is. You can mind your own dad-ratted business.
Now, sir, that's no way to talk to these nice, friendly neighbors of yours. We all need friends in time of trouble. Accept his generous offer. You can pay him back 10 cents a week.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, Johnny, out of the profits of your stand.
Don't be proud. Think of your wife. She's a mighty fine...
I didn't build this thing for Molly. I did it for the kids.
Well, then, think of the kids. I've got 6 of my own, and believe me, there's nothing as pitiful as the wail of a hungry child in the middle of the night.
Oh, for the love of...
What's going on here, McGee? I heard the commotion out here.
Oh, Molly, am I glad you're here. Look, tell these
now,
guys...
ma'am, you just go back into the house and take care of those little tots of yours.
Little tots?
Everything is under control. This was just a simple misunderstanding. But thanks to the generous offer of your kindly neighbor here, it's all straightened out. I'm new on this beat, but I want you to know the policeman is your friend.
Here is an important dramatized message from 5 New York doctors.
5 New York doctors prove you can break the laxative habit.
83% of the cases tested did it. So can you. But how, Doctor? Stop taking whatever you now take. Instead, every night for 1 week, take 2 Cotter's Little Liver Pills. Second week, 1 each night. Third week, 1 every other night. Then nothing. Every day, drink plenty of liquids. Put yourself on schedule.
But how can Carter's help break the laxative habit, Doctor?
Because Carter's Little Liver Pills not only relieve irregularity, they also improve the flow of liver bile that's needed for natural regularity. When worry, overeating, overwork make you irregular temporarily, take Carter's temporarily and don't get the laxative habit. Get Carter's Little Liver Pills, only 43 cents. Break your laxative habit. Regain that wonderful feeling that goes with natural regularity.
But, Mr. McGee, all I did was...
butt in and mess everything up. That's what you did.
That's a fine attitude for a friendly neighbor, Johnny.
McGee, they meant well. They were only trying to help.
Well...
That's right. We only tried
Well,
to...
things are settled now, so let's break it up, boys, huh?
Yeah, I'll get on with my route. Gonna take me a lot longer today now that I got this story to tell. I'll stop at Toops' first. They'll get a kick out of all that.
Well, I'm glad everything is settled. Now I can get back to the kitchen and take a look at that roast. It's probably burnt to a crisp by
And
now.
I'd better get to the corner and call in.
Then it's okay if the kids have their lemonade stand here on my lawn?
Oh, sure. It's sticking out over the sidewalk about 8 or 10 inches. That's really the only thing that's illegal about it, but we won't bother about that.
Good.
If a squad car comes by, just tell them the sergeant said okay. I don't know what sergeant that means, but it usually works.
Okay. Boy, well, I'm glad that's settled.
I guess this whole thing was my fault, Mr. McGee.
Oh, that's okay, Les. You guys meant well anyhow.
Well, you're our friend, Mr. McGee.
Well, anyway, it was that cop button in here that caused all the confusion. That big lunkhead. It's a good thing he didn't give me any trouble about this stand because, boy, I'd have had him busted so far out in the sticks he'd have to report in by carrier pigeon. Boy, I'd have that guy to... Hi, officer. I thought you laughed.
Yes, I'm sure you did. Unfortunately for you, I forgot my pad.
Oh, yeah. Well, here it is, officer. Sir, let me brush it off for you. There's a little dust on there. And...
Well, I tell you, I better get back to the kitchen myself. Sally's fixing dinner, lunch, and I promised to bring the string. Goodbye, friend.
Some friend. Care for some lemonade, officer? Just mixed up a fresh batch. You look kind of hot.
Move the lemonade stand back.
Move it? I can't move it. It's drove in the ground.
The lemonade stand is sticking out illegally over the sidewalk, which happens to be against the law.
Yeah, I know, but officer, you said...
Ah, but that was when I was a friendly rookie.
Huh?
But now that I'm just a big lunkhead about to be busted out of the sticks, all I know is what I read in the book. And by the book, you're illegal, so tear it out of there.
Yeah, but Molly! Molly, hey, Molly!
But, officer, he told you in order to move this stand back 8 inches, he'll have to tear the whole thing apart.
I'm sorry, Mrs. McGee. The law is the law.
Yeah.
All right, now you get going with the building project. I want that stand tore loose and move back.
Don't holler at me, Buster. I know my rights. You guys are public servants, and no servant is going to stand by while I work.
Well, what's going on here, Molly? Little tanglefoot tangling with the law again?
Yes, Doctor.
Oh. Hello, Dr. Gamble.
Doc, do you know this lunkhead?
If you're referring to my good friend Officer Kevin Clark, from whom I recently had the honor of removing a bullet fired from the gun belonging to pretty boy Parker, yes.
Oh, my goodness. Are you the officer who broke up the Parker mob?
Single-handed, my dear.
Oh, gee whiz, and I called him a big lunkhead. Gee, officer, I'm sorry. I really am. Boy, oh boy, the Parker mob.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, if I'd known you were the guy that busted...
Well...
My, they should give you a medal or something, officer.
You think so?
Sure, so us citizens can tell who our heroes are.
Well, now I just do my duty like a good policeman.
Gee whiz, all you cops look alike. Same uniform and all. How are we supposed to know who are the heroes and who are the lunkheads? I mean...
What kind of a remark was that?
Well,
Oh, McGee, you should have quit when you were ahead. Here's your hammer and crowbar. Back to work.
Well, I just...
Go ahead. You heard the lady. Move the stand.
What? Oh, this is just ridiculous.
Well, the boy has a positive talent for trouble, Molly.
This is the most unjustest thing I ever saw. Just because I got a big mouth and you got big ears, I have to come...
Hi, Mr. McGee. Hi. I brought some more crackers and I got some more lemons, see? Oh, boy, customers already.
Hiya, Teeny.
Hello, Teeny.
Well, hi there, darling. Is this your stand?
Sure. Hi, Uncle Kevin.
Well, it's no use, Teeny. Uncle Kevin.
Uncle?
Well, McGee, why didn't you tell me you built this stand for this cute little niece of mine?
Niece? I know. You never...
Oh, Mr. McGee is just modest, I bet you.
What?
Yeah. He does things like this for us little children all the time. You want to be my first customer, Uncle Kevin?
Sure. I'd consider it an honor. How much is it?
How much? It's free. The drinks are on me, everybody. Fill them up, Teeny. Help her, Molly. Come on, drink up, everybody. Free lemonade here.
Boy, business is rushing.
Fibber and Molly will be right back. When you prepare a meal, you try to keep it well balanced. You try to get the right amount of each ingredient for the sort of meal you're cooking. Well, that's the policy NBC has followed in preparing your daytime summer lineup. Whether you're able to spend your days out on the beach relaxing, or whether you have to work taking care of the family, you'll find the daytime schedule just the thing to help pass the morning along. Lend an ear, Mother, or even both ears, to some of the weekday favorites waiting for you in the morning. There's Strike It Rich, The Phrase That Pays, and Second Chance. Among the afternoon highlights are Welcome Travelers and It Pays to Be Married. It's listening that's as pleasant as a summer day, and it should be because it's designed for a summer day. It's an easy-to-take listening lineup presented Monday through Friday by NBC Radio. And by the way, don't forget that NBC keeps you informed all through the week with such exciting news features as Heart of the News. Hear it every night.
See the afternoon mail, Molly? Postcard from Uncle Dennis.
Oh, bless his heart. What does he have to say?
Says, thinking of you both and hope to see you this summer. I expect to get a week off in August.
A week off?
Mm-hmm.
For vacation?
No, for good behavior.
Oh.
Good night.
Good night, all.
NBC has brought you the Fibber McGee and Molly program, transcribed with Bill Thompson as the old-timer, Arthur Q. Bryan as Doc Gamble, Bob Easton as Les, and Parley Bear as the cop. And a fine, friendly person he turned out to be, which is often the case. This is John Wall saying good night and inviting you to chuckle with us again tomorrow on Fibber McGee and Molly.
Hear Henry Cassidy with Heart of the News tonight on the NBC Radio Network. With Heart of the News tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Bea Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. The music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. When your spring cleaning is over, all your light painted woodwork will be beautifully clean and shining. That's fine, but it's a problem to keep it spotless, isn't it? If you wash and scrub woodwork too often, you may injure the finish. What's the answer? Why, Johnson's Cream Wax, that newest Johnson's Wax polish, especially designed for furniture and light woodwork. In addition to wax, this creamy white liquid contains several cleansing ingredients, so it cleans and polishes at the same time. Johnson's Cream Wax is easy to use, needs very little rubbing. You just apply it, then polish lightly. Fingerprints and smudges completely disappear. It also leaves the surface satin smooth and beautifully wax polished. Johnson's Cream Wax gives similar lustrous beauty and wax protection to enameled surfaces like refrigerators, to tabletops and kitchen cabinets, and many other things. You probably already use Johnson's Paste and Liquid Wax. Well, try Johnson's Cream Wax, too. You'll like it. The time, early morning. The cast, Mrs. McGee, a charming housewife, her husband, a rather dreary character, and a large, wet fish, wearing an expression of surprise and horror. The place, 79 Wistful Vista, the home of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Look at that fish, will you? A 10-pounder if he weighs an ounce. And I caught her. Look at him.
You look at him, dearie. A defunct fish has no beauty for me. They all have a look in their eyes like a head waiter who had just been tipped 10 cents.
Well, it's beautiful to me, baby. Lying there in that sink is the toughest, fightingest, smartest bass that ever had his picture on a hardware calendar. Old Muley, the demon of Dugan's Lake.
Old whaty?
Old Muley. The fish that every guy for 40 miles around has been trying to gaff for 5 years. And who finally hauled him in? I did. That's who, your ever-loving husband. A new chapter in fishing history has been wrote this morning.
Say, what time did you go out to Dugan's Lake, dearie? Something woke me up about 6, and I discovered it was you. Not snoring.
My gosh, at 6 a.m. I'd already been out on the lake for 2 hours. Oh, gee, it was beautiful. Did you ever see the sun come up behind Borgelstoff's brewery?
No, I never did, sweetheart.
And to think I was the only fisherman in town with ambition and energy enough to get out before daybreak. You want to hear how I landed him? Okay, well, sir, there I was, sitting in a rowboat. When all of a sudden I heard a big splash.
Old Muley.
No, my lunch. It fell overboard.
Tough luck.
No, it was a stroke of fortune. Old Muley went after them jelly sandwiches like Congress after Chester Bowles. That kept old Muley hanging around my boat, you see.
Too bad you didn't have some hot dogs with a pickerel in the middle and the mustard, etc.
Well, sir, I eased my line gently over the side. And whammo, old Muley struck.
What for, shorter hours and longer worms?
No, sir, he hit that line like a fat lady at a nylon sale. And using a delicate wrist motion, I played him in and out like a yo-yo. Pretty soon, I could see he was getting tired, and he could see I was getting tired. It was a battle of strength and wits.
Well, knowing how it came out, this is sort of like sitting through a movie the second time.
Well, sir, there I was, sitting there in the boat, and suddenly it was all over. There he was in the bottom of the boat. There was tears in my eyes, and there is now, too. I was all choked up. I could hardly speak.
Well, you're very emotional about catching a mere fish.
It wasn't emotion. In the excitement, I'd swallowed my cigar butt. Anyway...
Come in.
Hello, folks. Anybody home?
Hello, Mr. Wimple. Come on out and have a cup of coffee.
No, thank you, Mrs. McGee. I see you have the same trouble with the city water we do. Imagine a fish that big coming out of the faucet.
That fish, Wallace, my lad, did not come out of the faucet. He come out of Dugan's Lake. That is old Muley, the biggest, gamest bass that ever thumbed his gills at a fisherman.
This is the opening day of the season, you know, Mr. Wimple.
My goodness. So that's what Sweetie Face meant.
What do you mean?
Sweetie Face, that's my big old wife, told me just this morning, Wallace, you poor fish, she said, you'd better stay in the house for a few days, she said. But then she was a little annoyed with me at the time, I suppose.
Why was she, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, just because I made a teensy little joke. She was doing some weightlifting, and her forehead was all perspiration, and I came in and said, hello, sweaty face.
That's the kind of remark that'll get your neck tied in a lover's knot one of these days, Wimp.
Oh, you're so right, Mr. McGee. Particularly after last night.
What happened last night, Mr. Wimple, if you're healed up enough to tell us?
Oh, we had another argument, Mrs. McGee. I wanted to go out, and Sweetie Face didn't want me to. But I won.
Attaboy, Wimp. You went out, eh?
Like a light, Mr. McGee. Did you ever know you could knock a man my size unconscious with a copy of the Reader's Digest?
Is that possible?
It is if you leave it between two brass bookends. Gracious. When I came to, I had a headache clear down my shoulder and under my arm.
Horse feathers. How could you have a headache under your arm?
That's where my head was. My, that is a big mackerel you caught, Mr. McGee.
That is not a whimperel, Mr. Mackerel. I mean mackerel, Mr. Wimple. It's a bass. Isn't it a beauty?
Yes, I suppose so, but would you mind turning it the other way? It's got a look in its eye like Sweetie Face when she catches me shaking my piggy bank. Are you going to cook it tonight?
Cook it? We don't cook this fish, Wimp. It's going to be mounted on a plaque and hung over the mantel. Just as soon as I can get in touch with a dermatologist.
No, you mean taxidermist, dearie.
I do? I thought a taxidermist was a guy that stood out in front of a hotel with a whistle and stuffed people into cabs.
Oh, no, Mr. McGee. Anyway, you don't mean a dermatologist.
Why don't I?
Because a dermatologist is someone who has made a study of the skin, Mr. McGee.
That's what I says, Dad Ratted. I want the skin of this fish mounted for my study.
Well, I might as well go home, I guess. I can't win here either. Goodbye now.
Willie Mills Orchestra, the King's Men, and all the cats join in.
the malted shop, and all the cats join in. Down goes my last 2 bit, comes up 1 banana split, and all the cats join in. Drop your jack in the old jukebox, play your favorite dear. When you dance with the Bobby Sox, you dance at your own risk. Rip! Everybody swing it, swing, till the rafters ring and all the cats join in.
Molly, I can hardly wait to see Doc Gamble's puss when he hears I caught old Muley.
Incidentally, I hope you don't plan to leave that fish lying in my kitchen sink all day.
No, I just want to leave it there till the photographer gets here. You see,
Till who gets here?
The photographer from the Wistful Vista Gazette. Going to take my picture holding the fish. I think if I sit here and hold it on my lap and you stand behind me with your hand on my shoulder and a proud look on your face...
No, No, thank you, Pet. Not this time. Come in. Oh, it's Mrs. Carstairs. Hello, Millicent.
Good day, my dear. And Mr. McGee.
Hiya, Carsty. Did you hear about me catching old Muley?
Good heavens, no. Will you be quarantined?
Oh, Muley is not a disease, Millicent. It's a fish. In other words, it isn't catching, it's caught.
Oh, a fish.
The biggest, gamest, smartest bass in this part of the country, Carsty. I got up before daybreak, went out to Dugan's Lake and Jack Robinson.
Who's Jack Robinson?
The fellow I had this big fish in the bottom of my rowboat before you could say it. You done much fishing, Carsty?
Oh, some, Mr. McGee. Mostly deep-sea fishing.
Oh.
One year, Mr. Carstairs and I brought home a live octopus we'd captured. We kept it in a pool in the backyard.
Heavenly days, an octopus is a rather odd sort of pet, isn't it, Millicent?
Oh, this was a very intelligent creature, my dear. But it seemed to be at such a loss to know what to do with those 8 long arms that Mr. Carstairs taught it to play 2 tables of bridge.
Oh, now, Millie.
Oh, it's a fact, Mr. McGee. It was simply amazing to see the ungainly thing shuffle and deal.
I suppose the 2 arms that were playing dummy passed the time of the game of cribbage.
No, dominoes, my dear. 3 decks of cards were too confusing.
Whatever happened to him, Carsty? I presume it was a him.
Well, we think it was a female, Mr. McGee. It was always throwing kisses to the gardener. We finally had to dispose of her.
Shoot her, Millicent?
Oh, no, my dear. Not that handsome, intelligent creature. We sold her to the Chicago police, and she's now directing traffic at State and Madison. Well, this has all been very interesting. At least to me. So nice to have seen you. Good day.
I don't believe a word of it. An octopus playing bridge. I can't even play bridge very good myself.
Now, don't you say that, dearie. I don't know anybody who plays bridge more like an octopus than you do.
Gee, honest?
Cross my heart, when you get to dealing and reaching for the salted nuts, adjusting the lights, straightening the legs of the table, and passing the cigars all at the same time, I'd swear you had 8 arms.
Yeah, but I don't...
Come in. Well, hello there, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Hello, Jam Face.
Good morning, Lancelot. I'm glad you called because I have a very important announcement.
And usually people don't announce things to a doctor. He announces things to them.
Well, get with it, Gabby.
Okay. Now, look, Fatso, you know what I did this morning? I went out to Dugan's Lake, and with the skill, patience, and fortitude for which I am noted, I caught the biggest bass in inland waters, old Muley.
Well, that isn't such a thing. You did what?
He caught old Muley, Doctor. It's out in the kitchen sink, packed in ice cubes, which are melting slightly faster than our refrigerator can make them.
And if you're a good boy, little iodine, I might take you out in the kitchen and unveil it, so what's the matter?
Now, let me get this straight, you little bandit, you poacher. You went out this morning and caught the big bass?
That he did, Doctor. That he did.
Well, of all the dirty, double-crossing, illegal, low-down, unsportsmanlike...
What's so unsportsmanlike and illegal about beating you guys to Old Muley on the first day of the season, you big sorehead? If I'm ambitious enough to...
What day is this?
May the 7th, Doctor.
He knows very well what day it is, Molly. He knows the fishing season opens today.
Yes, at midnight.
At midnight. At midnight.
Oh, my gosh, I thought it was...
You are in trouble, Buster.
Oh. Heavenly days, this is terrible. Doctor, is there any way you can give artificial respiration to a fish? Is it too late to... Yes, I suppose it is.
Gee, Doc, what am I going to do? It was all a mistake.
It's a mistake that'll cost you plenty, Chisler.
Is there a heavy penalty for fishing out of season, Doctor?
They'll throw the book at him, dear girl. He's going up the river, but not for fish. When you see him again, he'll have a crew haircut and be talking out of the side of his mouth.
I'll never know such a thing. This was an honest mistake. And when I explain it to the game warden... Hey, who is the game warden?
Chap named Jordan. Gordon Jordan.
How interesting. Gordon Jordan the warden.
Look, Doc, does he belong to the Elks?
No, he does not. And he's thoroughly incorruptible if you had any idea of buying your way out of this jam with a fast sawbuck.
Now, look, boys, let's be realistic. Who would report this to Gordon Jordan the warden? I'm sure you wouldn't, Doctor. And I know Mrs. Carstairs wouldn't. Who else knows about it, dearie?
Well, I called the Gazette. I told the guy at the filling station when I wanted to use the phone to call the Gazette. I told Mort Toops because I borrowed a nickel from him to make the call when I called the Gazette from the filling station. I told a fellow named Harry who was with Mort when I borrowed the nickel to use the phone to make the call.
In other words, you told everybody in town. Sonny, I wouldn't be in your well-worn, unshined, oversized shoes for all the ore in Oregon.
Now, look, Doc, you wouldn't turn me in. Not you. Not my old fishing pal, Doc.
Who's an old fishing pal of whose? Hello, Molly. Hi, Doc.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Junior.
What's cooking, fellas? Getting ready for the opening day of the bass season tomorrow? Because if you are, count me in. I want to crack at Old Muley this year.
The fishing season for Old Muley is over, Harlow.
Yes, it is, Mr. Wilcox.
What?
This little piscatorial pirate, this poacher, this
thief in the night.
This thief in the night sneaked out to Dugan's Lake today, this morning, Harlow, in the wee small hours, and caught Old Muley.
Oh, no. Out of season?
He didn't mean to, Mr. Wilcox. For the first time in his life, he got somewhere early, and it was wrong.
Of course I didn't do it on purpose. You believe me, don't you, Harlow?
Look, ignorance is no excuse in the eyes of the law, pal. Oh, that's terrible. Old Muley.
He's out in the kitchen, in the sink, under a sack.
Never mind, McGee. I'd rather not see him. It's like an old friend betrayed.
Pal, I never thought you'd do a thing like that.
Yeah, but gee whiz, fellas,
Those laws are made to give the fish a chance, pal. That's the protection they have against their enemies.
Yeah.
Just as Johnson's wax is the protection your furniture has against dirt and dust and dampness.
Yes, but Mr. Wilcox...
Johnson's wax protects your floors and fine woodwork against their enemies.
Yes,
Keeps them bright and gleaming, gives them the protection they need.
Yes,
the protection all worthwhile things must have if they're to survive.
Yes, but...
If you didn't protect your precious belongings, they'd soon be gone.
Yeah, but what that...
And if we don't protect our game fish against poachers, they'll soon be gone, too. And I've got to get going myself, kid.
I'll go with you, Harlow. We won't turn you in, McGee. That's up to your conscience.
Doggone it, my conscience is clear. I just made a mistake, that's all.
I hope the judge sees it that way.
Oh, dear.
Well, look, pal, don't you worry about having to spend any time in a dark, dingy old jail cell. I can at least keep you from that.
You can, Waxy? Well, gee, that's mighty nice.
Sure. I'll send you a couple of cans of Johnson's wax. You can have the brightest, shiniest cell in a couple of days that anyone ever served 6 months in. So long, Molly. King's Men and My Fickle Eye.
I'm a fickle guy. I've got a roving eye. Take warning from the start. My eyes are bigger than my heart. I can't be true to no one, no matter how I try. On account of my fickle eye, fickle eye. pickle-I, pickle-I, pickle-I. Now I may say I love you, and then bid you goodbye on account of my pickle-I, 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 pickle-I. When I look at someone I could adore, I see another someone much better than the one before. And so I guess I'll always remain a single guy on account of my pickle-I, 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 pickle-I. Just looky over here, what a cutie. There's another over there, what a beauty. There's one I like much better. How's about that chick in the sweater? Oh me, oh my, what a pickle-I. I just can't keep from looking at every passerby on account of my pickle-I, 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 pickle-I. I may fall in the fire, but I will never fry on account of my pickle-I, 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 pickle-I. All day long I keep on dreaming of love, but gee, I like so many, I don't know who I'm dreaming of. That's why my every promise turns out to be a lie on account of my pickle-I. My pickle-I. My pickle-I, 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 pickle-I.
Gee, this is an awful mess, Molly. I always been known as a pretty good sportsman. Always put out my fires in the woods. Never shoot a sitting bird. Never come into camp with my loaded gun. Obey all the rules, and now look at me. Catching fish out of season.
Well, you didn't realize it was out of season, dearie. You know what I'd do if I were you?
What?
Call the game warden and tell him the whole story. Your past record will speak for you. I thought you'd be doing that while I was out shopping.
Yeah, but what if this Warden Gordon Jordan is a toughie? He can throw me in the sneezer for 5 years. I'll have my picture in all the papers. Oh, my gosh, the photographer. If he comes, don't let him in.
He was already here. He was here.
Oh.
I told him the doctor had just been here and you had a severe attack of Eurofloridana and couldn't see anybody.
I had what?
Eurofloridana. That's Latin for largemouth black bass. I looked it up. Now, look, Pet, call the warden and confess. Get it over with.
I don't know. Maybe...
Everybody in town knows it anyway.
My gosh, they do it that. Well, sir, as long as somebody's bound to snitch on me anyway, I might as well do my duty. Never let it be said that Fibber McGee dodged an issue when cornered like a rat. Hand me the phone.
That's the spirit, dearie. Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the fish and game commission. Isn't that you, Mert? Not this week, Mert. I'm in trouble enough. Let me speak to Gordon Jordan, the warden. Yeah. Hello, is this Warden Jordan? Look, Gordon, this is Fibber McGee at 79 Wistful Vista. I caught a big bass out of season this morning by mistake. You want to come over and discuss it? You do, eh? Okay, Gordy. Goodbye.
How'd he sound, McGee?
Sounded like the voice of doom. Sore as a crapshooter's knees. That ratted, why didn't somebody tell me the season didn't open till midnight? My gosh, I would have been glad.
If that's Gordon Jordan, the warden, he must be jet-propelled. Come in. Oh, thank goodness. Mayor Latrivia.
Hello, Molly. Good day, McGee. Say, what's the matter? You're as pale as a fish's stomach.
An unfortunate simile, Mr. Mayor. Himself here's up to his clavicle in fish.
I done wrong, Latriv. I caught a big bass out of season.
Well, that wasn't very good judgment, McGee.
No.
However, as long as it wasn't old Muley out at Dugan's Lake, I'll...
Yeah, but it was old Muley, Your Honor.
What?
Look, Latriv, I didn't realize the season started at midnight. I thought it started this morning. That's all.
Well, everybody makes mistakes.
I'm sorry you didn't get a chance at old Muley yourself, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. McGee. There are still plenty of fish out there. In fact, I think I'll take my rod and reel out there tomorrow morning.
You better not do that, kiddo. They don't approve of that stuff out there. In fact, if they know it, they won't even rent you a boat.
Who won't rent me a boat if they know what?
Your condition.
And what is my condition?
It's pretty obvious, isn't it? You reeling out there with your fishbowl and staggering...
I didn't say I was reeling anyplace.
You said you were going to take your rod and reel out to Dugan's Lake, Mr. Mayor. Now, personally, I am not one to criticize a person's habits, but if I may be so bold...
Just a moment, Mrs. McGee. I'm getting a little fed up with having you two people involve me in these nonsensical arguments. I think you're trying to bait me into making a fool of myself.
Let's drop it, Molly. Look at the trouble I'm in just from baiting a hook.
Very well, McGee. Sorry, Your Honor. You take your fish pole and go reeling out to Lake Dugan any time you like.
Thank you. Now then, McGee, if you'll give the exact circumstances of the case, I think I might influence the game warden to be...
Whatever you're going to influence him to do, get ready to do it, Mr. Mayor. Come in.
Stop shaking, McGee. This is not a hanging offense.
McGee's residence? I'm Gordon Jordan, the warden.
Oh, how do you do, I'm sure. This is His Honor Mayor Latrivia.
How do you do?
How do you do? How do you do?
And this is the unfortunate lad who, in his manly way, wants to make reparations.
Look, Warden, I was merely...
Let me see the fish, please.
I'll get it, McGee. Though how a mere slip of a girl like me is supposed to carry a whale like that, I'll never know.
If I may intrude a word, Warden, without attempting to unduly influence your judgment, I can assure you that this whole matter was
Let me handle this, Latriv. Now, look, Bud, Oh, excuse me. Have a cigar?
No, thanks. I have one.
You got two? Thanks. I'll smoke it after dinner.
Well, here it is, gentlemen. The corpus delicti.
Let me have it, please, Miss McGee. Saprinus Carpio.
Ah, it's a beauty, isn't it?
Oh, of its type, yes.
What do you mean of its type? That's the finest bass that was ever caught in inland water, Bud. If you're so ignorant that
McGee!
Huh? Oh, have a cigar, Warden? No. Oh, you got one.
How do you fix the fines in cases like this, Warden? So much a pound?
Ordinarily, yes.
And this is about 10 pounds.
Yes, but there won't be any fine.
Oh, you mean he has to go to jail? Oh, McGee, you
It's
can't...
false arrest, that's what it is, and by George, I'll not...
Please, there won't be any arrest. There isn't even a case. Mr. McGee, accept the thanks of the State Fish and Game Commission for removing this fish from Lake Dugan.
What?
This isn't a bass, it's a carp.
Huh?
We've been trying to clear them out of Lake Dugan for 20 years. You can catch all these you want anytime. Good day.
Well, I guess that settles that, McGee. Now I'll reel out... now I'm going out to Dugan Lake myself and fish for old Muley. Good day. Good day.
He may fish for him, but he won't catch him.
Why won't he?
Because old Muley is still out in the kitchen sink.
What? Then what's this?
You heard what the man said. This is a carp.
Huh?
And don't think I didn't have to run all over town trying to find one big enough.
Oh, this is humiliating.
Have you noticed when your friends look in for a little visit in the evening, how often you all end up back in the kitchen? There's something very cozy about a little snack in this favorite of all rooms. Well, when friends and neighbors do drop in, you can always lead them proudly into your kitchen if you keep your linoleum floors wax-polished and sparkling with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Even dull, rather old linoleum shines like a million when you glow coat it. The bright colors are restored, and the attractive patterns stand out again. Spilled things or muddy tracks are quickly wiped up with a damp cloth. Of course, it isn't for looks or beauty alone that millions of women glow coat their kitchen floors. It's also because glow coat protects linoleum against everyday wear, makes it last much longer. Glow coat needs no rubbing or buffing. It shines as it dries, doesn't streak either. Just apply and let dry. That's all there is to it. Try it, won't you? Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat.
You know, dearie, this ought to teach you a lesson.
It has, Snooky, it has.
Next time you catch a big fish like that, keep quiet about it. You have too much in common.
What do you mean? What have I got in common with a big-mouthed bass? I see. Insulting, but true. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber McGee and Molly celebrating their 20th anniversary on NBC. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryant, Gloria McMillan, Dallas McKinnon, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. With all the different kinds of milk to choose from, good cooks keep right on reaching for just one brand, Pet Evaporated Milk. Now, you might ask, what does Pet Milk have that causes so many people to reach for it? Well, for one thing, every can of Pet Milk has the seal of acceptance of the Council on Foods and Nutrition of the American Medical Association. Another thing, Pet Milk is good, sweet country milk from which nothing but water has been taken out. So you know it's honest-to-goodness whole milk in concentrated form. And because it's concentrated, because it's twice as rich as ordinary bottled milk, you can use it in many more ways. In place of coffee cream, for example. Even in place of whipping cream. And when you want to use it in place of bottled milk, you simply put the water back into Pet Milk. Half water, half Pet Milk. And don't forget, Pet Evaporated Milk costs much, much less than cream. Even less generally than bottled milk. So do as so many good cooks do. Reach for Pet Evaporated Milk. Here's a little dramatic scene that might be entitled The Eternal Triangle. The cast is composed of a messenger boy who says,
"Package for the lady of the house."
A wife who says,
"Oh, thank you."
And a husband who says,
"And another dad-ratted package. What are you trying to do, send me to the poorhouse?"
Yep, it's Fibber McGee and Molly.
Gosh, the way a woman spends money on clothes is just plain awful. The minute her husband turns his back, she puts everything on hers.
I haven't bought any clothes, McGee. I don't know what this package is.
Oh, no? Oh, don't try to fool old Dad, kiddo. You thought I wouldn't be home when this was delivered. That's where you thought I wouldn't be. You thought I'd be hard at work somewhere, coughing my lungs out in some smoke-filled pool room. Or breaking my back trying to lift a heavy bowling ball. Come clean, Tootsie, come clean. What is it, a new dress?
In a box 8 inches long? Don't be silly. If you'll just hold your horses till I get it unwrapped.
Unwrap it.
For goodness sakes, it's a 2-pound box of candy.
Oh, candy, huh? Who's it from?
There's a card in the box.
Well, read it. What's it say?
It says, "Sweets to the Sweet." And it's signed Joe.
Joe? Who the happy heck is Joe?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea, bless his heart.
Oh, come now. Come on, Tootsie. You don't have to be cagey with me.
I'm not, McGee. I just don't know
I ain't asking who Joe is on account of because I'm jealous. I ain't got a jealous bone in my head.
I know that, dearie.
No.
You didn't even get mad on our honeymoon when I unpacked my picture of Francis X. Bushman. And set it up on the dresser.
No,
remember?
I and you and Francis X got along swell. So who's Joe?
I don't know. Have some candy. Looks good.
No, thanks. I ain't interested. Whole thing is very unimportant to me. Well, I care who's chumping up to spend his dough sending you candy. Ha! Who cares? I just as soon hear no more about it.
Good.
I'll put it completely out of my mind.
Good.
There's just one minor point I wish you'd clear up with me before I forget it.
What's that?
Who's Joe?
I don't know.
Well, you don't have to get sore about it. My gosh, when a guy sends candy to a guy's wife, the guy whose wife gets it from the guy's got a right to know who the guy
Come
was.
in. Well, hello there, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
Hi, Wimp. Pull up a chair. What you got under your arm there, boy? Seed catalog?
Oh, no. This is my bird book.
Oh, I see.
I've been out to Dugan's Lake bird watching.
Oh.
But I haven't seen a really odd bird for days. So I thought I'd come see you a minute, Mr. McGee.
Well, that's very thoughtful, Mr. Wimple.
Yeah, I think.
Someone was telling me that they saw a rare North Polish bird near here, but...
A North Polish what bird, Mr. Wimple?
A bird, Mr. McGee. It's a small, snow-colored bird that lives at the North Pole.
Oh?
It builds its nest out of ice cubes and old frost warnings and sits there all winter long saying, brr, brr, brr.
Yeah, you're really bird happy, aren't you, Imp? You keep any birds around the house, canaries and stuff like that there?
Yes.
Oh?
We have a beautiful little bird at the house right now.
Oh?
It's one of those talking Herza birds.
Herza bird? Don't you mean a talking mina bird?
No. Mine escaped, Mrs. McGee. This one belongs to her.
Her? You mean?
Yes. Sweetie Face, my big old tax exemption.
Say, how is Mrs. Wimple these days, anyway?
Oh, she's fine. We had a little discussion yesterday, though, and...
So?
Well, I just lost my temper. She didn't want me to go out, and I said, Sweetie Face, I'm going downtown. I said, and I stuck my head in her room, and I said, if you don't like it, you can lump it.
Wow. What did she do?
She lumped it. I'd show you a few of the lumps, but I'd never get my head on over them again. Goodbye now.
So long, Wallace.
Billy Mills in the orchestra and Perfidia.
Just as curious as you are, McGee, but I've no idea who could have sent the candy.
Well...
Stop fretting about it.
I ain't fretting, kiddo. Don't bother me any more than a BB bothers a buffalo. I'm just curious enough, though, to get this old high school annual of ours out of the attic.
Oh, our annual, my goodness.
Yeah, I got a hunch this guy Joe's somebody we maybe went to school with and forgot about, maybe. Maybe we can find him in here.
Well, good. Open it up. Where do we start?
Oh, I'll just open it at random. Here we are. Pete Random. Remember Pete?
Sure. He was the oldest of the three random boys.
Yeah, nice kid, too, but his name wasn't Joe, so I'll keep looking. Next is Betty Bye. Well, it's a cinch she ain't Joe.
Betty Bye? I don't seem to remember her.
Oh, sure you do. Her old man was George Bye, the fellow that owned Bye's Restaurant on Adams Street.
Oh, sure. Sure, I remember. Mr. Bye made his own potato chips and was very proud of them.
That's right, they were good. When people left the restaurant, they always said, "Good chips, Mr. Bye."
Very interesting. Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Top of the morning to you, my dear. And a small slice off the bottom to you, Buckethead.
Hi, Fatso. For once, I'm glad to see you. I and Molly are trying to remember something, and a guy with a memory like yours might help us.
Well, that's very flattering, but what makes you think I have a good memory?
Well, they say an elephant never forgets.
I wonder why I come here. It must be the same thing that leads an Indian mystic to drive an extra handful of spikes into his bed.
Sit down, Doctor. You look tired.
Well, I am tired, my dear. I employed a new nurse this week, Miss Bullwinkle, and she's worn me out completely.
Oh, what'd she do, Doctor?
Well, she wasn't satisfied with the appearance of my office. Thought it needed a woman's touch.
Oh?
This morning I came in and the woman had touched it, but good.
Bullwinkle redecorated, did she?
Well, you might call it that, speaking loosely.
Yeah?
The whole motif was early American.
That's nice.
Yeah, organdy curtains at the windows, cretonne slip covers on the chairs, and a pleated ruffle around the operating table.
I suppose she framed a few X-ray photos for the walls.
No, she didn't, but she did plant ivy in my instrument sterilizer. And she filled my jar of formaldehyde with daffodils.
Murder.
My surgical bandages had been carefully separated into 2 piles and marked his and hers.
My goodness, your office must look more like the Waldorf Astoria.
Indeed it does, my dear. In the future, I may refer to it as the Plasma Hotel. Goodbye now.
So long, Doc. Come in again. Well, let's see. Let's get back to the high school annual and find Joe.
Let's give it up instead, dearie. This is getting us nowhere.
Well, it might, kiddo. Just have patience. Clyde Wellman, Jay Tomlinson, Grover Cleveland Diffendorfer. Joe. Hey, I found him. Here he is.
Who?
Joe Batts. I'll bet he's the secret admirer that sent you that candy, the dirty rat.
Oh, no, McGee.
Aha, look at this. There's a letter stuck in this book. It's addressed to Dear Bunnykins, and it's signed Joe.
Dear Bunnykins?
Yeah, it's something about having a date together. So, Joe Batts, huh?
McGee, I give you my word, I know.
See, I'm shocked. We were sweethearts in high school, supposed to be real true blue to each other. I never so much as looked at another girl, and you was running around with Joe Batts and letting him call you Bunnykins.
Let me see that letter.
Okay, read it.
Dear Bunnykins.
Yeah.
Our date last night was lots of fun. You look so nice in your new long pants. What? New long pants? This is not my letter.
Oh, yeah, I remember now. Joe was Josephine Durkin. She wrote that to me. We had a couple of dates, but it was just a passing fancy. You understand, kiddo.
I understand, Bunnykins.
Good. I wouldn't want you to think for a minute that I was...
Molly. Hi, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. Say, maybe you can help us. We're trying to figure out who sent Molly a 2-pound box of candy.
No, don't look at me, pal. I wouldn't dream of sending a girl a 2-pound box of candy.
I suppose you send them a 5-pound box?
No, I send them a 50-pound case of pet milk.
Well, that's a lovely thought, Mr. Wilcox, but girls like candy, too, you know.
Oh, well, I'm sure they'd prefer my gift, Molly. After all, what's in a box of candy?
Well, in this box, there's a layer of creams.
Ah, nothing compared to the creams you can make with Pet.
Oh.
Delicious cream sauces, delightful cream gravies, mouth-watering cream pies and custards. Every good cook knows the wonderful creaminess that Pet milk brings to her family's favorite foods.
All right, you win that one, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah.
But this particular box of candy has some nut clusters in it, too.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Molly.
I'm sorry.
Because when the meals are prepared with plenty of good, rich Pet milk, you just show me the family that will nut cluster around the table.
Oh, dear. Look, Junior, said little Fibber, the red-blooded American boy who don't know the meaning of fear. What about cherry cordials? There's some cherry cordials?
Well, all right. Now, pal, consider the case of the French housewife. She turns to her husband and says, "Oh, my man, I love you so. You'll never know. But when we marry, you treat me very horrible. Name of a little pig, how you beat me. Je suis fatigué. Je suis désolé. Je suis black and bleu."
That's very dramatic, Junior, but what's it got to do with cherry cordials?
Ah, then she says, "But that is all changed since I begin to cook with the delicious double-rich Pet milk. No longer do you treat me horrible. Now, Sherry, you are so cordial."
Oh, that does it. Take your fractured French and scramez-vous, Pierre.
Au revoir, Fibber.
Well, I guess I'm just wasting my time with this annual, Molly. What do I care who Joe is anyhow? I know I'm the guy for you.
Of course you are.
Even if I do scatter ashes on your rugs.
That's right, dear.
Even if I do go bowling when you want to see a movie.
Right again.
Even if I do use your best linen napkins to clean my shotgun.
When did you do that?
Well, I haven't done it yet, but I thought I'd run it in while you were in a soft mood. Just testing.
Well, McGee, it's as simple as this.
Yeah?
When we married, I promised to love, honor, and obey you.
Betcha. So all I got to do is ask you 3 questions. You still love me?
You know I do. Second question.
You still honor me?
Of course. Third question.
Who's Joe?
I don't know.
Well, you don't have to tell the neighbors about it. Just burns me up that some guy's got the crust to send candy to the...
The King's Men and Retreat.
I once heard that in the city, gals are sweet and awful pretty, so I roamed into town. Loaded down with golden money, but I didn't figure, honey, you'd treat me so low down. Retreat, 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 says my heart. Retreat, 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 says my heart. If I was a piece of candy, all your sugar would be dandy to melt my heart away. I loved your hugs and I loved your kisses, even thought I'd make you misses, but my heart seemed to say, retreat, 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 says my heart. Retreat, 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 says my heart. Saw you dancing with a stranger, my heart hollered, look out, danger, go away and let me be. 20 years I saved my money, now it's spent and gone, my honey, it's gone, and so is me. Retreat, 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 says my heart. Retreat, 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 says my heart.
What did I think now? There's Joe Ferguson. No, he couldn't have sent the candy. He's a politician, and they only send mink coats. Joe Mitchell. No, it couldn't be him either. I was one of his pallbearers. Joe Blow.
Gee, are you still racking your brain about that candy?
Candy? What candy, my dear? Oh, you're referring to the candy that this unknown Joe person sent you? Hadn't given it a thought, my dear.
Well, good. For a while I was afraid you were...
Just a moment, Joe. My dear. Come in.
Oh, it's Mayor Latrivia. Come in, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Molly. Hello, McGee.
Well, if it ain't the People's Choice himself. We haven't seen you for a while, Latriv. You've been busy?
No, not especially.
Oh?
Actually, all I've done today is look up some confidential records for Judge Winecoop.
Oh, is that part of your regular work, Mr. Mayor?
No, but the judge and I call on each other for favors whenever we need them.
Oh.
You know how it is in politics, Molly. I scratch his back and he scratches mine.
It seems like a pretty silly way for a judge and a mayor to spend their day, Latrivia.
I beg your pardon?
Scratching each other's backs when you should be working. Isn't that a little childish, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, well, I'm afraid you misunderstood me, Molly. I simply...
How do you guys keep it fair and even, Latriv? You keep score on a sort of a scratch sheet? Or you just go at it scratch as scratch can?
No. Just a minute, please. I merely used an old political expression here, McGee. I'll scratch your back and you scratch mine.
No, thanks, Homer. I don't itch right now. Some other time.
You're awful sweet to offer it, though, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor. And a man with your experience who spends all day scratching judges ought to do a fine job.
I don't spend all day scratching anybody.
Probably just spends half a day scratching Molly and the other half being scratched. Is that right, Latriv?
Yes. No. Look, I merely went down and gave Judge Winecoop a hand today. I didn't...
Oh, one hand? My gosh, you couldn't do much of a scratch job with just one hand, Latriv.
Now, I should say not with a man as white as the judge. You'd need about 6 hands to do it right. It'd take 3 of them just to hold up that long black robe he wears.
I didn't scratch him with my hands. I never laid a hand on the man.
You used a ruler, huh? Oh, boy, you can really do it with a long ruler. That's the greatest feeling in the world.
I didn't ruse a long ruler.
Huh?
Use a long ruler.
Huh?
Listen to me, please.
Yes?
Please. The judge asked me to help him. Mm-hmm. He had a case that was giving him trouble.
Oh, a case of hives or a case of poison ivy?
Hives? No. Neither one. It was the case of habeas corpus.
Oh,
no, I went down.
That poor man. Those foreign skin diseases can be mighty unpleasant.
You must have wore out your knuckles, too, on that rough robe of his on account of...
I never score out my nickels on Judge Kindfoot. Pin my pickles on Fudge Line Loop.
You said you...
Kindfoot. Droop. Woo! Look. When I said we snatched each other's jacks, and I matched my brother's I wouldn't touch the pudge with a 10-foot yule. Not the Dutch with a bent fist pole. I didn't say anything about it. You were the ones that... I was just...
Scratch his back.
I was just... McGee?
Yes, boy?
Would you care to join a group of friends at my home this evening? I plan to throw a small party outdoors.
Oh, in your patio, eh?
No, in the house. You're the small party I plan to throw outdoors. Good day.
So glad you don't get excited like that, McGee.
Yeah, just nerves, I guess. Hey, I got an idea, kiddo. You go put your face on and we'll go downtown to dinner. What do you say? To dinner.
Oh, wonderful. You're awful sweet to take me out, dearie. You know, it was nice to get this box of candy, but I wouldn't trade you for 6 of these Joes, whoever Joe is, because...
Dad, Braddock, why do we have to keep talking about Joe? That's all I hear around this joint is candy, Joe. I hope he breaks his big fat neck.
Well, bless his little noisy heart. I do believe Mommy's boy is jealous.
I am not either jealous, too. He can take a run and jump in the...
Oh, wait a minute, dearie. Who's this? Come in. Well, Debbie Lynn. Hello, Debbie.
Well, hello, Mrs. McGee. Hi, Mr. McGee. Ed told me to be sure and say hello for him.
Well, Mr. McGee's pouting, dear. How is Ed? Your romance still zooming, is it?
Oh, yes, Mrs. McGee. Ed's so wonderful. The silliest darn thing happened to me yesterday, though. I almost lost Ed on account of it.
Oh, some girl after him?
Oh, no, it was just so silly. I got this box of candy yesterday, you see, with a little card in it that said, "Sweets to the sweet from Joe." Well, you know. And Ed got simply furious. He thought Joe was some boy who was trying to date me. Isn't that silly?
It certainly is.
Who's Joe?
Why, don't you know about... Oh, wait a minute. What time is it?
It's almost 1:30.
Well, let me turn on your radio. There. Wait a minute.
And today's lucky recipient of a box of these wonderful chocolates was Mrs. Molly McGee of 79 Wistful Vista. As you know, every day some lucky lady receives a handsome box of our deluxe candy absolutely free. Remember our slogan, "Sweets to the sweet, from Joe, the Bonbon King."
Imagine Ed getting jealous over that, Molly. It just goes to show what the adolescent mind will do, don't it? Hand me another piece of candy, kiddo.
Help yourself, Bunnykins.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. Each month there's a sort of popularity contest in the famous Pet Milk Kitchens to select a special recipe of the month. Well, the winner of this month's popularity contest is tuna macaroni slices, a Pet Milk recipe now being featured in grocery stores from coast to coast. And what a dish it is. A delicious combination of tuna, macaroni, and cheese sauce baked into a golden yellow loaf that's easy to cut into nice, smooth slices. And listen, one reason this meatless dish is so satisfying, so nourishing, is the Pet milk that goes into it. Not just ordinary milk, mind you, but Pet evaporated milk. Good, sweet country milk concentrated to double richness. Twice as rich in protein as ordinary bottled milk. Twice as rich, too, in the minerals, vitamins, and other protective substances of good whole milk. So get Pet milk at your grocer's tomorrow and take along the Pet milk recipe of the month for tuna macaroni slices. It's a meatless main dish I know your family will like. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, Fibber and Molly are celebrating their 20th anniversary on NBC. With us is the president of the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce and honorary mayor, Mr. John B. Kingsley, with a message for them. Mr. Kingsley.
Thank you, Harlow. Jim and Marian, the people of Hollywood have had this parchment scroll drawn up as an expression of their deep appreciation to you both. It says, "In grateful appreciation to Jim and Marian Jordan, whom the world knows and loves as Fibber McGee and Molly, who by their many years of clean, wholesome comedy and by their exemplary personal life have brought great credit to our great community of Hollywood, which in their honor has christened itself Wistful Vista for a day." Jim.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kingsley.
Yeah, we're very flattered and thankful, John. We're thankful to you, to the people of Hollywood, the businessmen, the Hollywood Citizen News, and everybody who helped make this a day we will always remember. Molly and I hope
Wait a minute,
that...
wait a minute.
What do you mean? What do you mean I can't go out there? I got a message for him. Where are they?
McGee, it's Jimmy Durant.
My Lord, everybody wants to get in the act.
They're stealing my dialogue. It's embezzlement. That's what it is. I ought to break up the joint. But you know something, kids? I'm in a tender mood tonight.
Well, good, Jimmy.
I brought you a little token of our appreciation for the way you've been dishing it out over the killer circles. Kind of a glorified fan letter. Let me read it to you.
Come on, Jimmy, let's hear it.
It says, and I quote, "In tribute to two wonderful people for the 20 years of good entertainment, clean humor, and wholesome American fun, for which have endeared them and the Fibber McGee and Molly program to radio listeners of the United States, including all of us whose names are here inscribed." And it's signed Bud Allen, Milton Boyle, Eddie Cantor, Jack Carson, Lou Costello, Dennis Day, Ralph Edwards, Phil Harris, Bob Hope, Jerry Lewis, Dean Martin, Groucho Marx, Donald O'Connor, Walter O'Keefe, Jack Parr, Red Skelton, Danny Thomas, Willard Gildersleeve Waterman, Ed Wynn, and yours truly, James Durante.
Well, thank you, Jimmy. Thanks. That's just great.
It makes us very happy.
You deserve it, both of you. You've been a couple of good Joes. Who's Joe?
Oh, we done that, didn't we? Good night.
Good night, all.
Sometimes parents forget what they were like when they were young and just married. That's the way it is with Sally Carter's parents until she finds an amusing way of reminding them. You'll hear it all in the Story of the Week on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. Immediately following this heartwarming story, Mary Lee Taylor will bring you the Pet Milk Recipe of the Week for a tasty new dessert that calls for the everyday ingredients you usually keep on hand. It's baked lemon pudding, and you'll hear how to make it when you tune to Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning over NBC.
Now, Eddie Cantor brings you more great entertainment on NBC.
The Johnson Wax Program, presenting Marian and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with Do You Mean It? according to schedule, this is the moment when we tell you housewives how you can give your floors and linoleum a beautiful, bright polish without any work of rubbing or buffing. That is, if you use Glow Coat, Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. While you sit back and take it easy, this remarkable liquid polish makes your floors gleam like new. You have no idea how much more attractive your rooms will look after your floors are polished with Glow Coat. It seems to give freshness and brightness to the whole house. And the work it saves you. Glow Coat protects floors with a wear-resisting polish that sheds dust and dirt and reduces floor cleaning work to practically nothing. Ask your dealer tomorrow for Glow Coat in the attractive yellow can. It's spelled GLO-COAT. Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. Well, as you may have heard elsewhere, Christmas is approaching. So Fibber is looking through the newspaper for a temporary job to make a little Yuletide pin money. And here in the living room at 79 Wistful Vista, reading the paper and darning socks, respectively, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
McGee, why don't you go out and help Silly with the dishes before you read the paper?
Oh, Sil's getting along all right. Ain't you, Sil? Sure is. Say, here's an interesting item in the paper, Molly.
What is it?
Mae West is recovering from her operation nicely.
What was she operated on for?
It was the only way they could get her hand off her hip.
Oh.
Here's a nice item about Sing Sing, Molly.
Oh, read it to me, McGee. Your friends are my friends, you know.
Just for that, I won't read it to you.
Okay.
Excuse me, please, ma'am. Excuse me, Mr. McGee.
What's the matter, Sil?
Well, where do the sauce and cuppers go?
Where do the what go?
The sauce and cuppers.
You mean the cost and supper.
No, he means the sup and cossers.
Yes, sir. What I say?
Why, you said the sauce and cuppers.
Did I? Well, that's cute.
No.
No, ma'am. But where do they go, please, ma'am?
On the top shelf to the left of the cabinet, Silly.
Yes, ma'am.
Here's another cute item, Molly. It says here...
Say,
that...
I thought you were looking at the want ads for a job.
Oh, I'll get to 'em soon enough, Molly. Nobody ever got a job by leaping right into 'em like that.
Oh.
Got to sneak up on 'em. Listen to this. This is a pretty hot item. Bill McGee, Columbus right-hander, leads the American Association for 1936 with an average of .619. Bill McGee. I wonder if that could be Cousin Willie that I taught to pitch back in Peoria when I was a top southpaw in the 3-eye league.
3-eye? That would be your league. I.
I taught young Bill McGee to pitch a baseball by throwing lemons at nails I pounded into the side of the big barn. I made him throw lemons till he could stick them onto a nail every time. Why, by the spring of 21, that barn was stained lemon yellow all over. Funny thing, too. The acid in them lemons was so astringent that it shrunk the barn way down. We had to use it for a doghouse.
I suppose he wrote that song, Picture Me Without You.
Excuse me, please, ma'am.
Oh, now what's the matter, Silly?
Well, where do the shakers go, please, ma'am?
The shakers?
Most of them go into burlesque shows, Bud.
Oh, salt shakers, Ignorant.
Oh, yes, sir.
They go on the lower shelf to the right, Silly.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll put in there through now, ma'am.
Well, straighten things up and you can go on home.
Yes.
Listen to this, Molly. It says here that Japan is trying to influence the elections in China. They're offering free rice for voters.
I see. As chow mein goes, so goes the country.
Gee, here's a movie I'd like to see. It's all about that old army officer who gets up at daylight to darken his gray hair.
What picture's that?
The general died at dawn. I'd like to see this Charge of the Light Brigade, too.
Charge of the Light Brigade?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that reminds me, McGee. The bill from the electric company came this morning. Say, aren't you at the want ads yet?
I'm just reading them now, Molly. Aha! Here's just the thing.
What?
The Wistful Vista jewelry shop needs a helper. I think I'm going to enjoy that job.
Oh, you think you will. Why don't you get the job first?
Why, shucks, it's in the bag, Molly. Watch what you can do with brains and personality. Hand me that phone.
Here.
Hello, operator. Give me 711. Dear old Lookout Mountain, wait for... Hello, number 711? Huh? Oh, excuse me. Hello, operator. I didn't get 7-Eleven. No, throw 'em again. Hello, Wistful Vista Jewelry Shop. Fibber McGee speaking.
Asking for the job real nice.
Hello, Mr. Sinfulbaum. Say, I was driving past your jewelry store this morning about 30 miles an hour, and I noticed you got a stick pin in your window with a diamond in it. Sure, but I noticed a flaw in the diamond. Okay, I'll hold the phone while you take a look.
Say, how could you see a flaw in a diamond in a window across the street at 30 miles an hour?
Quiet, Molly. Now take it easy. Hello, Sinfulbaum. It has got a flaw, eh? I thought so. What? Oh, that wasn't so tough for a fellow that knows diamonds like I do. Huh? Why? Oh, no, I wouldn't be interested. Huh? No, I wouldn't. How much does it pay? Oh, just a few days, huh? Well, okay, I'll take it, just as a favor to you, Sinfulbaum. Okay, be right down. Well, Molly, we got a job.
McGee, what is this? How did you know there was a flaw in that diamond?
I used to own it, Molly. I lost it to Mort Toops in a poker game, and he sold it to Sinfulbaum. I seen it in the window yesterday. Come on, let's go.
And now Ted Weems and his orchestra play Who Loves You, featuring Perry Como.
Who loves you? Ask yourself the question. Who loves you, sweetheart? And tell me who thinks of you 1,000,000 times a day. And who's blue and lonely, honey, when you're away? Say who did you every minute? Who fell for you from the start? Oh, who just longs for your caresses? Don't have to take 3 guesses. Who loves you, sweetheart?
To the Wistful Vista Jewelry Shop, where Mr. Sinfulbaum, the proprietor, highly impressed by McGee's expert knowledge of jewels, has taken the day off and left our friends in charge.
Well, what on earth do you know about jewelry, McGee?
Oh, don't worry about me, Molly. Nobody's going to take any diamonds from under my nose.
Oh, no?
Oh.
Well, who's going to take the rings from under your eyes?
You think nobody else knows anything about jewelry just because your Uncle Dennis was took away in bracelets?
Don't be funny, McGee. Me uncle was only detained on a technicality.
Yeah, sure. They tell me that technicality carried about 50,000 volts.
Well, what I want to know is, suppose somebody comes in here and wants you to fix a watch or something.
Don't worry, I know my stuff. Why, I used to remodel 8-day clocks into wristwatches for 6-day bike racers. Say, what did Sinfulbaum say about the burglar alarms?
Why, he says, always press this button before you open the showcase or the alarm rings, like this, you see?
Oh, I get it. If you press the button first, it don't ring.
That's it.
Oh. Hi, Bud. What can I do for you?
Good day to you, laddie. I don't know what I think. I just come in to set my watch.
Oh, well, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, lass. But which clock is the right one?
Well, we got all kinds of clocks around here, Bud. Just pick out any one and set your watch by it.
Aye. But they're all different times.
Well, the time is different all over the world, Scotty, and we got an international reputation. Where are you from?
Edinburgh.
Okay. Set it by that clock over there. It's about 11:30 in Edinburgh right now.
A.M. or P.M.?
I am.
So am I.
Well, of all the silly...
Say, Molly, did you see the cute little cufflinks they got here in the showcase?
The button, McGee, the button. Shut it off. Shut it.
Oh. I always forget that thing. I was going to say that these cufflinks remind me of some I had once. I still got one of them, but the other's missing.
It would be. You're the type.
What type?
The missing link type. Oh, it's Mrs. Wearybottom, McGee.
Oh, yes. My. Hi, O'Weary. How you been?
Oh, I've been all right. Oh, goodness me, this Christmas shopping just wears a body out, don't it? It certainly does. It seems that I'm on the go from morning till night, and I don't seem to get a thing accomplished that I set out to do. Oh, I've got a shopping list as long as your leg, only you're a little too short. Have you got any fountain pens?
Fountain pen, sis? Oh, yeah, but shucks, you better think twice before you get a fountain pen. I don't believe you got the confidence to work crossword puzzles with a pen. And besides, think how they're liable to leak.
McGee, maybe Mrs. Wearybottom wants a fountain pen.
I know, but I was just going to tell about my old pal Wilcox. Harpo Wilcox was his name. He used to be a radio announcer. Well, sir, Harpo took him a fancy for a fountain pen, just like you, Mrs. Wearybottom. And it leaked so much he had to go into the undertaking business because he didn't dare wear anything but black. And there he was, a radio announcer at heart, forced into a business where he had to talk in whispers. Just on account of a little fountain pen.
Well, my goodness, imagine that. Now, I guess it just goes to show, doesn't it, what a little thing can do. It seems harmless, and yet it can change the whole course of a body's life. And just when I was considering opening up a little bakery on 14th and Oak Streets, too, and here I almost buy a fountain pen. Imagine me as a mortician. I don't believe I could do it. Merry Christmas to both of you. McGee, that kind of salesmanship will never put money in the cash register.
Well, Molly, it ain't the tinkle of the cash register that tickles a merchant. It's the happy gleam in the eyes of his customers.
Oh, how do you do?
Hi, Bud. What's on your mind?
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Horatio K. Boomer, sir, of the Brazilian Boomers.
Oh, a Brazilian boomer, eh?
Yes, yes. As half owner in the Boomer mines in Brazil, the world's greatest diamond-bearing straighter, yes, getting straighter and straighter all the time, I am authorized to part with a small handful of our genuine Brazilian stones at a sacrifice.
Who sacrificed? Ours?
Quiet, Molly. Let's see some of them gems, Boomer.
Certainly, my boy, certainly. Here, a dozen of diesel dazzle you.
Wait till I put a magnifying lens in my eye. There. Say, this here's a beautiful stone, Molly. Look, a pink diamond with a black edge.
Sorry, my boy, that's my fingernail you're looking at.
You got the glass wrong side, too, in your eye, Eagernut.
Whose eye? Oh, yeah. Well, they're good-looking stones anyway, Molly. How much a pound, Bud?
A pound?
Heavenly days, a pound of diamonds?
Well, then how about 2 pounds? Anyway, I saw some with flaws in them.
But your flaws and linoleum will look like new again after a beauty treatment of Johnson's Glow Coat.
Mr. Wilcox.
Don't pay any attention to him, Molly. He's just a rough diamond looking for a place to set. Well, how much a pound for the stones, Bud?
Well, I'd say in the neighborhood of $50 a pound, in a very nice neighborhood, too. I can only spare a couple of pounds.
Well, let's see how much money there is in the cash register.
McGee, you can't haul off and buy a lot of
Quiet, Molly. This is an important deal. I'm sorry, Boomer. There's only about 27 bucks in the till.
Well, now, let me see. Perhaps I can make some small adjustment in the price. The hand that has tilled the soil can never soil the till, if that means anything. Probably doesn't. Just a moment till I figure out the import duties and the Social Security. 19% ad valorem, 40% to the Peoria Glass Company, new front fender, and a short beard. Yes, my friend, I find I can make the price exactly $27 a pound.
Okay, I'll take it.
And I don't mind telling you, you've made a good buy.
Okay.
So have I. Goodbye.
Hot dog, Molly. Can you imagine that, Molly? Buying a pound of diamonds for 27 bucks? Real Brazilian ones, too. And you know what that means.
What, Brazilian?
Yes.
Yes.
What?
Nuts, both of you.
You'll probably have a lot of company in your home around the holidays. The kitchen will be a busy room with baking and candy making going on, and a lot of things are likely to be spilled on the floor. That means extra work for you unless your linoleum and floors are protected with Johnson's Glow Coat. If your floors do have a shining Glow Coat polish, you won't have to worry about grease spots or stains. Dirt can be easily wiped off the surface, and the floor will stay bright and clean for a long time. Why don't you save yourself a great deal of work by ordering Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat tomorrow? It takes only a few minutes to apply, and there's no rubbing or buffing. Glow Coat dries to a beautiful polish in just 20 minutes. And when you order Glow Coat, made by the makers of Johnson's Wax, remember, you save money by getting the larger sizes. Well, Mr. Sinfulbaum, the proprietor of the jewelry store, is still away, leaving Fibber and Molly in charge. They haven't sold anything yet, but as Fibber says, they're building goodwill. Who are they to put business before sentiment? And here they are with another customer.
Yes, I want an engagement ring. Something good. You know how it is.
Well, isn't that sweet, McGee? I feel so romantic selling an engagement ring. I feel sort of like a Cupid.
Say, this ain't any weather to feel like a Cupid, Molly. Make it Santa Claus and keep your mittens on.
Well, listen here now. I suppose it's more important to me than you. How about an engagement ring?
Listen, Bud, I don't believe you understand the seriousness of marriage. Have you considered pretty well taking this step?
Well,
There, you see? You haven't considered all the angles. Well, have you got any right to gamble on this girl's future? Suppose she loses her job. But, how do you know what fortune holds for you? What's waiting around the corner?
My girl.
Aha! Then I'm still in time. Now, you just go home and think it over, Bud. And years later, you'll be bouncing the little feller on your knee and telling him, thank goodness Mr. McGee talked me out of that marriage.
Say,
Huh?
who's the little fella then?
Now, that's his nephew.
Oh.
Well, so long, Bud, and good luck.
Yes,
No, don't thank me. It's perfectly all right. I do the same thing for anybody.
Well, a fine business. Try to talk a man out of his own wedding.
Listen, Molly, an engagement ring might look pretty small to you, but it's big enough so 9 men out of 10 can put their foot in it.
Oh, hello there, little girl.
Oh, hi there, sis.
Hi.
What can we do for you? I says, what is it you want? Cute, isn't she, Molly? Doing your Christmas shopping, sis?
I'm not going to do any, I betcha.
Oh, you aren't, huh? Why not? I says, why not?
Why not what?
Why not do any Christmas shopping?
Who for?
For anybody.
Oh, no, mister. I can't shop for just anybody, I bet.
No, I mean, well, listen, what do you want?
I want a doll buggy and a sled and a bottle of perfume and ski.
No. I didn't say what did you want.
You did, too, I betcha.
Well, I meant what did you want in here? What'd you come in for? Listen, what is it you want us to do?
Fix my wristwatch, I betcha.
Oh.
It's always the same time. Looky.
Let's see it. Look, Molly, a 10-cent wristwatch with the bands painted on it, with the hands painted on it.
Talk yourself out of that, smart boy.
Well, I don't know, sis. This here's a pretty good watch. It says 12 o'clock on it, just as plain.
I know it. But, gee, it isn't always 12 o'clock, I betcha.
Well, I know, but listen. 12 o'clock is about the time Santa Claus comes down your chimney. And this watch is so you won't forget to watch for him. You see? Yes, sir. Look at that little face, Molly, drinking in every word I say. Yep. So you just wait up till Santa Claus comes down the chimney, sis, and then look at your watch, and it'll say just 12 o'clock exactly.
Do you really think Santa Claus will come down our chimney, mister?
Ah, you betcha, sis.
And to think I'd ask a guy like you to fix my wristwatch.
I can just see that little face drinking in every word you said to him.
What's the fellow going to do?
Oh, it's Silly Watson. Hello, Sylvia. What you got there?
Oh, hi, Sil. What's on your mind?
Hi, ma'am. How are you, boss? I didn't know y'all work here.
Oh, sure.
Well, could y'all fix this little old clock, please, sir?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Why, shucks, Sil. You come to the blessed clock fixer in the business today. Why, I gave Big Ben his first haircut. Yes, sir. And put 3 new crystals in the watch on the rhyme. Can I fix a clock?
Well, can you?
Yes, sir. Can you?
Why, I used to be known as Clock Dr. McGee out in Cooper, Colorado.
Oh.
Clock Dr. McGee, the conscientious corrector of chronological creations and clever crystal craftsman of Cooper, Colorado. Who said that?
Nobody, Mr. McGee. That's this little old clock, please, sir. She done cuckoo on the slightest provocation.
Oh, it just needs a little adjustment, Phil. Now, hold it like this. Hand me a screwdriver, Molly. I think I know what's wrong. Thanks. Now, let's see. Oh, yeah. Hold it now, Phil.
Yes.
I get it.
Excuse me, please. Have you the correct time?
You betcha, sis. It's just...
3 o'clock. Can you imagine that? I was 4 hours fast.
One touch of cuckoo makes the whole world kin.
The whole world can what?
The whole world can make their homes brighter with Johnson's wax.
Smart bird you got there, Phil.
Yes, sir.
Hey, who's the proprietor in here, Sonny?
Oh, hello there, Grandma. Wait on her, Molly, while I fix this clock.
Wait on her yourself, mastermind. You've sold nothing yet today. I'll see what I can do with the clock.
Okay, but if she
Well, Skippy, do I get waited on or don't I?
Okay, Grandma. What was it you wanted? Something in a nice
Never mind going into your sales talk, Skippy. I know what I want.
What?
I want a slave bracelet for my ankle.
What does your uncle want with a slave bracelet?
Not uncle, ankle.
Oh, a slave bracelet for your ankle. You a slave, Grandma?
I'll say so. A slave to love. Ah, me.
Oh, sure. Well, now, let's see. What size, Grandma?
Oh, just fit it on my ankle, Shorty. Here, I'll put my foot up on the counter so you can...
Hey, watch the glass, Grandma. Hey!
The button, McGee, the button. Shut off the button.
It don't work. The glass is busted.
Don't bust my
cuckoo clock, Miss McGee.
It's the police, McGee. It's the police.
What's the matter?
What's going on in here?
What do you want?
Why, officer, can you fix a cuckoo clock?
Say, McGee. Whatever was wrong with that cuckoo clock of Silly's?
Well, I didn't want to say anything, Molly. After all, a clock's got the right to lead its own life.
What? Yes, but what was...
When I got the clock apart, I found the cuckoo had laid an egg.
Oh, dear. Well, how about us?
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking and inviting you all to join us again next week at this same time. Good night.
The selection, Say It With Music, heard in this program is from the Music Box Review. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company. WMAQ, the Chicago Daily News station. Tickets are available for the 11 o'clock Fibber McGee broadcast. If you would like to attend one of these late performances, write to the Johnson program in care of WMAQ, Chicago.
The Johnson Wax Program. Good evening, everyone. The makers of Johnson's Wax present Marian and Jim as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with Everybody Calls It Swing. Call it, Ted.
long before the radio, but now it's all dressed up and so everybody calls it swing. Back 1902 or 3, ragtime was a novelty, but it's been modernized, I see. Everybody calls it swing. Rhythm never changes much, it stays about the same, and though swing deserves its fame, it's the same old jazz with a brand new name. And if you hear somebody shout, swing it, brother, swing it out, it's rhythm that they're talking about. Everybody calls it swing.
Last week, I told you about Johnson's 50th anniversary free gift offer to car owners. Probably the most generous free offer ever made by an auto polish manufacturer. Already, the response to this offer is very great. The special anniversary package, now on display at your dealers, contains a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax and a regular pint-size can of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish. You get the can of wax free when you buy the cleaner, and the price is only 59 cents. This free offer is made to help celebrate the 50th anniversary of S.C. Johnson & Son, Incorporated. The supply of these packages is strictly limited, so see your auto supply dealer, service station, or regular wax dealer before he is sold out. Remember, you get the full-size can of wax free. Well, here's a job that just seems to fit our heroes. They're working on a sightseeing bus, acting as guides to New York's Chinatown. And here, standing on a corner trying to get a full busload before they start out, we find our old friends, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Hey, Molly, give me that megaphone a minute.
Here, Rudy.
Ladies and gentlemen, right this way for a personally conducted tour through Chinatown. See the Chinese temples.
The what? Where are the Chinese temples?
Right in front of their ears. See the opium dens.
There ain't any, McGee.
Can I help it if this sales talk was written in 1902? The bus leaves right away, folks, for tour of Chinatown. See the hangouts of the underworld. See the headquarters of the On Leongs and the Hip Sings.
That's Mae West Tong, isn't it?
Huh?
The hip swings?
Room for a few more passengers, folks. Only $1.50 to see the mysteries and wonders of the Orient right at your door. See the bazaars and the josh houses.
McGee, what is a josh house?
That's a hotel for comedians. How do, sis? You looking for the bus to Chinatown?
How long does the trip take?
Hour and a half, including lunch.
Oh, do they serve lunch in Chinatown?
You betcha, sis. Cup of tea and a tong sandwich. Don't you get it, Molly? I says.
It ain't funny, McGee.
Okay.
The bus leaves right away, man.
Oh, is it perfectly safe?
Safe? Why, shucks, sis. We only lost one customer all week. He was found floating down the river.
Oh, he got murdered?
No, he got tired of waiting and took the Weehawken ferry. Just take the front seat there, sis. We'll be leaving right away. All right, folks, a thrilling trip through Chinatown. See the Bowery. See where Al Smith was born. Where he went to school.
Where he took a walk.
See the Prosperity Cathedral.
What is the Prosperity Cathedral?
A little church around the corner. Yes, sir, folks. Bus is about ready to go. Don't miss Tammany Hall.
Who would?
That red interrupting me all the time. Now I forgot the rest of the sales talk, and I'll have to start over.
Heavenly days. Here we haven't even started, and you're out of gas.
Excuse me, laddie.
Okay, Bud, what's on your mind? Would you like to see Chinatown? Gorgeous Chinese gals? Underground passages?
Aye, and about these underground passages, how long would they be?
Why, some of them is a block long, Bud.
And how much would you be charging for the trip?
$1.50. You want to go?
I wouldn't be such a fool, laddie. Pay 6 shillings to see an underground passage only a block long, and I can be taking the subway to the Bronx for a nickel? Good day, dear.
McGee, let's be starting.
I'll wait till I get a couple more passengers, Molly. We got to make expenses. Okay, folks. Step right this way for the sightseeing trip to Chinatown.
at the Chinese theater now?
She done him wrong.
Right this way, folks. Meet the mayor of Chinatown, Mr. Max Goldberg. See the beautiful yellow girls, the queen of Chinatown.
What's her name, Suntan?
Be quiet. The bus leaves right away, folks. See where Irving Berlin got his start in the heart of Chinatown as a singing waiter.
There's Parker Gibbs standing over there, the waiting singer.
Yes, sir, folks. Come with us and hear the incense burning and smell them temple bells.
What?
See where the Bow-How Doys held their last hatchet fight.
Do you remember what the laundryman from New Orleans said to the chop suey man from Albany as he hit him with a hatchet?
What'd he say?
What'd he say?
Pardon my southern axe head.
Right this way, folks. Right this way, folks. The bus is leaving right away.
Excuse me once more, please, but would you tell me, what is the yellow peril?
Stepping in front of taxicab, sis.
Right this way to Chinatown, folks.
Oh, hi there, bud. You China boy?
Sure, me China boy.
What's your name, China boy?
Swing Weems. You taking my boys Chinatown?
You betcha, bud. But how'd you like to have him play something till we fill up the bus?
Okay. Long bong fin wow, tang bi ling sui, sing fooey.
Fooey, 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 fooey.
Well, seems to be unanimous. What'd they say, McGee?
I ain't familiar with that particular dialect, Molly. What'd they say, boy?
They say they play Where There's You, There's Me.
Well, don't forget that 2 weeks cancellation clause. Who sing?
Gibbs, he sing.
Sing long?
Sing song. Sing song long. Sing hot song long. You like?
We like.
Where there's a river, there's a fish. Where there's a wishbone, there's a wish. They go together and so do we. Where there's you, there's me. Where there's a valley, there's a hill. Where there's a doctor, there's a pill. They go together and so do we. Where there's you, there's me. Oh, we agree. Like sugar goes with tea. Like honey goes with bee. Wherever you go, I go. Where there's a collar, there's a tie. Where there's a secret, there's a spy. They go together and so do we. Where there's you, there's me.
Now, here's your Chinatown. Watch your step now getting out of the bus and follow me closely. Now, Chinatown here in New York consists of Mott Street, Pell Street, and Doyer Street. Mott Street was named after a Chinese gag man of the 14th century, Bon Mott. Pell Street was... Oh, excuse me, folks. Here comes the mayor of Chinatown, Mr. Harpo. Hiya, Harpo.
Hi, Fibber McGee. Long time no see.
Long time no see you, too, I hope. You worky Chinatown?
No, me worky shiny car. Shiny car with John Sing auto wax. Make it shine very fine.
Don't say fooey, McGee. We've used that.
Okay. What tongs you belong now, Harpo?
Very hot summer. Me belong ice tongs. You excuse me now, please. Me go waxy car.
Oh.
Goodbye now.
Goodbye.
Real funny Chinese he speaks, McGee.
Yeah, I know. You can look into his eyes and see he's got the wrong slant. Okay, now, folks. I call your attention to the Chinese curiosity shop on our left.
Oh, look at those cute little carved monkeys.
That's just Ted Weems' orchestra, sis. They're always hanging around.
Oh, no. in the window. You know, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil.
That ain't what we call them in Chinatown, sis. We call them Long Wow, Ting Wo, and Sang Blui.
Oh, what does that mean?
That means pipe down, don't look now, and that ain't the way I heard it. Now, folks. Now, we'll be glad to wait here in the curio shop, folks, while you select your purchases.
Well, pardon me again, but can you read Chinese?
Read Chinese? Why, fluently, sis. Why?
Well, will you please read this label for me on this little vase?
Let's see it. Oh, yes. It says, Toi Ling Si Fu Bong Fu Lui Tang. That means first-class jade from the island of Slung.
And if you hold it upside down, it says made in Hoboken.
Be careful, sis. It must have been smuggled through the Holland Tunnel.
Oh, dear, smuggled. I simply must have it.
Say, Molly, you ain't met the proprietor of this shop, have you?
No, who is he?
Charlie Chance, the mayor of Chinatown.
Well, that makes 7 mayors of Chinatown we've seen. Is everybody a mayor here?
Oh, no, not everybody. There's a waiter in the restaurant across the street that's never been mayor. He ain't thought of it yet. Oh, here comes Charlie Chance now. Hi there, Charlie. Charlie, I want you to meet the wife. Molly, this here's Charlie Chance.
How do you do, I'm sure.
Yes, my little lotus flower. Very glad to meet you. Very glad. Yes, nice party of seersuckers. I mean, sightseers you have with you. Yes, very nice.
My, you speak real good Englishman for a Chinaman.
Thank you, yes, very good English. But I tell you, I don't happen to be Chinese. It's just a touch of yellow jaundice. Yes.
That's too bad.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yes. Well, is there anything I can sell you, my little water lily?
No, thanks.
I don't think so, Charlie. We got to take these mugs around and show them the opium dens.
Quite so. The opium dens. Yes, very interesting, the opium dens. But don't stay there too long, if you please.
Why not? Is it dangerous?
No, but my friend Louis Singh next door wants to put his potatoes back in them, yes. Awful nuisance, he says, to take those potatoes out for every bunch of tourists that comes along, yes.
You see, Molly, they ain't really opium dens, are they, Charlie?
Well, they're just as genuine as my jade bracelets. More so, I might say. Very glad to have met you, Mrs. McGee, very glad. As a token of my esteem, please accept this carved ivory cigarette holder.
Oh, well, now that's real nice. I don't smoke, but I've always wanted some real genuine carved ivory.
So have I, yes. Hope to have some, yes. Sometime. Well, in the meantime, bone will have to do, yes. Now, if you go into the Chinese theater, give my regards to Gooey Flung.
Who?
Gooey Flung, the mayor of Chinatown, yes. Little Mandarin, you've had a busy day. Come in.
All right, folks. Now for a visit to the Chinese theater and the opium den. Follow me close now.
McGee.
What's the matter, Molly?
There's a Chinaman over there that keeps watching you. He looks real mean, too. You see? The one with his hands up his sleeve?
Oh, shucks, don't worry about him, Molly. I know a Chinese fella that kept his arms up his sleeve so long he couldn't get them out.
Yeah?
When he applied for his bonus, they had to fingerprint his elbows. All right, folks, right this way now, folks.
Excuse me once again, please. What's playing at the Chinese theater?
They got a Chinese movie, Guy Long Slim.
Guy Long Slim.
That's Chinese for the thin man. Right this way, folks, to the Chinese theater. No, wait a minute. Here comes somebody I want you all to meet. A great little character of Chinatown. She's lived here for 60 years. Hi there, Broken Blossom.
Hello, Sonny. Welcome to Chinatown.
Thanks, Blossom. How have you been? How's your old man, or how's your husband?
My husband, he delegates to political convention. His name's Tu Long Hui.
Yeah, I heard him.
You know they make me Queen Chinatown, Phoebe.
Go on. I thought they just had mayors down here. How can they have a mayor and a queen at the same time?
Well, Italy got king and deuce. You catching?
Say, there's something I want to ask you, Broken Blossom.
Lo Kwang Tai Bing He Wang Tu Ki All Hoing.
Meaning what?
Meaning, okay, Butch.
Well, listen. I just wanted to ask you, B.B., who's that mean-looking Chinaman that's been following us all around? He keeps looking at me.
Heavenly days, McGee. There's 3 of them.
You see, sis? Right over there.
Oh, it's them. It's them.
Ah.
Hi,
them, huh? Can you beat that, Molly? They're after me for something. Maybe I better call a cop, Molly, huh?
Oh, McGee, we got our duty to do. Quit carrying on and carry on.
Okay. Right this way, folks, to the Chinese Theater. Right in this door. Now, take seats close to the stage, and I'll tell you something about the theater. In the first place...
Those plays, very much. You startled me. McGee, that fellow was hiding behind the seats. What do you want?
I am Impresario, Chinese theater. You catch on?
I catch on. Are we in the way here?
No. Side snoopers okay now, but later must clam. Put on big show.
What show is it?
Very fine play. Very happy plot. Ho, ho, ho. Chinese man make a big joke. Broadway comedian, he steal joke. Chinese man, he kill.
Now, wait a minute. You say the plot is that a Broadway comedian steals the jokes from this Chinaman. What's the Chinaman's name?
Goy San.
Just what I thought, Molly. That's an American play, translated.
What play?
Goy meets Burl. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go any further, Swing Weems and his Chinatown band will play Lazy Weather with Pei Como and Elmo Tanner. Play, boys.
Lazy weather, I'm just full of dreams of nooks and brooks and idle fishing streams. Lazy weather, working ain't no good. Now's the time we should twiddle thumbs and whittle wood. Lazy weather, good for nothing time but joy and love and melody and rhyme. Oh, get together, meet her in the lane. It's lazy weather time again.
I want to tell you something more about Johnson's generous free gift offer to car owners. You receive free a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax when you buy the regular pint-size can of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish, both for only 59 cents, less than the regular price of the cleaner alone. Look for the anniversary free gift package at your dealers. These two products are indispensable to every car owner who values the appearance of his car and who wants to save money on car washings and increase the trade-in value of his car. Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish, you remember, cleans and polishes the finish of your car in one operation with a minimum of work and without injury to the finish. It's a creamy liquid, easy to apply. Johnson's Auto Wax is the easy, safe way to protect the finish against weather, road dirt, and the destructive ultraviolet rays of the sun. A car that is Johnson waxed is always new-looking. Get your free can of Johnson's Auto Wax without delay, and I really mean without delay because I know how fast they're selling. And the supply is strictly limited. Now, back to the Chinatown Theater, where Fibber and Molly, who are a little nervous about being followed by those Chinese, are bravely muddling through.
Your strict attention, please, folks. Hey, Bud, you're sure we ain't in the way, are we?
No, you go on, speaky peace. I fix it, no disturby.
You must have quite a bit of authority around here.
Sure, me high authority. Me mayor of Chinatown.
Mayor, China.
Another mayor. He must be the night mayor.
Folks, this Chinese theater seats about 300 people.
Hey, Miss McGee.
Heavenly days. Silly Watson, what are you doing here,
Hi.
Silly?
Hi, ma'am. How are you, boss? I got a note for you, please, sir.
A note for me, Sil?
Yes, sir.
Who's it from, Silly?
I don't know who it's from, please, ma'am. Man with a little old hatchet, he give me it.
A man with a hatchet give it to you? You hear that, Molly? You hear that?
Stop trembling, McGee. Maybe it was only George Washington.
Give me that note, Sil.
Yes, sir. Here it is, boss.
Hey, I can't read this. It's in Chinese. Look, Molly.
Maybe you forgot to call for your laundry.
That ratted Sil. First a half a dozen Chinese fellers follow me around with dirty looks, and now they send me a note in Chinese.
What?
That ratted, how do you expect me to read this stuff?
Maybe that's how come they send me, boss. Maybe it is.
What do you mean, Sylvis?
Well, so I could read it for you, please, ma'am.
Well, you mean to say you can read Chinese, Sil?
Oh, yes, sir. You gotta give me it.
Yeah.
It say here, S.C. Johnson and Son, Incorporated, makers of Johnson's Auto Wax.
Oh, never mind the letterhead. Just read the note.
Yes, sir. Well, it say, do not try to escape. You are the one we want. Signed, Poo-Poo-Poo-Doo.
Dear me. Who's Poo-Poopy-Doo?
Oh, here, big man down here, man.
Hey, now listen, Sil. How come you know so much about Chinatown?
Oh, I got it, boss. I just got it, is all.
Why?
On account I is the mayor of Chinatown, boss. So long,
Dear.
Another mayor of China.
Let's get out of this place, McGee.
No, sir, they can't bluff me, Molly. Besides, they says I couldn't escape.
Escape from what?
Search me, I must have done something wrong. Must have hurt their feelings. I better look up this here poop-poopy-doop and bury the hatchet.
You look him up and he'll do that, no doubt.
You ain't making me feel any better.
Oh, pardon me again, but are we going to stand here all day?
Oh, excuse me, ma'am.
We want to see those opium dens.
Well, all right. It's right through this door. We'll go ahead and show you the way. Come on, Molly. All right, right this way, folks. Hey, who shut that door on us?
How should I know? Open it up, McGee.
I can't. It's locked. Hey, who do you suppose somebody... Who done that? Them hatchet men?
Looks like they're cooking up a new Chinese dish.
What do you mean?
Soon chop McGee.
Oh, this ain't no time to be funny, Molly. Hey, open up that door. Open that door, somebody. Oh, what a bunch of dopes.
Well, what'd you expect in an opium den?
There must be some other door out of here. Hey, Molly, look. Look, Molly.
Bing, ding, pong. Well, I
How? Look, Molly. They all got hatchets.
Just some gay young blades, McGee. Who are you and what do you want?
But I saw that place. You no make a fuss. We no choppy.
Hey, what are you going to do with us?
You follow me, please. No flying toy skim high. Move.
Oh.
This is a fine mess you got us into, McGee.
Choi, bing, ding, pong. Mala, choi. Out. You like him making one last word, maybe before ceremony?
Heavenly days, one last word.
Before what ceremony?
You pay penalty for say too much Chinatown.
Oh, sure.
Kneel down, please.
Oh.
Put him necky on block.
Oh, heavenly days.
Shall I die fighting, Molly?
You're not fighting. You fighting, make you hard worker ceremony. Kneel down, please.
Oh, dear.
Tell him I died with my boots on, Molly.
I will, McGee. My, I'm glad I just had your black suit pressed.
Chop, chop.
Don't touch McGee with that hatchet, you big Lugan.
Woman, keep belly quiet. Meat only same fat, my bear.
Quiet, Molly. It won't do no good. There's too many of them.
Billy Wise Man. Solomon, go on, please. Long slip, sing, away, ting, flew, bong, boo. Boo. Now get up, please.
Huh? You mean you ain't gonna?
Solomon, all over now. Congratulations.
Congratulations for what?
What was the ceremony?
Billy, big occasion. Mickey, you, Mayor, Chinatown.
Now, before Ted Weems and his old gray mayors play their next number, let me say a word now to the women who are listening to this program. First, if there's a car in your family, see that somebody gets a free can of wax and gives the car a beauty treatment. Second, if you're not already using Glow Coat on your linoleum and wood floors, try this labor-saving floor polish this week. Glow Coat, you know, makes floors of all kinds beautiful without any work of rubbing or polishing. You simply spread it over the surface and let it dry. In 20 minutes, you have gleaming floors that brighten up your whole house. Glow Coat will save you hours of housework this summer. And by the way, don't accept substitutes. There are many on the market, but there is only one Glow Coat, made by the makers of Johnson's Wax and used in more than 1 million homes. Look for the attractive yellow can with the lettering Johnson's Glow Coat, GLO-COAT. And remember, you save as much as 1/3 of the cost by ordering Glow Coat in the larger sizes.
Well, McGee, I see where the Senator Zionchek has busted loose again.
Who?
Senator Zionchek.
It ain't senator, Molly. It's representative.
Yes, I'm afraid it is.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Tonight's program is the first one on our new schedule of stations. There's been no change of time, but a number of new stations have been added. Tune in every Monday night over this same station at this same hour for Fibber McGee and Molly. Among the selections heard on this program was Where There's You, There's Me from The Two of Us. Harlow Wilcox speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. I'm sure that our listeners in the far south, where snow is an infrequent luxury, will pardon me for a moment while I read you part of a letter that a railway man from Nebraska just sent in. It tells about one very special winter use for Johnson's Wax, and I believe it'll be helpful information for a great many of you. In the wintertime, he writes, I always apply Johnson's Wax to my snow shovel when I shovel snow off my sidewalks. This prevents the snow from sticking to the shovel, and certainly is a big help, especially when the snow is heavy and wet. You may want to tell Fibber and Molly's many admirers about it. Well, as a matter of fact, we do, and now we have. The next time any of you have snow to shovel off your walk, try a little Johnson's Wax on the shovel. It really works. This is just one of over 100 extra labor-saving uses for Johnson's Wax, besides its main use for protecting your floors, furniture, and woodwork. If you've been trying to get 79 Wistful Vista on the phone for the last half hour without success, it's because the squire has been using it to promote a party. He's still trying as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
Hello? Wilcox resident. Is that you, Junior? It's Fibber McGee speaking. McGee. Yeah. Look, can you and Mrs. W. come over tonight? Molly and I are throwing a wingding. Yeah. Yeah, we're celebrating. Huh? We're celebrating. Oh, didn't you know? Our laundry came back today. Huh? Oh. Okay, Junior. Some other time. Bye.
Can't make it, huh?
No. Looks like everybody we called up is busy tonight. We can't celebrate. And me with 6 clean shirts.
Oh, there must be something we could do. Go out and ring doorbells or break windows, maybe?
Yeah, we got to do something. This is an occasion. I wonder if that laundry gave us special treatment or something. My gosh, they only had it since October.
Well, they always liked you anyway, dearie.
They did? How'd you know?
Oh, they're always keeping some little souvenir like a button off a shirt or the toe out of a sock.
Well, anyway, this is a great day. Let me sit down and hold those shirts on my lap a while. Don't they look beautiful?
Heavenly days, you know, if they continue to give us this kind of service, why, you can send your shirts out 3 or 4 times a year. Mm-hmm. We don't... What's the matter, McGee?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just restless. Here we are, the luckiest people in town, taking the fact that our laundry is back like it was an everyday occurrence. My gosh, we ought to be out painting the town red.
Well, hand me a brush, dearie.
Huh? You mean? Well, why not?
Sure.
Come on, let's go. I'll take you out to dinner. Then we'll go to some nightclub and we'll dance till the place closes up. What do you say?
Okay, where'll we go?
You leave that to me, Angel Puss. I'll find a joint. You creep into your minx while I change into my heavy watch chain.
Are we going formal, McGee?
Nah, nobody goes formal these days. You wear your black dress with the polite pearls.
Cultured pearls.
Same thing. Hey, how's my blue serge? Too shiny?
Well, it was. In fact, the tailor told me he had to wear smoked glasses while he pressed the pants. But I brushed it with a wire brush, and it's all right.
Oh, fine.
Say, where'd you say we were going?
Well, there's the Empire Room at Charlie's Chili Bowl.
Oh, no. The dance floor's too crowded there.
Oh.
The waiters have to take your food around the block and in the back door.
Well, how about the General Eisenhower Allied Victory Club?
I never heard of it.
Well, they changed the name. Used to be the old Heidelberg Student Prince Beer Garden.
Oh, yeah. Sweet music and sauerkraut. I remember the time...
Come in.
Good evening, folks. My name's Beulah.
Huh?
Yes, and I wonder, could you direct me to the residence where Mr. and Mrs. Toops live in? I'm a foreigner in this neighborhood.
Oh, well, certainly. The Toopses live in the 3rd house down on this side of the street. Are you their new cook?
Yes, ma'am. If they have good references, I'm is. You say the 3rd house down?
Yeah, that's it, Beulah. You'll see a sign sticking up out of the snow that says, keep off the grass. That's the place.
Thank you. If you ever having dinner with the Toopses, maybe I can return the favor.
How?
If I shakes my head, don't eat it.
You haven't worked in this neighborhood before, eh?
No, sir. I've been working cross town. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the only reason I left is they treated me just like one of the family. And I stood there as long as I could.
Well, now, if you go to work at Mr. Toops's, we'll proud to be seeing you, Beulah.
Yeah, we see quite a bit of them. And their neighbor, Dr. Gamble.
Dr. Gamble?
Uh-huh.
Oh, does he reside in this neighborhood?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's a fine man, Dr. Gamble. Yeah. He operated on my 3rd husband for Gladstone.
Gladstone's, Beulah?
Yes, he was a red cap at Union Station and 6 Gladstone bags fell on his head.
A suitcase, if I ever heard one.
Excuse me?
I says you should have started suit. He had a case.
He's real amusing, ain't he, man?
Well, there are 2 schools of thought on that, and I've been expelled from both of them.
Well, give our regards to the Toopses, Beulah.
I'm afraid I can't do that, sir.
Oh, why not?
Well, I don't know who you is, if you is, and I'm sure you must be.
Oh, we're Mr. and Mrs. McGee.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
How do you do?
Hello.
Hello. Goodbye.
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 Well, I'm afraid but she won't like working for Mrs. Toops, dear.
No?
No, she just keeps them long enough to use up their ration stamps.
Well, this ain't celebrating the return of our laundry, Molly. Come on. Let's go out and swing it.
Heavenly days. I haven't been out for so long, I don't know what they're dancing now. Are they still having Charleston contests?
Yeah, but now they call it jitterbugging. Though the big rage is the rumba.
The rumba.
Yeah, that's a variation of an old dance called the happy hound dog.
The rumba is?
What does a hound dog do when he's happy?
He wags his...
Exactly. That's the... Well, come on, Molly. Let's get dressed.
All right.
Where's my derby hat? I want to brush it off.
I've wanted to for years. It's in the hall closet.
In here? That's not where I want to... Gotta straighten out that closet one of these days.
Billy Mills and his orchestra play My Heart Stood Still.
Right up ahead there. The Club Flush. That's quite a spot, they tell me. They got a swell boogie-woogie player there.
Oh, boogie-woogie. Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
Isn't that the kind of piano playing that sounds like rain on the roof with the left hand and somebody playing the flute in the attic with the right hand?
That's it. If we can get a ringside table in here, we can... Okay, doorman, okay. Open up for a couple of cash customers.
Don't be impetuous, mister. There are very few places in this mercenarious world where cash is nil and void, but you have stumbled onto one this night.
What do you mean? Aren't you open for business tonight?
Lady, was I to permit yous to peer into the interior of this abattoir, yous would recoil in horror. It is so crowded that the trombone player is flat on his back playing vertical.
Well, look, Bud, I ain't exactly innocent in this nightclub stuff. There's always room for one more couple if the proper arrangements are made. How's about a couple of bucks for yourself?
I agree that yous is not innocent, Doc. Yous is guilty of attempted bribery. I am stationed at this door to separate the heps from the icks. And I cannot betray that trust. Not for no $2. For 10, I could maybe arrange for you to sit with the band and eat off the drum.
Say, listen, we won't pay $10 to get into any nightclub.
That's outrageous, Bud. I don't mind tipping for services rendered, but by George... Hey, look, will $5 do it?
Sorry, comrade. $5 would put me too high in the brackets come March 15th.
Come on, McGee, let's just find a restaurant and have dinner and then go dance someplace.
Okay, and look, Bud, you can afford to be tough with the customers now, but wait till things ain't quite so prosperous.
Come those times again, Doc. My salary is raised 50%.
Why? Nobody needs a bouncer when they don't have any business.
Not to bounce people out, lady. Come hard times, I can stand out here and bounce people in. Now move on, friends. Ah, yes, Mr. Chilius. The table is reserved.
Well, we shouldn't have any trouble getting in here, Molly. The Rhinestone Horseshoe holds about 300 people.
Looks pretty expensive, McGee. What's the cover charge?
Only $1.50. I can handle that, maybe. Hey, isn't that Alice standing by the door?
Alice? darling. Why, yes, it is. Hello, Alice.
Oh, hello there. Jeepers, are you folks going in this place?
Why not, Alice? Have they run out of tuna fish for their chicken a la king?
We're stepping tonight, Alice. Our laundry came back.
Yeah.
Oh, but my dears, this place is so crowded. I don't know why Bobby Sock ever brought me here.
Who?
Bobby Sock. He's my boyfriend. His real name is Robert Lyle Weaver, but everybody calls him Bobby Sock.
Oh, I see. Where is he now, Alice? Buying his hat back from those female bandits in the check room?
Oh, no. He's settling our dinner check, $33.65. He'll be out in a few hours.
In a few hours? Can't he write a check faster than that?
He isn't writing a check. He's washing dishes.
That's why I stay away from these clip joints. I always wind up with 5 o'clock shadow, tattletale gray hair, and dishwater cahans.
Is the music good in there, Alice?
Well, it's not bad, Mrs. McGee. It's Gordon Gherkin and his 12 pickles. They specialize on reviving old dance tunes.
Oh, that's for me. I like that.
Well, it's a case of have to with Gordon Gherkin, I guess.
Huh?
He's had so many musicians go into the Army, the only ones he can get are old men who just know numbers like, oh, you beautiful doll and stuff. Criminy, those gates really creak.
Well, if this place charges such awful prices for dinner, it's not for us, McGee. We've got better places to put our money, such as it is.
Oh, we can afford it, Molly, just this once.
Oh, let's not kid ourselves. We can't lick war stamps with our tongues in our cheeks. Good night, Alice.
Good night.
So long, Al. Now let's see where... Uh-oh. Hey, taxi! Taxi!
Where are we going, McGee?
I just thought of a swell place. Hey, driver, take us to that Hawaiian place up on 14th Street. The Waikiki Keyhole. Yeah, hurry, and don't spare the horses. Well, thanks, Bud. Here's your fare and 15 cents for yourself. Don't spend it in riotous living.
Well, looks like this place was doing a big business, McGee.
That's a very popular spot. You like Hawaiian music?
Oh, I love it. You know, I'd like to live in the islands and swing and sway the live long day in a skirt of hay, hay, hay.
I tell you, there's something about...
Well, hello, folks. Don't tell me you're going night clubbing.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
And what if we are, Junior? We've been downtown before, at night. Nobody has to tie us up when a streetcar goes by. We wear shoes, too. In fact, I even know how to catch a waiter's attention clear across the room.
Well, I've never known how to do that, pal. What's the secret?
Well, you walk over to him and stick a fork in his leg.
Hey, you told me on the phone you couldn't come to our party tonight. How come now we find you out night clubbing now?
Well, this place does such a terrific business, I have to come at odd hours to talk to the manager. He's an old customer of mine.
Here we go again, folks. Just bear in mind that Wilcox is to Racine, Wisconsin, what McCarthy is to Bergen. Except that Bergen is sometimes surprised at what comes out, and Racine never is. Excuse the digression, Junior.
Sure. But I was just talking to the manager about his kitchen floor.
Say, I wonder what he uses on the linoleum to keep the colors fresh and bright and preserve it against all the wear and tear and protect it against all the stuff that must be spilled on it from day to day.
Why, he uses Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
No.
My God. Well, well, well. It's a small world, isn't it?
You know, the kitchen in this place is immaculate. Every noon before they open up, the kitchen boys pour out some glow coat, spread it around, and in 20 minutes or less, the kitchen floor is a beautiful sight to behold. Mm-hmm. Gleaming, sparkling, spotless. Restaurant owners like Johnson's glow coat because they don't have to waste time rubbing and buffing it to a high polish.
Oh.
When it dries, it has a high polish.
Well, this is the place we've been looking for, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, we both love that soft, restful Hawaiian music. Hey, you think you'd get us a table in here, Junior?
Well, let's open the door and take a look.
All right.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. I don't think it could either. Well, I see what you mean. Well, come on, Molly, let's go.
Well, this place looks a little quieter, McGee. Know anything about it?
No, we'll ask this guy coming out. Hey, Bud, you been in the Pelican Club here?
Yes, why?
Why do they call it the Pelican Club?
When you see the size of your bill, you'll know, madam.
What kind of place is this, Bud?
Horrible.
How's the music?
Raucous.
The food?
Atrocious.
How's the service?
Arrogant.
Crowds.
Maddening.
Prices?
Sheer larceny.
Well, if it's that bad, why do you patronize it?
I have to. I own it. Good night.
Well, frankly, McGee, I'm getting a little worn out. Can't you think of any place we could go and dance?
Look, let's stop at Kramer's drugstore and get a bowl of soup and a sandwich and then go to a nice dance hall. Like, for instance, the Cassidy Hotfoot up on the north side.
Oh, that's a swell idea. After all, a nightclub
Well,
doesn't...
now, who would I be meeting so far from home than Molly and Fibber, lad? Sure, and you're a sight for sore eyes, which I happen to have because of a slight argument with the head waiter at the Gay Paris.
The Gay Paris?
Hey, we were thinking a little earlier about going there for dinner and dancing, Uncle Dennis. What was your argument about?
Oh, the dirty, underhanded Almadun gave me a piece of steak that was stolen off the tread of a General Sherman tank, and I made a joking reference to the same.
Oh, I see.
I says, I don't mind eating the horse, Mansoor, but after this, would you be so good as to remove the harness before not quite cooking it enough? And the battle was on.
Oh, dear. Was it quite a fracas, Uncle Dennis?
Oh, it was a glorious bit of a brawl, McCushla. I led with my right. He countered with a sugar bowl. I crossed with me left. He jabbed with a ketchup bottle.
Mm-hmm.
I stuck me thumb in his eye. Still fighting fair. He kicked me under the chin. I slugged him with a passing busboy. He pours hot coffee down my neck. And then, that's when I lost my temper.
Well, nice control up to there. So what happened?
Well, I'm a bit confused from there on, lad, though I dimly remember shaking hands with the Gazoon and congratulating him on putting up a fine defense.
And what did he say?
Not a word, him being unconscious at the time, as far as I could see. Had a table across his face. Oh, you can have a grand time at the Gay Paris. Whoa, tread on the tail of me coat. Whoa, tread
The King's Men sing Deacon Jones.
Brothers and sisters and sisterettes, Deacon Jones sends his deepest regrets.
So while the deacon's absent from the meeting tonight, there's something about the deacon that I want to set right.
What's that, brother?
Who is so respected?
Deacon Jones.
Who is kind and unaffected?
Deacon Jones.
When a sinner's moaning low, who will share his tale of woe?
Hallelujah, hallelujah, Deacon Jones.
Now who's so handsome and good-looking?
Deacon Jones.
Well, who can smell a rooster cooking?
Deacon Jones.
Who gets all the chicken breasts and leave the giblets for the rest?
Hallelujah, hallelujah, Deacon Jones. Who is loved by all his neighbors and admired?
The deacon.
Who will help you with your labors when you're tired?
The deacon.
Who will help you beat the rug?
Who will find that cider jug?
Hallelujah, hallelujah, Deacon Jones. Who's the first to church on Sunday full of pride?
Why, the deacon.
Who's the last to work on Monday sleepy-eyed?
The deacon.
And the balance of the week?
Who goes fishing down the creek?
Hallelujah, hallelujah, Deacon Jones. Now, brothers and sisters, you all know that everybody has his imperfections. But before we all adjourn and before the deacon return, we will hold the annual election.
Hold everything.
Hold the deacon.
Who takes charge of all the meetings?
Oh, you do, Deacon.
Who extends the hearty greetings?
You always do it, Deacon, when the ballots all are in. Who will count the votes and win? Hallelujah, 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 good old Deacon Jones.
Well, I'm getting a little fed up with this whole thing, McGee. Heavenly days. Even the restaurants are jammed.
Yeah, I never knew this town had so much nightlife. Maybe we should have made a reservation someplace.
I just made a reservation.
What?
Never to do this again.
Doggone it, there must be some quiet little place that has a sandwich and a cup of coffee.
I'd settle for a cracker and a harmonica at this stage of the game.
Oh, hey, there's Doc Gamble. Maybe he knows a place. Hey, Doc, wait a minute.
Well, hello there, Mrs. McGee.
Hello, Doctor.
Hello, McGee. You're looking very ship-shape.
Oh, you think so, Doc?
Yes, indeed. Particularly from the stern do you have a ship shape.
Oh, yeah? Will anybody ever tell you you look like a sub, Normal?
Now, stop it, boy, stop.
Certainly. What are you two doing roaming the streets? Didn't you hear the curfew?
We're celebrating, Doc. It's a big occasion for us.
Sure, our laundry came back today.
Well, congratulations. How did it look?
Ah, beautiful, Doc. Simply beautiful.
Yes. Drop by tomorrow sometime and see it, Doctor.
Yeah.
I'd like to very much. I sent out some laundry once. But it never...
Oh, I'm sorry, Doc. Something you loved very much, was it?
Yes.
Oh.
4 sulka shirts and some no-sag underwear. It's very lonely without them. Sorry to be so emotional.
Oh, that's all right, Doctor. We know how it is.
Hey, Doc, we're looking for a good place to eat, and then we want to go someplace and dance. You got any ideas?
No, I'm afraid not, McGee. I hate nightclubs myself. I can get the same effect by kneeling down and banging my head on the sidewalk. And besides, I can never get a paper hat that fits me.
Oh, we don't want a nightclub, Doctor. Just a quiet place to eat. We can go dancing afterwards.
Yeah.
I wish I could go with you. I've always wanted to see McGee dance. I imagine it'd look something like a road scraper with a broken governor.
Oh.
Now, look here, Doctor. All we did was ask you a civil question about where we could get something to eat. But I'm not hungry anymore. I'm fed up with your wisecracks.
Why, you wouldn't know a wisecrack if it was tattooed on your forehead by Joe Miller. Without a lampshade on your head, you're the death of the party.
Oh, listen to him. I wouldn't know a wisecrack, he says. Why, you malpracticing...
Say, I just thought where you might go.
Really?
Where, Doc, old man? Tell us.
Now, look, if you want good food and good service with a minimum of expense, take the next Oak Street bus and go right on
down. Isn't this good coffee, McGee?
Wonderful. Let's dance one more dance and have another cup. I could use another order of that pastry, too.
Well, it turned out to be a nice evening after all, didn't it?
Yeah.
What time is it?
What do you care what time it is? Come on, let's dance. Or do you want to drink this one out?
I finished my coffee, thanks. Let's go.
Okay. Good floor, isn't it?
Be yourself, dearie.
Who was I being?
Harlow Wilcox. Why, darling, you're dancing beautifully. What was that last tricky little step you did?
That wasn't a step. I was scratching my left leg with my right foot.
You remember how we used to take those moonlight excursions on the Illinois River, McGee?
Yeah. The old city of Peoria. I think that was the steamboat that invented Fulton.
Yep. Used to go clear up to Starved Rock, didn't we?
Ah, good old Starved Rock. Remember Fred Nittany from there? The guy I was in vaudeville with?
Yes, you've told me all about him.
Oh, we had a great little act. We had one gag where I'd dance up to Fred and say, "Do you file your nails?" He'd say, "No, I just throw them away." And he'd hit me on the head with a folded newspaper. Surefire.
I'll bet it was. Does it bother you if I listen while you talk while we dance?
Not a bit. Yes, sir, those were great old days in vaudeville. I wonder whatever become of all those people. There was one act, Burns and Allen, they called themselves.
Say, could that have been Bob Burns and Fred Allen?
No, this was a guy and a girl. Oh, she was cute. He was always kind of barking at her. Gracie, like that.
Yeah?
Oh, well, they're probably sitting around some broken-down theatrical boarding house. Living on their memories.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mrs. McGee.
Thank you. Shall we go back to our table?
Yeah. Boy, am I glad Doc suggested this place.
So am I.
Yeah.
And you know what would make the evening perfect?
What?
Let's pile the dishes in the sink and wash them in the morning.
That's a deal. It's a deal. You haul them out while I turn off the Victrola. La Belle?
I spend a little time in my own kitchen, and that's quite often, I'll admit, I realize how important linoleum floors really are. When they're bright and sparkling, the kitchen is certainly a much pleasanter place to work in. That in itself is a good enough reason for using Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. And yet that's only a very small part of the Glow Coat story. A more important reason is, of course, the way Glow Coat protects linoleum surfaces against wear and dirt. How it makes linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer. Another is the way Glow Coat saves you work. Because it's self-polishing, it needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. Glow Coat does the rest. Even on linoleum that's been down for many years, Glow Coat works wonders. And if you're putting down any new linoleum, then be sure that from the very first day it's protected regularly with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
McGee, wake up. McGee, the telephone is ringing.
Who set the clock for this time of night?
That isn't the clock. That's the telephone. Go answer it.
Oh. Hello. Who? Oh, fine. Thanks, Junior. Goodbye.
Who was that?
Wilcox. Said he got a reservation for us at the Chez When if we can pick it up in 15 minutes.
Isn't that nice?
That's wonderful. Good night.
Good night, all.
The character of Uncle Dennis heard on this program was played by Ransom Sherman. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Miles Laboratories, makers of Alka-Seltzer, bring you another visit with Fibber McGee and Molly. Again, we invite you to listen to the transcribed adventures of Fibber McGee and Molly. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutto. We'll see what's going on in Wistful Vista shortly.
This is Eleanor Engel. I don't know how you plan things, but at our house, the weekend shopping list gets made out every Thursday night. And that's a good time to check your supply of Alka-Seltzer. When your tablets get down to 4, that's the time to buy some more. Some more Alka-Seltzer at the drugstore. You'll want to have Alka-Seltzer on hand for headaches or upset stomachs, of course. But remember, too, this is the cold-catching season. And if you should come down with a cold, discover how Alka-Seltzer can add comfort to your cold treatment. Taken as directed, Alka-Seltzer relieves the headache, the feverish feeling, the aches and pains that bother you when you have a cold. Yes, what it means is that Alka-Seltzer helps you feel better while you're getting better. So put it on your shopping list right now, won't you? 2 packages, Alka-Seltzer at drugstore. That's Alka-Seltzer, the medicine that's so refreshing.
Ever since Mr. McGee of 79 Wistful Vista learned that his friend Wallace Wimple had sold a couple of mystery stories to a publisher, the matter has been preying on his mind. So, look what's going on today at the Wimple home.
And if you want me, Copper, come and get me. Exclamation point. There. You got that, Wimp?
I think so, Mr. McGee.
My idea of teaming up with you like this to help you write your next book is going to make us both famous, Wimp. You know that?
Well, I don't want to sound ungracious or anything, but I did manage to write 2 books and sell them All by myself, you know.
Sure, and with me helping you from here on out, we'll turn out 1 million of them, boy. It's the combination of two great talents that's going to make this a great book.
Oh, I wouldn't say.
Betcha. It would have been silly for me to try to write this book alone because you got a talent, Wally, a talent that I just simply haven't got.
Well, thank you, Mr. McGee.
Typing. Yes, sir. I could never type worth a hoot myself. But with my talent for thinking up stories and your talent for typing them out, we'll make a great author. Read back what we just wrote there. Let's hear the last part.
All right. I know you are in there, Louis, the great detective O'Shaughnessy asserted. You were smart to pull the blinds and put up the sign that says, "Out to lunch." But you overlooked, he continued, one thing. You got asthma, and I can hear you breathing.
Yeah.
Then it says, "If you want me, copper, come and get me!" Exclamation point.
Swell. Well, that completes Chapter 6. Going great so far, huh?
I can't wait to see how it turns out myself.
Me too.
We still have one problem, though, you know, in Chapter 3.
Yeah, that's true. Chapter 4, 5, and 6 went great, but got to figure some way to get Detective O'Shaughnessy out of that abandoned mine shaft where they flung him in Chapter 3 somehow.
You still don't like my suggestion about the 2 uranium hunters who happened to be passing and fell in the mine shaft with him?
No, that's too coincidental, Wimp. And besides, 3 of them down in that hole won't do us any more good than just one.
But I told you, they stand on each other's shoulders, and Detective O'Shaughnessy, who's on top, grabs this tree root and...
How do the other 2 get out?
Oh, who cares? Good heavens, if we have to worry about every uranium hunter who falls down an old mine shaft, we'll never
That's no good, Wimp. That's too easy. Did you ever read Hemingway?
Ernest Hemingway, of course.
No. Hemingway Savage, the great murder writer. He would never bring in a couple of characters like that and leave them in a hole just to get his hero out. It's simply... Who the heck's calling up disturbing us again? Your house is as busy as mine. I could have stayed home and...
Well, excuse me. Hello? Mrs. Wimple's residence. Wallace speaking.
Make it quick, will you?
Who?
Gotta get O'Shaughnessy out of that hole.
Oh, dear. Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter? Your wife coming home?
I'm terribly sorry, sir. I'm sure it wasn't done purposely. Yes, I'll have it moved. Oh, yes, immediately. Yes, goodbye, sir.
What the heck was that?
The man across the street. A very mean character.
Yeah?
He's a lot like this Burp Gun Louie person we're writing about. Nasty. And, well, it seems that you parked your car right in front of his house, Mr. McGee.
So what? The street is free.
Well, he doesn't seem to think so. He said for you to move it right away or he'll call the police.
Ha! Let him.
But he's terribly ill-tempered and...
So who cares? Look, Wimp, I know the law. There's nothing that says he owns the street or that he can tell anybody where to park their car. Ignore the loud mouth.
Well, if you say so...
Now, come on, get some paper in that typewriter and let's get O'Shaughnessy out of that hole.
Yes, sir.
With our hero stuck in the bottom of the hole, we're stuck in the middle of the book. So let's figure out how we can get him out of there and get on with this thing. Get
In just a moment, we'll try to straighten out the McGees.
If you're planning to get out and do things this weekend, be sure to dress good and warm so you don't catch cold. But just to be on the safe side, better make sure you have plenty of Alka-Seltzer on hand, too.
That's right. Because if you do catch cold, Alka-Seltzer can help you feel better while you're getting better. Try this ABC cold comfort treatment.
A.
Alka-Seltzer. Take it as directed to relieve the feverish, ache-all-over feeling of a cold.
B.
Be wise. Take care of yourself.
And C.
Comfort your raw and irritated throat with a soothing Alka-Seltzer gargle.
That's good advice, Eleanor. When you have a cold, take care of yourself and take Alka-Seltzer. You'll say it's wonderful the way Alka-Seltzer adds comfort to your cold treatments.
Get an extra package of Alka-Seltzer at the drug counter soon.
Yeah, Molly, I'm glad you called, kiddo. Sure, we're getting along swell with it. Working on Chapter 12 right now.
Tell her the plot.
You see, what's happened, Molly, the great Detective O'Shaughnessy has been trailing Burp Gun Louie, the killer, for 11 chapters. And, Yeah, that's because he knocks people off with a burp gun, see? Sure. Anyhow, O'Shaughnessy has him trapped in the cellar of this abandoned casket factory,
And, huh? Well, certainly we can sell that stuff.
Oh, my publishers are begging for it.
Sure, Wimp gets letters every few days from his publishers. They're tickled to death with his other 2 mystery books, and the next one he writes, they want it. Yeah, well, I'll talk to you later, kiddo. Let's see, where were we?
On chapter 12, page 287.
Yeah, hey, we're sailing, aren't we?
We are doing quite well, I think. But,
Yeah, what's the matter?
Oh, I don't like to carp, Mr. McGee, but...
Well, you go right ahead and carp, boy. You got a right to carp if you want to. After all, we're partners in this literary masterpiece, just like Damon and Runyon. Speak up.
Well, I keep thinking of chapter 3.
Yeah, I know. We still got O'Shaughnessy down that mine shaft, and we don't get him out of that hole in chapter 3. All this fine writing we're doing in chapter 12 is kaput. Wasted. Let me think hard. There must be some way.
Oh, just when we're... Hello, Mrs. Wimple's residence. What? Oh, it's you. It's the man across the street, Mr. McGee, about your car again.
Oh, well, tell him off, Wimp. Get tough.
Me? Well, I'll speak to him, but...
Get sore, boy. Get sore. Now, let me see.
Well, now, you listen here, sir. I'm sick and tired of...
O'Shaughnessy's down this hole 20 feet deep.
Well, that doesn't cut any ice with... I'd better what?
Maybe there's dynamite in the shaft and he blows himself out through... No.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you can... What?
If O'Shaughnessy had a friend with a helicopter and a long rope... No.
Oh, for goodness sakes, let me get nasty for a minute, will you? If you keep yelling all the time, how can I...
Here, give me that phone. I'll handle that guy.
He hung up. The coward.
Well, by George, you better stop calling up here and disturbing our peace when I'm trying to get O'Shaughnessy out of that hole, or if anybody's going to call the cops, I am.
Goodness, he was nasty. He said he's got a $9,000 home over there, and he doesn't want anybody's beat-up old $40 jalopy parked in front of it to make it look shabby.
What? Well, that does it. By George, that's the last straw. Give me my coat.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Where are you going?
I'm going to have a little talk with that wiseacre. Hey, Wimp, I'm back, boy. Our troubles are over.
Well, I'm glad to... Good heavens, Mr. McGee. Your clothes, all dirty and torn.
Sure.
Your face is all scratched. Oh, you're a mess.
Boy, oh boy, it worked out swell, Wimp. Just great.
Great?
Luckiest break I ever had, getting in that argument with that guy across the street.
Lucky? Lucky he didn't kill you from the looks of you.
He didn't lay a hand on me. What happened was, he started pushing me off his porch, see? And I kept backing up, till finally he backed me out into the street, and then when he swung at me, I jumped back another step, and I fell down an open manhole.
Oh, dear. After all that, I hate to...
So with that, the guy goes back in his house and leaves me there, down in the manhole, helpless. Wasn't that perfect?
Perfect? Well, what's...
Because I got it solved, Wimp. I laid in that manhole, and I pretended I was bound and gagged. I rolled on the floor, shook a pencil and an address book out of my pocket, tore off a page with my teeth, and wrote the word help on it. I found a rock, wrapped the note around it, and made a slingshot out of one of my garters, waited till I heard footsteps on the street, shot the rock out of the manhole, caught a city street cleaner right in the seat of the pants, and he agreed to drop a rope down to me and haul me out for $1.50. So that's how we get O'Shaughnessy out of the mine hole. Great, huh?
Oh, dear. This, oh, my.
What's the matter? Don't tell me you don't like it.
Well...
My gosh, this is real, boy. This is true life. This'll finish our story and make the greatest mystery book them publishers ever...
Well...
What's that? What you got?
A letter from my publishers.
Huh?
It was in the mailbox, and... Well, read it.
Let me see. Dear Mary Ellen Strongheart.
My pen name.
Sure. Due to a changing market, we are no longer interested in buying any more cheap murder mysteries. If you have any cheap love stories, however, send them... What?
Yes.
Throw O'Shaughnessy back down that mine shaft. I'm going home to dinner.
Fibber and Molly have a final word for you to come.
Mother, after a long and tiring day, and by the time you feed the family and get the youngsters off to bed, You certainly deserve a need to relax a little, but sometimes you may be just too wound up to relax. Well, for such times, remember this. Miles Nervine soothes nervous tension, so you can relax. It helps you keep calm. Miles Nervine is easy to buy at all drugstores, and it's pleasant to take, too, in either effervescent tablets or liquid. Take Miles Nervine during the day to relax or before bedtime for sound, relaxing sleep. Follow the label, avoid excessive use. Yes, to soothe nervous tension and help you relax. Remember, Miles Nervine.
And you mean after all your trouble figuring out how to get O'Shaughnessy out of the mine, the publishers don't even want the book?
No, not interested in mysteries anymore. All they want now is cheap love stories.
Say now, maybe while O'Shaughnessy is down that mine shaft, he could meet a nice girl. A miner's daughter, maybe, who was trapped there and left for dead during the gold rush. She wouldn't exactly be young or good-looking, but she...
Let's just skip it. So long, everybody.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Fibber McGee and Molly, transcribed, is brought to you Mondays through Fridays at this time by Miles Laboratories, makers of Alka-Seltzer. Bill Thompson plays Wallace Wimple. This is John Wall thanking you for joining us and inviting you to be with us again for another visit with Fibber McGee and Molly.
Hear the dramatic story Woman in My House, weekdays on most NBC radio stations.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coats present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Free for All. Is such an important room in the house, you can't blame a woman for wanting to make it cheerful and convenient. In the first place, it's her workroom, where she spends a good many hours. Also, it's a room where both neighbors and family like to visit. Why shouldn't it be a pleasant room with colorful curtains, convenient cabinets, and a beautiful, easy-to-keep clean floor? That, of course, is where Johnson's Glow Coat comes in. A floor that's kept sparkling with Glow Coat does wonders for your kitchen. Keeps it clean and bright with a minimum of work. And don't forget that the regular use of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat makes your linoleum last from 5 to 10 times longer. Now, you know, of course, that Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. It's self-polishing. Glow Coat gives a floor lasting luster, has a flexible film that wears evenly and smoothly without chipping. And Glow Coat is economical because a little goes a long way. But for real Glow Coat results, don't be satisfied with anything but the original Johnson self-polishing Glow Coat with the familiar red and yellow label. Buy some tomorrow. The worst blizzard in 76 years has hit Wistful Vista. Snow has drifted up to the second-floor windows in some places, and this is one of the places, the home of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Well, it certainly is nice to stay home by a warm fire tonight, isn't it, dearie?
I'll say. Ain't a fit night out for a man or Hitler.
I tell you, it must be terribly cold out.
Cold? Why, when I come home tonight, that snowman in front of Toops's was blowing on his fingers.
Say, what's the exact temperature? Stick your head out the door and see what the thermometer on the porch says.
Oh, no. I wouldn't protrude my puss out those portals tonight for all the retreads in Detroit. No, sirree.
Well, then turn on the radio. It's just time for the weather report.
Oh, say, it is at that. I wonder just how cold it is.
Terribly.
Thanks.
Well, at least we're comfortable and warm here. You want to play a game of rummy, dearie?
No, I got a lot of stuff to do. Never have a better chance to do them, too, either.
Just what have you got to do?
Oh, I got to paste my defense stamps in my book, and sort out my trout flies, and write a letter to Aunt Sarah thanking her for my Christmas present.
She didn't send you any Christmas presents.
Well, I'm in a sarcastic mood.
Well, I'm glad you're going to be busy, McGee. Maybe I can finish knitting this.
This what?
I wish I knew. I'm not much of a knitter yet.
Well, you're a swell needlepointer.
I know, but the Army has some silly objections to needlepoint sweaters. Now, maybe if I'd...
My gosh, there's somebody at the door.
You know, that's what I love about you, McGee. You grasp things so quickly. Well, let 'em in. They'll freeze to death out there.
Okay, but if it's the good humor man, he ain't using good judgment.
Good evening. I'm Mr. George Melvin. Come in. At the door. Let me get the door.
Wind goes through you like a collector from the Internal Revenue. What'd you say your name was, Bud?
Spelvin, George Spelvin. You're Mr. McGee?
That I am indeed. And this is my wife, Molly. Molly, Mr. Spelvin.
Oh, how do you do, I'm sure.
Delighted, madam. My, it's nice and cozy in here. Don't tell me you're knitting on a tiny garment. Congratulations. When is the happy event?
Huh?
It isn't a tiny garment. It's a sweater for a soldier. And if I don't stop dropping stitches, it won't be a happy event either. Have a chair, Mr. Spellbound.
Spelvin, and thank you. But first, I'd better drop this overcoat and these wet overshoes in the hall.
McGee. Who is he?
I don't know. But I wouldn't turn a dog away on a night like this. And he looks kind of like an old hound I used to have when I... Well. Have a chair, Spelvin, old man.
Thank you. A nice place you have here, Mrs. McGee.
Thank you. We like it. We have to. We own it.
Well, I imagine you'll be seeing a great deal of it for the next few days. You won't be able to get downtown to a restaurant till this storm is over.
Well, so what? Home is where the heartburn is, I always says. Did you want to see me about something, Spelvin?
What? Oh, yes. Mr. McGee, I have a special message to you from the governor.
Heavenly days from the governor. Maybe you've got an appointment, dearie.
Well, it's about time. I volunteered for everything from air raid warden to mixing macaroons for Marines. What'd the governor say, Spelvin?
Well, first, Mr. McGee, may I ask if you have a car?
Every time I see it, I ask myself the same thing.
Sure, I got a car, Bud. Tip-top condition, too.
You're not kidding, McGee. That top tip's under any condition.
Well, it really doesn't matter as long as it runs.
Oh, it runs. That car will do 55 in second gear, Spelvin.
And 30 in high.
Oh, now, Molly, you're giving George here entirely wrong impression. You see, George... You don't mind if I call you George, do you?
Oh, not at all. Glad to have you.
Fine. You see, Spelvin, before we were married, my wife used to go with a guy that owned a Stutz Bearcat, and she never got over
Never mind me, McGee.
Huh?
What did the governor say?
Yeah, what'd he say, Spelvin?
Well, the fact is, McGee, it's of the utmost importance that you...
Oh, dear. Now who? You answered, McGee. I'm right in the middle of a mistake in my knitting.
Okay. Excuse me a minute, George.
Oh, certainly.
I suppose somebody wants me to tie some hot coffee around my neck and go rescue their St. Bernard.
Hello there, Johnny. Hey, can I borrow that old timer? Come on in. Shut the door.
It's the old timer, Molly.
Okay, Johnny. Just for a minute. Hello there, daughter. What you doing? Knitting for Britain or crocheting for the Malayan?
We can't stand that applause, can we? Oh, good evening, Mr. Oldtimer. May I introduce you to Mr. Spelvin? Mr. Spelvin, this is Mr. Hey, what is your name anyway, Mr. Oldtimer?
Hey, I don't believe I ever heard it either.
Just call me old timer, kids. Names don't matter. It's character that counts. As long as the feller's true blue, honest, straightforward, and backward.
Oh, don't be so coy. Why what's your name?
Come on, old-timer. After all, it couldn't be worse than Fibber.
Maybe not, Johnny, but I'm more sensitive than you are.
Won't you tell us?
Nope.
Just tell me.
Nope.
Whispers in my ear. I won't tell anybody.
Promise?
I promise.
Okay.
Oh, heavenly days, it couldn't be.
It is, though.
Can you imagine? Mr. Spelvin, this is the old-timer.
How do you do, sir?
Well, hello, son. Sorry to butt in like this, kids. Just wanted to know if I could borrow a hot poker.
A hot poker? No, I'm sorry, old-timer. Our poker's busted.
What on earth did you want that for?
Oh, me and my girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
No, my girlfriend, Frances.
Oh.
We were playing in the snow along the street here, diving into snowdrifts. And all of a sudden, I missed Fran. Must have knocked yourself out in a fire hydrant or something. Anyway, she's under a drift someplace along here, and I was going to jab around with a hot poker. Oh, well, guess I can use a sharp stick. See you later, kids. Good night, Mr. Tailspin.
Won't you have another cup of coffee before you and McGee start talking business, Mr. Spelvin?
Thanks. I believe I will. Delicious coffee, Mrs. McGee.
I'm glad you like it. I make it from a recipe I got from McGee's half-sister, Beth.
What do you mean, half-sister? She's my sister.
Not since she worked for that magician and he sawed her in two.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that. Just a family joke, Spell. We always kid Bessie about wanting to go on the stage.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
You know, I had a younger brother always wanted to go on the stage. Finally made it, too.
Good for him.
Yes, he was out in Desert Springs, Arizona once, and he wanted to go to Dry Gulch, New Mexico, but the trains weren't running, so he went on the stage.
Well, let's get down to business, Spelvin. As long as you represent the governor, suppose you tell me just exactly what he wants me to...
Well, for goodness sakes, more orphans of the storm. See who it is, McGee.
Okay, excuse me a minute, Spelvin, while I see what no good this ill wind is blowing us.
Oh, of course.
Hey, Molly, Uppy's here. Come on in, Uppy.
Oh, how do you do, Abigail? May I present Mr. Spelvin, Mrs. Uppington?
How do you do?
Not the Mrs. Uppington through whose window someone threw a rock.
The very same, Spelvin, the very same.
Will you have a cup of coffee, Abigail? You look awfully cold.
Oh, thank you, I will, my dear, and I am cold. In fact, I'm quite numb.
That's what I was telling Molly just this morning, Uppy. I says that Uppington trail is just about the...
McGee. He said numb.
Oh, Hey, what are you doing out on a night like this, Uppy? This kind of weather's only good for one thing. To keep the Germans rushing back from the Russian front. Did you get it, folks? I says to keep...
Ain't funny, McGee.
I thought it was rather amusing, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, thanks, Belle. Have a cigar?
Oh, thanks. I have one.
You got two? Thanks.
Answering your question, Mr. McGee, I had little Fifi out for a walk. She adores the snow, you know.
Is Fifi your daughter, Mrs. Uppington?
Fifi is a Pekingese, Mr. Spelvin.
How interesting. I'd love to meet her. Chinese girls are so intelligent, I say. I'd love to discuss the situation.
Fifi is a dog, Spelvin, and she ain't interested in the foreign situation.
As I was saying, it was so blustery and so cold outside, I was frightfully afraid of being lost in the storm. And yours was the only light I could see, for simply blocks, my dear. So I struggled through the drifts and finally succeeded in forcing my way through the snow to your front door.
But where's Fifi?
Oh, I took her home first.
Well, sit down and take a load off your eye millers, Uppy. Mr. Spelvin here was just about to give me a message from the governor.
As a matter of fact,
What we need is a doorman. Does anybody here know any unemployed escapades? Well, go see who it is, McGee.
Okay, but... All right. Come on in, Marty. Come on in. Shut the door.
Oh, boy. Oh, gee. Thanks, Fibber. My hands were so cold I couldn't find the doorbell. I had to hammer with my elbows.
Haven't you got sense enough to stay home on a night like this, Harlow?
Well, my conscience was bothering me, Fibber. I just ran across a book I borrowed from you a long time ago. Here.
Oh, thanks. What is it? Oh, If Winter Comes. You sure this is mine?
Yep. I borrowed it in 1925.
Ah.
Hey, is that coffee I smell?
It is, and you do. Come on in, Harlow, and defrost your eyebrows.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
How do you do, Mr. Wilcox?
Hello, Mrs. Uppington.
Harlow, this is Mr. George Spelvin. Spelvey, old man, this is Harlow Wilcox, your linoleum's best friend and severest critic.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, this is a coincidence, Mr. Spelvin. I was demonstrating Johnson's self-polishing glow coat to a Mrs. Spelvin yesterday afternoon, showing her how easy it was to apply, how quickly it dried to a beautiful polish, and how the easier homework would take years off her life and put them on the life of the linoleum. Let me see. No, it wasn't Mrs. Spelvin either. It was Mrs. Woods. No, Crawford. That was it. Mrs. Crawford. No relation, I suppose.
Tall, dark woman with a mole on her arm?
No, short and stout with a poodle on her lap.
No relation, I guess.
Oh, speaking of poodles, Mr. Wilcox, I hated to take little Fifi out tonight.
Well, there's nothing like a dog.
There's nothing like Uppy's dog. I'll go that far with you. There ain't even another dog like her dog.
Yeah, I had a dog once.
Man's best friend, I always say. Just like Johnson's glow coat is a woman's best friend because it saves so much time and effort.
Heavenly days, Mr. Wilcox. Can't you forget Johnson's glow coat for 1 minute?
I don't know. I've never tried.
As I was saying, I had a dog once.
I did, too. Part Springer Spaniel on his mother's side and the smartest dog I ever knew on his father's side. Smarter than a human being.
Oh, now, McGee.
Well, he was. Every Sunday morning, he'd go out on the porch and look both ways up and down the street. Then he'd kind of shake his little head and come back in the house. Every Sunday morning for 11 years he did that.
Well, what was he looking for?
We never knew. He knew, but we didn't. So he was smarter than us. I'll have another cup of coffee, too, Molly.
As I was going to say, I had a dog once.
That mud of George's is going to die of old age before he gets it into the discussion. Excuse me while I see who's at the door. Oh, hi, Latrivia. Shut the door. Come on in.
Thank you, McGee.
Glad you dropped in, Latrivia. The conversation around here was going to the dogs. Hey, everybody, here's Mayor Latrivia.
Hello, Mayor. I don't believe you know Mr. Spelvin, Your Honor. Mr. Spelvin, this is Mayor Latrivia.
Yeah, I had a dog once. Oh, excuse me. I'm glad to meet you, Your Honor. How do you do? Are you a resident of our fair city, Mr. Spelvin?
No, he don't vote here, Latrivia, so you can let go of his hand now.
Mr. Spelvin represents the governor, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, he does? Well. I see where Mr. Spelvin and I can spend a profitable few minutes together. We can
have a cup of coffee, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, and an egg sandwich. I just stopped in to tell you, McGee, that a complaint has reached my ears.
I had the same thing last summer, Latrivia. Started in my neck and reached my ears in 2 days. The doctor says it was just a
Mr. McGee, please. I was about to say that I have received a complaint from the street commissioner that you have been remiss in the matter of snow removal from your front sidewalk.
Oh, well, thanks for warning me, Latrivia. It's a funny thing, too. I really enjoy shoveling snow.
You do?
You do?
I surely do. I'd rather hear the frosty clang of a snow shovel on a sidewalk than the finest symphony music in the world. To feel the red blood coursing through my veins as I swing that shovel to and fro. That marvelous glow that comes from exercising in the cold winter air. The sharp tang of the wind on my cheeks as my muscles respond to the healthy rhythm. And what an appetite I get. Sleep like a baby. Oh, I love the feeling of a snow.
Hold it, McGee. Where are you going, Mr. Mayor?
I'm going to shovel your walk-off for you. I haven't felt like that in years. There's the snow shovel.
Snow shovel's right in here, Latrivia.
Where, McGee?
Right here in the hall closet. Got to straighten out that closet one of these days.
The King's Men sing Gay Ranchero.
A gay ranchero, a caballero, can always find someone to pet. A senorita, a sweet pepita, her other loves will soon forget. If he's insistent and she's not distant, the senorita will confess.
A gay ranchero,
a
caballero,
he'd only ask and she'll say yes. Soon there'll be a fiesta with a blushing bride, and the gay ranchero standing by her side. He'll be so excited on his wedding day. Ask him if he loves her and you'll hear him say, Si, si, tu amo. La señorita hermosita, estrellita. Si, si, tu amo. Cuando le doy todo mi amor, Floracita del corazón. Oh, look at Pancho, back on his rancho, with his Pepita by his side. She thinks he's handsome, worth any ransom. To him she's still a blushing bride.
The gay ranchero,
So very happy is he.
the caballero,
So very happy is he. And all the world knows how they met. This very happy ranchero, this gay caballero has not one single regret. Now to end the story that I once was told, here's a little secret that I must unfold. For they found the promise that they had in store. Now they're really counting those muchachas by the score. And maybe more.
Hey, everybody.
Yes, Mr. McGee?
Look, I think the storm's letting up a little.
Yeah, so if any of you want to get home before you really get snowed
Oh, I
in-
don't want to go home, Molly. I'm having fun.
So am I, Mrs. McGee, and I can talk to your husband later.
Won't you join us, my dear, when you get through making the sandwiches?
He wasn't making any sandwiches.
Oh, he wasn't?
No, but I will. I guess Molly McGee can take a hint without being hit in the face with a wet bathing suit.
Well, I'll join you guys here. What's your plan?
We're playing Sinky Dink.
What on earth are stinky dings?
Well, look, it's my turn. I'll show you. All right. I'm thinking of a contented insect in an auto robe.
I knew. A snug bug in a chug rug. Now, your turn, Mr. Selvin.
All right. Now, what's a wide-awake quintet in a juke joint?
Oh, that's easy. A live five and a jive dive.
Oh, this game is a cinch. Let me try it.
Oh, do, Mr. McGee. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm thinking of a tired Indian in a borrowed teepee. Give up? A spent gent in a lent tent.
Oh, hey, you didn't give us time to guess, Fibber.
Oh, you wouldn't have got it anyway. Go ahead, Molly. It's your turn.
All right. I'm thinking of a hand-painted spark plug dancing with a red-haired kangaroo on a Wednesday afternoon.
Good heavens. I can't think what that would be.
Neither can I, so I'll go out and make some sandwiches. Go ahead and have fun. Oh, dear, go see who that is, McGee. It may mean extra food and more coffee.
Okay, excuse me, folks.
Oh, sure.
I don't find out pretty soon what the hell.
Hello, Mr. McGee. My goodness. Isn't it a terrible night out?
Yeah.
Not that any night out is very terrible to me, though, because... Oh, you have company.
Oh, come on in anyway. Hey, folks, here's Wallace Wimple.
Hello, Mr. Wimple. I don't think Mr. Wimple knows Mr. Spelvin, McGee. Mr. Spelvin, Mr. Wimple.
Good evening, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, it's nothing of the kind, Mr. Spelvin. It's a horrible evening. I'd never have buzzed out of the house if I hadn't run out of cigarettes.
Oh, you don't have to go clear to the cigar store, Wimp. I'll give you a couple of packages. What do you smoke?
Cubebs.
I didn't know your wife would let you smoke, Mr. Wimple.
Well, she doesn't really approve, Mrs. McGee. Not cigarettes, anyway. So she promised me a pipe last Christmas.
Briar, Wallace?
No, Mr. Wilcox. Lead. She promised she'd let me have it if she ever caught me smoking again. You see, Sweetie Face is my wife, Mrs. Selvin.
Oh, I see.
Sweetie Face is simply obsessed with health fads.
Oh.
Why, sometimes for dinner, we just have a heaping plate of spinach apiece.
Just spinach, Wimp?
Just spinach. I pretend I don't know she has a filet mignon under hers. And later I run out and get a nutty burger.
Oh, but don't you ever protest against such inhuman treatment, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, of course I had, Mrs. Uppington. Why, just last Saturday I said to her, Sweetie Face, I said, I'd like to have a little more freedom. And she said, why, Wallace, dear, how can you say that? Why, you're as free as a bird.
She did, really?
Yes. And then she said, in fact, I bet you can fly. And she threw me out the window.
Your wife sounds like quite a character, Mr. Sweetie Face.
Wimple Spelman. His wife's name is Sweetie Face.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, I wouldn't want anyone to misunderstand me. Sweetie Face is really a delightful person when you really get to know her. She says. Well, I must be running along, folks. It's been nice to see all of you. Really.
You sure you can't stay a while and play some games, Mr. Wimple?
Well, if I do it, I'd better hit him. I bet one anyway. I'll stay.
Now, let's all play games again. Now, who was the...
Hey, just a minute, folks. Just a minute.
What's the matter, McGee?
Look, you're welcome to stay all night and play all the games you want, but Mr. Spelvin come here tonight with a message from the governor. Now, I don't want to wait any longer to hear what it is.
Well, we'll go in the other room, Fibber, and let you talk.
No. Now, we want you all to hear it, don't we, McGee?
Huh? Do we?
Why, of course we do. I'm proud of it.
Oh, well, I guess we do at that. All you people thought I was kind of unimportant around here, didn't you? Thought I'd never amount to anything. Well, there's going to be a few opinions changed around here tonight. Go ahead, Spelvin, old man.
All right, Mr. McGee. Do you realize that your tires wear out twice as fast at 45 miles per hour as they do at 30?
Why, certainly we know all of that, but what is that...
Driving habits are hard to control. So what's the best answer? An automatic control, therefore...
Hey, what's all this got to do with giving Fibber a state job?
Yes, why does the governor need our car?
That's what I've been getting at. It isn't so much that the governor needs your car as it is that your car needs a governor.
Hey, what is this, Bud? Who do you represent?
Well, you never let me quite explain that, Mr. McGee. I represent the Governor and Carburetor Corporation of New Jersey, and
When you step into some homes, don't they seem to be more livable and friendly than others, aglow with warm hospitality? A wax-protected home is usually a warm, friendly one. Floors that shimmer and gleam with a rich Johnson's wax polish add beauty to the entire home. They are protected, too, against wear and dirt, actual money-saving protection, and they're so much easier to keep clean. But this Johnson's wax protection and labor saving doesn't stop with floors. Wax your tabletops, chair arms, woodwork also, and your windowsills, Venetian blinds, shelves, refrigerator, shoes, luggage, lampshades. Then you'll be practicing what authorities call protective housekeeping. Right now and during the next year or so, it's important to take extra good care of your things. Give them an occasional application of genuine Johnson's wax, which you can buy now in 3 forms: paste, liquid, and the new cream wax especially formulated for furniture and woodwork. Oh, by the way, Johnson's wax is great, too, for army boots and leather service equipment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this country has a big job ahead of it and won't stop till it's done. We've got to get in there with our money and our work and our loyal 100% support.
Yes, Uncle Sam has rolled up his sleeves, and now what he needs is more sleeves.
So let's give him our shirts. Good night.
Good night, all.
Miles Laboratories, makers of Alka-Seltzer, bring you another visit with Fibber McGee and Molly. Again, we invite you to listen to the transcribed adventures of Fibber McGee and Molly. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutto. Our story will be underway in just a minute.
When you're bothered with the queasy, uncomfortable feeling of an upset stomach, I certainly sympathize with you. But you need more than sympathy. What you want is...
relief.
Yes, and drugstores everywhere sell Alka-Seltzer, so you can get the kind of comforting relief Alka-Seltzer brings so quickly.
Alka-Seltzer reduces excess stomach acid.
Alka-Seltzer gently soothes and settles an unsettled stomach.
And Alka-Seltzer relieves that stuffy, too full feeling.
Yes, and Alka-Seltzer is pleasant to take, too. Leaves a clean, fresh taste in your mouth. Next time indigestion happens to you, get...
relief.
Yes, get relief with Speedy Alka-Seltzer.
If you had read in last night's paper that the new freeway the city is planning was going to swallow up your house, I'll bet you'd be upset, too, like Mr. and Mrs. McGee. Here they are out early this morning trying to do the best they can to save the old homestead.
Oh, I just feel real blue about this thing, McGee. I don't know what...
No, don't worry. If we can get enough names on this petition, we'll get the city to change the route. Again.
I hope so. You try this house here, and I'll go on across the street and ask them to sign.
Okay.
Oh, dear, if we have to move and they tear down our house, I don't know.
They try to tear down our house, I'll tear down that dad rat at City Hall. Although, I guess they can do it if they want to. You can't.
Yes?
Good morning, sir. I am here to...
Who is it, Harry? I'll take care of it. What can I do for you? If you're selling anything, I'm not interested.
No, sir. I'm not selling a thing.
Yeah? Well, what is it?
Why don't you put on your coat when you go to the door, Harry?
What for? It's nobody.
You probably read in the paper, Bud, about the new freeway the city's...
Who is it, Harry? What is it?
I don't know. Will you shut up a minute? Criminy. No. What's the pitch, Mac?
Well, first of all, do you vote? That's the only requirement to sign...
I thought you said you emptied the trash can.
I'm gonna.
When? Like the way you clean out the furnace? Promises, always promises.
Go jump on a... Look, Mac, I got a lot of things to do, so speak your piece, will you?
Okay. I'm out trying to get names on this petition, and my wife's doing the same. We want to get the city to change their plans for the freeway and put it somewhere else. And the only way we can do it is to get enough voters behind us to make them guys listen to us. Not just a few, 500 or 600 names.
So?
So your house is on the route they got laid out, just like ours is. And if you don't want the city in here with bulldozers tearing down your home and throwing you out in the cold, sign here.
Are you kidding? Sign that protest. Louse up the best thing that's happened to me in 30 years?
What?
Harry! You left your muddy shoes in the kitchen again. Oh,
Wow.
You hear that voice? That's my wife's aunt.
Oh.
Came in to spend a weekend with us in 1943. Haven't been able to get rid of her since.
Yeah, but...
You think I'm going to spoil my big chance? I hope when they tear this house down, they haul her away with it.
Wonder how Molly's doing. I hope she's having better luck because we don't get...
Your house here is right in line with the proposed freeway route, just like ours is, Mr. Propacop.
Krapopolis. That's a Greek name.
Yes. And if the city goes ahead on this route, we'll both be homeless. All I have to do is give you 30 days' notice according to the county statutes.
Oh, good gracious. I'm so glad you people are on the ball. Where's that petition? I'll sign.
Oh, good.
And my wife, Fifi, she'll sign too.
Fifi?
Hey, she's French. We met on a business trip in Paris.
Oh, my, that's very romantic. A business trip, huh?
Malista, I was sitting inside of a restaurant out on the sidewalk, and Fifi, she gives me the business. You know, with the eyes like this. And the next thing you know, I'm just like the special blue plate on the menu. A cooked goose.
Well, now about this petition. You see, we need as many signatures as we can get. Anyone over 21 who's a registered voter.
Oh, I've got lots of relatives. All ages. 21, 62, 43, 87.
You have? Oh, good, because that's...
Sure, I got Uncle Stavros, Cousin Costa, Uncle Adamandios, Uncle Agathakis, and Sophia, Cousin Theophilus, and some with names even I can't pronounce.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'll leave a copy.
And sure, when the word gets back to Greece, how much money me and Fifi are making, everybody comes. 6 relatives we got living here with us now.
Well...
And tonight, big family reunion. 15, maybe 20 people. They all signed the petition. Everybody signed.
Oh, I'm just delighted. That's a big help.
Oh, sure. We all meet every week and study together for our citizenship papers. Now, this is good practice for us, for when they let us vote.
Huh?
So far, everybody say we're not allowed to sign petitions. But if you leave it, we'll sign it.
Oh, this is discouraging. Well, I'm sorry, sir. Thank you just the same.
But it's working all right.
In a moment, we'll return to Fibber McGee and Molly.
Mother, I'm sure you know that good health doesn't come by accident. If you have a happy, healthy family, you deserve a lot of credit. And you probably realize that you must guard against vitamin shortage, one of the common causes of loss of pep and energy. Now, an easy, practical way to protect your family against vitamin shortage is to give them one-a-day brand multiple vitamin tablets every day. You see, your meals may not always contain enough vitamins. But one-a-day brand multiple vitamins provide all the vitamins children and adults normally need to take in small, easy-to-swallow tablets that leave no aftertaste. That's why youngsters take them willingly. And low-cost one-a-day brand multiple vitamins contain vitamin B12. Ask at your drugstore for one-a-day brand multiple vitamin tablets in the blue box with the big red 1.
Oh, dear. Oh, am I glad to get home.
Yeah, what a day. And only 15 signers. 15 after walking our legs off.
I just don't know what we're going to do, dearie. We need 500 or 600 people to sign this petition if we expect the city council to even look at it.
Yeah, the only signers we're going to be able to count on are just people whose houses are right in the way like ours.
That's right. And there's only about 20 or 30 houses involved. Oh, McGee, I can't stand to think about them tearing our house down.
Don't even say it, kiddo. Hand me that map again. You got the map out of the paper?
Right here. See the black line there is the route.
Sure. Now, let me see now. Now, it goes right through here, cuts across our property, and then... Hey, if there was some... Hey, wait a minute. Hey, look at this, Molly.
Tilt.
Huh?
Your eyes are lit up like a pinball machine. What is it?
Gee, I think I sure... Yeah, that's right.
That's right, McGee. What is it?
Run and answer the door, Tootsie. I'll see you later.
Oh, no. McGee,
Yeah, I gotta make a phone call. I'll take the phone in the den.
But, McGee, wait. Oh, darn that doorbell. Come in. Hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hiya, Molly. How you kids making out with the freeway thing? If there's any way I can help...
I don't know, Doctor. I don't know how we're making out right at the moment. We didn't have any luck with our petition, I'll tell you that.
Oh, gee, then what are you going to do?
McGee's working on something right now. I don't know what, but I tell you, when he grabbed the phone just now and went in the den there, his eyes were just sparkling.
What's he going to do with the phone? Call President Eisenhower or something?
I don't know, but I'm dying to find out. McGee, Dr. Gamble is here. May we come in?
Oh, sure. Oh, hi, Doc.
Hi, Sonny. Molly says you got an...
Doc, hold it. The operator's putting my call through right now.
Who you calling, McGee? Who is it? What's the big deal?
Well, I took another look at the route on the map and... Shh! Hello, operator? Yes, I'm here. You got the state capitol? Okay.
State capitol?
Oh, I'm disappointed that he's only calling the governor. I thought he'd go right to Washington.
My party? Good. Put him on. Hello, Senator Jipperson? This is Fibber McGee from your hometown. McGee. Yeah, a voter.
Oh, McGee, just 'cause you voted for him.
Please, Molly. Look, Senator, I'd like to discuss the new freeway that the city has laid out across Wistful Vista here.
McGee, a senator doesn't have time.
I know you're a busy man, sir, but, well, they're planning to put that freeway right through my property and tear down my house, and I thought if you'd use your influence, how's that?
Oh, dear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I realize that a few must suffer for the good of the multitude, sir, but if you haven't seen the map of this new route they're planning, you don't realize how unfair it is, Senator.
He's barking up the wrong senator if he wants to get
Yes, sir. I have a map right here, sir. Now, take just a minute. Now, I'll describe the route to you. It starts on the east side, skirts the edge of town, and then cuts across Wistful Vista Boulevard through my home.
Oh, this is a waste of time.
Then it heads straight out to Dugan's Lake. And this is the part I thought you'd be interested in, Senator. It follows the old lake road out there, wipes out your hunting lodge, your boathouse, and your summer home, and veers left through your mother's yacht basin. And how's that, Senator?
Heavenly days, I didn't notice that.
Neither did I. I looked at the map, but I...
Oh, you're going to leave for Wistful Vista immediately. What? Oh, straighten out the nincompoops who planned this route. Well, I knew you'd agree that it's very unfair, sir. And that's why I called you, because you senators are always saying that you like to keep in touch with the voters.
Oh, McGee, you're wonderful.
Yes,
Your friends have more to say to you presently.
When a headache gives you a bad time, don't you wish you could just press a button and make your headache disappear? Well, believe me, if I knew of such a magic formula, I'd be telling you about it. But I do know that one of the best things you can do for a headache is drink a glass of speedy Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer is a very effective pain reliever. And because Alka-Seltzer is a fizzing liquid, when you take it, it's ready to go to work right away to relieve the pain of that headache. Just drop a tablet or two of Alka-Seltzer into a glass of water and listen to it fizz. Then drink it. And before you realize it, you'll forget you ever had a headache. Remember, Alka-Seltzer is gentle acting, too, and it is not a laxative. So don't let a nagging headache spoil your day. Take the medicine that's so refreshing. Take Alka-Seltzer.
McGee, the old-timer's here and wants to see you.
Oh, me? Oh, hi, old-timer. What's on your...
Hello there, Johnny.